Sign in for 100,000 years. Please hurry up. Chapter 315 to Chapter 395. I'll give you this saber and robe. Yi Yun casually threw the saber and robe over. Standing beside Yi Yun, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon was the first to sense the grade of the saber and robe. He couldn't help but gasp. The saber was a high-grade Emperor level. The robe was a mid-grade Emperor level. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon was shocked and felt incredulous at his master's powerful foundation. He casually took out 2 Emperor-level treasures. Even though he was a Divine Lord Dragon, he didn't have a single Emperor-level treasure on him. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's eyes were burning and he was about to drool. "Senior, this is too precious. I can't accept it." Feeling the amazing aura from the saber and robe, Lu Xing was shocked. He quickly waved his hand and didn't dare to reach out to take the 2 treasures. "Just take it." Yi Yun forced it to Lu Xing. Lu Xing carefully felt it and became more and more surprised. The amazing aura of the 2 treasures. If he guessed correctly, they were at least Emperor level. He was just a true Immortal Realm level 1 cultivator and he suddenly had 2 Emperor level treasures. Lu Xing's heart was pounding, and he quickly put the 2 magic treasures into his storage ring. He was afraid that if the aura leaked out, he would be killed. Seeing Lu Xing's reaction, Yi Yun smiled. How could he not know Lu Xing's current state of mind? He could also tell what the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's fiery gaze meant. Unless it's a matter of life and death, it's better not to use these 2 treasures. This way, you don't have to worry about anything. Yi Yun smiled gently. "I understand, Senior. Thank you for your kindness. You've given me 2 more Emperor-level treasures." Lu Xing was very touched. His knees went soft and he knelt at Yi Yun's feet again. "I'll take you to the 9th Sea region and then you can go to Tongtian Island to find Jiang Hingyue. Tell him that it's all my orders," Yi Yun said softly. He was ready to return to Sungnan continent this time. After passing through the 9th Sea region, he didn't plan to stay. "I understand, Senior." Lu Xing stood up and nodded. Yi Yun continued to tear space. It didn't take long for Yi Yun to reach the 9th Sea. After placing Lu Xing down, Yi Yun tore through space with the Jade Heavenspan Dragon and arrived on the ancient Heavenspan Road. "Master, is this the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Area? It is said that the cultivators of the Divine Land will not be able to advance after entering this place." The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon stared at the ancient path that led straight to the distant void. He couldn't help but shudder. "Are you worried that your cultivation will also be cursed?" Yi Yun asked with a chuckle. "I'm a little worried." The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon smiled awkwardly and told the truth. After all, it was also not easy for him to cultivate to the Divine Lord Realm. If he stopped at the Divine Lord Realm, then he was truly unwilling in his heart. "Don't worry, you don't have to worry." Yi Yun smiled, but didn't explain anything to the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon. He also wanted to see if the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon, as a member of the Dragon Clan, would be cursed by Zhu Long after entering the Sungnan continent. After experiencing all kinds of strange phenomena on the ancient Heavenspan Road, Yi Yun and the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon finally entered the Sungnan continent. Seeing the familiar sea surface and the huge Sungnan continent in the distance, Yi Yun felt inexplicably moved. After going out for a walk, the Sungnan continent was still the best. Although the spirit chi here was relatively thin and there was no divinity, it had once given him endless beautiful memories. There isn't even a true god in this place. "Little dragon, restrain your aura." Yi Yun glanced indifferently at the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon and said, "Master, are the cultivations of the people in this place so low?" The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon curled his lips and quickly retracted his aura. "The most powerful people here are those in the Eternal Realm. However, this is the birthplace of all the Dragon Clan. Millions of years ago, countless members of the Dragon Clan lived on this continent. Your ancestors lived here," Yi Yun said with a smile. "The world has changed. I didn't expect the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan to become like this." The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon sighed and shook his head repeatedly. Although he understood that this was the birthplace of all the Dragon Clan, he had always lived in the Divine Land and did not have a strong sense of belonging to this place. Yi Yun looked at the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon and activated the Heavenly Disillusionment Eyes to search for Zhu Long's curse in his body. "Master, what are you doing?" The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon was frightened by Yi Yun's gaze and couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Don't move," Yi Yun shouted sternly. A powerful force immediately restrained the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon felt uneasy. But when he saw that his master didn't launch any special attacks on him, he relaxed. After a moment of observation and searching every inch of the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's body, Yi Yun still didn't find any traces of Zhu Long's curse. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Zhu Long really pitied the Dragon Clan. Even the Dragon Clan living in the Divine Land would not be cursed by Zhu Long if they returned to the Cangnan continent. Is there some unspeakable secret behind the Dragon Clan's raising of divine dragons? This shocking thought suddenly came to Yi Yun's mind. But he immediately dismissed the idea. Unless there was some kind of treasure in the Cangnan continent, the Dragon Clan wanted to raise divine dragons and let them enter the Cangnan continent to search for the treasure. That way, they wouldn't be affected by the ancestral dragon's curse when they entered the Cangnan continent. But Yi Yun thought for a moment. He hadn't found any traces of the Dragon Clan in the Cangnan continent. Moreover, he hadn't heard of any Dragon Clan returning to the Cangnan continent. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Yi Yun smiled and withdrew the pressure he'd exerted on the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon. Then he told the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon about Zhu Long's curse. "I see. It seems that old man Zhu Long still takes pity on us juniors." The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon exhaled deeply, a look of lingering fear on his face. After entering this world, his greatest worry was that his cultivation would stagnate after being cursed. But now, that problem had been solved. There was nothing left for him to feel conflicted about. For a moment, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon felt a strong sense of belonging to the Cangnan continent. "Let's go. I'll take you to meet your peers from the Shenlong sect." Yi Yun shook his head in amusement at the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's relief. He led the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon away from the ocean. It had only taken Yi Yun 2 days to travel from the Cangnan continent to the Divine Land and back. According to his estimation, the big black horse would arrive at the Heavenly Moon Secret Realm in 3 or 4 days. The ferry from the Tianhang Trading Company would arrive around this time as well. Therefore, Yi Yun wasn't in a hurry on the way back to the Celestial Empire. Sometimes, he'd tear through space and travel for a short distance. Other times, he'd fly slowly and leisurely, taking in the beautiful scenery of the Cangnan continent. He'd even take the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon to ordinary human cities to enjoy the delicacies of the human world. That was all. 4 days later, the two of them finally arrived at the Celestial Empire. It was a black horse carriage. It was moving slowly on the territory of the Celestial Empire. "Uncle Ma, we should have arrived at the Heavenly Moon Secret Realm, right?" The big black cat yawned and stretched its neck to look into the distance. "We can arrive at any time, but we don't have to be too anxious since Master hasn't returned yet." The big black horse pursed its lips and chuckled. The immortal tea was still embedded between the big black horse's eyebrows. It had been absorbing the energy of the immortal tea for the past few days, which had greatly improved its cultivation. "Hey, second brother is going over." The big black horse suddenly sensed something and looked up at the sky. High up in the sky, separated by thick layers of clouds, a huge fairy pierced through the clouds and flew quickly toward the Heavenly Moon Secret Realm. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon also sensed the horse carriage below. It opened its eyes and disappeared from the fairy in a flash. The next moment, it appeared on the horse carriage. "Haha, the great demon beasts of the Shenlong sect meet again," the Blood Chief Demon Dragon said with a loud laugh. "Second brother, you left your post without permission. Have you completed the task that Master gave you?" The big black horse said with a chuckle. Soon. Isn't the Heavenly Moon Secret Realm just ahead? We should be there in less than 2 hours." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon waved its hand dismissively. "Didn't I see you guys now? That's why I came down to say hello. I'll go back later," it said with a smile. Looking at the 2 kittens, one black and one white, lying at its feet, it suddenly squatted down and stroked the big black cat and Mao Bao'er's heads with both hands. "Did the 2 of you miss me?" the Blood Chief Demon Dragon said with a smile. "Yes, we missed you so much, Senior." The big black cat laughed shamelessly. Senior, you should go back quickly. If Master comes back and sees you here, he might scold you. Mao Bauer felt goosebumps all over her body. She quickly found an excuse to urge the Blood Chief Demon Dragon to go back quickly. Master, how can you be so fast? I just came down to say a few words to you. Do you think Master will come back? The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon said nonchalantly. That's hard to say. A familiar male voice came from the void. Then, there was a wave of fluctuation. Two figures walked out of the void above the carriage. One of them was wearing clothes as white as snow, while the other was wearing clothes as blue as the sea. Seeing his master suddenly appear, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon felt like crying. He came down for a small errand. How could his luck be so bad that he met old Master when he returned? Master, I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon immediately knelt down. Haha, it's fine. Anyway, we're about to reach the Heavenly Moon Mystery Realm. You can just stay here. Yi Yun was in a surprisingly good mood. He didn't blame the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. Yes, Master. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was extremely grateful. It quickly kowtowed to Yi Yun again. Get up. Yi Yun said with a smile. A blast of magic power came out and helped the Blood Chief Demon Dragon to his feet. The big black horse blinked and looked at the young man in blue beside Old Master. It couldn't see through the cultivation of the young man in blue. What kind of cultivation was that? Master, who is this? The big black horse couldn't help but ask. He's the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon from the Divine Land. Yi Yun said with a smile. What, from the Divine Land? The big black horse was shocked. Not only it, but the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the big black cat were also shocked. Master, what's the cultivation of this big brother from the Dragon Clan? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon asked with a little uncertainty. Don't call him big brother. In terms of seniority, he's far inferior to you. Yi Yun said with a laugh. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon's cultivation was low. It was only at level 6 of the Eternal Realm. But in terms of seniority, it was far superior. In terms of bloodline, it was far superior to the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon. After all, it had the bloodline of the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, one of the 10 great super divine dragons. What kind of dragon are you? The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon stared at the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. His eyes flickered as he sensed the dragon's bloodline. I'm the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was emboldened when he said this. No matter what, even if the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's cultivation was higher than his, he was still superior in terms of bloodline. He had lived in the ancient era and had seen the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon before. So he was no stranger to him. Wow, Senior, you're amazing. You have a trace of the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's bloodline in you. It's much more noble than mine. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon cupped his fists and said enviously. You don't have to flatter each other. From now on, you're all divine dragons of the Shenlong sect. You belong to the same sect. There's no difference in status. Yi Yun said with a smile. I understand, Master. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon nodded quickly. After all, he was new here and had to keep a low profile. Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon, what's your cultivation level? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon asked reluctantly when he couldn't sense the other party's cultivation level after sizing him up. First level Divine Lord Realm. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon answered. What, first level Divine Lord Realm? The big black horse, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, Mao Bauer, and the big black cat trembled in fear at such a high cultivation level. Divine Lord Realm, wouldn't that be the same cultivation level as Master, although it was only a few small cultivation levels lower than Master. But in the Tsangnan continent, such a cultivation level was equivalent to the Heavenly Tao. The big black horse's throat went dry. He looked at the blue-robed young man with indescribable shock. As an Eternal Realm Great Demon, he knew that few people in the Tsangnan continent could be his match. Later on, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon appeared, and in terms of cultivation, it surpassed him by 3 minor realms. Then came a black mystic bird. Although its cultivation level was lower, it was too senior and could be considered his senior. And this time, Another Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon with a frighteningly high cultivation level came. It was at the first level Divine Lord realm. The big black horse felt more and more invisible. Looks like I have to work hard on my cultivation. Otherwise, I won't be able to catch up with everyone. The big black horse encouraged himself. A black mystic bird flapped its wings and stood on top of the carriage. It said with a smile, "Master, our Xianxia sect is getting stronger and stronger. With the addition of the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon, no one in the entire Xianxia continent can be our match." Yeah. Yiyan nodded with a smile. However, he didn't plan to let the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon fight. After all, it came from the Divine Land and its cultivation level was too high. It was ridiculous to let a giant fight with some children. "Alright, let's go back to our seats," Yiyan ordered softly. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon blinked and seemed to understand Master's idea. It rolled in the air and turned into a red light, landing on the carriage. It turned into a cute red kitten. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon turned into a kitten? Seeing this, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He couldn't figure out what was going on. "Little dragon, stay by my side. You don't have to fight. Have a good chat with your fellow disciples." Yi Yan's voice rang in the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's ears. In the next moment, he found that his body was undergoing a magical change. A blue light flashed. He turned into a blue kitten. "This is?" The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon looked up and saw a blue kitten paw. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Fifth update. Asking for your support, what kind of magical power did Master use? He actually turned me into a blue cat. Feeling the strange changes in its body, the Azure Sea's Heavenly Dragon wanted to cry but had no tears. It wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. It was a dignified Divine Lord Dragon, and its true body was tens of thousands of feet long. How domineering and majestic was it, but now, it had become a cute blue cat. The difference in its mentality was too great. "Io, a blue cat." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon saw the blue cat and couldn't help but chuckle. It was as if it saw its past self. The big black cat and Mao Bauer looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Master's magical power was too strong. He turned a dignified Divine Lord Dragon into a small and dainty cat. Were all dragons going to join the cat family in the future? The big black cat chuckled in its heart, but its expression was extremely solemn and dignified. After all, it wasn't familiar with the Azure Sea's Heavenly Dragon and didn't dare to do anything overboard. The mystic bird stood on the top of the carriage and looked down at the row of kittens lying on the carriage. There were black, white, red, and blue. It couldn't help but click its tongue in wonder. After all, it had lived for a long time and had good self-control. It held back and didn't spout nonsense. The big black horse had seen the world in the warehouse, so the Azure Sea's Heavenly Dragon didn't scare it. Therefore, when it saw the blue kitten, it bared its big white teeth and laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny about this? Isn't it just turning into a blue cat?" Even the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, one of the top 10 divine dragon bloodlines, turned into a kitten. "What's so strange about me turning into a cat?" The Azure Sea's Heavenly Dragon glared and looked around in annoyance. "Senior, you're right," the big black horse smiled and nodded. Yiyan smiled. "We're in the Xianxia sect, so we have to follow the rules of the Xianxia sect. You won't be short of benefits in the future." Hearing this, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon immediately recalled the 2 emperor weapons that his master had gifted to Lu Xing. He couldn't help but become spirited. "Master, don't worry. Isn't it just being a kitten for a few days? Don't worry, I won't fight anyone in the Xianxia continent anyway. I'll just lie on the carriage and sleep every day to conserve energy." The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon chuckled mischievously, dispersing the unhappiness in his heart. Yiyan nodded, lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. Mu Qing quickly bowed and said with a smile, "Master, you're back. Would you like me to make you a cup of tea?" "All right." Yiyan nodded slightly. At this time, he found that there was already a tea set in the car. It seemed that Mu Qing had put in a lot of effort these days. Who knew where she got this tea set? Yiyan took out a quaint little jar, which contained some mandala immortal tea. "These are tea leaves. Put in 3 or 4 pieces at a time. Yi Yan said with a smile. Then, he looked outside and said to the big black horse, "Little horse, let's go." "Yes, master." The big black horse became spirited and began to walk towards the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. They were not too far away from the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. It was only about 2 to 3,000 miles away. Although the Heavenly Moon's secret realm had not officially opened yet, there was already a sea of people outside the secret realm. Cultivators from various sects and some itinerant cultivators were outside, waiting with raised heads. The trading company's ferry stopped in midair and several cultivators flew down from it. Xianxia also flew down. He saw that the ground below was densely packed with people, so he found a place slightly further away to land. "Brother, why don't we travel together?" Just as Xianxia's feet touched the ground, a figure also landed. It was a white-faced young man who had also come down from the ferry. "Forget it. I prefer to be alone." Xianxia cupped his fists and flatly refused. He had entered the secret realm with a special mission. He could not team up with others. "It's okay. If we meet in the secret realm, I hope you will be merciful." The white-faced young man sat down next to him and said with a smile. "No problem." Xianxia nodded. The black horse carriage moved forward slowly. At this moment, Muqing had already boiled the water. "Master, I will use this tea to make tea for you." Muqing looked at the quaint little jar and said excitedly. "Okay." Yi Yan nodded with a smile. He naturally knew what this little girl Muqing was thinking. He guessed that she had been thinking about the remaining immortal tea for a long time. Muqing's arms were trembling. She grabbed the little jar and gently opened the lid. Looking at the green immortal tea leaves that were emitting immortal light and each of them contained Tao patterns, Muqing's heart could not help but beat faster. Master is right in front of me. I must not be rude. Otherwise, Master might not want me anymore. Muqing kept encouraging herself in her heart. She controlled her mind and poured out 4 tea leaves. She put them into a cup. An indescribable aroma instantly filled the carriage. Muqing fainted after taking a light sniff. "What a headache. It seems that I have to seal the smell of these tea leaves in the future." Yi Yan sighed and touched his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He gently tapped the air with his other hand. The energy that invaded Muqing's body was extracted by him. Only then did Muqing slowly wake up. Her little face was red and she was full of frustration. At this moment, her eyes were filled with sparkling tears. She said, "Master, I'm really an incompetent girl. I can't even make tea properly." "It's not your fault. After all, your cultivation level is too low. You can't smell the smell of these tea leaves at your current level." Yi Yan smiled and continued, "But you don't have to worry. Next time, I will seal the smell of these tea leaves. This way, it won't affect you. As for the leftover tea leaves, I'll give it to you. As long as you don't deliberately breathe in its smell, nothing will happen." "Thank you, Master." Muqing was surprised and delighted. She quickly picked up the cup and offered it to Yi Yan with both hands. Yi Yan took it and slowly took a sip. Then, he looked in a certain direction. Xianxia, that little guy, was waiting quietly outside the mysterious realm of Heavenly Moon. Yi Yan moved his mind and Jun Maxiao suddenly showed up. "Ancestor." Jun Maxiao bowed respectfully as soon as he saw Yi Yan. "You didn't go to the Jiuyou underground palace last time. This time, I'll leave the mysterious realm of Heavenly Moon to you." Yi Yan said with a smile. "Thank you for your help, Ancestor." Jun Maxiao was overjoyed. His little face was full of smiles. He glanced inside the carriage and found a beautiful girl standing next to him. Her cultivation level was extremely high. She had reached the 7th level of the Fate state. "This is my new maidservant," Yi Yan said with a smile. "Oh." Jun Maxiao nodded, somewhat dumbfounded. Seeing Jun Maxiao's expression, Yi Yan was tempted. Muqing, Xianxia, the Blood Chief Evil Dragon, and the Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon had just joined the Shenlong sect. Jun Maxiao and Luo Li didn't know any of them. It was better to let them all come out and get to know each other. As the sect master of the Shenlong sect, Luo Li couldn't always focus on cultivation. She had to build a close relationship with the beasts in the sect. Today's 4 chapters, this is the first chapter, after Yi Yin made up his mind. Luoli and Suwani, who were in the middle of cultivating, were also summoned from the small space in the carriage. Greetings, ancestor. The 2 girls bowed to Yi Yin as soon as they saw him. Good, good. Now the 3 of you are cultivators of the Nirvana realm. Yi Yin looked at the 2 of them with a satisfied smile in his eyes. Although the cultivation of these 3 little fellows was nothing compared to the cultivation of the demonic beasts outside, they were still very strong. But in fact, he was very satisfied with their progress since they had only cultivated for a short time. Who are these people? They call Master Qing ancestor. Are they disciples of the Shenlong sect? Mu Qing thought uneasily. She didn't know how to address these people. Yi Yin looked up and glanced at them as if he could see through Mu Qing's thoughts. This is Mu Qing, the saintess of the Gendry sect. She has joined the Shenlong sect and is now a servant girl who serves me tea. Yi Yin looked at the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect and smiled again. Mu Qing, although your cultivation is quite high, you have to follow the rules. First, greet the sect master of the Shenlong sect, Luoli. Yi Yin pointed to Luoli and said. After hearing Yi Yin's introduction, Mu Qing suddenly panicked. She didn't expect that the stunning little beauty in front of her was the current sect master of the Shenlong sect. Mu Qing hurriedly knelt on the ground and said in a low voice, Greetings, sect master. Luoli was shocked. She really couldn't stand a great cultivator of the Heaven's Mandate realm kneeling in front of her. She hurriedly took 2 steps forward and helped Mu Qing, who was kneeling on the ground, up. Elder sister, please get up quickly. After that, Yi Yin then pointed in 2 directions and said, This is your senior martial brother Jun Maxiao and senior martial sister Suwani. Mu Qing panicked again. She subconsciously wanted to kneel to Jun Maxiao, but she found that there was a force on her knees that prevented her from kneeling. Yi Yin smiled from the side and said, It's fine as long as we treat each other as fellow disciples. Greetings, senior martial brother Jun and senior martial sister Su. Mu Qing hurriedly cupped her fists and said respectfully. Suwani's face was also flushed red. After being arranged like this by the old ancestor, she was also a little flustered. She quickly helped Mu Qing up and said, Don't be so polite, sister, the proper etiquette must be observed. This is the rule of our Shenlong sect. Yi Yin instructed from the side. Not to mention a Heaven's Mandate realm cultivator, even the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon of the Divine Lord realm outside had to bow to Luoli to show his respect. Although Luoli was very weak now, Yi Yin would train her into a peerless expert as soon as possible. And before leaving, he would definitely make all kinds of arrangements for Luoli. It was absolutely impossible for any person or demon beast in the Shenlong sect to have the ability to counteract the sect master of the Shenlong sect. Yi Yin looked at them and continued. Now, a few more demon beasts have joined our Shenlong sect. The 3 of you come out with me and get to know each other. With that, Yi Yin got up, lifted the curtain with one hand, and walked out. How many more demon beasts had the old ancestor taken in? Luoli, Jun Maxiao, and Suwani were slightly stunned. They hurriedly followed the old ancestor out. Just as they walked out of the carriage, Luoli saw a row of kittens lying on the carriage. Red, white, blue, and black, a total of 4 colors. Wow, why are there so many cute kittens? Luoli jumped over, squatted in front of the red kitten, and gently touched it with her hand. So cute. Luoli said with a smile. Yes? Where did the old ancestor take in so many kittens? Suwani couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. She stepped over and squatted in front of the blue kitten. She still preferred blue kittens. The fur on their bodies was as blue as the ocean. They looked relaxed and happy. Suwani also touched it with her hand. The blue fur was smooth and very nice to the touch. However, the blue kitten was staring at her with its eyes wide open. Its eyes were panting with anger, but it didn't dare to vent it out. The sect master is out. Seeing Luoli stroking the red kitten, the blood chief demon dragon, the big black cat couldn't help laughing in its heart. Maubauer also couldn't help laughing. It and the 9-tailed spirit cat, one black and one white. They were relatively mediocre colors. Compared to the red kitten and the blue kitten, their colors were much worse. That was why they managed to escape this disaster. Master, who are these people? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon stretched its neck and asked loudly. If it hadn't seen these people walk out of the carriage with its master, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon would have already attacked. On the other side, the Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon was also complaining incessantly. It said loudly, "Miss, quickly remove your hand. I'm not a real cat." Not a real cat, Suwani was slightly taken aback. She immediately withdrew her hand and stood up. After all, she was the eldest senior sister. Suwani's mind was still very mature. Luoli was still squatting there, smiling as she stared at the red kitten that suddenly spoke. When Yiyin saw this scene, he also found it very funny. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Alright, let me make the introductions. He coughed, cleared his throat, and introduced, this is Luoli, the 298th sect master of the Shenlong sect. I'm the 13th sect master. Now, the sect is under Luoli's management. When you see her, you have to greet the sect master. So it's the sect master. When the Blood Chief Demon Dragon heard Yi Yun's words, it was instantly shocked. It quickly changed its position and knelt on the carriage. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon greets the sect master, it shouted loudly. The Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon beside it was also shocked. It naturally knew the importance of the identity of the sect master of the Shenlong sect. Especially when its master had already made it very clear. Even if it was a divine lord dragon, when it saw the sect master of the Shenlong sect, Luoli, it still had to bow to show its respect. The Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon greets the sect master. It quickly followed the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's example. It knelt on the carriage, kowtowed, and said respectfully. Seeing the two little dragons so respectful, Yiyin nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with their performance. What, you're not two cats, you're actually two dragons? Luoli stared at the two little cats at her feet, dumbfounded. She was so shocked that she did not know what to say. That's right, these are two dragons. Yiyin patted Luoli's shoulder gently and said with a smile, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon comes from the 10,000 Dragon Ridge of the Celestial Empire. Its cultivation is at level 6 of the Eternal Realm. The Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon comes from the Divine Land. Its cultivation is at level 1 of the Divine Lord Realm. Level 6 of the Eternal Realm, level 1 of the Divine Lord Realm. Hearing such a high cultivation and realm, the three juniors of the Shenlong sect were stunned. Their hearts were in turmoil. Especially Luoli. She never would have thought that even a dignified Divine Lord Realm dragon would kneel at her feet. Seniors, please get up. Luoli stuttered as she spoke. Her beautiful and delicate little face was flushed red. Get to know each other. Don't be so formal. There are rules in the sect. You can get to know each other in private. Yiyin said with a smile, which relieved the embarrassment in everyone's heart. Next. Yiyin introduced Xianxia. When they heard that this senior Xianxia had lived in the bird forest of the Shenlong sect 100,000 years ago, the three juniors of the Shenlong sect were once again in shock. Xianxia greets the sect master. Xianxia flew down from the carriage, turned into a black light, and changed into a human figure. He knelt at the feet of Luoli. Senior Xianxia, please get up. Luoli hurriedly helped Xianxia up. She really didn't expect that after cultivating in seclusion for a period of time, the ancestor would find a Xianxia that was raised in the Shenlong sect 100,000 years ago. After all, Luoli was a lively little girl. After a while, she quickly became familiar with these seniors. Yiyin gave them time to get along. When they reached the Heavenly Moon secret realm, he let Luoli and Suwani go back to cultivate. Jun Maxiao stayed in the carriage. It was a black carriage. It slowly drove out of the valley. The big black horse that pulled the carriage passed by the cultivators' territories of the major sects, but no one saw it. Yiyin cast a camouflage spell. He didn't want the cultivators here to see the carriage. The big black horse pulled the carriage all the way to Lei Qinyan's side. The carriage stopped. Yiyin walked down with Jun Maxiao. On the way, he had told Jun Maxiao to go with Lei Qinyan. Lei Qinyan. Yiyin stood behind him and whispered. He immediately set up a restriction in the surrounding space, so no one could see what was happening here. Lei Qinyan found the voice familiar. He looked back and was shocked. He quickly stood up. Greetings, senior. When Lei Qinian saw Yi Yun, his face changed slightly and became respectful. I have repaired this treasure. Now I'm giving it to you. Yi Yun went straight to the point and took out the Heavenly Splendor cover. Now the Heavenly Splendor cover had been restored to the upper grade of the Emperor level. It was full of golden light and looked extraordinary. This is? Lei Qinian was stunned when he saw the brand new Heavenly Splendor cover. Wasn't this the magic treasure he sold to Senior? It had only been a few days. How did this magic treasure become brand new? He was excited. He reached out his trembling hands and touched the Heavenly Splendor cover. He felt the aura on it and said excitedly, unbelievable. It has been restored to the Emperor level. Take it. This belongs to the Lei family. Yi Yun smiled and forced the Heavenly Splendor cover to Lei Qinian. Senior, I can't take this treasure. I have already sold it to you. How can I take it back? Lei Qinian blushed and quickly gave the Heavenly Splendor cover back. Yi Yun shook his head gently. I have some ties with the Lei family, and I can't bear to see you fall. In the Heavenly Moon's secret realm, this magnificent sky treasure cover can be used for both offense and defense. It can greatly increase the chances of survival. Yi Yun said softly with a gentle gaze. After all, he was the descendant of his good brother, and now he was the only one left. No matter what, Yi Yun had to leave his brother's bloodline behind. Senior, how are you related to my Lei clan? Lei Qinian was shocked. He had never heard the elders in his family talk about such a thing. You don't have to worry about that. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. It's been too long, Yi Yun sighed. He didn't want to recall the past 100,000 years. Then his eyes flickered and he said softly, Lei Qinian, this is Jun Maxiao, a disciple of our Shenlong sect. Why don't you go with him? After hearing Yi Yun's words, Lei Qinian became silent. He looked at the magnificent sky treasure cover in his hand, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. This senior could restore his family's magic treasure to the upper royal level. It could be seen that this senior's background was unfathomable. He didn't covet anything from him at all. This upper royal level magic treasure was much more precious than those fruits in the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. Thinking of this, Lei Qinian felt extremely ashamed. He nodded and said with a sigh, since Senior has such an arrangement, how dare I not follow? Haha, that's good. Yi Yun patted Lei Qinian's shoulder. Happily. He turned around and waved to Jun Maxiao. Jun Maxiao came over, cupped his hands and said with a smile, Greetings, Brother Lei. Brother Jun, don't be so polite. Lei Qinian hurriedly smiled and returned the greeting. Yi Yun was very happy to see the two people getting to know each other like this. He said a few words and returned to the carriage. But a wisp of his primordial spirit quietly sneaked into Jun Maxiao's sea of consciousness. The Heavenly Moon's secret realm was full of dangers. As an ancestor, he had to protect the two juniors. On the way here, Yi Yun also gave the jade plate he got from the jade box of the Shenheng sect to Jun Maxiao, telling him to find the Heavenly Moon Osmanthus tree and hang it on it. If there were any abnormalities, it would be considered a success. Yi Yun also wanted to see what would happen when the jade plate was hung on the Heavenly Moon Osmanthus tree. He was very curious. The person behind the scenes was very cunning. He had designed layer by layer to hide the reward in the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. Was there really a reward, or was there some other arrangement? Yi Yun was looking forward to all this. When Yi Yun disappeared, the surrounding barrier also disappeared. Lei Qinian took Jun Maxiao a few steps forward. Then the two of them sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting for the opening of the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. Another Taoist brother is here? The white-faced young man saw that Jun Maxiao was so young, about 14 or 15 years old, but he had already reached the first level of the Nirvana realm. He could not help but be shocked and quickly greeted him. Lei Qinian gave a simple introduction. Brother Lei, this is your fault. This brother's cultivation is not as high as mine, but you teamed up with him instead of me. What is the meaning of this? The white-faced young man said with some annoyance. That was then and this is now. Some things should not be told to outsiders. Lei Qinian said with a smile. The white-faced young man had no choice but to shake his head and sigh. Jun Maxiao found it funny, but he did not say anything. The three of them waited quietly. After a few hours, someone suddenly exclaimed in front of them. The heavenly moon osmanthus tree has appeared. The three of them quickly looked in the direction of the voice. The void vibrated and a huge osmanthus tree appeared from the void. It was just the shadow of a heavenly moon osmanthus tree. Above the heavenly moon osmanthus tree, there was a whirlpool that was constantly rotating, emitting a shocking aura of spatial fluctuations. The heavenly moon secret realm has appeared. Many cultivators were extremely excited. They immediately took out the heavenly moon token and held it in their hands. It emitted a ray of light and flew towards the whirlpool. Jun Maxiao touched his chin and looked calm. He was not in a hurry to act, so was Lei Qinian. Both of them had a special mission, so they were not in a hurry. "Brothers, let's hurry up and go in?" The white-faced young man said anxiously. "Let's wait for a while. Don't be too anxious. There are too many people now." Lei Qinian shook his head and said. "Then I'll go in first." The white-faced young man did not want to wait any longer. He took out the heavenly moon token and jumped up. He turned into a ray of light and flew directly towards the whirlpool. After a while, seeing that a large number of cultivators had disappeared, Lei Qinian turned to Jun Maxiao and said with a smile, "Brother Jun, let's go in." "Let's go." Jun Maxiao agreed. The two of them took out the heavenly moon token and turned into two rays of light and flew into the whirlpool. After a few seconds, the two of them landed on the ground. With a blur in front of their eyes, they entered a small world. This small world was rich in spiritual qi. In the distance, there was an endless stretch of towering mountains. Nearby, there was a gurgling river and green grass. And 100 feet in front of them, there was a huge temple that was 100 feet tall. The temple was built in gold and jade, and many cultivators were going in and out of the temple. "Why is there a temple here?" After entering, Jun Maxiao looked at the tall temple and could not help but be shocked. This seemed to be completely different from the secret realm that he had imagined. "We are in luck. The place where we were teleported to is actually a grand sage temple. Let's go in and pray and burn 2 incense sticks to ensure our safety," Lei Qinian said excitedly. He pulled Jun Maxiao and walked towards the tall temple. The two of them got closer and closer. Jun Maxiao saw a huge plaque hanging on the gate of the temple. On the plaque, the words "Grand Sage Temple" were written in golden light. "Brother Lei, why is there a temple in the Heavenly Moon Mystery Realm?" Jun Maxiao asked as he walked with a confused look on his face. "I don't know either. Anyway, it's said that there is such a temple. Some people will encounter it if they're lucky, while others won't. Let's go in and burn 2 incense sticks," Lei Qinian said excitedly. The two of them walked as they talked. Soon, they entered the main hall of the temple. There was only one main hall in the temple. The main hall was very tall and spacious. There was a tall statue in the middle of the hall. It was 100 feet tall and had a majestic aura. It was daunting. When Jun Maxiao saw the tall statue, the expression on his face froze. It was a monkey. No, it was a black demonic ape. This devil ape stood majestically in the middle of the hall with a black stick in its hand. Its eyes were sharp as it stared into the distance. Many cultivators took out incense sticks and lit 3 of them. Then, they stuck them into the incense burner in front of the statue. The smoke rose in spirals and spread in the main hall. Many cultivators put their palms together and prayed to the statue in the great sage temple with great devotion. Jun Maxiao listened carefully. They were praying that he could get more heavenly moon osmanthus fruits in the heavenly moon mystery realm. Lei Qinian took out 6 incense sticks and gave 3 to Jun Maxiao after lighting them. Then, he said with a smile, "The great sage in the great sage temple is probably the guardian spirit of the heavenly moon mystery realm. It's said that he's very efficacious. There's probably no harm in praying to him." Then, Lei Qinian walked to the incense burner and bowed. He inserted the incense sticks into the burner and put his palms together. Then, he started to mutter to himself. Jun Maxiao could only do as the Romans did and imitated him. In his mind, Yi Yan's eyes twitched when he saw the statue. The statue was just a statue. He didn't find anything special about it. Although there was nothing special about it, the sudden appearance of the temple was out of Yi Yun's expectations. It seemed that there was a huge secret hidden in this secret realm. Because it was hidden in Jun Maxiao's mind, Yi Yun could not use his spiritual consciousness to probe it. He wasn't in a hurry, so he calmed down and focused on cultivating. Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian burned incense and prayed before leaving the great sage temple. "Little brother Jun, we should be able to reap a great harvest this time," Lei Qinian said with a smile. "I hope so," Jun Maxiao echoed. The two of them moved and flew toward the mountain range in the distance. The closer they got to the mountain range, the more he saw, the more he could see the sky laurel trees growing on the mountain range. Seeing so many cassia trees, Jun Maxiao's face turned ugly. The great ancestor told him to hang the jade tablet on the heavenly moon osmanthus tree after entering the heavenly moon's secret realm. But there were so many sky moon cassia trees that covered the mountains and plains. Which one should he hang? Jun Maxiao took out the jade tablet and held it in his hand. The two of them came in front of a sky moon osmanthus tree. Lei Qinian looked up and down but didn't find any sky moon osmanthus fruit. He couldn't help but shake his head. "Brother Lei, why are there so many sky moon osmanthus trees here?" Jun Maxiao asked with a frown. Lei Qinian said with a smile, "The sky moon osmanthus trees in the heavenly moon's secret realm are categorized according to their age. Generally, only the sky moon osmanthus trees that are more than 100 years old will be helpful to us. But this one is only a dozen years old and hasn't borne fruit yet." "How old is the oldest sky moon osmanthus tree in the secret realm?" Jun Maxiao's heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked. "The oldest should be the 10,000-year osmanthus tree. It is said that there are 2 or 3 of them, but they have all become spirits and are hiding somewhere. It is extremely difficult to find them," Lei Qinian said with a sigh. The sky moon osmanthus fruits that the Lei family's ancestors hid in the secret realm were only 1,000 years old. They were considered to be of medium to high quality. It was said that only people with great luck would have the chance to encounter a 10,000-year osmanthus fruit. Hearing Lei Qinian's words, Jun Maxiao seemed to understand a little. He had a bold guess in his mind. He guessed that only by hanging the jade pendant on the 10,000-year osmanthus tree could he complete the task given by the ancestor. However, he still wanted to give it a try. He wanted to try an ordinary sky moon osmanthus tree. Thinking of this, Jun Maxiao hung the jade pendant on the branch of the osmanthus tree in front of him. "What are you doing?" Lei Qinian asked curiously. "I don't know. This is what the ancestor asked me to do," Jun Maxiao said with a wry smile. Hearing that it was the ancestor, Lei Qinian's expression also became serious. After all, the white-clothed senior had done him a great favor. "Brother Jun, don't worry. I will help you find an old sky moon osmanthus tree." Lei Qinian patted his chest and said. The place where his ancestor hid the sky moon osmanthus tree had a 1,000-year-old sky moon osmanthus tree. He wondered if he could find a 10,000-year-old sky moon osmanthus tree nearby. "Thank you, Brother Lei," Jun Maxiao said gratefully. The jade pendant hung on the branch of the osmanthus tree, rippling with the breeze. Nothing happened. Jun Maxiao took down the jade pendant, walked a few steps forward, and hung it on the branch of another osmanthus tree. Still nothing happened. After trying more than a dozen sky moon osmanthus tree, Jun Maxiao finally came to a conclusion. These sky moon osmanthus trees that were less than 100 years old and did not have any abnormalities were definitely not the type of osmanthus tree that the ancestor asked for. So he left with Lei Qinian and continued to go deeper into the mountains. Although it was Lei Qinian's first time here, he was quite familiar with the terrain. Although he occasionally got lost, he could find the right way after walking for a while. The two encountered some 100-year-old sky moon osmanthus tree on the way. Jun Maxiao did another experiment and found nothing. Seeing this, Yi Yun nodded to himself. These ordinary sky moon osmanthus tree did not have any spirituality. They would not have any reaction to the jade pendant. If they found the 10,000-year-old sky moon osmanthus tree, the spirituality of the sky moon osmanthus tree would be able to recognize the jade pendant and give them a reward. This reward would naturally be given to the Xianxia sect. But now it was Jun Maxiao. According to what Lei Qinian said, if there is a 10,000-year-old sky moon osmanthus tree here, it must be at least a 20,000-year-old sky moon osmanthus tree that can recognize the jade pendant. Yi Yan thought to himself. The first ancestor of the Xinheng sect had accepted the mission 10,000 years ago. If the mastermind had set up a trap in the Tianyu mystery realm at that time, at least 10,000 years ago, there would have been a 10,000-year-old sky moon osmanthus tree in the Tianyu mystery realm. So it would be 20,000 years. Yi Yan guessed that there was only one 20,000-year-old sky moon osmanthus tree in the entire Tianyuan mystery realm. As for the other sky moon osmanthus trees, they must be more than 10,000 years old. Lei Qinian and Jun Maxiao walked into the depths of the mountains for about 4 to 6 hours. Suddenly, they heard the sound of fighting ahead. The two of them crossed a valley and looked ahead. They saw a dozen black apes besieging a young man. This young man was no stranger to them. He was the white-faced young man who had been inviting Lei Qinian to join them. He was being attacked by a dozen black apes and was in a perilous situation. These black apes were all tall and strong. Every ape held a stick. Their stick techniques were tricky, and their attacks were extraordinary. Swath after swath of stick shadows attacked from all directions. The white-faced young man was no match for them. Under the attacks of more than a dozen black apes, his body was hit countless times. These apes are all in the Nirvana realm? Jun Maxiao was shocked. Brother, let's go and help him. Lei Qinian was more righteous. Seeing that the white-faced young man was in danger, he quickly pulled out his sword and rushed over. Lord Grimm also followed and pulled out his limitless primordial sword. 2 sword lights whizzed over. They suddenly landed from both sides of the back, catching the apes off guard. These apes screamed and fought back for a while, then quickly fled. Brother, are you okay? Seeing that the apes had run away, Lei Qinian did not chase after them, but quickly went to the white-faced young man. I'm a little injured, but it's okay. Thank you for your help. The white-faced young man looked at Lei Qinian and Jun Maxiao with a grateful look. You're welcome. This place is so dangerous. Brother, you should be more careful. Lei Qinian said. Brother Lei, why are there so many apes in this place? Jun Maxiao looked in the direction where the apes fled and asked in a low voice. Seeing these black apes, he suddenly thought of the huge statue in the great sage temple. Wasn't it also a black demonic ape? These apes are said to be reared by the great sage. There are many of them and they are distributed in various places in the Sky Moon secret realm. They are the main enemy of the practitioners who enter the Sky Moon secret realm. Lei Qinian explained. Since they are reared by the great sage, can these apes be killed? Jun Maxiao asked again. You can't kill them. If you kill them, you will attract more apes. There is another saying that if you kill these apes, you may attract the wrath of the great sage, and the heavenly wrath will descend. Lei Qinian's face tightened and he quickly said. Lord Grimm nodded with a serious expression on his face. This heavenly moon secret realm was really interesting. There was a mysterious great sage inside who raised a group of black apes. These apes could attack the cultivators, but the cultivators couldn't kill them. How could he reason with this? Lei Qinian saw Jun Maxiao's expression and couldn't help but smile. Brother, these apes like to eat all kinds of pills. If they are satisfied with the pills, they usually won't take a cultivator's life. This is too strange. There's actually such a saying? Jun Maxiao was shocked in an instant. He took a deep breath and smiled as he looked in the direction where the apes fled. He found the place very interesting. The old ancestors' arrangement this time really arranged a good place for him. Compared to the 9 Serenities underground palace, it should be much better. What Brother Lei said is true. It was because I didn't have any good pills on me that those apes attacked me. In the end, I fought back vigorously, but the apes became angrier and angrier. They beat me until I was seriously injured. The white-faced young man swallowed a healing pill and said with a bitter smile. Be more careful in the future. If you see these apes, quickly hide far away. Lei Qinian instructed. Then he looked at Jun Maxiao and said, let's go. Jun Maxiao nodded. Brother Lei, this place is so dangerous. You can't leave me alone. The white-faced young man was anxious when he saw that the two of them were going to leave him behind. He quickly shouted. Lei Qinian sighed. He turned around and said, "Fellow Taoist, we really have something important to do. We can't take you with us. How about this? I have a bottle of elixir here and I'll give it to you." With that, Lei Qinian took out a small white porcelain bottle and handed it to the white-faced young man. The white-faced young man sighed and could only accept the porcelain bottle. Then he clasped his hands and said gratefully, "Brother Lei, thank you for your kindness. If we have a chance to meet again in the future, I will repay you greatly." "Brother, you are too kind." Lei Qinian smiled and clasped his hands. Then he left with Jun Maxiao. In Jun Maxiao's mind, Yi Yan heard Lei Qinian's words and was very interested. Originally, the abrupt appearance of the great sage temple already gave people a strange feeling. What was even more unexpected was that there was a group of apes in the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. This group of apes was actually raised by the great sage. However, where exactly was the elusive great sage hiding in the Heavenly Moon mystery realm? Would it have anything to do with the jade token of the Shenheng sect? Yi Yan smiled and decided to wait and see. Now he could give Jun Maxiao a chance to gain experience and also slowly uncover the mysterious veil of the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. At this moment, Jun Maxiao followed Lei Qinian over the mountains. They didn't know how long they had been walking. Along the way, they saw many cultivators being attacked by the black apes. Some cultivators could take out elixirs to alleviate the situation. But some cultivators were beaten black and blue by the apes and were on the verge of death. However, the apes did not kill them. After injuring the cultivator, they let out two strange chirping sounds and disappeared into the mountain forest like a gust of wind. This made Jun Maxiao click his tongue in wonder. In addition, Jun Maxiao also started to see hundreds of years old Heavenly Moon laurel trees. These days, the Heavenly Moon laurel trees started to bear fruit. There were two kinds of fruits. One was green fruit. According to Lei Qinian, this kind of green fruit couldn't be eaten. It was highly poisonous and would cause death if eaten. Only when it turned golden could it be picked and eaten. But along the way, they didn't see any golden fruits. He reckoned that someone else had already beaten him to it. They went over another mountain. They saw a Heavenly Moon laurel tree growing in a small valley. This Heavenly Moon laurel tree didn't look young. It was at least hundreds of years old. What made Jun Maxiao even more surprised was that there was a golden laurel fruit on this laurel tree. Other than this golden osmanthus fruit, the rest were all green fruits. It's really not easy to find a ripe laurel fruit. "Brother, this fruit is yours. Why don't you try it first?" Lei Qinian said with a smile. Because he had thousands of years old laurel fruits hidden by his ancestors, he had no interest in these hundreds of years old fruits. Since it was Jun Maxiao's first time here, he gave this laurel fruit to Jun Maxiao. Jun Maxiao hesitated for a moment and agreed. The two of them quickly rushed down the mountain and flew towards the valley. Suddenly, an even faster sword light came from afar and landed beside the laurel tree. It turned into a young man in red. He reached out and was about to take the golden laurel fruit for himself. "Stop!" Jun Maxiao shouted and quickly rushed forward. He didn't expect that the laurel fruit he found first would be taken by someone else. "Get lost." The young man in red looked up at Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian and said coldly. After saying that, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the osmanthus fruit. Today's 4 chapters, this is the first chapter, Get Lost? Jun Maxiao was stunned for a moment. Instantly, the anger in his chest surged. This red-clothed youth was too arrogant. Not only did he snatch the golden osmanthus fruit they found first, but he also wanted them to get lost. Jun Maxiao immediately pulled out the limitless chaos sword, ready to fight with this red-clothed youth. "Brother Jun, this guy is from the Profound Sun sect." Lei Qinian grabbed Jun Maxiao's arm and whispered. "What's the Profound Sun sect? I've never heard of it." Jun Maxiao shook his head. His eyes revealed a huge killing intent. Lei Qinian was startled to see such a killing intent on Jun Maxiao's young face. Seeing Lord Grimm's killing intent grow stronger and stronger, how could he know how many people Lord Grimm had killed? The Profound Sun sect is one of the 4 major forces in the Celestial Empire. Just like the Gendry sect, it's also a high-grade sect. Lei Qinian explained in a low voice. Although the red-clothed youth was only at the third level of Nirvana realm, he couldn't be underestimated. There might be other disciples from the Profound Sun sect around. Once this red-clothed youth was annoyed, the Profound Sun sect might retaliate. And Jun Maxiao was only at the first level of Nirvana realm. Lei Qinian was also worried that he would throw his life away. Of course, if there really was danger, he definitely wouldn't ignore it. Naturally, he would help Lord Grimm deal with that red-clothed youth. But in this case, both of them would offend the Profound Sun sect and might be retaliated by the other disciples of the Profound Sun sect. In this case, both of them wouldn't be able to complete their respective tasks. After all, Lei Qinian was older and more mature than Jun Maxiao. Therefore, he thought more. He could endure, but Jun Maxiao was just 13 or 14 years old. He was at the age where a newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger. Since you know I'm from the Profound Sun sect, then you too should get lost. The red-clothed youth sneered and was about to put the golden osmanthus fruit into his mouth. Although it was a few hundred years old osmanthus fruit, it was still helpful for improving one's aptitude. Go to hell. Lei Qinian had misgivings, but Jun Maxiao didn't. With a furious roar, he activated the Divine Dragon 9 changes and transformed into an illusory Divine Dragon, attacking the red-clothed youth. A sword light mixed with the shadow of a Divine Dragon fell on the red-clothed youth. The mocking expression of the red-clothed youth suddenly froze. He didn't expect that the first-level Nirvana realm youth would actually dare to attack him despite knowing that he was a disciple of the Profound Sun sect. He angrily swung his sword backward, and a red sword light fell from the sky like a sea of fire. Boom! Jun Maxiao's sword was like a dragon emerging from the sea. It directly broke through the sea of sword light and fell on the red-clothed youth. The red-clothed youth had a bad feeling and immediately retreated. However, he was still half a step too late. The sword immediately left a deep wound on his shoulder. Blood gushed out. The red-clothed youth looked at Jun Maxiao with a horrified look on his face. A first-level Nirvana realm youth was able to stab him with a sword. This guy's strength couldn't be underestimated. Here you go. He suddenly threw the golden osmanthus fruit to Jun Maxiao, and then turned into a red light and disappeared in the air. After Jun Maxiao took the golden osmanthus fruit, the red-clothed youth had already disappeared. What a guy! Lei Qinian came over with a shocked face. He looked at Jun Maxiao and said, "Brother Jun, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You're 2 levels lower than that disciple of the Profound Sun sect, but you still injured him with a sword. You're really worthy of being the senior's disciple." "Brother Lei, you flatter me." Jun Maxiao smiled embarrassedly and put away the everlasting chaos sword. "Try this fruit. It's said that it tastes good," Lei Qinian said with a smile. "Since Brother Lei is willing to help me, then I won't be polite." Jun Maxiao smiled and took a bite of the golden osmanthus fruit. The sweet and delicious taste filled his mouth and flowed into his lower abdomen. It immediately turned into a cool feeling and flowed throughout his body. At this moment, he seemed to feel some kind of change in his body. But when he carefully searched, he couldn't find where this change came from. Encouraged, Jun Maxiao ate the rest of the golden osmanthus fruit without any hesitation. After eating the golden osmanthus fruit, Jun Maxiao felt his body become lighter. "Brother Jun, let's go quickly. After that disciple of the Profound Sun sect escaped, he might find his fellow disciples to take revenge on us." Lei Qinian looked around vigilantly and said in a low voice. Jun Maxiao also nodded solemnly. Although he attacked with a sword with hatred and injured that disciple of the Profound Sun sect. But in fact, Jun Maxiao also realized that he might have caused a big trouble. Now that he had entered the Heavenly Moon secret realm, it was completely different from the outside. After entering here, he could only rely on himself and Lei Qinian. If the Profound Sun sect sent a lot of cultivators, the two of them might not be able to defeat them. They might even be in danger of dying. Thinking of this, Jun Maxiao also felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. "Brother Lei, I've implicated you," Jun Maxiao said with a guilty face. "Brother Jun, don't say that. We're brothers who have gone through life and death together in this Heavenly Moon secret realm. I have to complete the task given by my ancestor and you have to complete the task given by the senior. None of us can die here." Lei Qinian patted Jun Maxiao's shoulder and said. Let's go, Brother Lei. Jun Maxiao nodded and his face became heavier than before. Lei Qinian looked around and found a direction. Then, he quietly left with Jun Maxiao. Not long after the two left. Immediately, 4 or 5 disciples of the Profound Sun sect landed here. They didn't find Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian and left while cursing. Send a message to all the disciples of the Profound Sun sect in the Heavenly Moon secret realm. If they see these 2 rogue cultivators, kill them without mercy. During the flight, a young man issued an order with a cold face. A young man beside him immediately took out a few flying swords. With a shake of his hand, these flying swords flew in all directions. Flying swords to send the message. The disciples of the Profound Sun sect would probably receive these flying swords soon. Once they found those 2 guys, they would kill them with a thunderous strike. Lei Qinian had been in the Jianghu for many years and understood these twists and turns. Therefore, he was extremely careful when he brought Jun Maxiao along. Once they found a place with people, they would quickly hide. Just like this, a day passed. The 2 of them were safe and sound. Although they didn't encounter any danger, they didn't find anything either. They didn't even find a 100-year-old osmanthus fruit. Jun Maxiao didn't care. Anyway, his mission in the Heavenly Moon secret realm was to find the osmanthus tree and hang the token on it. And Lei Qinian, in order to find the 1,000-year-old osmanthus fruit hidden by the ancestors, naturally didn't need to compete with other cultivators for those hundreds of years old ones. Brother Lei, where's the place you mentioned? While resting on a huge rock, Jun Maxiao asked the question in his heart. Don't worry, the Heavenly Moon secret realm is extremely vast. It will take 4 or 5 days to get there from here. Lei Qinian smiled. It's going to take so long? Hearing Lei Qinian's words, Jun Maxiao was also shocked. Yes. So you don't have to worry too much. This time, the training in the Heavenly Moon secret realm will take at least a month. Lei Qinian smiled and said. Okay. Jun Maxiao nodded. As one of the 4 major forces of the Celestial Empire, the Profound Sun sect has always been vengeful. Brother Jun, this time you hurt one of their disciples, I'm afraid they won't let it go. So we have to be extra careful in the next few days. Lei Qinian looked at the rolling mountains in the distance and said with a heavy face. Brother Lei, I understand. Jun Maxiao said. Squeak, suddenly, a burst of noisy and sharp sounds came from the forest in the distance. Not good, there are a lot of apes there. Lei Qinian's face slightly changed. The 2 of them hurriedly stood up. At this time, they discovered that dozens of apes ran out from a nearby forest. These apes had black fur draped over their bodies. They held a stick in their hands and screamed as they rushed over. Their target was the 2 of them. Jun Maxiao pulled out his sword. Lei Qinian stopped him with his hand and said in a deep voice, Brother Jun, don't be impulsive. I have some pills here. Let's see if we can get away with it. After all, there are too many apes this time. I'm afraid we can't handle it with just the 2 of us. Seeing that Lei Qinian valued these apes so much, Jun Maxiao had no choice but to nod and put away his sword. The apes whizzed over and surrounded the 2 of them. There were 70 or 80 of them. The lowest cultivation level of each ape was Nirvana Realm Level 1. Some of the higher ones had reached Nirvana Realm Level 5. Jun Maxiao's facial muscles twitched. He could understand Lei Qinian's mood now. If so many apes attacked the 2 of them at the same time, even if Jun Maxiao could escape with the 9 transformation technique, Lei Qinian couldn't escape. The old ancestor had told him to always team up with Lei Qinian and never fly alone. So Jun Maxiao now understood that Lei Qinian's approach this time was right. Facing the apes, they could only outsmart them. The apes kept hitting the ground with their sticks, making a series of banging sounds. Then, they kept waving something in the air with their other hand, making squeaking sounds. Although these apes' cultivation levels were not low, they did not know how to speak human language. Clearly, they were different from the demonic beasts outside. Lei Qinian smiled and said to the apes, Brothers apes, you don't have to worry. I have some pills here. After hearing what he said, the apes seemed to understand. They were so excited that they danced and squeaked. Lei Qinian maintained a smile on his face, then took out a small bottle and threw it at an ape. The apes immediately pounced over, but the most powerful ape grabbed the small bottle and opened the cork. He glanced inside, and then poured out all the pills inside. There were a total of hundreds of pills, all red. The monkeys excitedly rushed over. Each of them grabbed 1 or 2 pills and stuffed them into their mouths. They cheered excitedly as they ate. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel relieved. His ancestor had entered the Heavenly Moon's secret realm and had written a notebook. It recorded all the things he had seen and heard in the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. He also left a map according to his memory. Therefore, this time, he specially prepared some medicinal pills for these apes. He also hoped that these apes would quickly leave this place after eating the pills. After the apes ate the pills, the leading ape threw away the bottle in its hand. It licked its mouth and seemed to feel that it was not enough. It kept hitting the ground with the stick in its hand again. The other apes were the same. They kept hitting the ground, making dense banging sounds. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect these apes to have such a big appetite. They even wanted pills. Generally speaking, it was enough to give them one time. These apes used to know their limits in the past. Xianxia was about to take out another bottle of pills. Suddenly, Xiao patted his shoulder and walked over. "Brother Lei, I can't always let you spend money. Let me do it for once," Xiao said with a smile. Next, he took out 7 or 8 small bottles from his god-grade storage ring. He threw these small bottles to the strongest ape. That ape stretched out its big hand and immediately caught these bottles. Then, it excitedly squeaked twice at Xiao. It seemed to be saying, "You're really good." Lord Grim chuckled, cupped his fists, and said to the apes, "Apes, we still need to find the osmanthus fruit. I wonder if you can let us pass." The leading ape opened the bottle and looked at it. Its face showed excitement. Then, it jumped back a few times and pointed its stick into the distance. The other apes spread out one after another, opening up a path for him. Seeing that these apes were finally satisfied, Xiao let out a sigh of relief. He winked at Xianxia and the two quickly left the place. After they went far away, Xianxia laughed. "Brother Jun, I didn't expect you to have so many pills. You're really rich." "It's okay." Xiao scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. In his storage ring, there were a lot of pills. It turned out that he had obtained a lot of pills from constantly challenging the major sex with his senior sisters. Now, it didn't matter if he took out some to give to these apes. The two continued to move forward. After climbing over a few mountains, they saw a group of apes. This group of apes was scattered under a huge osmanthus tree. Some were playing, some were sitting there basking in the sun, and some were gathering in 2s and 3s to catch lice. Wow, so many apes! There are more than 100 of them. Seeing so many apes, Lord Grim couldn't help but be shocked. "Brother Jun, this is a 1,000-year-old sky moon osmanthus tree." Xianxia seemed to ignore those apes. He pointed at the huge osmanthus tree in the distance and said in a low voice, "There are many fruits on the tree. At least 7 or 8 of them are ripe." Hearing Xianxia's voice, Xiao narrowed his eyes and quickly looked at the huge trunk of the osmanthus tree. Sure enough, there were 7 or 8 golden osmanthus fruits hidden in the leaves. These osmanthus fruits were a size bigger than the ones from 100 years ago. "Brother Lei, let's go and pick the osmanthus fruits." Xiao flew forward in high spirits. Xianxia followed closely behind him, but his face showed a worried look. "Brother Jun, there are so many apes. I'm afraid it's not easy to serve them." Hearing Xianxia's words, Xiao suddenly laughed. "Brother Lei, don't worry, I still have enough elixirs here." "Okay then." Xianxia could only nod. He suddenly realized that the young man in front of him who was only at the first level of Nirvana realm was really a hidden tycoon. Xianxia looked in the direction of the sky moon osmanthus tree. He guessed that these more than 100 apes had a huge appetite and had been waiting under this 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree, probably waiting for the cultivators to give them elixirs. Sure enough, when the two people came under the osmanthus tree, the apes were all excited, immediately picked up the sticks beside them, and surrounded the two people in the center. Squeak 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 squeak, the apes were all dancing with joy, using the sticks in their hands to constantly knock on the ground. Brothers apes, this is a little token of my appreciation, please accept it. Jun Maxiao cupped his fist and said with a smile. After that, he skillfully took out a dozen small bottles and threw them out. The apes swarmed up. After grabbing the bottles, they gave them to one of the Nirvana Realm level 7 apes. This ape was obviously the leader of this small group of apes. After opening the few small bottles and taking a few glances, his face showed an excited expression. Then he poured out the elixirs in these small bottles, causing the other apes to snatch them crazily. The apes who grabbed the elixirs stuffed the elixirs into their mouths, one by one excitedly squeaking. Jun Maxiao turned a blind eye to this. He looked at the leader of the apes, smiled, and said, Brother ape, we want to pick the ripe osmanthus fruit from the sky moon osmanthus tree. I wonder if you can do us a favor. When the ape heard his words, he immediately used the stick to knock on the ground rapidly. The other apes also followed and knocked on the ground with a stick. Brother Jun, it seems that these brothers think that the previous elixirs are not enough. Lei Chinian said with a wry smile. It doesn't matter, I still have elixirs. Jun Maxiao smiled calmly. With a flip of his wrist, he immediately took out a dozen bottles of elixirs. There were about 100 elixirs in each bottle. He once again threw these bottles to the leader of the apes. The ape leader opened the bottle and distributed the pills again. However, it did not consume a single pill. Its eyes were still fixed on Jun Maxiao, and it kept hitting the ground with its stick. Jun Maxiao's expression froze. Could it be that the leader of the apes looked down on the medicinal pills that he had given before? Jun Maxiao thought for a while and took out a small bottle from the warehouse. The pills inside should be of a higher grade than the ones before. He threw the small bottle to the ape leader. Big brother, can you take a look at this pill? Jun Maxiao said softly. The ape leader opened the bottle and took a look. Immediately, his eyes lit up with excitement. With a raise of its hand, it actually poured the entire bottle of pills into its mouth. After eating the pill, it was unknown whether it was because the pill was too strong or because it was too excited, but it began to roll on the ground. At the same time, it waved its stick and performed a set of stick techniques. Brother Lei, what does this mean? Can it work or not? Jun Maxiao was a little surprised and said in a low voice. Let's wait a little longer. Lei Chinian said with a solemn expression. After a round of stick techniques, the ape leader's aura was stronger than before. It swayed and fell from the air. Then, it pointed to the osmanthus tree behind it. It should work. Jun Maxiao understood and walked over. The ape leader did not stop him. As for the other apes, they squatted at the side and no longer used their rods to hit the ground. Jun Maxiao came to the bottom of the osmanthus tree. Then, he rose into the air and began to pick those golden osmanthus fruits. His figure was ethereal, like a butterfly, shuttling between the dense branches. Soon, he picked 8 golden osmanthus fruits and put them into a cloth bag. When Jun Maxiao fell from the top of the tree, suddenly, 7 or 8 sword lights flew over from a distance. The sword lights fell on the ground. 8 young men in red clothes appeared. Lei Qingyan's pupils shrank slightly when he saw these 8 people. He did not expect to meet the disciples of the Profound Sun sect at this time. Those disciples of the Profound Sun sect naturally saw Jun Maxiao picking those golden osmanthus fruits on their way here. Haha. What a fruitless search. Those 2 rogue cultivators are actually hiding here. They even picked 8,000-year-old golden osmanthus fruits. A young man pulled out his sword and looked at Lei Chinian and Jun Maxiao with a mocking smile on his face. The other 7 people also pulled out their swords and got ready for battle. Jun Maxiao's face slightly changed when he saw these people. Among these 8 disciples of the Profound Sun sect, the weakest was at the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm. Most of them were at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. This was a very powerful force. If he really fought with them, he was afraid that it would be a tough battle. I say, kid, hurry up and hand over the osmanthus fruits in your hand. This uncle can spare your life. A young man in red clothes looked at Jun Maxiao and pointed at him with the tip of his sword and laughed loudly. Jun Maxiao was silent and did not speak. At this moment, he was surrounded by more than 100 apes. When these apes saw the 8 young men, they did not attack for a while. Not sure if it was because they were too far away or because they had just eaten the elixir, they were not interested in human cultivators for the time being. Brother Jun, it seems that this battle is unavoidable. Lei Qinian immediately flipped his palm and took out the Heavenly Splendor treasure cover and placed it above his head. The Heavenly Splendor treasure cover released rays of golden light that shrouded him and Jun Maxiao. Oh, I didn't expect that rogue cultivator to have such a powerful treasure. Us brothers are really lucky. A young man in red clothes looked at the Heavenly Splendor treasure cover above Lei Qinian's head. He seemed to have sensed the extraordinary quality of the cover and his eyes revealed a greedy look. Brother Lei, don't worry. Lord Grimm, on the other hand, calmed down. He looked at the ape leader and flipped his palm. 10 more small bottles appeared in his hand. Brother Ape, we are no match for those humans. I wonder if I can use these elixirs to ask Brother Ape for help. After Jun Maxiao finished speaking, he threw out the 10 small bottles in his hand. These 10 small bottles were the kind of elixir that he had just offered to the ape leader. The ape leader's eyes suddenly lit up and immediately caught the 10 small bottles in his hand. He opened the cap and took a look inside. Then he squeaked excitedly. He stuffed these small bottles into his mouth and hid them in his cheeks. Then he raised his stick and squeaked a few times. The apes next to him immediately became excited, raising their sticks and squeaking at the sky. Senior brother, these apes wouldn't have been bribed by that kid, right? A young man in red clothes in the distance saw this scene and could not help but reveal a trace of disbelief in his eyes. His voice had just faded away. The ape leader suddenly roared and turned into a black light and rushed toward them. The other apes followed closely behind. More than 100 apes, like a black tide, covered the 8 young men in red clothes. What a bastard. That guy actually managed to bribe these apes. A red-clothed young man shouted. Looking at the overwhelming number of sticks falling from the sky, the expression on his face was extremely horrified. Although their profound sun sect was very powerful and influential in the Celestial Empire, it was not the same in the Heavenly Moon Secret Realm. These apes in the Heavenly Moon Secret Realm were the overlords of the Secret Realm. Once they killed these apes, it would probably lead to the revenge of the entire group of apes. It might even lead to the wrath of the legendary Great Sage, which would then cause the wrath of heaven to descend. The group of black apes moved quickly, covering the area like a cloud of smoke. These red-clothed youths had no choice but to draw their swords to meet them. At this time, they could not escape even if they wanted to, so they could only fight first. The two sides immediately engaged in battle. In an instant, those monkeys holding sticks beat up the 8 red-clothed youths until they pissed their pants. Fortunately, they used sticks instead of knives. Otherwise, the 8 red-clothed youths would have been cut into pieces. Seeing this, Lei Qinian could not help but laugh. Little brother Jun, you're really something. Brother Lei, let's go quickly. If they use the same trick, maybe these apes will counterattack us. Jun Maxiao smiled awkwardly, then pulled Lei Qinian and the two of them quickly escaped from this place. Don't fight, ape brothers, I also have some elixirs here. A red-clothed youth finally came to his senses and quickly took out a few small porcelain bottles and threw them out. Whoosh, immediately, a few apes swarmed over and snatched the small bottles. The other red-clothed youths followed suit and took out their elixirs and threw them out. Only then did the apes stop attacking. Seeing the elixirs, the apes were very excited and ran back to the Heavenly Moon Cassia tree. All 8 young men were beaten up for no reason. Their faces were all swollen and bruised, and their bodies were covered in wounds. However, they were not fatal. Although these apes were fierce, they did not hit the vital parts. What bad luck! Not only did we not get the cassia fruit, but the 2 rogue cultivators also ran away. A red-clothed youth roared angrily. Next time, I'll definitely catch them and cut them into 1,000 pieces to relieve the hatred in my heart. Another red-clothed young man said. The other red-clothed youths followed suit and cursed. Then, they swallowed a few healing pills and left. Naturally, they could not keep looking for the 2 rogue cultivators. After all, they had to look for the osmanthus fruit after entering the Heavenly Moon Mystery Realm. Seeing that Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian were out of danger, Yi Yun's wisp of primordial spirit could not help but smile. He had cast a little illusion on the ape leader from before. That was why he agreed to Jun Maxiao's request so easily. Otherwise, these 10 bottles of pills would not have been able to move the ape at all. After walking for half a day, Lei Qinian and Jun Maxiao felt that they were out of danger. Then they found a cave and rested for a while. Jun Maxiao took out a bag, took out 4 osmanthus fruits and handed them to Lei Qinian. Lei Qinian quickly shook his head and said with a smile, "Brother Jun, I don't need these fruits. You can keep them for yourself." "Brother Lei, we'll split them in half." Jun Maxiao was stunned for a moment, but he still gave out 4 golden osmanthus fruits. When Lei Qinian saw this, he sighed and took it over. He suddenly realized his selfishness and could not help but feel ashamed. Although this little brother Lord Grimm was young, he was very kind. He could even be said to be extremely righteous. Just now, he used so many pills to exchange for osmanthus fruits. He even made a deal with the ape leader and solved their crisis. Lei Qinian felt that he should not share the 1,000-year-old osmanthus fruits left by his ancestors. He should also share half with Jun Maxiao. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. The two began to eat these 1,000-year-old osmanthus fruits. A cool feeling flowed into their lower abdomen and spread throughout their body, constantly improving their aptitude. This made both of them feel extremely comfortable. The 4 golden osmanthus fruits in each of their hands were quickly swept clean. Then, the two continued on their way. Along the way, they saw many disciples of the Profound Sun sect. They were in a hurry. If they met some cultivators of other sects, they would go up and ask. Then, they took out 2 portraits and let the cultivators identify them one by one. "It seems that we've really been targeted by the Profound Sun sect. Now, the entire sect is looking for us." Lei Qinian and Jun Maxiao hid behind a mountain in the distance. Lei Qinian looked at the 2 people in the portraits and could not help but smile bitterly. "Brother Lei, don't worry. The disciples of the Profound Sun sect will not make a big fuss over 2 rogue cultivators. After all, they are also responsible for finding the Sky Moon osmanthus fruit." Jun Maxiao shook his head and said disapprovingly. His gaze fell on another part of the forest. In that forest, a group of apes were surrounding a few cultivators. They were constantly hitting the ground with sticks as if they were extorting pills. "Brother Jun, what do you think?" Lei Qinian saw that Jun Maxiao seemed to have a card up his sleeve and hurriedly asked. "Brother Lei, maybe we can recruit a group of apes to escort us." A light flashed through Jun Maxiao's mind. He thought of something and said with a smile. "Recruit apes?" Lei Qinian was startled. He had never heard of anyone doing this in the Sky Moon's secret realm. These apes were naughty and mischievous. Human cultivators could only rely on pills to survive in the hands of these apes. How could they recruit them? Jun Maxiao smiled and said, "Brother Lei, we can try it later. We'll know when the time comes." As he spoke, he winked at Lei Qinian, and the 2 of them left the mountain range. After all, there were still disciples of the Profound Sun sect searching for them. They changed direction and continued their journey. 4 hours later. The 2 were extremely lucky and saw a 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree. Under this osmanthus tree, there were more than 100 apes guarding it. "Haha, this osmanthus tree also has ripe fruits." Lei Qinian saw the golden light flashing in the green leaves of the osmanthus tree and couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. Jun Maxiao was also excited. After all, this was a 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree that no one had discovered. This time, it was their lucky day. The 2 quickly flew over and came near the osmanthus tree. As soon as the apes saw the human cultivators coming, they immediately became excited. They squeaked and rushed over with sticks in their hands. They kept hitting the ground with their sticks, making rapid thumping sounds. Lei Qinian quickly took out a few small bottles and was about to throw them out. "Brother Lei, you don't have to spend money. I'll take care of everything," Jun Maxiao said with a smile. He knew that Lei Qinian wasn't rich. In order to gather enough spirit stones to buy a token for the Sky Moon's secret realm, he actually sold his ancestral treasures to the old ancestor. 3 chapters today. This is the first chapter. "Brother Jun, how can I ask you to spend so much money?" Hearing Jun Maxiao's words, Lei Qinian's face suddenly turned red, and his expression was very awkward. "Brother Lei, you don't have to be so polite with me. There are no outsiders between us, and my ancestor has some relationship with the Lei family. In this place, we don't have to be so polite. Xianxia said with a smile. The elixirs in his storage ring were simply massive, and it was not difficult to recruit a group of apes. And the elixirs in Lei Qinyan's storage ring were pitifully few. It was only enough for him to survive in the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. If he wanted to recruit these apes, it was simply a drop in the bucket. Well, okay. Lei Qinyan nodded helplessly. He was indeed embarrassed and did not have many elixirs left. Lord Grimm took out some small bottles, there were about a dozen of them. When he saw the Nirvana Realm's 6th level ape with the highest cultivation among the apes, he cupped his fists and said loudly, "Big Brother's apes, this is a small token of appreciation from Little Brother. Please do us a favor and let us go pick the osmanthus fruits." After speaking, Xianxia threw these small bottles over. This ape teen was relatively well behaved. Only the ape leader reached out and grabbed the small bottle. The other apes actually stayed in place and did not move. The ape leader opened the bottle and looked at the elixirs inside. It was extremely satisfied and immediately squeaked in excitement. It opened all the small bottles and threw out the elixirs. More than 100 apes swarmed over and each of them caught the elixirs. After catching the elixirs, they stuffed them into their mouths and swallowed them all. Then the ape leader stepped back and pointed the stick in its hand at the Heavenly Moon osmanthus tree. Xianxia realized that the ape leader agreed to let them pick the osmanthus fruits. Xianxia did not mention the matter of recruitment first. He decided to pick the osmanthus fruits first. He rose into the air, flew to the crown of the osmanthus tree, and began to pick the golden osmanthus fruits. There were a lot of golden osmanthus fruits on this osmanthus tree. There were more than a dozen of them. Xianxia counted that there were 12 of them. There were 4 more than before. This made Xianxia very excited. After landing from the air, he gave the 6 osmanthus fruits to Lei Qinyan. Although Lei Qinyan didn't say anything, the guilt in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He swore to himself that after finding the 1,000-year-old osmanthus fruit, he would definitely share it with Xianxia. After the two of them finished dividing the osmanthus fruits, Xianxia was ready to start recruiting this group of apes. He didn't know if it would work, but he had to give it a try. He had dealt with the apes several times before and found that they could understand human language. Since he could understand human language, Xianxia felt that there was still hope for success. "Brother Ape, we've offended a powerful force after we entered the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. Now, we're in a precarious situation and our lives are in danger." Xianxia licked his lips, plucked up his courage, cupped his fists and said with a sincere attitude. The leader ape held a small bottle in his hand, as if he didn't hear Xianxia's words. He fiddled with it a few times and found that there was no elixir left in the bottle. Seeing this, Xianxia quickly took out another small bottle, walked closer and handed it over respectfully. "Brother Ape, I have more here," Xianxia said pleasantly. Squeak. The ape's eyes lit up. He grabbed the small bottle, opened the cork and took a look. Then, he squeaked with joy. Seeing that the leader ape was in high spirits, Xianxia plucked up his courage and said, "Brother Ape, can I ask you for a favor?" Squeak. The leader ape glanced at Xianxia with a curious look in his eyes. "I know that you all like to eat the elixir refined by us humans. I have a lot here, so I want to make a deal with you. You protect me for a while. As for the elixir, I have enough supply. What do you think, Brother Ape?" Xianxia said slowly. After that, he stared nervously at the hairy face of the leader ape. Lei Qinyan was also a little nervous. After all, no one had ever done this before. He didn't know if these apes could agree to such a deal. The leader ape stared at Xianxia with a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that there would be a human cultivator who would make such a request. The demand for elixir was quite high among the apes. No cultivator dared to make such a request at all. In order to test the authenticity of Xianxia's words, the leader ape stretched out a finger. Xianxia couldn't help but be happy when he saw that there was hope. He quickly asked, 10 bottles? The leader ape shook his head repeatedly. That's 100 bottles? After that, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, thinking that these apes were really evil. The leader ape nodded. Then it stretched out 5 fingers and gestured in front of Xianxia. Jun Maxiao was a little confused and didn't know what it meant. Lei Qinian seemed to understand something. He came up and whispered, "Brother Ape, is it 100 bottles of elixir only to protect us for 5 days?" The leader ape squeaked twice, then gave a thumbs up and nodded to Lei Qinian. Lei Qinian's heart was bleeding. These monkeys are really black-hearted. It was really too much to ask for 100 bottles of elixir in 5 days. He didn't have so many bottles of elixir on him. Now he could only see if Jun Maxiao had so many elixir. Seeing this scene, Jun Maxiao was relieved. Hiring more than 100 apes for 5 days only required 100 bottles of elixir, and each bottle contained about 100 elixir. This was nothing for him. It was very cost-effective. With the inventory in his divine storage ring, it was just a drop in the ocean. Thinking of this, Jun Maxiao took out 50 small bottles from his storage ring and handed them to the leader ape. Then he said with a smile, "Brother Ape, these 50 bottles are the deposit. I'll pay you the other half on the 5th day." The leader of the apes immediately blushed and squeaked angrily. The other apes also seemed to understand Jun Maxiao's meaning. They gathered around and kept hitting the ground with their sticks. Jun Maxiao understood now. It seemed that these apes didn't accept the deposit. Either they paid in one lump sum or they didn't accept the employment. Thinking of this, Jun Maxiao was ready to take a gamble and see what the character of these apes was like. He took out 50 small bottles again and handed them all to the leader ape. The leader ape took them and checked them, then nodded with satisfaction. It distributed the 100 bottles of elixir to the apes under its command. However, he only kept the bottle from before. Seeing this, Jun Maxiao was extremely impressed. This ape leader was extremely loyal, even more so than the previous ape leader. "Little brother Jun, you're really something. You actually managed to recruit these apes just like that." Lei Qinian patted Jun Maxiao's shoulder and praised him as he transmitted his voice. "It's all right. We're just taking what we need from these apes." Jun Maxiao scratched his head and smiled. These apes were more particular about morality and wouldn't pursue and attack humans relentlessly. Therefore, Jun Maxiao thought of recruiting a group of apes to protect himself. Now, it was a lucky hit. He actually succeeded in hiring more than 100 apes. These were more than 100 Nirvana realm experts. With them protecting him, he didn't have to be afraid of those people from the Profound Sun sect for the time being. Unless all the people from the Profound Sun sect gathered together, they wouldn't be a threat to him. This is interesting. Yiyan couldn't help but laugh at this novel scene. With the protection of more than 100 apes, these 2 little guys were safe for the time being. Yiyan didn't interfere with Jun Maxiao's deal just now. It was purely because Jun Maxiao was lucky and the leader of the apes was more righteous. He didn't have the intention to kill and rob. Therefore, both sides hit it off and made this deal. Yiyan also realized that the apes in the Heavenly Moon secret realm didn't have the intention to chase after and kill the cultivators. It seemed that the so-called Great Sage had already set such a rule in the hearts of these apes. With the protection of more than 100 apes, Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian didn't have to act sneakily like before. After the 2 of them split the golden osmanthus fruit, they quickly flew forward while eating the osmanthus fruit. Their speed wasn't fast. This was because the 2 of them realized that if they moved too fast, the apes would protest. They would stand on the spot and continuously shout at them with sticks. The 2 had no choice but to suppress their speed. 2 cultivators with a group of apes appeared in the Heavenly Moon secret realm in a grandiose manner, which attracted the attention of many cultivators. "Look, what's that? My eyes aren't deceiving me, right? Why are these apes following behind those 2 young men? How strange, when did these apes become so obedient? Don't the monkeys in the Heavenly Moon hidden realm want to kill cultivators for medicinal pills? Why does it seem to be malfunctioning this time?" The surrounding cultivators all hid far away. When they saw this scene, they were shocked and could not help but click their tongues in wonder. The apes also saw these cultivators, but they did not attack them. He was still following Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian. "Little brother Jun, look. All the cultivators are so shocked that their jaws are about to hit the ground." Lei Qinian laughed and said, "Haha, that's right. I hope we won't encounter those guys from the Profound Sun sect." Jun Maxiao also laughed. If they were to encounter the disciples of the Profound Sun sect now, they would probably be scared witless by the 100+ apes behind them. Speak of the devil. 7 or 8 red sword lights suddenly flew over from the top of a mountain, and fell down. 7 or 8 red-robed disciples of the Profound Sun sect appeared. Little brother June, the disciples of the Profound Sun sect are here, but their numbers are a bit small. Lei Qinian smiled mysteriously. Brother Lei, let's rush over and kill them. Jun Maxiao's heart was full of pride. He pulled out his sword and flew towards the mountain. Lei Qinian followed closely behind. The two's flying speed was not too fast, so the group of apes followed closely behind. The 7 or 8 disciples of the Profound Sun sect standing on the mountain saw these apes rushing over with the 2 rogue cultivators. Their faces changed color. I'm not blind, right? How did these 2 rogue cultivators get together with the ape? A red-robed youth said with his eyes wide open. Is that so? Could it be that they are being chased by those apes? Are they trying to drag us down with them? Another person said. That's possible. But we can't let them have their way. Hurry up and stop them, and create a chance for those apes. An older red-robed youth said loudly. After he finished speaking, these red-robed youths immediately drew their swords and waved out sword lights, forming a large net of sword lights that swept over. Seeing that these Profound Sun Sword sect disciples were all so vicious, Jun Maxiao was also furious. However, with just him and Lei Qinian alone, they were probably not a match for the other party. Jun Maxiao pulled Lei Qinian to a sudden stop. He turned his head and shouted to the ape leader behind him, Big Brother Ape, the disciples of the Profound Sun sect want to kill us. Hurry up and make your move. The ape leader let out a strange squeak. He swung the stick in his hand and soared into the air, turning into a black shadow and passing over the heads of the 2 people. Its cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Nirvana realm, while these disciples of the Profound Sun sect were only at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. Boom, the ape leader swung his stick and immediately scattered the huge sword net. The ape leader stopped in midair and used his stick to point at the red-robed youths in front of him. Squeak squeak. More than 100 apes behind him pounced towards these red-robed youths with sticks in their hands. It can't be? A red-robed youth opened his eyes wide, his face revealing a terrified expression. These apes were not chasing after him, they were in cahoots with those 2 rogue cultivators. These red-robed youths were terrified and immediately turned around to flee. But how could those apes let them go? They instantly surrounded the 7 or 8 red-robed youths and gave them a flurry of blows. Bang bang, these Profound Sun sect disciples did not have the slightest strength to fight back. They continuously retreated, controlling their sword lights while desperately throwing out various magic treasures to block. Unexpectedly, Profound Sun sect is one of the 4 major forces of the Celestial Empire. In the heavenly Moon Secret Realm, their disciples were actually beaten so miserably. Lei Qinian laughed out loud. Jun Maxiao also felt that it was very interesting and could not help but laugh out loud. In the previous battles, he was always fighting against a group of people by himself. He was always looking for a breakthrough between life and death. The pressure was great and the battle was extremely difficult. This time, he had a large group of thugs. These thugs were fearless of death. They directly beat these disciples of the Profound Sun sect until they threw away their helmets and armor and were utterly defeated. After Jun Maxiao laughed a few times, his face suddenly turned cold and pulled out the everlasting chaos sword. Brother Jun, are you going to fight? Lei Qinian's heart skipped a beat and quickly asked. Since these Profound Sun sect disciples want to take our lives, how can I let them live? Jun Maxiao gritted his teeth and rushed over. Lei Qinian was stunned for a moment. He did not expect this little brother to be so decisive. He was only at the 1st level of Nirvana realm, but he wanted to kill those 4th or 5th level Nirvana realm disciples of the Profound Sun sect. Lei Qinian was ashamed of his own courage. Lei Qinian also pulled out his sword and turned into a sword light and rushed over. However, Lei Qinian was shocked to find that because there were too many apes, there were stick shadows everywhere. He could not pierce through. At this time, a divine dragon shadow miraculously passed through the rows of stick shadows and successfully rushed in. A sword light flashed. A red-robed youth was dodging the attacks of those apes and could not avoid this astonishing sword light. Puff. The sword light disappeared. A hole suddenly appeared where the red-robed youth's heart was. Bright red blood suddenly shot out like a sharp arrow. Dead? Separated by layers of stick shadows, Xianxia caught a glimpse of the blood spurting into the air. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. Little brother Xianxia's skill was really not bad, taking the enemy's head in the midst of thousands of troops and killing the disciple of the profound Sun sect with one sword strike. Truly powerful. It was hard to imagine that a first-level Nirvana realm martial artist could have such battle strength. Of course, Xianxia also knew that it was because more than 100 apes besieged the disciples of the profound Sun sect, which gave Xianxia the perfect opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But if it were him, Xianxia believed that he would never be able to break in and kill them. Although these apes were all demon beasts, they were extremely proficient in stick techniques and had a tacit understanding with each other. Therefore, he could only stand on the side and was unable to break in. If he were to break in, he would have to break through the layers of stick shadows in front of him. Xianxia didn't dare to do so. These apes could be considered as their hired men. If he were to attack them, he might annoy them. Once annoyed, the apes might betray them. What? Junior brother Liao is dead? A red-clothed youth saw his junior brother's chest pierced through by a sword light. His face immediately turned pale with a frightened expression. He never thought that the first-level Nirvana realm youngster would be so powerful. He came and went freely among the layers of stick shadows of countless apes and killed his junior brother Liao with one sword strike. Swoosh, the sword light flashed again. Xianxia silently attacked another person. Although this disciple of the profound Sun sect noticed Xianxia's sword light in time and made a defense, his body was constantly hit by the ape sticks, which affected his attack. Xianxia's sword strike immediately cut half of his shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. The youth immediately flew backward. After this youth was injured, the apes didn't continue to attack. They attacked the other red-clothed youths instead. Xianxia was stunned. It was only now that he truly realized that these apes had never been ruthless towards cultivators. At this moment, the results of Yi Yun's training on Xianxia were finally reflected. Without any hesitation, the young man activated the divine dragon body movement technique and quickly chased after them. Puff, the sword pierced through the young man's back, killing him on the spot. In this way, Xianxia was like a swimming dragon, constantly dashing left and right within the shadow of the staff, killing those red-clothed youths one by one. After a while, the apes stopped, put away their sticks, and squatted on the ground. The ape leader kept hitting the ground with a stick, then looked at Xianxia and squeaked. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He didn't know what the ape leader meant. Could it be that he was preparing to extort medicinal pills again? Seeing Xianxia's expression, the leader pointed at those corpses and then pointed at Xianxia again. It meant that these people were killed by him, and it had nothing to do with the apes. Xianxia suddenly understood and nodded quickly. Brother ape, I killed these people. It has nothing to do with you. Xianxia said. The ape leader nodded with satisfaction. Xianxia came over, looked at the corpses on the ground, and said in shock, Brother, your strength is so strong that I can't even rush in. What kind of body movement is this? Xianxia said proudly, this is the unique divine dragon body movement technique of our Shenlong sect. It's really amazing. Xianxia clicked his tongue in admiration. After hearing this, Xianxia showed a proud look on his face and laughed. The divine dragon body movement technique was one of the 3 unique skills of the eternal level Shenlong sect. Naturally, it was extremely powerful. Xianxia had been escaping with his master and senior sisters since he was a child. His divine dragon body movement technique was the best among the 3 unique skills. Xianxia turned around and began to clean up the battlefield. He collected the storage rings of those red-clothed youths. Looking at these corpses, Xianxia wanted to bury them, but he glanced around and found that some cultivators had seen the battle just now. He frowned and quickly left with Xianxia. More than 100 apes followed closely behind them. These 2 rogue cultivators have the help of more than 100 apes. Even the profound Sun sect would have to think of more ways to deal with them. It's impossible to deal with them with fewer people. A young cultivator said in a low voice. Yeah. I didn't expect these apes to listen to the orders of humans. Could it be that they have enough medicinal pills? Another young man said with his eyes lit up. We can give it a try, but we don't have enough medicinal pills. It'll be difficult to succeed. The young cultivator shook his head with a depressed look in his eyes. After killing this wave of profound Sun sect disciples, both Lei Qinian and Jun Maxiao were much bolder than before. They no longer had to fly carefully between the valleys like before. However, their team had attracted the attention of many cultivators. There was no such thing as an airtight wall. Soon, the news of the profound Sun sect disciples being killed spread throughout the heavenly moon hidden realm. Many disciples of the profound Sun sect flew into a rage when they heard the news. Immediately, many of them organized themselves and formed a team of about 70 to 80 people to search for the two rogue cultivators. Another day passed. Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian didn't find any more 1,000-year-old osmanthus trees with golden osmanthus fruits. Little brother. Maybe we're too slow. Many people are faster than us. Lei Qinian sighed and said as he flew. Yeah. Jun Maxiao also sighed dejectedly. These apes weren't fast, so the two couldn't fly. Too fast. As a result, their speed was much slower than the other cultivators. Therefore, the osmanthus trees they saw along the way didn't have any golden osmanthus fruits. He was afraid that someone else had snatched it before him. Jun Maxiao didn't stay idle on the way. When he saw those 1,000-year-old osmanthus trees, he would rush over and give it a try. He hung the jade pendant on the osmanthus trees, but found no reaction. As he practiced step by step, Jun Maxiao's deduction became clearer and clearer. Perhaps only a 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree would have a certain effect. Of course, if they encountered a 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree, Jun Maxiao wouldn't let it go. No matter what, he had to try it once. He'd rather hang the wrong tree than miss it. After crossing another mountain range, the two stood on top of the mountain and looked into the distance. Little brother, look over there. What's that? Lei Qinian covered his eyes with his hand and suddenly exclaimed. His eyes were filled with shock. What's that? Jun Maxiao also looked over. 100 miles away from the mountain range, there was a huge osmanthus tree. The tree was so huge that they had never seen it before. It's at least 5,000 years old. Lei Qinian muttered to himself. Lord Grimm's gaze fell down from the tree. He discovered that under the 5,000-year-old sky laurel tree, there were 300 to 400 apes gathered. Opposite these apes, there were many cultivators gathered. They seemed to be confronting the apes from afar. Today's 4 chapters, this is the first chapter, a 5,000-year-old cassia tree. I wonder if there are any ripe cassia fruits. Jun Maxiao murmured to himself. Brother Jun, the cassia fruits on this 5,000-year-old cassia tree shouldn't have been picked by those cultivators yet. Let's hurry over and take a look. Lei Qinian said with a smile of exultation. Jun Maxiao nodded and the two immediately flew towards the sky moon cassia tree from the top of the mountain. Behind them was a large group of apes. It didn't take long for them to cover 100 miles. When they got closer, Jun Maxiao only just discovered that there were 40 to 50 cultivators in the surroundings. These people were from various factions. Among them were a few from the profound Sun sect. The profound Sun sect's disciples had their backs to the sky moon cassia tree while their faces were facing the cultivators. Each of them wore a cold expression, seemingly harboring ill intentions. Our profound Sun sect discovered this sky moon cassia tree first. Hurry up and get out of here. A youth in red from the profound Sun sect said coldly. We were the ones who discovered it first, you guys came later. How did it become your profound Sun sect? Don't you have any shame? A man in blue robes shouted angrily. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave when the main group of my profound Sun sect arrives. The youth in red sneered. This 5,000-year-old sky moon cassia tree had more than 20 golden cassia fruits, all of which were ripe. However, the few of them didn't have enough medicinal pills on them. There were too many of those apes. There were no less than 300 to 400 of them. Their appetites were huge. Therefore, they occupied this place first and didn't let those cultivators take a step forward. After all, the profound Sun sect was a huge force in the entire celestial empire. If the disciples of the other three upper-rank sects didn't show up, no one would dare provoke them. As for the other cultivators, most of them were from smaller sects and naturally didn't dare provoke the Profound Sun sect's disciples. Eh? Aren't these the two rogue cultivators? The Profound Sun sect's disciples also saw Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian and immediately recognized them. These two really have a large group of apes behind them. A red-clothed young man frowned. Over the past day, he had also heard that a few of his fellow disciples had been killed by these two rogue cultivators, and the group of apes behind them were accomplices. Don't worry about them. Our reinforcements are almost here. Another tall and sturdy red-clothed youth said in a deep voice. Their current strength was slightly weaker than the two rogue cultivators. After all, these two fellows had a group of apes protecting them. However, if they did not take the initiative to cause trouble, they believed that those apes would not take the initiative to attack. To these red-clothed youths, the two rogue cultivators were nothing to be afraid of. The most terrifying thing was the apes. Little brother June, there are simply too many monkeys in this place. If you want to pick the ripe osmanthus fruit, without the backing of a large sect, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to succeed, Lei Qinian whispered with a worried look in his eyes. Jun Maxiao looked around and took in everyone's expressions. Then, he calmly transmitted his voice, Brother Lei, we have to give it a try no matter what. We have to be as fast as possible, lest the Profound Sun sect's main force comes and attack us. Little brother June, do you have enough pills? Lei Qinian asked with a shocked face. More or less. Jun Maxiao nodded. Lei Qinian gasped and couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for the young man before him. In order to hire these apes, Jun Maxiao had thrown out a large amount of pills. Now, there were more than 300 apes under the osmanthus tree. If he wanted to satisfy all of them at once, he would have to pay a huge price. Jun Maxiao didn't walk towards the red-clothed youths. Instead, he turned around and walked towards another direction. A red-clothed youth immediately flew over and stopped him. Are you sure you want to fight with me? Jun Maxiao glanced at the red-clothed youth and sneered. The red-clothed youth's expression changed when he saw more than 100 apes following closely behind Jun Maxiao. He immediately got up and flew away. These 100 apes were simply local tyrants that no one could afford to provoke. They were simply no match for them. Jun Maxiao walked towards the group of apes under the osmanthus tree. After taking a few steps, the apes behind him suddenly stopped. The ape leader sat on the ground, holding a stick with both hands and closed his eyes. The other apes also followed his example and closed their eyes to rest. Jun Maxiao looked back and couldn't help but be amazed. It seemed that the apes of these two different tribes were also on guard against each other. Jun Maxiao glanced at the apes on the opposite side and found that the highest cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. This cultivation was even higher than that of the ape leader behind him. Jun Maxiao stepped forward and cupped his fists. Dear apes, we want to pick the osmanthus fruits from the osmanthus tree. Please do us a favor. After that, he immediately took out 30 small bottles and threw them to the ape leader. After the ape leader took them, he opened the bottles and glanced at them, then threw them on the ground. The other apes sat still and stared at Jun Maxiao. Jun Maxiao was a little scared. So many medicinal pills were not enough. It seemed that these apes were also very difficult to deal with. Along the way, Lord Grimm finally understood, the older the heavenly lunar cassia tree, the higher the demand for medicinal pills would be for the monkeys. The demand should be divided into two kinds. One was quantity, and the other was quality. Jun Maxiao was about to take out some more medicinal pills when he suddenly saw a sword light shooting from a distance and landing not far away from him. The sword light disappeared, and 70 to 80 red figures appeared. They were all disciples of the Profound Sun sect. Jun Maxiao's face suddenly stiffened. He didn't expect so many people from the Profound Sun sect to come this time. Even if he had more than 100 apes guarding him, he couldn't deal with so many disciples of the Profound Sun sect. Without hesitation, he turned his palm and quickly took out 300 bottles of medicinal pills and threw them all at the ape leader's feet. Squeak, the ape leader looked at the white little bottle scattered at his feet. The number was beyond his imagination. He couldn't help but grin. He immediately used his stick to point in the direction of the sky moon cassia tree. It's that rogue cultivator. Kill him. A disciple of the Profound Sun sect recognized Jun Maxiao and immediately drew his sword and rushed over. More than a dozen other disciples of the Profound Sun sect also rushed over. It seemed that they wanted to kill Jun Maxiao as soon as they saw him. After all, they knew from the rumors that 8 of his fellow disciples died tragically under this young man's sword. "Be careful, little brother Jun," Lei Qinian hurriedly reminded. Lord Grimm sneered as he looked at the sword lights shooting towards him from all directions. Then, he turned into a divine dragon's shadow and disappeared from where he stood. Those sword lights all missed. The next moment, this divine dragon's shadow appeared in the sky above the osmanthus tree. Lei Qinian couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead as he watched Jun Maxiao use the magical dragon movement technique to escape from danger once again. After the disciples of Profound Sun sect's attack failed, one by one, they fell from the sky and looked at the figure above the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree with a gloomy face. "Kill him," a young man said with a gloomy face. Immediately after, more than 70 people immediately rushed towards the osmanthus tree. The Nirvana Realm's 7th level ape leader suddenly raised his staff and leaped up, waving his staff in the air. The remaining 300 apes also attacked at the same time. An ocean-like staff shadow whizzed over. Boom, the sword light and the staff shadow collided, producing a series of booming sounds. More than 70 Profound Sun sect's disciples were all blocked. These people descended from mid-air, each of their faces gloomy and ugly. They didn't expect these apes to block them. Squeak. The ape leader kept knocking on the ground with a stick, making threatening sounds. "We better not go over. That kid provided a lot of pills. These apes won't let us go over," a red-clothed young man said with a cold face. "Senior brother, why don't we provide more pills so we can rush over and kill that kid?" a short and stout young man said. "Are you stupid? Can't we just wait here for him to come out?" The red-clothed young man glared at the short and stout young man. The short and stout young man suddenly realized and nodded. "You're right, senior brother." While the two of them were talking, Lei Qinian had quietly run to the center of the 100 over apes. He was afraid that these Profound Sun sect's disciples would suddenly attack him. Therefore, he found a safe place. Even if those Profound Sun sect's disciples wanted to attack him, they would have to go through these apes. And since these apes had been hired by them, they certainly wouldn't let him die in vain. The red-clothed young man suddenly turned his eyes and saw Lei Qinian. "This brat is on the same side as that guy. Let's kill him first and avenge our brothers," the red-clothed young man said in a cold voice. As soon as his voice faded, the team of nearly 80 people flew over like a red cloud. When the leader of the apes saw this, he raised the stick in his hand. The other apes also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. These apes weren't stupid either. Seeing that there were so many of them, they knew that this battle wouldn't be easy. Lei Qinian saw that the situation was not good. He hurriedly took out the heavenly treasure cover and held it above his head. Streaks of golden light descended upon him, protecting him within. Although this treasure had been restored to its original upper royal grade by that senior, Lei Qinian still did not know how powerful the heavenly treasure cover was. After all, too much time had passed, and a junior like him had long forgotten the true power of his ancestors' treasure. Jun Maxiao was plucking the golden osmanthus fruits while observing the movements on the other side. He noticed that the disciples of Profound Sun sect had surrounded Lei Qinian. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He quickly picked all the fruits. There were about 26 fruits in total. He turned into the shadow of a divine dragon and quickly returned to Lei Qinian's side. "Little brother Jun, don't act rashly. They have too many people. The magnificent sky treasure cover in my hand has already been repaired by Senior. I think it will be very difficult for them to break in," Lei Qinian said in a deep voice. Jun Maxiao nodded. He looked around, but there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Although the Profound Sun sect had the advantage in numbers in this battle, they still had the help of more than 100 apes. They were not completely defenseless. "Kill that brat, then the heavenly moon osmanthus fruits will be ours." The red-clothed youth who was the leader of the Profound Sun sect raised his sword and shouted. All the disciples of the Profound Sun sect immediately launched a tidal wave of attacks. If they wanted to kill the two rogue cultivators, they naturally had to break the defense of these apes first. The leader of the apes roared and rushed forward with a stick in his hand. The other apes also made their moves. In an instant, the disciples of the Profound Sun sect and the apes were engaged in a battle. Jun Maxiao held the sword in his hand and slightly narrowed his eyes. He was looking for an opportunity. As long as there was a chance, he would make his move. The number of apes that Jun Maxiao had hired was about 130. Although there were many of them, almost double the number of the Profound Sun sect's disciples, in terms of real combat strength, they were still slightly inferior to the Profound Sun sect's disciples. The battle only lasted for a few breaths of time. Some of the apes couldn't hold on any longer and were sent flying by the Profound Sun sect's disciples. Perhaps they were really enraged. These Profound Sun sect's disciples were quite heavy-handed. Those apes that were injured had large patches of blood cut by their swords. Fortunately, none of them died. Seeing that his clansmen were injured, the leader of the apes kept roaring and attacking even more fiercely. However, the red-clothed youth who faced him was also at the 6th level of Nirvana realm. The two of them were equally matched. For a moment, they were evenly matched. "Brother Lei, I'll go meet that guy." In the face of a great enemy, Jun Maxiao's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of blood color. At this moment, his blood and qi were boiling, and a faint blood light rose from his body. Jun Maxiao launched the 2nd level of the Dragon Rebel art. His combat strength soared tenfold. He turned into a divine dragon shadow and suddenly disappeared under the golden light of the heavenly treasure cover. In the next moment, a sword light fell from the sky and went straight to the red-clothed youth. Looking at the sword that suddenly appeared, the red-clothed youth was taken aback. He raised his left hand and threw out a golden bead. Boom! When the sword light struck the golden bead, it actually sent the bead flying. The red-clothed youth was shocked. How could this sword be so powerful? His bead was also a high-grade heaven-grade Dharma treasure, yet it was sent flying with a single strike. The red-clothed youth couldn't help but feel distressed. He didn't know if the bead had cracked. Although Jun Maxiao had sent the golden bead flying, his body also paused in midair. "Go to hell." Jun Maxiao raised his sword and rushed over again. He had the ancestral dragon bloodline and was extremely strong. Coupled with the fact that he had an emperor-level sword in his hand, his battle prowess had increased tenfold when he used the Dragon Rebel incantation. It was not difficult for him to send a heaven-level Dharma treasure flying. Bang! The red-clothed youth didn't dare to be careless. He raised his sword to meet the attack. The two swords collided in midair and made a loud noise. The red-clothed youth felt a sharp pain in his hand. He looked down and saw that there was a bloody wound. How can this kid be so strong? The red-clothed youth looked at Jun Maxiao, who was only at the 1st level of the Nirvana realm, with a look of horror in his eyes. At this moment, a black stick whizzed over and suddenly smashed down from the sky. The ape leader's attack had arrived. The red-clothed youth dodged in a flash and attacked Jun Maxiao again. He wasn't worried about the apes. This was because these apes rarely killed human cultivators. Therefore, the real fatal attack came from this powerful young man in front of him. Bang bang, in midair, the two figures flipped and flipped, sword light surging. The young man in red and Jun Maxiao fought fiercely. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Although there was a huge gap between their realms, Jun Maxiao did not show any signs of losing. The only thing that surprised Jun Maxiao was that the ape leader's attacks were not as fierce as before after he joined the battle. It seemed that the ape leader did not want to kill the young man in red. Jun Maxiao was a little disappointed. But he understood. The apes in the Heavenly Moon Mystery Realm were probably not malicious to kill humans. Anyway, the ape leader helped Jun Maxiao to divert some of the young man's attacks. Otherwise, he would be under more pressure. Jun Maxiao found that there was still a big gap between him and the young man in red even after he used the 2nd level of the Dragon Rebel technique to increase his combat strength by 10 times. He could not help but be shocked. The prodigy disciples of the upper rank sects really had terrifying combat strength. Compared to the disciples of the lower rank sects he encountered before, the gap was huge. Due to the large number of disciples of the Profound Sun sect, they slowly suppressed the apes' attacks. Some of them began to attack Lei Qinian. But the heavenly treasure cover above Lei Qinyan's mind shone down rays of golden light, preventing any attacks from breaking through. I didn't expect my ancestral treasure to have such a strong defense after it was restored to the emperor level. Lei Qinyan was relieved. He looked around and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not activate the heavenly treasure cover's attacking ability. Because the heavenly treasure cover's attacking ability was indiscriminate. Once it was released, even those apes would not be spared. Lei Qinyan did not dare to kill those apes. After all, his ancestors' handbook clearly recorded that human cultivators must not kill apes. Otherwise, it would incur the wrath of the Supreme Saint, and the heavenly wrath would descend. The disciples of the Profound Sun sect kept attacking the heavenly treasure cover while fighting with the apes. But they could not break it after a long time. They were very restless. The apes continued to attack. Although they were injured, they were not afraid of death in order to protect Lei Qinyan. This made Lei Qinyan extremely touched. These monkeys are so annoying. A red-clothed youth shouted angrily. After dodging a stick, he sent an ape flying with a punch. This monkey is so annoying. It keeps harassing us. If it were them, even if that guy had the protection of a magic treasure, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of so many of us. The other young man also complained. Yeah, the other disciples of the Profound Sun sect also began to complain. Their complaints resonated with each other, causing everyone to feel even more irritated and depressed. Kill. A red-clothed young man with a ferocious face suddenly couldn't control the irritable mood in his heart. He suddenly slashed his sword towards the ape's neck. This ape was in the middle of fighting with others. It did not expect that someone would slash at its neck. It didn't dodge. A sword light flashed, and the ape's head suddenly fell off. Whoosh, a column of blood immediately gushed out from the bull-sized wound on his neck. Kill. Seeing that someone was ruthless, the other disciples of the Profound Sun sect could no longer hold back and began to kill. In just a moment, the apes were defeated like a collapsing mountain. There were apes falling down one after another. Some apes were frightened and fled to other places in panic. Lei Qinyan couldn't help but frown when he saw the scene. These disciples of the Profound Sun sect were too powerful. They killed so many apes in the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. Weren't they afraid of the wrath of the great saint? Although it was only a legend, no one had dared to kill the apes for countless years. Thus, the monkeys were defeated in an instant. The leader of the apes saw that all his subordinates had fled, and some of them were lying in a pool of blood. His eyes were bloodshot. He roared and began to attack the red-clothed youth crazily. He didn't run away. He wanted to avenge his subordinates. Jun Maxiao knew that this was an opportunity. So he began to intensify his attack on the red-clothed youth. Streaks of sword light that carried the shadow of a divine dragon swept across the void, attacking the red-clothed youth constantly. The red-clothed youth blocked left and right, looking extremely miserable. On the other side, seeing that the apes were defeated, the red-clothed youth rushed to Lei Qinyan's side and began to attack the defense of the heavenly treasure cover. Fight! Lei Qinyan roared. At this moment, the spiritual power in his body was immediately injected into the heavenly treasure cover. Whoosh, the heavenly treasure cover spun rapidly, emitting streaks of fine golden light. These streaks of golden light were like flying swords, shooting towards the surrounding disciples of the Profound Sun sect. The disciples of the Profound Sun sect were instantly shocked. No one had expected that the heavenly treasure cover had the ability to attack. For a moment, everyone was flustered. Some used their swords to block, some took out their magical weapons, but there were still many who couldn't block the attack of the heavenly treasure cover's golden light and were sent flying. Some were seriously injured, and some died on the spot. The attack of the heavenly treasure cover is so powerful? Lei Qinyan stared blankly at the surrounding disciples of the Profound Sun sect in disbelief. However, he didn't have enough spiritual power in his body. The heavenly treasure cover had drained most of his spiritual power from the previous wave of attack. He couldn't launch a second wave of attack now. He could only maintain the golden light from the heavenly splendor treasure lid to protect him. Whoosh, a gust of wind rushed over. The whole world suddenly darkened. Black clouds rolled in the sky, and flashes of lightning constantly streaked across the clouds. What's happening? A disciple of the Profound Sun sect looked up in surprise. Rumble, a sudden clap of thunder resounded. A streak of lightning fell from the sky without any warning, landing on the disciple's body. The disciple let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. His body was charred black, and there was no sign of life left. He died on the spot. This unforeseen event frightened all the disciples of the Profound Sun sect. Haha, the great saint wants to show his might by letting you kill the apes. Xianxia laughed. Everything in the legend was true. Once the ape was killed, the elusive great sage in the heavenly moon's secret realm would send down his heavenly wrath. Rumble, another clap of thunder resounded. More than 10 streaks of lightning fell from the sky, reaping the lives of more than 10 disciples of the Profound Sun sect. Run! No one knew who shouted, but the remaining disciples of the Profound Sun sect immediately transformed into a beam of sword light and fled in all directions with all their might. The red-clothed youth who was fighting Xianxia and the leader of the apes could not help but be shocked when he saw this. His body trembled, and his chi and blood burned fiercely. His strength suddenly soared, and he sent the leader of the apes flying. He turned into a streak of blood-red sword light and broke through the sky. Boom, a streak of lightning fell from the sky. That streak of red sword light fell from the sky, and the red-clothed youth immediately turned into a charred corpse. It fell to the ground and rolled for a while before it stopped moving. Rumble! Rumble, bolts of lightning struck down from all directions. None of the escaping disciples of the Profound Sun sect were spared. All of them were killed. This is the end of today's update. Please give me a 5-star review and recommendation. Thank you. Is this the heavenly might of a great saint? Around the sky moon cassia tree stood 40 to 50 cultivators from different sections. They watched as the lightning bolts fell from the sky with great precision. None of the Profound Sun sect's disciples managed to escape. They died on the spot after being struck by the lightning bolts. These cultivators couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. There really was a great saint in the sky moon hidden realm. The crowd couldn't help but look at the dark clouds where the lightning kept falling. They saw a tall shadow in the clouds, lowering its head and majestically overlooking the entire land. The tall shadow seemed to be holding a black iron rod. It was majestic and domineering, almost identical to the statue in the Great Saint Temple. It's a great saint. Seeing this, the cultivators knelt on the ground one by one with excitement. Squeak, whether it was the apes under the 5,000-year-old sky moon cassia tree or the apes hired by Xianxia, they all knelt on the ground, placing the rod in front of them and kowtowing with fanatical expressions. Thank you, great saint. Looking at the huge shadow in the clouds that was at least tens of thousands of feet tall, Xianxia was also very excited. His knees went soft and he knelt on the ground. Today, the Profound Sun sect's disciples killed a group of apes by mistake, causing the wrath of the great saint, but it saved his and Xianxia's lives. Xianxia put his palms together and murmured a prayer. However, Lord Grimm still stood there motionlessly, like a sturdy pine tree. He just narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge shadow in the sky, his expression extremely calm. What great saint, in his eyes, it was nothing at all. He had seen 2 divine monarch realm gods, but this so-called great saint probably hadn't even reached the eternal realm. It was nothing more than having some ability in this small hidden realm. If this great saint dared to go out, the ancestor would make it kneel on the ground and kowtow with a thought. Thinking of this, Xianxia's mouth curved into a smug smile. After all, he was only 14 years old. His youthful temperament showed clearly on his face. As the clouds quickly receded, the indomitable figure of the great sage also disappeared. The sky was clear again. Xianxia stood up and looked at Xianxia, who had been standing there straight. He smiled and walked over. Brother Jun. Could it be that you were scared silly by that great sage? They didn't even kneel down to pray? Brother Lei, I only kneel to the old ancestor. As for the others, they don't have the right to do so. Xianxia smiled faintly. Hearing the young man's proud tone, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. This child was still young and was far from understanding the horrors of the world. However, Xianxia did not continue to discuss this matter with Xianxia. It was the same for Xianxia. The two of them tacitly stopped talking about the great sage in the heavenly moon secret realm. Jun Ma Xiao turned around and walked to the ape leader's side. Big brother ape, I'm really sorry that so many of your people died this time. This is my compensation for you. Jun Ma Xiao turned his palm and took out 200 bottles of pills. The ape leader held the black stick and lowered its head without saying a word. It seemed that he was still immersed in some kind of sadness. Jun Ma Xiao sighed. He also realized that these 200 bottles of pills might not be able to make up for the pain in the ape leader's heart. There was no other way. The disciples of the Profound Sun sect were determined to take his and Lei Qinyan's lives. They were so bloodthirsty that they even attacked the apes. The leader of the apes suddenly raised its head and shouted to the surroundings. The apes that had escaped had returned. Now, there were only 30 to 40 of them left. Nearly 100 apes had died in the process. The ape leader took the pills from Jun Ma Xiao's hand and knocked the ground 3 times with his stick. He shook his head at Jun Ma Xiao and left with the remaining apes. Jun Ma Xiao understood. The ape leader was very loyal. He finally accepted the 200 bottles of pills and did not put forward any more harsh requirements. Then, he left with his people. Looking at the desolate back of the ape, Jun Ma Xiao felt very melancholy in his heart. His heart suddenly moved and he made up his mind at this moment. Big brother ape, wait a minute! Jun Ma Xiao shouted. The ape leader paused for a moment and slowly turned around, looking at Jun Ma Xiao with a puzzled face. Could it be that this human wanted to take back the pills that he had given out? Lord Grimm rummaged through his storage ring, and a pill appeared in his hand. This pill exuded a unique aura, which immediately made the eyes of the ape leader under the osmanthus tree lit up. It stared at Jun Ma Xiao's clenched fist. Jun Ma Xiao rushed to the ape leader who was about to leave and placed the pill in the ape leader's hand. There aren't many of these pills, so I can only give you one. Jun Ma Xiao said softly. The ape leader was slightly taken aback, but the next moment, its nose twitched and it immediately showed an indescribable look of surprise and excitement. It glanced warily in the direction of the osmanthus tree, then spread its palm in front of its eyes and looked carefully. Then, it stuffed the pill into its mouth without hesitation. Squeak squeak, the ape cupped its fists and bowed to Lord Grimm. Then, with a flash of its body, it quickly led the apes away from this place. Lord Grimm let out a sigh. His heart immediately relaxed. This was a divine-level dragon tiger pill. He also struggled with his thoughts and finally decided to give it to the ape leader. After all, the ape leader was extremely loyal. In order to protect him and Lei Qinyan, it had lost so many of its people. Giving it a divine-level dragon tiger pill was only right. Jun Ma Xiao believed that the old ancestor would not blame him. In his mind, this child is still very loyal. Yiyan nodded with a look of admiration in his eyes. These apes were loyal and loyal. They were much more noble than some people. Not to mention one divine-level dragon tiger pill, even if it was 100, it wouldn't be strange. However, Jun Ma Xiao's supply of dragon tiger pills was limited. It was reasonable for him to give it a divine-level dragon tiger pill. To the ape leader, this was already an unimaginable amount of wealth. Jun Ma Xiao walked back. Brother Jun, what kind of pill is that? It looks quite extraordinary. Lei Qinyan asked with a smile. It's a little high quality. Jun Ma Xiao replied half-heartedly. Although Lei Qinyan was not an outsider, the divine-level dragon tiger pill was too shocking. If it were to spread, it would probably shock him. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators glanced at each other with a tacit understanding and quickly gathered around him. Now that the two of you are not protected by the apes, shouldn't you hand over the golden osmanthus fruit that you just picked? A black-robed young man with his arms crossed had a ferocious look on his face. Today's 4 chapters, this is the first chapter. Jun Ma Xiao narrowed his eyes at the young man in black's words. They had just escaped from a pack of wolves and entered a tiger's den. The Profound Sun sect's disciples had just been dealt with, but these cultivators still wanted to attack him and Lei Qinyan. How could he give away the 26 golden osmanthus fruits that he had obtained after much difficulty? These cultivators came from different forces, big and small, but their general cultivation was not high. The highest was only at the 6th level of Nirvana realm. There were about 4 or 5 at the 1st level of Nirvana realm, and the rest were between the 2nd and 5th level. If they really fought, Jun Maxiao felt that he had the strength to fight. Now that Lei Qinyan's heavenly treasure cover had extremely strong defensive power, they could rely on it to fight against these cultivators. The ape leader, who was sitting under the sky moon cassia tree, saw that these cultivators had actually surrounded Lord Grimm and Lei Qinyan. He suddenly stood up and leaped into the air with a stick in his hand. He actually jumped into the encirclement. Bang! A black ape landed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Both sides were a little confused about the sudden appearance of this ape leader. Those cultivators immediately retreated a few steps. After all, this ape leader's force was the strongest in this place. He had more than 300 apes under his command. No one was a match for this group of apes. Lord Grimm stood motionless. Seeing the leader of the apes, he felt happy in his heart. The reason why the ape leader was able to come over was probably because of his medicinal pills. Squeak squeak, the ape leader let out two strange cries impatiently. All of a sudden, it clenched its fist with one hand and pointed with the other hand that was holding the stick. Jun Maxiao immediately understood. This ape leader was really here for the pills. It seemed that the god-level dragon tiger pill really had an unimaginable temptation for these apes. Just now, this ape leader was able to feel the unique aura of the god-level dragon tiger pill from so far away. Jun Maxiao straightened his face and said solemnly, "Big brother ape, this kind of pill is of extraordinary quality. I also have very few of them. If you want, can you accept our employment to protect us in the Heavenly Moon secret realm and not be harassed and suppressed by others?" Hearing Jun Maxiao's words, the ape leader frowned and thought for a few seconds. Then, he slowly stretched out 3 fingers. 30 pills? How can I have so many? Jun Maxiao pretended to be shocked and said loudly, "Big brother ape, you should be able to feel the quality of these pills. I can't have so many." The ape leader nodded and then gently shook his fingers. Jun Maxiao immediately let out a long breath. He understood that this chief ape only wanted 3 divine dragon tiger pills. Big brother ape, you want 3 pills? Jun Maxiao asked. Squeak, the leader of the apes quickly nodded and then extended 5 fingers. 5 days of protection? That's too little. At least 15 days. 1 pill can protect you for 5 days. Jun Maxiao began to bargain. The ape leader was stunned for a moment, but he still nodded and agreed. Jun Maxiao was overjoyed. He rummaged in his storage ring and immediately took out 3 god-level dragon tiger pills. He lightly tossed the 3 dragon tiger pills to the leader of the apes. The ape leader immediately grabbed the 3 pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He did not swallow these pills. Instead, he put them in his cheeks and temporarily stored them. The surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded as they watched the young man and the ape leader make a successful deal. Oh my god! This kid actually made a deal with the ape so quickly. The black-clothed young man's expression immediately changed. He turned around and left without hesitation. What kind of joke was this? There were more than 300 apes here. Their group of 30 to 40 rogue cultivators was no match for them. As soon as the black-clothed young man left, the others scattered like birds and beasts. The crisis disappeared just like that. Little brother Jun, you're really amazing. You hired another group of apes. Lei Qinyan laughed and sent a voice transmission. Jun Maxiao, this little brother, had repeatedly made a move since entering the secret realm. Every time he did so, he would be amazed. Now, he used 3 extraordinary pills in exchange for the protection of more than 300 apes for 15 days. This was simply unimaginable. If the Profound Sun sect wanted to make a move on them again, they would have to carefully consider whether they were powerful enough. Moreover, with the previous example, the great sage revealed his shadow in the sky and unleashed his fury, killing a portion of the Profound Sun sect's disciples. The news would soon spread throughout the secret realm. By then, no one would dare to make a move on this group of apes. If no one dared to make a move on the apes, they would be safer. The more Lei Qinyan thought about it, the happier he was. Now, he finally understood the kind intentions of that senior who had been earnestly advising him. If he were to enter this secret realm alone, there would be dangers lurking everywhere. Perhaps his life would be in danger. But when he teamed up with Jun Maxiao, all the dangers were resolved. The young man in front of him was not simple. What was even more so was that unfathomable senior in white. Jun Maxiao looked around and smiled. Brother Lei, with the protection of this group of apes, we should be completely safe. Yes. Lei Qinian nodded, but his face revealed an awkward expression. He didn't know what the 3 pills were. However, he could also guess that these 3 pills were extremely precious. That was why the leader of the apes agreed to protect them for 15 days. Lei Qinian felt really sorry for making Jun Maxiao spend so much money. Just as he thought of this, Jun Maxiao began to take out the golden osmanthus fruit and prepared to give half of it to Lei Qinian. Little brother Jun, I really can't take it. Otherwise, where will I put my old face? Lei Qinian blushed and waved his hand. Brother Lei, you don't have to be so polite with me. We can share blessings and misfortunes. These osmanthus fruits are nothing. Jun Maxiao laughed and still gave half of the golden osmanthus fruit to Lei Qinian. Lei Qinian sighed helplessly. This favor was really getting bigger and bigger. Brother Lei, don't take it to heart. Our ancestor also said that he and your ancestor were old friends. We can be considered as a family. Jun Maxiao saw that Lei Qinian was a little depressed and hurriedly comforted him. Lei Qinian nodded. Jun Maxiao didn't eat the 5,000-year-old golden osmanthus fruits. Instead, he kept them and planned to give them to his 2 senior sisters after they went out. The 2 of them led more than 300 apes and marched into the depths of the secret realm. Along the way, countless practitioners were shocked. It's these 2 rogue cultivators. They're really capable. They actually found an even larger group of apes. Yes. Yes. With the protection of more than 300 apes, who in the entire secret realm would dare to attack them? That's right. Even the profound Sun sect wouldn't dare to. After all, the heavenly might of the great saint has descended. The profound Sun sect's wounds haven't healed yet. It's absolutely impossible for them to attack in a short period of time. The cultivators discussed animatedly as they stared at the group of cultivators. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. On top of a mountain, dozens of red-clothed youths were gathered there. Their eyes were filled with hatred as they stared at the vast army in the distance. Damn it! Those 2 brats don't have much strength, but they are really capable of tricking apes. A red-clothed young man clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Senior brother. Our profound Sun sect has suffered such a great loss this time. We've lost more than 80 of our fellow disciples. How are we going to explain this to our seniors when we get out of here? A young man at the side said with a worried expression. We will settle this debt sooner or later, but not now. The red-robed young man smiled coldly. He looked at the group in the distance and said, this time, the sect master has high expectations for us. Our goal now is to find the 10,000-year-old sky moon osmanthus tree and obtain the 10,000-year-old golden osmanthus fruit. As for the 2 rogue cultivators, we don't have to care about them for now. Understood, senior brother. Everyone around him said loudly. That 10,000-year-old cassia tree has long since become a spirit. It doesn't have a fixed location and is good at disguising itself. We don't know where it is right now, so we have to race against time and quickly find it. The red-clothed young man instructed again. Senior brother, I heard that there are 3 10,000-year-old osmanthus trees in the heavenly moon mystery realm, someone asked. That's right. It is said that there are 2 10,000-year-old sky moon cassia trees. There is also one that is around 20,000 years old. If we can pick a 20,000-year-old cassia fruit and contribute it to the sect, the rewards we will receive will be unimaginable. The red-clothed young man gritted his teeth and said excitedly. Although they coveted the 10,000-year-old osmanthus fruit, they had to hand it over to the sect. It would be arranged by the sect. However, as long as they could hand over the 10,000-year-old osmanthus fruit, they would receive an unimaginable amount of rewards. Therefore, everything was worth it. Whoosh whoosh, sword lights pierced through the sky. The disciples of the profound Sun sect were scattered in different places to search for the 10,000-year-old heavenly moon cassia trees. Time passed. Another 7 or 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian's speed was not fast because they were carrying a group of monkeys. Therefore, it took them a long time to reach the place where Lei Qinian's ancestor hid the 1,000-year-old osmanthus fruit. It should be here. Lei Qinian looked around excitedly and found a 7,000-year-old sky moon cassia tree in the distance. However, the golden osmanthus fruit on the sky laurel tree had already been plucked by someone. Lei Qinian was not discouraged. In fact, they had already obtained many osmanthus fruits along the way. Coupled with the 1,000-year-old osmanthus fruits hidden by their ancestors, their harvest was far greater than that of ordinary cultivators. He moved a huge rock away. Lei Qinian began to crazily dig the ground. After digging for dozens of meters, a green slate was revealed. It's under the stone slab. Lei Qinian's face was filled with excitement as he lifted up the stone slab. Then, he saw a very small space below. There were about 30 golden osmanthus fruits placed neatly inside. Little brother June, come down quickly. We'll split these osmanthus fruits in half. Lei Qinian stood on the ground and shouted excitedly towards the sky. Now, he could finally repay some of Jun Maxia's favor. Jun Maxia did not stand on ceremony and descended from above. The two of them began to divide these golden osmanthus fruits. Although a long time had passed, these osmanthus fruits did not change much. After dividing these osmanthus fruits, the two of them returned to the ground. Jun Maxia went straight to the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree. He took out the jade token and hung it on the osmanthus tree. After waiting for a while, he did not find any changes. Jun Maxia shook his head and sighed. It's still not working. Lei Qinian came over and comforted him. Little brother June, don't be too discouraged. As long as we find the 10,000-year-old osmanthus tree, we may be able to complete the task given by the seniors. Jun Maxia nodded. Brother Lei, it is said that these 10,000-year-old osmanthus trees have already become spirits. There is no fixed location. Where can we find them? Jun Maxia looked around at the osmanthus trees everywhere. Each of them was of different ages and said with some frustration. It's really up to luck. Lei Qinian did not have any good ideas. He shrugged his shoulders and smiled helplessly. The ape leader's ears twitched. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, it suddenly rushed over. It used a stick to knock on the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree twice and then squeaked. Jun Maxia's eyes lit up. Could it be that these apes could find the 10,000-year-old osmanthus tree? Big brother ape, do you mean that you can help us find the 10,000-year-old osmanthus tree? Jun Maxia asked subconsciously. The ape leader nodded and then stretched out 5 fingers. Big brother ape, you want 5 of those pills and you can help us find the 10,000-year-old osmanthus tree? Jun Maxia quickly asked. The ape leader nodded again. Jun Maxia was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he took out 5 divine-level dragon tiger pills from his storage ring and handed them to the ape leader. The leader of the apes checked them, then excitedly stuffed the 5 dragon tiger pills into its cheeks and stored them away. Lei Qinian was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He did not expect the ape leader to be able to find the 10,000-year-old osmanthus tree. However, it was understandable when he thought about it. These apes were the native demonic beasts of the secret realm. They were very familiar with the osmanthus tree. No matter how the 10,000-year-old osmanthus tree could change and run around, once it was discovered by the ape leader, it would not be able to escape from its eyes. The ape leader suddenly screamed, rose into the air, and flew in one direction. Jun Maxia and Lei Qinian quickly followed. They only flew a distance of 700 to 800 feet. This ape suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside a small sky moon cassia tree. He gently knocked on the ground with the stick in his hand and pointed at the osmanthus tree. Big brother ape, you mean that this is the 10,000-year-old osmanthus tree? Jun Maxia asked in surprise. The ape leader nodded and quickly used the stick in his hand to knock on the trunk of the osmanthus tree. Bang bang. After being hit a dozen times, the sky moon cassia tree suddenly swelled up and became a huge sky moon cassia tree. Looking at such a huge osmanthus tree, Lei Qinian and Jun Maxia both sucked in a breath of cold air. This osmanthus tree was obviously different from the previous ones. It was too big and was at least 10,000-year-old. Brother June, there are ripe osmanthus fruits on it. Lei Qinian stared at the green leaves in the sky and suddenly cried out in surprise. Lord Graham raised his head to look and immediately smiled. There were dozens of golden osmanthus fruits growing on this 10,000-year-old osmanthus tree. Roughly counting, there were at least 40 to 50 fruits. This was a huge harvest. Jun Ma Xiao became excited and said loudly, "Brother Lei, you go pick the fruits. I'll try hanging the jade token." "Okay." Lei Qinian agreed. Excitedly. Two figures immediately rose from the ground. He went to pick those 10,000-year-old golden osmanthus fruits, while Jun Ma Xiao took out the jade token and hung it on the branch. Jun Ma Xiao stopped in midair and stared at the jade token without blinking. It was the first time he encountered a 10,000-year-old osmanthus tree, and Jun Ma Xiao was also very excited. Of course, he hoped that after hanging the jade token, something would happen. After waiting for a full incense's time, Lord Grimm was dismayed to discover that none of the phenomena he had been expecting had appeared. The jade token hung on the branch and swayed slightly with the breeze. Everything seemed very natural. Failed again. Jun Ma Xiao flew over and untied the jade token. Lei Qinian flew over and comforted him, "Brother Jun, you don't have to be too depressed. After all, there are other 10,000-year-old osmanthus trees." Jun Ma Xiao nodded. Lei Qinian whispered again, "Anyway, now that Big Brother Ape can help us, we don't have to worry about not being able to find the other two trees." Brother Lei is right. Jun Ma Xiao laughed and landed from midair. He came to the ape leader's side again and took out another 5 divine-level dragon tiger pills. "Big Brother Ape, please continue to lead us to find other 10,000-year-old osmanthus trees. This is the reward," Jun Ma Xiao said with a smile. The ape leader touched his chin and stared at Jun Ma Xiao in an extremely human-like manner. This made Jun Ma Xiao feel a little cold. Was this ape leader going to ask for an exorbitant price? After all, he had taken out divine-level dragon tiger pills several times, and it seemed a little too easy. As expected, the ape leader shook his head and raised 2 fingers. Jun Ma Xiao immediately understood that it meant to double the price. Doubling the price would mean that he would need 10 god-grade dragon tiger pills. Thinking that he had to give so many dragon tiger pills to the ape leader, Jun Ma Xiao felt very pained. But there was no other way. With just him and Lei Qinian, it was impossible to find the 10,000-year sky laurel tree. No matter how he thought about it, Jun Ma Xiao still felt that he couldn't bear to sacrifice a child to catch a wolf. Thus, he took out 10 divine dragon tiger pills and handed them to the ape leader. The leader of the apes held the pills and squeaked excitedly. It also seemed to understand that if it consumed these pills, it would have an unimaginable effect on its improvement. The leader of the apes squeaked excitedly and stuffed these divine dragon tiger pills back into its cheeks. These apes didn't have storage rings. If they wanted to hide pills, they could only stuff them into their cheeks. Seeing Jun Ma Xiao take out 10 of those precious pills, Lei Qinian's heart was bleeding. At this moment, Lei Qinian decided not to take any of the 10,000-year-old sky laurel fruits. Even if Jun Ma Xiao put a knife to his neck, he would never accept it. After all, he didn't deserve it. For Lei Qinian, it was enough for him to obtain the golden osmanthus fruits hidden by his ancestors. The leader of the apes carried the stick on its shoulder and led the way. Jun Ma Xiao and Lei Qinian followed behind it. The other apes followed behind the two. At first, Jun Ma Xiao was extremely excited. He thought that he could quickly find the second 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree. But he didn't expect. After searching for 3 days in the Sky Moon's secret realm, they still couldn't find it. Jun Ma Xiao then realized that it would be extremely difficult to find this 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree. After all, the Sky Moon's secret realm was extremely vast. If one wanted to find a 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree that was good at camouflage, it would require a lot of luck. And previously, their luck was too good. There was a 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree nearby, allowing them to pick up a huge bargain for no reason. In these few days, Jun Ma Xiao saw some profound Sun sect disciples. But when they saw them, they quickly ran away. They didn't dare to find trouble. "Little brother Jun, those guys from the profound Sun sect are scared of you." Lei Qinian laughed at the side. Jun Ma Xiao laughed awkwardly. How could it be his credit? All of this was done by the old ancestor. Okay, if it wasn't for the old ancestor's divine dragon tiger pill, it would be extremely difficult to control the ape leader. Their team didn't stop and searched everywhere for the 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree. Time flew by, and another 3 days passed. On this day, the ape leader was searching for the 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree in a Gillen forest. Jun Maxiao suddenly heard noises coming from afar. He suddenly soared into the air and looked down into the distance. 100 miles away. There were a total of 3 torrents chasing in a certain direction. There were at least 1,000 people in each torrent. What are they chasing? Lei Qinian also soared into the sky and stood beside Jun Maxiao. He looked at the scene in the distance and muttered to himself. Could it be another 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree? Lord Grimm suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he thought of this possibility. Lei Qinian nodded. Brother Jun, your guess should be right. Those 3 forces are probably the 3 major sects of the Celestial Empire, the Profound Sun sect, the Righteous Sword sect, and the Demon Blood sect. There are so many people. If we want to get a share, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Lord Grimm furrowed his brows. He wasn't sure either. He only had 300 apes on his side. It was impossible to compare with the thousands of people in the other teams. Not to mention, they were snatching the golden sky laurel fruits under their noses. Brother Jun, your task is to hang the jade token. We'll go after they finish snatching and leave. Lei Qinian laughed and said. Jun Maxiao's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but slap the back of his head. He only thought about snatching those golden sky laurel fruits and forgot about the task of hanging the jade token. He only needed to hang the jade token on the 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree. As for the sky laurel fruits, they weren't important. Anyway, they had already obtained a lot. Thinking of this, Jun Maxiao also laughed awkwardly. At this time, the 3 torrents suddenly changed direction and divided into 3 different directions, still closely chasing after the sky laurel tree. It's really strange. Why is it that the 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree is running so fast? Lei Qinian blinked his eyes. Because we didn't find the 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree, so it let down its guard and was beaten by the ape for a while. It was probably injured and couldn't escape, so it showed its true body. Jun Maxiao pondered for a moment and said the guess in his heart. Probably so. Lei Qinian nodded. At this time, the 3 torrents of thousands of people suddenly converged in one place. Clearly, the 3 great factions had completely surrounded that 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree. End of 4th update. Looking for a wave of 5-star reviews, recommendation votes, thank you. That 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree won't be able to escape. It's already surrounded by the 3 major forces. Lei Qinian's eyes flickered as he spoke. Jun Maxiao nodded. He also saw this scene. It was unknown what method these 3 great sects used, but in a few breaths of time, a huge sky moon laurel tree appeared out of thin air 100 miles away. Even from such a distance, Lei Qinian and Jun Maxiao could feel the size of this 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree. The diameter of the huge tree was so large that hundreds of people holding hands could completely encircle it. As for the boundless majestic tree crown, it covered the sky and was indescribable. The forces of the 3 major sects are confronting each other. I'm afraid a negotiation is unavoidable. Lei Qinian narrowed his eyes and said faintly. Jun Maxiao looked around and suddenly found that there were countless black lights in the distance. Like a wave, they rushed over from all directions. What's that? Lord Grimm hurriedly rubbed his eyes. Only then did he clearly see that the streaks of black light were actually apes. With the sky laurel tree as the center, there were apes in all directions. These apes flew over the treetop at an unimaginable speed. Lei Qinian also saw this scene and his eyes widened in disbelief. There were too many apes. At a rough count, there were at least 10,000 of them. Haha, this is enough for the 3 major sects to suffer. Jun Maxiao laughed. Lei Qinian instantly understood and couldn't help but laugh. 10,000 apes were equivalent to encircling the disciples of the 3 major sects for the second time. Such a large number was enough to crush the cultivators of the 3 major sections. If they didn't pay a big price and take out the elixirs, these apes would definitely not let them go. Even if they picked the sky laurel fruit, at least half of the elixirs in the storage ring would be divided. These apes are really shrewd. Lei Qinian said in amazement. The commotion just now was too big. These apes probably already know. Now they've gathered together and are ready to raid. Jun Maxiao laughed. He suddenly felt that they had been too lucky before. That 10,000-year-old sky lunar osmanthus tree was not far from where the Lei clan's ancestor had hidden the osmanthus fruit. It simply did not have time to escape. Therefore, there wasn't much of a commotion. This allowed the two of them to quietly obtain dozens of 10,000-year-old golden osmanthus fruits. Their guesses were correct. As expected. After the tens of thousands of apes surrounded the disciples of the three major sects, they began to beat the ground with sticks. Even from 100 miles away, one could still hear the roar that sounded like a tidal wave. The faces of the disciples of the three sects were ashen, and they looked extremely helpless and unwilling. After much difficulty, they finally caught up to a 10,000-year-old heavenly lunar cassia tree. Unexpectedly, they were surrounded by over 10,000 apes. This time, if they did not hand over a certain amount of medicinal pills, they would most likely be violently beaten up by these apes. There was no other way. After the disciples of the three sects discussed for a while, they generously took out a large number of medicinal pills. Only then did the tens of thousands of apes give up and retreat like the tide. The people of the three major sects gathered together. After a round of discussion, they finally divided the golden osmanthus fruits of the sky lunar cassia tree equally. After all this was done, the three major sects separated in different directions and dispersed. "Little brother Jun, it's time for us to act." Lei Xianxia shouted loudly and took the lead to charge out. Jun Maxiao followed closely behind. The 300 over apes behind them also followed unhurriedly. The two of them were already experienced and controlled their speed to a reasonable range. However, this group of apes was much more dedicated than the previous group. Sometimes, when they inadvertently sped up, the ape leader would also let the apes under him speed up. Jun Maxiao guessed that all this was the effect of the divine level dragon tiger pill. This ape leader had probably already lost his mind because of the divine level dragon tiger pill. Therefore, sometimes, he would also accommodate some of their actions. They came to the 10,000-year-old heavenly lunar cassia tree. Jun Maxiao rose into the air and hung the jade token on the tree branch, waiting quietly. His face was full of anticipation. However, after a while, there was still no sign of any abnormalities. Jun Maxiao shook his head and sighed. This heavenly lunar cassia tree was also not the one he was looking for. "Little brother Jun, don't be discouraged. There are still 10,000-year-old heavenly lunar cassia trees. We will continue to search and there will be a chance." Lei Xianxia comforted. Jun Maxiao nodded calmly and took off the jade token again. "Big brother ape, please lead us to continue to search for 10,000-year-old heavenly lunar cassia trees." Jun Maxiao floated down and landed beside the ape leader. He clasped his fists and said, "Squeak squeak." The ape leader nodded and looked around. After determining a direction, it took the lead and rushed out. After all, it had accepted Jun Maxiao's divine level dragon tiger pill. This ape leader was extremely diligent in helping them search. Another 2 days passed. Although the ape leader was diligent and worked extremely hard, it still did not find a 10,000-year-old heavenly lunar cassia tree. Searching for the last 10,000-year-old heavenly lunar cassia tree is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Jun Maxiao sighed. The more he wanted to complete the task given by the ancestor as soon as possible, the harder it was to find the 10,000-year-old heavenly lunar cassia tree. He was extremely anxious. Lei Xianxia walked over and patted Jun Maxiao's shoulder. He comforted him and said, "Little brother Jun, don't worry. The heavenly moon mystery realm is so big. It is said that no one has ever explored the real boundary. Maybe that 10,000-year-old heavenly lunar cassia tree is hidden in the depths of the mystery realm." Jun Maxiao nodded. He suddenly thought of something and waved at the ape leader. He shouted, "Big brother ape, is there a boundary in the depths of the heavenly moon mystery realm?" The ape leader was stunned for a moment and turned around. It scratched its ears and cheeks with one hand and jumped around as if it was thinking about something. Squeak squeak, it pointed in a certain direction and let out a strange cry. Jun Maxiao's eyes lit up. He immediately flew over and came to the ape leader's side. He asked with a smile, "Big brother ape, do you mean there is a boundary?" The ape leader nodded and then shook its head. Jun Maxiao was stunned. Lei Xianxia asked tentatively, "Big brother ape, why don't you take us there to have a look?" Squeak squeak, the ape leader seemed to have thought of something. Its eyes were filled with fear. Then it hesitantly stretched out 5 fingers. Another 5 divine dragon tiger pills? Jun Maxiao's mouth twitched. This ape was too greedy. However, looking at the ape leader's expression, it seemed to be filled with fear. Could it be that there was a place in the Heavenly Moon Mystery Realm that apes did not dare to approach? Brother Lei, is there any forbidden area in the Heavenly Moon Mystery Realm that human cultivators cannot enter? Lord Grimm turned around and looked at Lei Qinian with a serious face. I haven't heard of it. Lei Qinian frowned and thought for a few seconds. He said again, the Heavenly Moon Mystery Realm is too big and the time of each trial is not the same. The shortest is 10 days and sometimes as long as 2 or 3 months. Then we will suddenly be transported out, so, no one knows if the Heavenly Moon Mystery Realm has a boundary. No one has encountered any forbidden area that humans cannot enter. For chapters today, this is the first chapter, so that's how it is. Hearing Lei Qinian's words, Jun Maxiao fell into deep thought. The remaining 10,000-year-old Heavenly Moon Kasha tree was indeed difficult to find. In the entire Heavenly Moon secret realm, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. The difficulty was indescribable. Although the ape leader's statement just now might not be able to prove that it was the border of the Heavenly Moon secret realm, it was a place that made people feel terrified. And this place seemed to have not been entered by any human cultivators. There were no records for the time being. Jun Maxiao thought about it and still felt that he had to go and try his luck. Even if he had to pay 5 divine dragon tiger pills, it would be worth it. Otherwise, going around blindly like this would make him feel even more desperate. After making up his mind, Jun Maxiao took out 5 divine dragon tiger pills and handed them to the ape leader, then said in a deep voice, Big brother ape, take us to that place. The ape leader nodded. It once again identified the direction, then quickly rose into the air and flew forward. Its flying speed this time seemed to be twice as fast as before. Jun Maxiao was overjoyed. This way, their efficiency would be greatly increased. Lei Qinian and Jun Maxiao followed closely behind the ape leader, followed by a large group of apes. Along the way, they still met cultivators from various major forces, including the cultivators from the 3 major sects, especially the disciples of the Profound Sun sect. But now that everyone was scattered, no one dared to stop them when they saw this vast and mighty group. Now that everyone's mission was to find the golden cache of fruit, they did not want to have any unnecessary disputes. The ape leader kept flying steadily in a certain direction. After flying for a full 7 days, it finally stopped in front of a rapidly flowing river. This river flowed out from the valley, majestically flowing into the distance. After pondering for a few seconds, the ape leader flew again. This time, its goal was to go against the flow of the river. Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian continued to follow. Although they had been flying for 7 days, the two did not show any signs of fatigue. A strong belief rose in Jun Maxiao's heart. Perhaps there would be an unexpected harvest this time. Jun Maxiao continued to fly upwards along the river. After flying for 3 days, he saw a tall white waterfall flowing down rapidly from the cliff. The waterfall was wide, and the surging river water flowed down continuously. This river was formed by the convergence of this waterfall. The ape leader yelled twice and then pointed in the direction of the waterfall with the stick in his hand. Jun Maxiao was stunned. What did he mean? Were they going to the back of the waterfall? Before he could react, the ape leader suddenly rose into the air and went straight to the rushing waterfall. With a splash, his body broke through the waterfall and directly entered it. Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian had to follow closely. Although the waterfall looked powerful, it was actually just an ordinary stream of water. It had no effect on Nirvana realm cultivators like them. After passing through the waterfall, there was a completely different world inside. A pitch-black cave appeared behind the waterfall. The ape leader stood at the entrance of the cave. After the two flew over, he continued his journey. Jun Maxiao suddenly found that the other apes did not follow in. Brother ape, your people didn't follow in? Jun Maxiao reminded him. The ape leader raised his stick and shook it twice in the air. He did not answer and continued to fly forward. Lei Qinian's expression changed and he whispered, "Is there any danger ahead and it doesn't want the apes to take the risk?" Maybe there is such a possibility, Jun Maxiao nodded and also sent out a sound transmission. After flying into the cave, they flew for about half an hour. Then they saw a light in the distance of the cave. There is actually a completely different world. Jun Maxiao was shocked and quickly followed the ape leader. After flying out of the cave, there was an endless green plain in front of them. The distant plain was filled with thick fog. The area of the fog was very large. The distant plain was all white fog. There was nothing else. They flew over the plain. The ape leader stopped moving forward. He pointed his stick at the fog in front of him and squeaked twice. Jun Maxiao understood. It turned out that this was the boundary that the ape leader thought. For the apes, this place might be a bit scary, so they did not dare to go in. Thank you, brother ape. I'll go and check it out. Jun Maxiao cupped his fists and winked at Lei Qinian. The two immediately flew to the distance. The ape leader looked at the two humans with a trace of horror in his eyes. It seemed that there was something horrible in the fog that he did not dare to touch. Less than half an hour after Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian flew in the direction of the fog on the plain. Suddenly, streaks of sword light came from a distance. The sword lights were of different colors, and they all stopped around the ape and monkey, revealing themselves first. These sword lights were a large number of practitioners. If Lei Qinian was here, he would naturally recognize that these were the practitioners of the three sections. Just as I expected. This ape knows some secrets. Following it, we entered this small grotto heaven. A red-clothed young man looked into the distance with a fanatical look on his face. This young man was naturally a disciple of the Profound Sun sect. This time, your Profound Sun sect has done a meritorious service. If you find a 10,000-year-old Sky Moon Osmanthus tree, your Profound Sun sect will take 40% of the Sky Moon Osmanthus fruit. A white-robed young man looked at the plain in the distance and said with a smile. He was a disciple of the Righteous Sword sect. Let's go. Let's see what good things are in this never-before-seen fog plain. In another direction, there was a group of black-robed young men. The leader of the group said impatiently. After saying that, he was the first to break through the air. The black-robed young men followed closely behind him. These were the disciples of the Demon Blood sect. The four major forces of the Celestial Empire were the Gendry sect, the Profound Sun sect, the Righteous Sword sect, and the Demon Blood sect. The disciples of the Demon Blood sect had a violent temperament. They loved bloodthirsty and killing. This time, the three major forces came to the Heavenly Moon secret realm, but no one from the Gendry sect was seen. The disciples of the three major forces found it strange. Why didn't the Gendry sect send any disciples? The disciples of the three major sects that entered the Heavenly Moon secret realm were only in the Nirvana realm. They didn't know the core secrets. However, the upper echelons of the three major sects already knew that the Gendry sect had undergone a great change. The sect master and several elders of the Gendry sect had fallen. Now, the Gendry sect had completely sealed the mountain and activated the mountain guarding array. As the disciples of the Demon Blood sect flew into the distance, the disciples of the Righteous Sword sect and the Profound Sun sect didn't want to be left behind. They all rushed to the fog plain. The ape leader carried the rod on his shoulder. He squinted his eyes and looked at the disciples of the three major sections. He shook his head and sighed. The ape leader was still hovering in the air, closing its eyes to rest. It had received Jun Maxiao's elixir and had not helped them find the ancient moon laurel tree, so it had not left yet. If these two humans could come out of there alive, then the ape leader would continue to fulfill its promise and continue to look for the ancient moon laurel tree. It was waiting quietly. At the same time, when Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian were about to fly to the edge of the white mist, they also felt the sound of something breaking the air behind them. The two looked back and their faces changed slightly. It's the people from the three sects. Have these guys been secretly following us? Lei Qinian said with a shocked face. It's possible. Jun Maxiao nodded with a gloomy face. Looking at the thick white mist in front of them, he pulled Lei Qinian and the two plunged into it like moths to a flame. The disciples of the three sects were numerous and aggressive. The two of them were definitely no match for them. Now they could only rely on the white mist to hide. This mist. Why do I feel something wrong? After the two of them plunged into the fog, Lei Qinian immediately felt that the fog contained a thick aura of death. He shuddered violently, and his entire body exuded a chilling aura. "Brother Lei, what are you talking about?" Jun Maxiao blinked but did not feel anything. "Brother, haven't you noticed that this white fog contains a dense aura of death? Once you touch it, your whole body will feel cold," Lei Qinian said with a frightened face. "I don't feel anything. It's just an ordinary mist." "I don't feel the chill you said." Jun Maxiao felt it again but did not feel anything unusual. He had to shrug his shoulders helplessly. "You're really a freak." Lei Qinian looked at Jun Maxiao and nodded helplessly. "Haha." Jun Maxiao smiled awkwardly. The two of them flew forward for a few breaths. Lei Qinian's face was a little pale and his whole body was emitting an indescribable chill. "So cold." "No, the aura of death here is too strong. I have to summon the Heavenly Splendor treasure lid." "Speaking of which." Lei Qinian raised his hand, and a golden heavenly treasure cover appeared above his head, and rays of golden light shone down. With the protection of the golden light, the corrosive effect of the fog on him was greatly reduced. Lei Qinian sighed. He finally found a solution. "Brother Lei, I'll lead the way." "Just follow me," Jun Maxiao said. He really did not feel anything about the fog here, so he volunteered to be in charge of finding the way, scouting the way, and leading the way. Just like that, while the two of them were flying aimlessly in the fog, the disciples of the three factions also plunged into the fog. After flying for a few breaths, they could feel the eerie, terrifying, and cold aura of death coming from the white mist. Everyone was invaded by the white fog. Their bodies were cold, as if they had entered an icy cemetery. "Is there something strange about this place?" A red-clothed youth from the Profound Sun sect frowned and said as he looked into the distance. "Everyone be careful. Quickly use the Profound Sun Sword Chi to protect your body," he ordered loudly. As his voice fell, a thin layer of red sword chi emerged from the bodies of all the disciples of the Profound Sun sect. This layer of red sword chi carried a high temperature, like a burning flame. The cold aura brought by the white fog immediately disappeared. The cultivation technique of the Profound Sun sect leaned towards the fire attribute. Therefore, it had a certain magical effect on restraining the white fog. As for the disciples of the Righteous Sword sect, they usually cultivated the righteous chi. In this place, the righteous chi spread all over their bodies and blocked the invasion of the cold aura of the fog. As for the disciples of the Demon Blood sect, because of their special killing technique, they were not affected too much in this place. This cold aura of death had instead stimulated the bloodthirsty killing intent in their bones. These disciples of the Demon Blood sect waved the blood sword in their hands. They could not wait to find some opponents and cut them into pieces. The white fog made it difficult for people to distinguish north, south, east, and west. The three great forces rushed in different directions and soon lost contact with each other. In Jun Maxiao's mind, Yiyan suddenly opened his eyes and looked indifferently at the cold fog. This fog contained a strong aura of death. It could be seen that this place was perhaps the location of a huge cemetery. Yiyan was rather interested, so he looked into the distance. He also wanted to know how large the fog covered. At the same time, he also wanted to know if there were any creatures he was interested in the depths of the fog. "That's a 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree?" Yiyan swept a glance and discovered that in the depths of the fog, there was a huge lake. In the center of the lake, there was a small island. On this small island, there was a small sky laurel tree. The entire island's surface area was not large, but there was only this lone sky moon laurel tree. Yiyan's eyes flashed. In an instant, he saw through the true appearance of this sky laurel tree. As expected, this sky laurel tree was already more than 20,000 years old. It had now turned into a very small and ordinary sky laurel tree that took root on this small island. However, there was no fog on this small island, and it was the same for the lake water. There was a thick fog around the periphery of the lake water. "I finally found this sky laurel tree," Yiyan smiled knowingly, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. He secretly sent out a thought that landed in Jun Maxiao's mind. This weak thought gave Jun Maxiao a vague inspiration, causing him to fly quickly in the direction of the small island in the center of the lake. "Eh? There are many undead creatures in this fog. Undead flying snakes. When Yi Yan retracted his gaze, he saw many silver-white snake-like creatures in the fog. As though they smelled something, these creatures flew out of the lake water and plunged into the fog, flying towards the cultivators in the fog. Interesting, this lake water. Yi Yan's expression changed slightly as he looked into the depths of the lake again. This lake was extremely deep, at least several thousand miles deep. In the depths of the lake, there was a huge, majestic body covered in black fur lying flat on the ground. It was a demon ape. It looked exactly the same as the one at the entrance of the great sage temple. However, this demon ape's body was already dead. The white fog in the plains should be the corpse chi emanating from the demon ape's body. So it's not completely dead. Yi Yan's gaze flickered as he looked through the body of the huge demon ape and discovered some clues. He smiled and retracted his gaze. This place was indeed interesting. He was now looking forward to seeing what would happen after Jun Maxiao hung up the jade badge. The silver-white snakes quickly slithered through the fog and began to meet the cultivators of the three major sections. However, not a single silver snake attacked Lord Grimm from where he was standing. These silver-white long snakes slithered in the surrounding fog. Looking at the youth whose body was brimming with vitality, their pale eyes were filled with terror. In the eyes of these long silver snakes, the young man in black robe was exuberant with chi and blood, as if he was burning with an indescribable divine flame. Within the divine flame, there seemed to be a terrifying shadow of a giant dragon, exuding a terrifying aura. All of this made them frightened, and they didn't dare to approach him. What's that? Although they had been flying, Jun Maxiao also saw the silver snakes dodging in the surrounding fog. These are undead flying snakes. Lei Qinian scanned with his divine sense. With a serious face, he muttered to himself, there are so many undead flying snakes in this place. Could it be that there's a great tomb in the depths of the fog? A great tomb. Jun Maxiao's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He also felt an indescribable sense of eeriness and terror. However, he didn't find any danger after entering the fog. In addition, there was a voice in his head that kept reminding him to keep flying forward. Therefore, Jun Maxiao didn't think about anything else. He kept his head down and kept flying with Lei Qinian. After a while, Lei Qinian was surprised to find that the undead flying snakes kept a distance from them, as if they were afraid of the young man in black robe in front of him. Brother Jun Maxiao is really a strange person. No wonder Senior wanted me to team up with him. Otherwise, I would definitely be attacked by those undead flying snakes if I entered this place alone. Lei Qinian sighed in his heart. At the same time, the disciples of the Profound Sun sect who were flying suddenly saw silver snakes flying towards them within the field of vision of their spiritual consciousness. These silver snakes were more than 100 feet long. They were huge and emitted a chilling aura. Each of the silver snakes was in the Nirvana realm, and they fiercely pounced on them. These are undead flying snakes. Everyone be careful. Don't let their attacks touch your body. A young man in red shouted. After shouting, his face turned ashen. It seemed that there was a huge tomb in the fog ahead. That was why there was so much death fog and so many undead flying snakes. These undead flying snakes had extremely strong vitality and could spit out corrosive death rays. Once a person came into contact with it, there was no way to save them. He could only sever his arm to survive. Only by cutting off a part of his body would he be able to stop the corrosive poison from spreading through his body. Hiss, a large number of undead flying snakes pounced over. They opened their mouths and shot out beams of pale white light. Everyone, be careful. The disciples of the Profound Sun sect acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They quickly spread out and engaged in a fierce battle with the flying snakes. In the other two directions, the Demon Blood sect and the Righteous Sword sect were also attacked by a large number of undead flying snakes. For a moment, they were in a bitter battle. The disciples of the three great sects could no longer advance. Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian kept flying towards the big lake. After flying for about the time it took to burn an incense stick, Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian rushed out of the fog. Good heavens! It's not a graveyard. This place actually has a big lake? Lei Qinian said in shock. He didn't expect that there would be a big lake in the center of the fog. However, the lake water was dark and not transparent at all. Brother Lei, there's an island in the center of the lake. Look, there's a sky laurel tree growing on the island. Jun Maxiao shouted excitedly. Although he couldn't determine the age of the sky laurel tree, he finally arrived at this mysterious place after going through a lot of trouble. He believed that the sky laurel tree in this place was most likely the 20,000-year-old sky laurel tree. And this sky laurel tree might be able to help him complete the task given by the old ancestor. Lei Qinian suddenly looked at the small island in the center of the lake and saw the sky laurel tree at a glance. Brother Jun, this is most likely the 20,000-year-old sky laurel tree. Let's hurry over and knock on it. Lei Qinian was also excited. However, he was still cautious and sent a voice transmission to Jun Maxiao. The two of them quickly flew over. The distance from the lake to the small island in the center of the lake was about a few hundred miles. For these two Nirvana realm cultivators, they arrived very quickly. The two people landed on the small island from midair and landed beside the sky laurel tree that was less than 10 feet tall. Bang bang, Jun Maxiao also imitated the ape leader. Without warning, he raised the Limitless Origin sword in his hand and continuously slapped the tree with the sword. Jun Maxiao's strength was very great. After just 3 slaps, the sky laurel tree suddenly began to shake. Seeing this scene, Lei Qinian and Jun Maxiao quickly retreated. Immediately after, the sky laurel tree revealed its true form. This incomparably huge sky laurel tree stood tall. The entire island in the center of the lake was not even a third of its crown. Lei Qinian hurriedly looked at the crown of the tree and excitedly found that there were dozens of golden laurel fruits growing among the tender green leaves of the tree. Wow, brother, we're rich. There are at least 50 or 60 laurel fruits from this 20,000-year-old sky laurel tree. Lei Qinian shouted excitedly. Jun Maxiao was also very happy. He hurriedly urged, Brother Lei, you go pick the laurel fruits. I'll hang the jade token. Okay. The two people soared into the air. Lei Qinian went to pick the golden laurel fruits while Jun Maxiao took out the jade token and hung it on the branch. Jun Maxiao floated in the air, waiting for the strange phenomenon to happen. A few breaths of time passed. The lake water actually made a whirring sound. Jun Maxiao was shocked and hurriedly looked in a certain direction of the lake. He saw that the lake water had formed a small whirlpool. What the hell is this? Jun Maxiao was a little confused. He couldn't figure out the meaning of the lake water's change. Whoosh whoosh, the sound was getting louder. The whirlpool also began to grow bigger and bigger. Then, a black shadow flew out of the whirlpool. It turned into a black light and landed 5 feet in front of Jun Maxiao. Jun Maxiao took a closer look and found that it was a black ape in front of him. The black ape didn't hold any weapon. It crossed its arms and looked at Jun Maxiao in a very human-like way. Was it you who hung the jade token on the sky laurel tree? Jun Maxiao was stunned. He didn't expect that the black ape in front of him could speak human language. I hung it. Where's my reward? Jun Maxiao thought of the ancestor's order and asked calmly. The black ape looked at Jun Maxiao with a touch of suspicion and asked, Are you from the Xianxia sect? Yes, I'm from the Xianxia sect. Jun Maxiao smiled, cupped his hands and said politely. The black ape didn't speak again. It raised its chin and looked at the sky, as if thinking about something. Jun Maxiao quietly waited for it to continue. In the canopy, Lei Qinian was still picking the golden laurel fruits. Seeing that the black ape didn't attack Jun Maxiao, he was relieved. The Xianxia sect, how many generations has it been? The black ape turned its head and suddenly asked casually. End of 4th update. Looking for a wave of 5-star reviews, recommendation votes, the black ape spoke in a casual manner, and its expression was also as calm as the wind. At this moment, the feeling he gave off was that of a benevolent old man chatting with a young man about his daily life. The Xianxia sect has been passed down for 298 generations. Jun Maxiao was only 14 or 15 years old. He was young and didn't think too much, so he couldn't help blurting it out. Oh. The black ape nodded gently. Then it looked at Jun Maxiao with a kind smile. It's bad. In Jun Maxiao's mind, Yiyin suddenly sighed. This old and cunning black ape was too evil. It asked about the Xianxia sect before. That was a routine question. Because only the disciples of the Xianxia sect could receive the reward after hanging the jade token. The Xianxia sect was the most powerful sect in the Kamikaze dynasty. It was also the one behind the scenes who had been carrying out operations against the Xianlong sect. The implied meaning of the Xianxia sect was to check and balance the Xianlong sect. As a pawn of the power behind the scenes, it had always been on the front line of suppressing the Xianlong sect. The black ape just asked calmly, how many generations has the Xianlong sect been passed down for? The reason why it asked this question was that according to the task requirements of the Xianxia sect, the Xianlong sect had to be passed down for 300 generations before it could be completely wiped out. Only in this way could the task be completed successfully. However, Yi Yin didn't tell Jun Maxiao about this. This young man didn't know at all. So he spoke frankly about the current inheritance of the Xianlong sect. As soon as the black ape heard that the Xianlong sect had been passed down for 298 generations, it immediately found a flaw. After all, the real disciples of the Xianxia sect wouldn't let the task end abruptly when it reached the 298th generation of the Xianlong sect. You did a good job. The black ape looked at Lord Grimm as if he was an elder, and said kindly. Thank you for your praise, senior. Jun Maxiao scratched his head and smiled. He didn't realize that there was already a flaw in his words that had been caught by the black ape. Bang! The black ape's face suddenly turned cold, and it let out an angry roar. What a stupid child. I don't know who told you to come here and swindle people. You still want to get a reward? As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, the black ape stretched out its palm and tried to grab Jun Maxiao. The black ape had already reached the pinnacle of Nirvana realm level 10, and its strength was abnormally terrifying. As the large black hand reached out, it sealed the void around Jun Maxiao. Jun Maxiao was shocked. How did the black ape know that he was an imposter? Could it be? Thinking of the last question, Jun Maxiao immediately realized the crux of the problem. He immediately regretted it. Jun Maxiao's body flashed as he prepared to activate the mystical dragon movement technique to escape. But he was surprised to find that the void around him had been sealed by a powerful force. Open! Jun Maxiao activated the second level of the Dragon Rebel technique at this moment without hesitation. His chi and blood boiled and burned fiercely, and his combat strength was immediately increased by 10 times. He roared and his body flashed. He turned into the shadow of a mystical dragon and forcibly escaped from the void. This moment seemed very slow, but it was actually very fast. The black ape's large hand grabbed nothing. It looked at the illusory mystical dragon, and its face suddenly changed as if it had thought of something. So it's a remnant of the Xianlong sect. The black ape said coldly. It didn't chase after Jun Maxiao, because it was the master of this space. In midair, the shadow of a mystical dragon flashed, and Jun Maxiao's figure appeared. But at this moment, Jun Maxiao's originally young face became mature. His gaze turned calm, as if everything in the world was so lowly in his indifferent gaze, unable to enter his discerning eyes. At this moment, Yi Yin took over Jun Maxiao's body. The current situation was not something Jun Maxiao could handle. Yi Yin also wanted to know the origin of the black ape and the hidden mastermind's plan. Brother, let me give you a hand. Lei Qinian suddenly flew out from the crown of the sky laurel tree and landed beside Yi Yin. He took out the heavenly treasure cover and put it on top of his head. Rays of golden light fell and shrouded the two of them. Protect yourself. Yi Yin turned around and patted Lei Qinian on the shoulder. Then he took a step forward. Lei Qinian was dumbfounded. This was completely different from the Jun Maxiao he knew. Why did he sound so much like that senior? An idea flashed through his mind. Lei Qinian seemed to understand. He stopped in the air and looked at Jun Maxiao's back. The expression in his eyes began to change. From disbelief, it slowly turned into a fanatical worship. Yi Yin landed and stood in front of the black ape. The black ape did not expect that this young man of the Xianlong sect would have the courage to stand in front of him again. Did he really think that he could escape by relying on the dragon body movement? He was really young and ignorant. Because of the doubts in his heart, the black ape did not take action immediately. Unexpected. The remaining members of the Xianlong sect have turned over. How did you get into the Xianxia sect and get that secret? The black ape stared at Yi Yun and asked with bright eyes. What's so difficult about that? Yi Yun just smiled faintly. Is there a Fate Realm cultivator in the Xianxia sect? But the Shenlong sect has been declining all the way. It is not easy to get a Divine Bridge Realm cultivator. How did you get into the Xianxia sect? What's more surprising is that you got such a secret. The black ape asked repeatedly. The more it thought about it, the more incredulous it felt. Someone once calculated that when the Shenlong sect was about 300 years old, the probability of a Divine Bridge Realm cultivator appearing was 1 in 10,000. How could such a weak cultivation be able to sneak into the Xianxia sect, which was full of experts? The top secret of the Xianxia sect must be well protected. How did a small disciple of the Shenlong sect get it? Looking at the black ape's rolling eyes and the increasingly doubtful expression on its face, Yi Yun found it funny. The Shenlong sect naturally has its own means. Otherwise, how could it become an eternal sect? Yi Yun smiled faintly. It seems that we don't have to talk anymore. Since the remaining members of the Shenlong sect have turned over, there will naturally be people suppressing them outside. And you, boy, don't think about getting out alive. The black ape smiled coldly and suddenly moved. It turned into a black light and rushed toward Yi Yun. He raised his furry fist and threw out a punch. You're still too weak. But since you're here, don't go back. Yi Yun laughed. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The black ape's body quickly softened and collapsed at Yi Yun's feet. Yi Yun began to search the black ape's memory, but as soon as his divine sense entered, he found that the ape's memory was already incomplete. Many key points were missing. The mastermind behind this is really cautious. At this point, he actually erased all the clues. Yi Yun's face turned cold. With a flick of his finger, the black ape's body suddenly exploded. This noble one should know a little more, right? Yi Yun muttered to himself and looked in the direction of the bottom of the lake. Today's 4 chapters, this is the first chapter. It's really senior. In the air, Xianxia, who was protected by the golden light of the heavenly treasure cover, looked at Xianxia's back. His breathing was rapid, and his eyes were filled with fanaticism. Although Xianxia couldn't understand what kind of magic this was, he knew that with Senior here, he and Xianxia wouldn't be in any danger. No one could hurt them. Yi Yun stood calmly on the island in the middle of the lake, looking at the lake without any expression on his face. The huge black demonic ape at the bottom of the lake belonged to the battle demonic ape, which was one of the most powerful demonic apes. The black ape that he had killed with a single finger was merely a clone of the heaven-battling demonic ape. In the entire secret realm, all the apes were clones of this battle demonic ape. If the battle demonic ape wanted to awaken its true body, it had to recall all its clones in order to drive its huge and decaying body. This battle demonic ape had lived for too long, and its body was gradually decaying. It had to use some method to prolong its life. The battle demonic ape was ordered to guard the Sky Moon Kasha tree and wait for the descendant of the Xianxia sect to enter the Sky Moon secret realm and hang up the jade token that represented the completion of the task of keeping the Shenlong sect in check. It was the emissary who gave the descendant of the Xianxia sect a reward. This battle demonic ape was only at the first level of the life and death realm when it was alive. Even if it recalled all its clones and tried to drive its decaying body, it would at most have the strength of a half-step life and death realm. In Yi Yun's eyes, this strength was even less than an ant. Therefore, he gave the battle demonic ape time to drive its true body and face him. Senior, what are you waiting for? Xianxia, who was in the air, looked at Yi Yun's back with a puzzled expression. He suddenly remembered that the black ape had come out of the whirlpool. In the lake. Could it be, were there any terrifying creatures in the whirlpool? Thinking of this, Xianxia's curiosity was piqued. He observed the lake with great interest. Unfortunately, his divine sense couldn't penetrate too deep into the lake. It was bounced back by a powerful force. Even so, it still gave him a big fright. This meant that there was an unknown existence at the bottom of the lake whose cultivation base was extremely high. Xianxia didn't dare to look around. He could only quietly float in the air, waiting for the senior to take action. After a long while, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from all directions. One by one, the apes flew out from the white fog, flew to the top of the lake, and fiercely plunged into the water. Xianxia was extremely shocked as he watched the apes plunge into the lake one after another, stirring up waves after waves. What was going on? Why did these apes enter the lake like moths to a flame? Xian looked at all of this indifferently, his face expressionless. He could only hope that this decaying sky-battling demonic ape would be able to provide him with some useful clues after it woke up. If there were no useful clues in this battle sky demonic ape's mind, then he would have to look elsewhere to find the mastermind. Xian knew that there were still many secrets hidden in the vast land of the Sunnan continent. Even Nangang Yu, who had mysteriously disappeared, might have set up some secret traps, waiting for Xian to discover. There was also that little follower with ponytails, the little girl Xianxia. As the demon ancestor of the demon clan, Xianxia had a long lifespan. She must know more secrets. Therefore, Xian also wanted to investigate the Palace of Cold Blood. Splash, splash, the apes plunged into the lake and were sucked into the depths of the lake. These apes turned into rays of light and entered the body of the battle sky-battling demonic ape. Most of the apes in the secret realm had extorted a lot of elixirs from the human clan cultivators. Now, these elixirs had turned into rolling medicinal power and began to wash the huge real body of the battle sky-battling demonic ape. Xian saw a familiar ape. It was the leader of the apes that had led Jun Maxiao to search for the 10,000-year-old sky laurel tree. It turned into a ray of black light and entered the body of the battle sky-battling demonic ape. Instantly, it provided an unimaginable surge of energy. This surge of energy naturally came from the god-level dragon tiger pills. These god-level dragon tiger pills were simply a rare tonic for the battle sky-battling demonic ape. The powerful energy dispelled most of the decaying aura in its body, causing its body to tremble slightly. Another ape flew into the body of the battle sky-battling demonic ape. This ape was the leader of the ape tribe that Jun Maxiao had hired for the first time. It had also eaten a lot of elixirs, including a god-level dragon tiger pill. This leader of the apes had also provided a lot of energy. Under the impact of the surging energy, the battle sky-battling demonic ape recovered its vitality. Its fingers could move again, and a pair of huge eyes quickly opened. The moment the battle sky-battling demonic ape opened its eyes, the entire sky moon hidden realm was stirred up. The sky changed color, and the hidden realm instantly fell into darkness. What happened? Why did the sky turn dark in the sky moon hidden realm? I saw a lot of apes running around just now. They all seem to be heading in the same direction. Could it be related to this? Who knows, it might be some blind fool who killed the apes. The great sage is going to send down his heavenly wrath. The cultivators cursed as they looked at the suddenly darkened sky. An indescribable fear rose in their hearts. In the lake, all the apes turned into black light and entered the body of the battle sky-battling demonic ape. After being nourished by the god-level dragon tiger pills, the battle sky-battling demonic ape should have recovered to half-step life and death realm. However, at this moment, it actually recovered to the first layer of life and death realm. It returned to its original peak state. The battle sky-battling demonic ape closed its eyes and started digesting some of the memories from its doppelganger. After only a few seconds, it understood everything that had happened in the sky moon hidden realm. It also knew that the Xinheng sect had met with misfortune. The remnants of the Shenlong sect had also entered the sky moon hidden realm and destroyed its strongest doppelganger. Remnants of the insignificant Shenlong sect. The battle sky-battling demonic ape was furious. The lake water around it surged, shattering all the sand and stones at the bottom of the lake. It suddenly sat up. At this moment, the lake water surged, forming a huge wave that pressed down on the small island in the center of the lake. Xian did not care about the lake water. He flashed and appeared in midair in the next moment. Heavens! What kind of monster appeared at the bottom of the lake? Looking at the raging waves, Xianxia's face turned pale. Splash, the lake water roared violently again. This time, it seemed that all the lake water had soared to the sky. It was as high as 100 feet. The momentum was astonishing. Even with the heavenly splendor cover, Xianxia was washed into the golden light by the lake water. He was sent flying along with the heavenly splendor cover. Xian flicked his finger and a wave of spiritual power swept out. It immediately dragged Xianxia high up into the sky. This wave of spiritual power formed a defensive shield that protected Xianxia. Senior, you must have sent me high up into the sky and even provided me with a protective shield of magic power. Feeling the changes in his body, Xianxia looked at Yiyan's back and was extremely touched. The raging waves were so powerful that it was shocking. Even if he had the protection of the heavenly treasure cover, with his weak cultivation, he would not have been able to defend himself. Even if he did not die, he would have been seriously injured. Senior sent him high up into the sky and set up a protective shield so that he would not be in any danger. Xianxia was lamenting when he suddenly opened his eyes wide and his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Suddenly, a huge black figure slowly stood up in the middle of the monstrous lake. Although the sky was dark, one could still see the huge black figure. It was incomparably huge and looked extremely terrifying. Isn't this the great sage of the great sage temple? After seeing the face of the black figure, Xianxia could not hide the shock in his heart, especially when he was holding a black iron rod. The great sage was hiding in the depths of the lake. The apes that it had reared previously all went to the bottom of the lake. Could it be that the great sage's real body had come through some kind of sacrifice? Due to the protective shield, Xianxia could not sense the cultivation of the huge black devil ape. However, looking at its huge body, Xianxia guessed that the black devil ape's cultivation must be very high. Whoosh! After the devil ape stood up from the bottom of the lake, only its knees were soaked in the lake water. It could be seen how huge its body was. Whoosh! It shook its body, and countless water droplets shot out in all directions. Most of the water droplets were rushing towards Yiyan. A small number of water droplets were rushing towards Xianxia, who was high up in the sky. Yiyan put his hands behind his back and did not make a sound. The raindrops that filled the sky met a wall in front of him, and then fell into the lake one after another. In the other direction, the rain droplets hit the protective shield but could not break through it and fell down as well. Surviving. Member of the Xianxia sect, how great! You destroyed the mission that Master gave me and made me fail at the last moment after so many years of waiting. The battle sky demon ape lowered its head and let out a deep roar. Its thick and sturdy arm covered in black hair slowly lifted the huge black iron rod and pointed it at Yiyan, who was in midair. A powerful aura erupted from its body like a volcano. The disciples of the three sects who were fighting the undead flying snakes in the white mist around the island were all sent flying by the powerful aura. Most of them fainted. A small number of people died on the spot. As for those undead flying snakes, they were lying in the fog, not daring to move at all. Battle Sky Demonic Ape, I'm very interested in who your master is. If you tell me, I don't mind sparing your life, and at the same time, giving you a good fortune. Yiyan's eyes flickered as he looked at the huge black shadow in front of him and smiled with interest. He believed that the memories of the heaven-battling demonic ape had been altered. Either some memories were erased, or there was a powerful restriction. Once it was tested, it would immediately explode. After several attempts, Yiyan was no longer able to read the memories in the Battle Sky Demon Ape's mind directly. It would be best if he could obtain some information through other methods. Reading the memories was the worst method. My Battle Sky Demon Ape clan has always been loyal. We will never be traitors. You're just a fish that escaped the net from the Xianxia sect. Give up. The Battle Sky Demon Ape said coldly. Its blood-red eyes were like two blood moons hanging in its eye sockets, making the Battle Sky Demon Ape look extremely ferocious. After it finished speaking, the flames of the Battle Sky Demon Ape burned. The aura of the Battle Sky Devil Ape burned like flames. A layer of dense black chi fluctuated on the surface of its body that was covered in thick black fur. It was ready to strike. The strength of this surviving member of the Xianxia sect couldn't be underestimated. He was an unimaginable variable, so it had to kill him. It seems like we can't have a pleasant conversation anymore. Come, let me see what kind of ability a Battle Sky Demon Ape has to guard the Sky Moon secret domain. Yiyan smiled faintly and looked at the Battle Sky Demon Ape fearlessly. This Battle Sky Demon Ape couldn't be left alive. He was too tight-lipped. Now, he could only use the method of reading the memories of the Battle Sky Demon Ape. Tiny runes the size of stars appeared in Yiyan's demonic eyes. The power of life and death surged, causing endless changes to take place. In an instant, the battle sky demon ape, who was about to strike, suddenly became absent-minded. At this moment, Yi Yin had read the battle sky demon ape's memories. Fortunately, its memories were not restricted. However, some of its crucial memories were erased. This battle sky demon ape had been raised by a mysterious masked man since it was young. It had been raised to the first level of the life and death realm. Then, the masked man gave the battle sky demon ape a mission to guard the Sky Moon's secret domain. At the same time, he told the battle sky demon ape all kinds of things to pay attention to. These things included, the battle sky demon ape had to wait for the successor of the Xianxia sect to appear in the Sky Moon's secret domain at a certain time in the future and hang the jade token on the 10,000-year-old osmanthus tree. The battle sky demon ape had to verify a number. If the Xianxia sect had kept the Shenlong sect in check for 300 generations, and there was no successor after 300 generations, the battle sky demon ape had to give the reward to the successor of the Xianxia sect. If there was no successor, then it meant that the Shenlong sect had undergone an unexpected change. The battle sky demon ape had to kill the remaining members of the Shenlong sect. The loyal battle sky demonic ape accepted the mission and entered the heavenly moon mystery realm. It began to guard this small world. The masked man also built a great sage temple and taught the battle sky demon ape a set of shallow magic to collect incense. He let the battle sky demon ape rely on the power of incense to extend its life. At the same time, he taught the battle sky demon ape the magic to transform into countless apes and monkeys to search for elixirs among human practitioners. The elixirs consumed by the battle sky demon ape would all be fed back to its original body. With this two-pronged approach, the battle sky demon ape's life could be extended until the end of the Shenlong sect's 300th generation. That was the cause and effect. The masked man is hiding his head but showing his tail. He doesn't dare to show his true face. It's really in line with the style of the mastermind behind the scenes. Yi Yin smiled gently and didn't think much of it. The mastermind's strength and strategy were far beyond the imagination of the world. It was like creating a fake Shenlong sect and absorbing the remaining luck of the Shenlong sect in the Cangnan continent with the powerful luck divine ability. Not many people in the vast divine land could do this. The battle sky demon ape suddenly shook its huge head. When it was about to attack, it was suddenly in a trance. It missed the best opportunity to attack. What did you do to me just now? The battle sky demon ape roared angrily. At the same time, it raised the black iron rod and smashed it toward Yi Yin. Whoosh, the huge iron rod swung down, containing boundless power. At this moment, heaven and earth changed color. An indescribably powerful aura swept out in all directions. The white fog outside the lake was immediately blown away by the strong wind. In the white fog, the flying dead spirit snake and the disciples of the three sects were blown thousands of miles away. All of them were in a mess. Even the flying dead spirit snake was knocked out by the strong wind. Even further away, the cultivators, who were frightened by the strange dark weather, felt a gust of wind sweeping over them, and all of them fled in panic. Some went into caves, some went into valleys, and some hugged the Sky Moon osmanthus tree tightly. At this moment, all the cultivators were using all kinds of methods to protect their lives. So powerful. Watching the indomitable battle sky demonic ape smashing down with its black iron rod, Lei Qinyan's heart raced as he trembled all over. But he was surprised to find that he was not affected at all because of the protective shield. The strong wind brought by the iron rod was immediately diverted when it hit the protective shield. This made him surprised and happy. Lei Qinyan looked at Yi Yin's back with even more fanaticism in his eyes. He knew that the senior's cultivation was far superior to that of the towering black demonic ape. So he did not have to worry about anything. How dare a puny life and death realm cultivator be so arrogant in front of me? Yi Yin said softly. This voice turned into a powerful sound wave that immediately rushed towards the huge black iron rod. Boom, the black iron rod was immediately rolled back. And the powerful sound wave still swept toward the battle sky demonic ape like a lake. Seeing the void tremble and the indescribable sound wave sweeping over with a destructive aura, the battle sky demonic ape felt an indescribable fear in its heart. At this moment, it finally understood. The black-robed young man in front of it had probably reached the eternal realm. He was far from being a match for a level 1 life and death realm demonic beast. Just as this thought flashed through its mind. Boom! The huge sound wave crashed into the battle sky demonic ape. The sound waves continued to vibrate up and down. The huge body of the heaven-battling demonic ape was instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist and fell from the sky. Senior, just one sentence. The mighty and ferocious heaven-battling demonic ape had fallen. Xianxia, who was in mid-air, witnessed the start and end of the battle with his own eyes. Hiss, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Senior is too strong. Just a few words were enough to turn a life and death expert into a bloody mist. The power of such a divine ability was unimaginable. After the battle sky demon ape was killed, Xianxia didn't feel any joy. Instead, he felt a little melancholy. Needless to say, the masked master of the heaven-battling demonic ape was also the mastermind behind the scenes. He had been a pawn for a long time. But now, the clues had been cut off. Xianxia stood quietly in mid-air, gazing into the distance. He was thinking about everything that had happened in the Shenlong sect in the past 100,000 years. He was slowly sorting out the timeline, including the people and things he had encountered when he was alive. He wanted to find some clues. After the death of the battle sky demonic ape, the world gradually regained its clarity. Everyone let out a long breath. The strange phenomenon just now was too terrifying. At that moment, everyone thought that the Sky Moon's secret realm was going to collapse. After sorting out the past, Xianxia didn't find any clues. He couldn't help but sigh softly. The mastermind behind the scenes was proficient in deduction and had the ability to predict the future. Their meticulous plan had already started 100,000 years ago. Now, it was very difficult for him to reverse the situation. Xianxia looked around, gazing at the entire Sky Moon's secret realm. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Sky Moon's secret realm, as a small world guarded by the battle sky demonic ape, what is its origin? Could it be specially created by the mastermind? Xianxia muttered to himself. After saying that, his eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have some clues. Xianxia took a step forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Senior! Xianxia shouted, looking anxious. He was still wearing a layer of protective shield, so he couldn't move even if he wanted to. The protective shield suddenly disappeared. Xianxia regained his freedom. He looked down and saw that the entire lake was dyed red by the blood of the battle sky demonic ape. The smell of blood was extremely strong, and he felt like he was in a dream. Where should I go now? Xianxia looked around and found that the white fog had disappeared. He couldn't make up his mind. Forget it, I'll stay here and wait for Senior to come back. Maybe Senior will leave Jun Maxia's body after solving the problem. Xianxia thought about it and decided to stay. He landed on the island in the middle of the lake. Xianxia kept flashing in and out of the void. He was observing the heavenly moon's secret realm after a round of careful investigation. After careful investigation, he felt a faint but familiar aura of a divine dragon in the depths of the secret realm. Xianxia was puzzled by this discovery. The aura of a divine dragon was very unique. It belonged to an extremely rare dragon tribe. Xianxia glanced at the lush sky moon cassia tree in the mountain range. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He immediately knew the origin of the divine dragon's aura. The aura came from the dark moon dragon. It was a dragon tribe that lived in the moon star in the deep night sky. It was said that they would never leave the moon star. Unless Lord Zulong ordered them to, they would never leave. Xianxia's eyes flickered. He felt the secret realm again and was surprised. Could this secret realm be created from the body of the dark moon dragon? To be able to create a secret realm from a divine dragon was not something that a major sect could do. It had to be at least a super sect. With this conjecture in mind, Xianxia could now determine that this mystic realm was created by the mastermind behind the scenes. This dark moon dragon has been dead for too long. I wonder if there are any remnants of its will left. Xianxia muttered to himself. If he could find the will of the dark moon dragon, he might be able to find out which force had created the Sky Moon's secret realm. Xianxia activated the heavenly disillusionment eye. He started to deconstruct the secret realm and search for the will of the dark moon dragon. After searching for half an hour, Xianxia did not find the will of the dark moon dragon. Could it be that it had been too long and the wool had already dissipated? Yi Yan stood in the void quietly and did not move. Maybe there is a chance of success if I activate Zhu Long's bloodline and imitate Zhu Long's will to summon the Dark Moon Dragon. Yi Yan's eyes flickered as he thought of another idea. Jun Maxiao's body, under the control of Yi Yan, immediately activated Zhu Long's bloodline to the maximum. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a giant golden dragon that was over 30,000 meters long. This huge golden dragon hovered in the sky, exuding an unimaginably huge, mysterious, and noble aura. At this moment, all the creatures in the secret realm fainted. End of 4th update. Looking for a 5-star rating. Recommend me, In the Sky Above the Heavenly Moon Mystery Land. A giant golden dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long was emitting a dazzling golden light that lit up the entire mystery land. However, all the living creatures had fainted and had no chance to witness such a magnificent scene. The golden light was not only filled with an indescribable aura of mystery, majesty, vastness, and desolation, but if one looked closely, one could also see various other colors of light within the golden light. It was as if the golden light contained all the colors in the world. Yi Yan activated the rare bloodline of Zhu Long in Jun Maxiao's body and transformed him into the true body of Zhu Long. Of course, this true body of Zhu Long was not the true body of Zhu Long. It was merely a temporary transformation. If Yi Yan's true body transformed into Zhu Long, he would be infinitely close to Zhu Long. Now, in the Heavenly Moon Mystery Land, activating the bloodline of Zhu Long in Jun Maxiao to transform into the true body of Zhu Long should be enough to summon the Darking Moon Dragon. Darking Moon Dragon, I, Zhu Long, descend upon this world and summon the Dragon Clan. The giant dragon opened its mouth and Yi Yan spoke in the dragon language. This voice was extremely strange and impassioned. Only the Dragon Clan could understand it. This summoning, only by using the true body of Zhu Long to summon the language of Zhu Long could the mystery land resonate with this world. Then, the fragmented and weak will of the Darking Moon Dragon would be stimulated, awaken, and condense again. After the first dragon language was spoken, the entire world was peaceful and there was no change. Yi Yan maintained his patience and continued to summon. After the 7th dragon language summon, Yi Yan found that the entire mystery land began to tremble. The trembling was only slight at first, but then it became more violent and turbulent. Then, Yi Yan spoke the 8th dragon language. At this moment, the sky also changed. The originally bright world suddenly fell into dead silence and darkness. A bright moon suddenly rose from the horizon and hung high in the sky. It seems that the profounding moon dragon's will has been summoned and has once again gathered in this world. Seeing the changes in the world, Yi Yan instantly felt relieved. Without hesitation, he uttered the 9th dragon language. Mysticking Moon Dragon, I, Zhu Long, descend upon this world and summon you dragons. Above the moon. Slowly, an illusory, bright yellow divine dragon shadow rose into the air. As soon as the divine dragon phantom condensed, it immediately turned into a stream of light and flew down from the moon, arriving in front of Yi Yan. Greetings, Lord Zhu Long. The illusory dark moon dragon's huge body was prostrating in the air. Its voice was deep and filled with awe. Yi Yan's bright eyes landed on the mysticking moon dragon. The body formed by the awakened will was not very strong and would soon dissipate. Mysticking Moon Dragon, who made your body into the secret realm of the Sky Moon? Yi Yan asked. Lord Zhu Long, I died in battle in the ancient times. Later on, this dragon corpse was passed around many times. A force called the Heaven Secret Pavilion made it into a secret realm. The Mysticking Moon Dragon said in a deep voice. Yi Yan nodded slightly. Although the Mysticking Moon Dragon was dead, its weak will still recorded some useful information. What kind of force is the Heaven Secret Pavilion? Inside the carriage. Yi Yan, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Mu Qing, who was sitting opposite him. Mu Qing's expression changed. She said with surprise, Master, the Heaven Secret Pavilion is a super force in the Plough Empire. Its origin is mysterious and I heard that it rarely shows itself. Yes. Yi Yan nodded. It was true that a super force had made the Mysticking Moon Dragon's corpse into a secret realm for Nirvana realm cultivators to train. Master, the Heaven Secret Pavilion is different from other sections. They are good at arrays, elixir refining, divination, and other strange skills. The location of the Heaven Secret Pavilion is very hidden. There are layers of arrays outside. It is said that no outsiders have ever entered the Heaven Secret Pavilion. Mu Qing thought for a moment and said with a smile. Although she did not know why her master asked about the Heaven Secret Pavilion, she still told him everything she knew. Yi Yan nodded slightly and closed his eyes again. The Heaven Secret Pavilion was just a pawn of the mastermind behind the scenes. It was not Yi Yan's match. Only the real mastermind of the Divine King realm on the Divine Land was qualified to compete with Yi Yan. But now was not the time. Improving the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect was the most important thing. Yi Yan's consciousness returned to the secret realm of the Sky Moon. The mystic moon dragon in front of him was still lying in the air. But its body was becoming more and more illusory. Yi Yan knew that the mystic moon dragon was formed by him activating the remnant consciousness in the secret realm. It could not hold on for long. Master Zhu Long, the mystic moon dragon tribe was guarding the moon star. All of us died in battle. The treasure you asked us to protect was also taken away by the divine spirit of the Divine Land. The mystic moon dragon's body trembled slightly and its voice became sorrowful. Although it was an illusory dragon formed by the remnant consciousness, it still remembered the tragic battle on the moon star in ancient times. Yi Yan was startled. Seeing that the mystic moon dragon was about to disappear, he quickly said, "It is not your fault. You have done your best. Thank you for your understanding, Master Zhu Long. We can rest in peace now," the mystic moon dragon said in a low voice. Its eyes were filled with sorrow. The next moment, its body began to disintegrate and return to the world. Yi Yan's eyes flashed. He immediately read the mystic moon dragon's memory. The memory was not complete. It only included the battle on the moon star that the mystic moon dragon cared about the most. In that battle, the divine spirit of the Divine Land quietly attacked the moon star. All the mystic moon dragons fought to the death and died. As for the treasure it was talking about, it didn't matter. It was a treasure that Zhu Long had sealed on the moon star. The mystic moon dragon tribe did not know what it was. After conquering the moon star, the practitioners of the Divine Land continued to break the seal that Zhu Long had set and took away the treasure. Zhu Long's treasure. What is it? Yi Yan looked at the mystic moon dragon that had disappeared and said in a lonely voice. That ancient battle was far too distant from the present. It had been millions of years since then. It was difficult to find the truth. Yi Yan took back Zhu Long's bloodline and turned back into Jun Maxia's appearance. This trip to the Heavenly Moon secret realm had brought him great rewards, but also great regrets. In ancient times, the battle between the Hidden Dragon Continent and the Divine Land ended in the victory of the Divine Land's divine spirit. The glory of the dragon tribe came to an end in that era. Even with Zhu Long's great power of creation, he still sealed a treasure on the moon star. What kind of treasure is it? Yi Yan looked lonely. He looked in the direction of the void and muttered to himself. Today's 4 chapters. This is the first chapter. In the ancient era. As the leader of the dragon clan, Zhu Long's power was undeniable. However, he had sealed a treasure. It was obvious that this treasure had an extremely shocking origin. Even with Zhu Long's heaven-defying power, he seemed unable to control this treasure. Therefore, he had sealed it. Yi Yan was quite interested in this sealed treasure. There were almost unlimited treasures in his warehouse. Zhu Long's sealed treasure was nothing compared to all of them. However, Yi Yan knew that this treasure might be related to some of the reasons for the war between the 2 clans. This was what he was interested in. However, too much time had passed since the ancient era. He did not know where this treasure had ended up in the Divine Land. Yi Yan felt that there was no need to be too anxious now. He would go to the Divine Land sooner or later, and the mysteries would be solved one by one. The battle between him and the mastermind had just begun. This was a game. If he played according to the rules of the game, it would be very interesting. If he broke the rules of the game, it would be equivalent to having the authority of a GM in an online game before he had transmigrated. He would only be able to enjoy playing the game for a short while. After a long time, it would become boring. Yi Yan shook his head and temporarily threw many thoughts to the back of his mind. He looked at the unconscious cultivators in the Heavenly Moon's secret realm, including Lei Qinian, and waved his hand gently. All the cultivators were teleported out the moment they woke up. I'll leave the Heavenly Moon's secret realm here for the time being. If I take it away, the Divine Secret Pavilion will be alerted. Yi Yan looked into the distance and muttered to himself. Then, he left in a flash. When Yi Yan appeared outside, the wisp of primordial spirit disappeared. Jun Maxiao's consciousness took over his original body again. What happened just now? Why was I suddenly teleported out after that black ape came out? Looking at the cultivators from various major forces all around him, Jun Maxiao scratched his head in confusion. Yi Yan had tampered with his memory. Jun Maxiao's memory stopped at the black ape's question. At the same time, a small part of Lei Qinian's memory was also erased. It was better not to let these two juniors know too much. Brother Jun, I've finally found you. A ray of light flew over and landed beside Jun Maxiao. It was Lei Qinian. He had the heavenly treasure lid on his head. Rays of golden light fell down and protected him and Jun Maxiao. Brother Lei, why were we teleported out? Seeing Lei Qinian, Lord Grimm quickly asked. The Heavenly Moon's secret realm, I don't know when I'll be teleported out. Lei Qinian spread out his hands and said in a low voice, it has been almost a month since we were in the Heavenly Moon's secret land. It's not a short time. It matches the time we were sent out. So that's the case. Lord Grimm nodded, a look of understanding appearing on his face. Suddenly, Jun Maxiao's heart pounded. He remembered something important. He remembered that he and Lei Qinian found the 10,000-year-old Heavenly Moon Osmanthus tree on the island in the middle of the lake. After he hung the token on it, a black ape flew out of the lake. The black ape only asked him a few questions before he was teleported out. And the black ape didn't give him any rewards. Jun Maxiao was filled with regret. He didn't know if he had completed the task given by the old ancestor. Brother Jun, let's leave quickly. Otherwise, when the disciples of the three major sects realize what happened, they'll definitely find trouble with us. Lei Qinian pulled the corner of Jun Maxiao's clothes and whispered to him through voice transmission. Jun Maxiao quickly nodded. He and Lei Qinian had obtained so many 10,000-year-old golden osmanthus fruits. It would be a great loss if the disciples of the three major sects intercepted them. Among the three major sects, the Profound Sun sect was their mortal enemy. Now that they were out of the secret realm, they definitely wouldn't let the two of them go. The two of them were preparing to leave this place quietly. Suddenly, over 1,000 cultivators surrounded them from all directions. These cultivators wore red Taoist robes and were extremely eye-catching. They were obviously disciples of the Profound Sun sect. At this moment, a young man in red slowly walked out of the crowd with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold as he sneered, "You two rogue cultivators still want to run away? You've killed so many of our disciples. Today, we're going to avenge our fellow sect members." His words were extremely provocative. Immediately, the eyes of the Profound Sun sect's disciples turned red and their blood boiled. Avenge our fellow sect members. Everyone pulled out their swords and pointed them at Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian. Lei Qinian's face turned pale. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 disciples of the Profound Sun sect. He and Jun Maxiao were definitely no match for them. This time, they were really dead. These two rogue cultivators really don't know their limits. They led a group of monkeys to commit crimes in the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. Now that they're out of the Heavenly Moon's secret realm, they've become two rats that everyone wants to beat. A young man in a black robe stood on a huge rock in the distance. He was a disciple of the Demon Blood sect. Behind him stood a large group of Demon Blood sect's disciples. The number of them was about the same as the Profound Sun sect's disciples. However, the Demon Blood sect's disciples didn't want to interfere with the affairs of the Profound Sun sect's disciples. Two small rogue cultivators had nothing to do with them. "Mu Qing, you go and pick up those two little guys." In the carriage, Yi Yan said lightly. Mu Qing was slightly stunned. "Pick up who?" Her master's words left her scratching her head in confusion. But in the next moment, she activated the power of the void and disappeared from the carriage. When she reappeared, Mu Qing was surprised to find that she was high up in the sky. Below her was a large group of profound Sun sect's disciples that surrounded Jun Maxiao and Lei Qinian. A great battle was about to break out. Mu Qing's face suddenly changed. How could this be? These profound Sun sect's disciples dared to attack the disciples of the Shenlong sect. They must be tired of living. Mu Qing waved her big sleeve and a surge of magical power swept out like a gust of wind. The profound Sun sect's disciples didn't expect that a great cultivator at the 7th level of the Fate realm would suddenly launch an attack in the air. They were blown back by the gust of wind and many fell to the ground. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic and battered. Mu Qing, who was dressed in black, suddenly descended from the sky. She cupped her fists and bowed to Jun Maxiao respectfully. Mu Qing greets senior brother Jun. Seeing a great beauty at the Fate realm bow to him, Jun Maxiao's little face flushed red, even though they had met before. Mu. Junior sister Mu, you don't have to be so polite. Jun Maxiao blushed and quickly reached out to hold Mu Qing's arm. This scene fell into the eyes of all the surrounding cultivators. Everyone's face was filled with great shock. Everyone was dumbfounded and petrified at this moment. This beautiful girl in black was ridiculously strong. Wasn't she the saintess of the Gendry sect? Seeing Jun Maxiao's face turn red, Mu Qing just smiled and stood up. Female cultivators usually had techniques to retain their youthful looks. She wasn't young anymore and was much older than Jun Maxiao. Therefore, she didn't lower herself to the same level as Jun Maxiao. Isn't she the Gendry sect saintess? Why is she? Lei Qinian was dumbfounded. Since some of his memories were erased by Yi Yun, he wasn't too clear about what happened in the Marshall Kunshan black market. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lei Qinian could only hide the doubts in his heart. However, he breathed a sigh of relief. With the Gendry sect saintess here, she would definitely be able to solve the dangerous situation he and Jun Maxiao were in. The disciples of the profound Sun sect, who had been blown away by the strong wind, stood up one after another. They looked at the black-clothed beauty in front of them, their faces filled with anger. She's the Gendry sect saintess. The leader of the red-clothed young men revealed an ugly expression after seeing Mu Qing's appearance. The Gendry sect saintess was a great cultivator at the 7th level of the Heaven's Mandate realm. Nirvana realm disciples like them couldn't deal with her. This saintess had an extraordinary status in the Gendry sect and was second only to the sect master in the Gendry sect. Juniors like them couldn't afford to offend such an illustrious figure. The cultivators from the other sects were puzzled when they saw the Gendry sect saintess suddenly appear and save the pair of rogue cultivators. Previously, they were quite far away and the gale was too strong. They didn't hear the conversation between Jun Maxiao and Mu Qing clearly. However, they did see the saintess's respect for the black-robed youth. A great cultivator at the 7th level of the Heaven's Mandate realm being so respectful to a young man at the 1st level of the Nirvana realm was really inconceivable. Could it be that the black-robed rogue cultivator had a great origin that made all of them misjudge him? The surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly and kept glancing at Jun Maxiao with curiosity. The only sect that had a direct conflict with Jun Maxiao was the Profound Sun sect. However, these Profound Sun sect's disciples were all in the Nirvana realm. It was impossible for them to make a move against the Gendry sect saintess. Once they made a move, in the end, the Nirvana realm disciples of the Profound Sun sect would be the unlucky ones. However, the 3 sects had sent Heaven's Mandate realm elders for this experiential learning. The Profound Sun sect was no exception. A beam of sword light flew over and turned into a red-robed old man, who landed in front of Mu Qing. Greetings, saintess. The red-clothed old man in a respectful as a grandeur. The saintess in the same way, saintess Mu Qing put her hands behind her back and looked coldly at the red-clothed old man in front of her. She also knew this red-clothed old man. His name was Wu Qingzi, a deacon elder of the Profound Sun sect. Each of the 4 sects of the Celestial Empire had many deacon elders who were in charge of various matters within the sect. Compared to ordinary disciples, these deacon elders were naturally of noble status. However, compared to her, the saintess, they were simply dwarfed. Saintess, may I ask if this young man is from your sect? The red-clothed old man stared at Jun Maxiao with flickering eyes and asked in a deep voice. Yes, we are from the same sect. Mu Qing narrowed her eyes and replied in a cold voice. Although she was from the Gendry sect, Mu Qing had now joined the Shenlong sect. Not only that, even the Gendry sect's patriarch, the mystic bird, was now a demonic beast of the Shenlong sect. The red-clothed old man was stunned. He really didn't expect this black-clothed young man to be a disciple of the Gendry sect. In this case, he really couldn't find a way to reason with the saintess. "Let's go." The red-clothed old man turned around with an ashen face. He waved his hand and issued an order to the surrounding Nirvana realm disciples. "Elder, many of our disciples died in the hands of these two." A red-clothed young man came forward and whispered. "Is that so?" The red-clothed old man's heart skipped a beat and his eyes were filled with doubt. That young man was only at the first level of the Nirvana realm, and the young man beside him was only at the fifth level of the Nirvana realm. With such cultivation, how could they kill the disciples of the Profound Sun sect? When Lei Qinian heard the red-clothed young man's words, he immediately became furious and shouted, "You disciples of the Profound Sun sect are too shameless. You were the ones who wanted to kill us, but you accidentally killed the ape and were killed by the heavenly wrath of the great sage. Wasn't it this young man who killed 8 of our fellow disciples in the beginning?" The red-clothed young man turned around and pointed his finger at Jun Maxiao as he angrily defended himself. "That's because he deserved to die." Jun Maxiao also spoke. He looked at the red-clothed young man and sneered, "He wanted to snatch our golden osmanthus fruit and besieged us with murderous intent. But he was stopped by the ape. If I didn't kill them, should I let them kill me? The logic of your Profound Sun sect's disciples is really laughable. You're talking nonsense." The red-clothed young man's face turned red and his body trembled with anger. The young man was right. His fellow disciples of the Profound Sun sect did rely on their numbers to launch an attack on these 2 rogue cultivators. However, these 2 rogue cultivators were extremely shrewd. They bribed a group of apes with medicinal pills, causing the 8 of his fellow disciples to be besieged by the apes. In the end, this young man seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and killed them. This information was naturally obtained from the rumors spread by the cultivators around the scene of the battle. Mu Qing took a step forward with murderous intent in her eyes. She coldly said, "Senior brother Jun, you killed them well. Since the disciples of the Profound Sun sect dared to provoke you, then don't let any of them off." Seeing the saintess of the Gendry sect suddenly become angry, the disciples of the Profound Sun sect immediately fell silent. Even the red-clothed old man who was at the 5th level of the Fate realm shuddered at this moment. If they really angered this saintess of the Fate realm, they would suffer a great loss. "Saintess, please don't be angry. If my Profound Sun sect has done something wrong, please forgive us." The red-clothed old man hurriedly tried to smooth things over. After the old man finished speaking, many of the cultivators around suddenly showed a look of horror. Because they just heard the saintess call the young man as senior brother. What the hell was going on? Since when did the saintess of the Gendry sect have a Nirvana realm senior brother, and his status was so high? This was too shocking and too exciting. After the red-clothed old man finished speaking, he thought of this point and suddenly came to a realization. The saintess of the Gendry sect actually called this black-robed young man a senior brother. Where did this young man come from? He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Mu Qing didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, she looked at Jun Maxiao and said with a soft smile, "Senior brother Jun, who are the blind people who angered you? This junior sister will help you vent your anger and kill them all." She spoke very softly. However, his voice, which was as gentle as a breeze, contained a strong murderous intent. "Junior sister Mu Qing, the disciples of the Profound Sun sect who had a conflict with me are all dead. I have nothing to do with them. Tell them to scram." Jun Maxiao said after thinking for a while. There were many disciples of the Profound Sun sect in the Heavenly Moon secret realm, but only a small group of them had a conflict with him. In the end, they were electrocuted to death by the great saint's heavenly might. As for the others, she must have followed the 2 of them into the white fog plain when they had barged in together. Of course, it wasn't just the Profound Sun sect, but also the Demon Blood sect and the Jingyi Sword sect. These 3 forces were lost in the white fog and had no chance to have any conflict with him. Jun Maxiao was a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. He didn't involve the entire Profound Sun sect in the grudges of some people. Yiyan smiled when he saw this. He thought that this Jun Maxiao kid was quite different from him. According to Yi Yun's character 100,000 years ago, if the Profound Sun sect dared to treat him like this, he, as the #1 bully in the Sunnan continent, would have led his men to attack the Profound Sun sect's lair. However, the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect were 3 different individuals. Yi Yun didn't want to turn them into what he was before. His children and grandchildren had their own blessings. As an ancestor, it wasn't good for him to interfere in everything. I understand, senior brother Jun. Mu Qing smiled and turned around. A layer of coldness surged on her face again. Her gaze was like a sword as she shouted, since my senior brother has spoken, you should all scram. Yes, the red-clothed old man didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly led the Nirvana Realm disciples away from this place. The disciples of the other forces naturally didn't dare to stay. They all flew into the sky and left. In the void, the huge shadow of the heavenly moon Cassia tree gradually faded away. This trip to the heavenly moon's secret realm had come to an end. Brother Jun, you've joined the Gendry sect? Shouldn't you be a disciple of the senior Shenlong sect? Lei Qinian put away the heavenly treasure cover, rubbed his hands and asked with an embarrassed smile. Mu Qing looked at Lei Qinian and smiled. Brother, it's not senior martial brother Jun who joined the Gendry sect, but I joined the Shenlong sect. I see, Lei Qinian was suddenly enlightened. There were seniors in Shenlong sect, and their strength was incomparably strong. It was understandable for the saintess of the Gendry sect to join Shenlong sect. As the saying goes, water flows downwards. That was the logic behind it. Senior martial brother Jun, let's go. Master is still waiting over there. Mu Qing licked her sexy red lips and said with a smile. All right. Jun Maxiao nodded. Before the 3 of them could move, the void rippled and the 3 of them felt the stars in front of them move. Space rapidly changed and in the blink of an eye, the black carriage appeared in their line of sight. The 3 of them looked at each other and immediately reacted. Little junior martial brother, you've been gone for a long time. How's your harvest? Luo Li abruptly rushed out of the carriage. She was like a gust of wind as she rushed out. After that, Suwani lifted the curtain of the carriage. Her expression was as gentle as jade as she leisurely walked out. She looked at her junior brother, Lord Grimm, with a warm smile on her beautiful little face. I've got a lot of 10,000-year-old osmanthus fruits, but it seems that I haven't completed the task given by Ancestor. Jun Maxiao blushed and scratched his head awkwardly. Yi Yun walked out and said with a smile, your task can be considered completed. Really? Ancestor. Jun Maxiao breathed a sigh of relief and then took out all the golden osmanthus fruits. Senior martial sisters, have a taste. Jun Maxiao raised the bag in his hand. Lei Qinian also hurriedly raised a bag and said in a panic, I have more here. Brother Jun, I'll give them all to you. Brother Lei, how can I do that? Didn't we agree that each of us will take half? Jun Maxiao shook his head helplessly and did not take the bag. Lei Qinian suddenly became anxious and stuffed the bag into Jun Maxiao's hand. Brother Jun, without you, I would have died in the heavenly moon mystery land. What's the use of these golden osmanthus fruits? He said with a chagrined face. Lei Qinian, you can take half of these osmanthus fruits and give the other half to Jun Maxiao. Yi Yun said with a smile. Lei Qinian immediately became listless when he saw that Yi Yun, a senior, had spoken. Jun Maxiao took out half of the golden osmanthus fruits with a smile and put them in his bag. At this time, Luo Li and Suwani came over and took out a golden osmanthus fruit. They put it to their noses and sniffed it. Senior sisters, try it. It can improve one's aptitude, especially those who are more than 10,000 years old. The effect is better. Jun Maxiao persuaded with a smile. Junior brother, you're so kind. Senior sister and I didn't take care of you for nothing. Luo Li giggled and her beautiful big eyes curved into 2 crescents. She took a bite of the heavenly moon osmanthus fruit. It tastes so good. After Luo Li took a small bite, she couldn't stop praising it. Sect leader, can you give me one? The big black cat straightened its neck and shouted bravely. Take it. Everyone has a share. Luo Li laughed heartily and took out a dozen golden osmanthus fruits from the bag and threw them out. Every demonic beast was given 3 pills, including Mu Qing. Even the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon of the Monarch God realm got one. Master, I'll pass. It's useless to me. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon used its dermic powers to control the 3 golden osmanthus fruits to float in front of it. It sniffed it and smiled helplessly. The Heavenly Moon osmanthus fruit was indeed good, but it was useless to cultivators above the true God realm. Senior, why don't you share it with me and Maobao? The big black cat asked eagerly. It didn't say it wanted it directly. Instead, it brought along Maobao, who had the lowest cultivation level. This way, it would appear to be selfless. Take it. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon said with a smile. Thank you, Senior. The big black cat was overjoyed. It immediately waved its paw and the 3 golden osmanthus fruits were in front of it. Then, it opened its mouth and was about to swallow all 3 osmanthus fruits. Maobao quickly pulled it back and said with a wronged expression, Big brother, why are you eating mine too? Oh, I forgot. The big black cat played dumb and gave Maobao a golden osmanthus fruit. Maobao didn't think it was too little. After all, it was already very satisfied to have an extra golden osmanthus fruit for no reason. Everyone tasted the golden osmanthus fruits and smiled happily. Ancestor, why don't you try one too? Luoli carried the biggest golden osmanthus fruit and came to Yi Yun's side with a smile. Forget about me. Didn't you hear Xiaolong say that the Heavenly Moon osmanthus fruit has no effect on cultivators above the true God realm? Yi Yun shook his head and smiled. Ancestor, although it has no effect, the taste is still very good. Why don't you try it? Luoli smiled like a flower. Her filial piety was commendable. You can keep the big osmanthus fruit. I'll eat 1,000-year-old one. It's just a token of my appreciation. Yi Yun laughed heartily, feeling comforted. He reached out and patted Luoli's little head. Then, he grabbed 1,000-year-old osmanthus fruit. Yi Yun put it to his mouth and took a gentle bite. A sweet taste instantly filled his mouth. Old master, where are we going next? After eating 3 golden osmanthus fruits, the big black horse was in a good mood and turned its head to ask. The Gendry sect is not far from here. Let's go and take a look. Yi Yun raised his head and looked in a certain direction as he said thoughtfully. Senior, is the Xianxia sect still short of people? Lei Qinian walked up timidly and looked at Yi Yun with a red face. Brother Lei, you don't have the bloodline of the divine dragon in your body. If you join the Xianxia sect, you won't be able to learn the 3 secret techniques? Jun Maxia was stunned for a moment. His young temperament made him blurt out his thoughts. 4 chapters completed. Looking for a wave of 5-star reviews and recommendation votes. Thank you, everyone. After hearing Jun Maxia's words, Lei Qinian's face turned redder. He didn't expect that only those with the bloodline of the divine dragon could become a disciple of Xianxia sect. Otherwise, he couldn't practice the unique skills of Xianxia sect. Oh, Senior, I'm sorry for my rudeness. Lei Qinian lowered his head embarrassedly, feeling depressed. He hurriedly took a few steps back. Yi Yun glanced at Jun Maxia and thought, this little guy is too outspoken. Xianxia sect. Although only disciples with the bloodline of the divine dragon could learn the 3 unique skills. But in fact, even 100,000 years ago, not all the disciples of Xianxia sect had the bloodline of the divine dragon. There were also many ordinary human disciples or disciples with the bloodline of other mythical beasts. Now that 100,000 years had passed, the divine dragon sect had been passed down through generations of sect masters. Only the 3 ultimate techniques were left. So in Jun Maxia's mind, Xianxia sect could only accept disciples with the bloodline of the divine dragon in a narrow sense. It was not Jun Maxia's fault. Lei Qinian, you can join our Xianxia sect. Yi Yun looked at Lei Qinian and said with a smile, giving him a positive answer. Senior, but I don't have the bloodline of the divine dragon, Lei Qinian said helplessly. It doesn't matter. Some disciples without the bloodline of the divine dragon can practice the unique skills of Xianxia sect. Yi Yun said with a smile. Oh. Lei Qinian said with a weak voice. Yi Yun looked at Lei Qinian with nostalgia in his eyes. He sighed and said, "Your Lei family used to be good at the Thunder Series cultivation method, but it's incomplete now." "Senior, how do you know that?" Lei Qianian asked in shock. "Don't forget, I'm an old friend of your Lei family, so I'm familiar with the cultivation method of your Lei family." Yiyan faintly smiled, raised his fingertips, and lightly tapped his head. The next moment, in Lei Qianian's mind, there was suddenly a complete set of Thunder Series cultivation formula. The incantation of this cultivation method was the Thunder Series cultivation method that he was familiar with, the Nine Heavens True Thunder technique that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. However, the Nine Heavens Genuine Thunder technique that he had just received was much more complete than the one that his father had passed down to him. Lei Qianian was extremely shocked. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. If this Nine Heavens Thunder technique is cultivated to the profound level, it will be quite powerful. Yiyan praised. "Senior, thank you for bestowing me with another cultivation technique." Lei Qianian's eyes turned red and he knelt down with a thud. "Brother Lei, you can't call him senior anymore. You're a member of the Shenlong sect. Shouldn't you call him ancestor?" Jun Maxiao scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Lei Qianian came to a realization and hurriedly kowtowed. "Lei Qianian pays respect to old ancestor. Get up first. You're the only one left in the Lei clan," Yiyan said with emotion. He took out a green bead and said with a smile, "There's a small world inside. You can cultivate in seclusion inside. Don't worry about cultivation resources. You can come out when you break through to the eternal realm." After saying that, a green light fell on Lei Qianian's body, and he suddenly disappeared. Yi Yan's primordial spirit entered this small world and gave Lei Qianian some cultivation resources. Then, he gave a few simple words of advice and retreated. The reason why he did this was Yi Yan also had some selfish motives. Lei Qianian was the only one left in the Lei clan. He had to be well protected. Otherwise, he would be ashamed to face his good brother. When Lei Qianian broke through to the eternal realm in the future, there would be no danger for him to come out. As for Lei Qianian, Yiyan only hoped that he would be safe. As for the three juniors of the Shenlong sect, Suwani, Luoli, and Jun Maxiao, they had Zhu Long's bloodline. Naturally, they had to bear more responsibility and pressure. Therefore, Yiyan entrusted these three juniors with important tasks. After settling Lei Qianian, Yiyan felt a lot more relaxed. He was about to enter the carriage when he suddenly felt something and looked at the void. At this moment, so did the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon? He looked up at the sky and seemed to have sensed something. "What did you feel?" Blood Chief Demon Dragon asked alertly. "You'll know later. Someone is sending something to the void," Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon said in a deep voice. In the next moment, as the space fluctuation intensified, Blood Chief Demon Dragon and Big Black Horse, who were in the Eternal Realm, both felt it. Somewhere in the void, there was a faint shadow of a coffin. The shadow of the coffin was so huge that it looked like a hill from the ground. "What the hell is this?" Yiyan looked at the shadow of the coffin and sneered. 100,000 years had passed. All kinds of demons and monsters had appeared in the Tsunnon continent. As the ancestor of the Shenlong sect, he was really surprised. Why weren't there such fun things 100,000 years ago, if there were? Yiyan didn't have the energy to flirt with all kinds of beautiful girls. The shadow of the coffin gradually became vivid from its initial faint appearance. The patterns on the surface of the coffin also became extremely clear and eye-catching. The coffin was pitch black and had various patterns on its surface. However, the most eye-catching thing was that there were various dragon-shaped patterns on the four sides of the coffin. Many dragon-shaped patterns were vivid and unique. In Yiyan's view, they were all different divine dragon clans. This is too much. Who would be so bored as to carve the pattern of the dragon clan on the coffin? Blood Chief Demon Dragon cursed. As a member of the ancient dragon clan, Blood Chief Demon Dragon was very sensitive to such things. Wasn't it a mockery and a curse to the divine dragon clan to carve the pattern of the divine dragon clan on a coffin? Don't worry. The void projection isn't over yet. Yiyan smiled faintly and said without batting an eyelid. Yes, Master. Blood Chief Demon Dragon responded. Feeling a little uncomfortable, it narrowed its eyes and looked at the sky, shooting out rays of light. It wanted to see what was behind the coffin. Is this the hidden dragon coffin? Mu Qing's expression changed slightly as she looked at the pitch-black, illusory coffin covered with divine dragon patterns. She revealed a look of disbelief. What's the origin of this hidden dragon coffin? Yi Yan turned to look at Mu Qing. Master, there's a popular saying in the Xianxia continent, hidden dragon coffin bearers, dragon cave appears, burying the living. Mu Qing said respectfully. So it's the hidden dragon coffin. Hearing Mu Qing's words, the big black cat also exclaimed in shock. It seemed that it had also heard of the hidden dragon coffin. How should I understand this saying? Yi Yan asked with a smile. From his point of view, this gatha was mysterious and secretive. It was a shady business. Master, there's a group of mysterious coffin bearers in the Xianxia continent. No one knows where they come from. Every time before the dragon cave appears, they will cast a void projection. First, they will cast the hidden dragon coffin, then the coffin bearers. Then, they will carry the hidden dragon coffin in the area where the dragon cave appears and travel the 9 suns above the void, Mu Qing explained softly. As soon as she finished speaking, the void projection fluctuated again and 4 masked white-robed figures appeared. After these 4 white-robed figures appeared, they split into 4 corners and lifted the hidden dragon coffin. Today's first chapter of the 4 chapters. These must be the so-called pallbearers. Yi Yan's eyes flickered as he looked at the 4 illusory figures in white robes in the void. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Their ability to pretend to be mysterious was really hilarious. It was like a few children wearing a mask in front of an adult to perform the so-called justice. Naturally, it was full of flaws and was so fragile that it could not withstand a single blow. However, Yi Yan did not expose them. The name of the hidden dragon coffin and the dragon's cave made him think of something more profound. He wanted to slowly watch the show unfold and see what the real pallbearers would do when they appeared. Master, this void projection will only disappear after 9 days when the pallbearers carry the hidden dragon coffin in the sky. This also means that the dragon's cave will appear in the area that the pallbearers fly over. The dragon's cave can bury the dead, and it is said that there is a chance for them to live a second life. Mu Qing looked at the pallbearers with a solemn expression and explained softly. The legend of the pallbearers was very mysterious, and this matter sounded very bizarre. If the dead were placed in the hidden dragon coffin and taken away by the pallbearers and buried in the dragon's cave, there would be a chance for them to live a second life. As everyone knew, no one in the Xianxia continent could live forever unless they reached the true God realm. Only then would their lifespan be much longer than that of ordinary people. Some ancient existences of the major forces could not wait to enter the hidden dragon coffin to live a second life. In history, there were indeed many people who lived a second life with the help of the hidden dragon coffin. Therefore, this made the pallbearers even more legendary. However, the pallbearers had a special characteristic. They could only accept gifts from the most powerful forces in the region they appeared in. The so-called gift was for these most powerful forces to use all kinds of natural treasures to create a hidden dragon coffin, and then bury the powerhouses of their own sex who were nearing the end of their lifespans. After all this was done, the pallbearers would appear from the void and carry the hidden dragon coffin to the dragon's cave. Mu Qing told Yi Yan everything she knew. Yi Yan only smiled after hearing it. As for the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon, and the Big Black Horse, they were all very interested. Master, this is really interesting. How come I've never heard that a dragon's lair has such a powerful ability to come back from the dead? The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon smirked and laughed. As an ancient divine dragon, he understood the dragon tribe the best. Even if the dragon tribe were to die, it would be impossible for them to live a second life. Of course, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon was an exception. As long as he had a drop of blood, he could be reborn at the right time. But most dragons couldn't do it. This included the 10 super divine dragons. If they encountered a powerful divine earth spirit and unfortunately fell, the hope of resurrecting them was still very slim, unless they had already set up some kind of backup plan. That's a funny way to put it, but some people have indeed succeeded. We still need to take our time to see how the show will be performed. The Jade Ocean Heavenly Dragon said with a smile. As a Divine Lord Realm Dragon, he was not too interested in this sort of bizarre matter. Listening to the conversation between the two divine dragons, Yi Yin nodded thoughtfully. Just then, there was another fluctuation in the void. 2 more pallbearers had appeared. These 2 pallbearers stood on the left and right, carrying the hidden dragon coffin in the middle. Why are there 2 more pallbearers? The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon asked with a smile. Mu Qing's breathing was a little rapid. She hurriedly said, Senior, if there are 6 pallbearers, it means that the dragon's lair this time is of an extremely high grade. It's at least above the Emperor grade. How interesting. These people really know how to have fun. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon nodded and laughed. How many pallbearers have there been in history? Yi Yan's eyes flashed as he asked. Master, there have been at most 16 pallbearers in history. It's said that the dragon's lair that time was of the highest grade Emperor grade. Mu Qing answered honestly. Did the person who was buried in this dragon's lair live a second life? Yi Yan asked again. I don't know about that. There are many versions in the world. Some say that he lived a second life and cultivated until he reached the true immortal realm before leaving the Cangnan continent. Some say that he didn't live a second life. Some say that he lived a second life but his cultivation didn't surpass that of his first life. Mu Qing said with a wry smile. Yi Yan nodded. It's said that it's a heaven-grade force that's extremely powerful. Later on, they deliberately blocked the news, so very little information leaked out. No one knows which heaven-grade force it is. Mu Qing added. It's worth the wait. Yi Yan smiled and looked at Mu Qing. He said, since the pallbearers have appeared in the Celestial Empire, the 4 sects of the Celestial Empire will probably take action right away, right? Mu Qing quickly nodded and said, that should be the case, Master. The 4 sects will have a competition. The strongest sect will be responsible for sending the pallbearers, while the 3 sects that lose will be responsible for building the hidden dragon coffin. Good. The Gendry sect is not far ahead. You, the Saintess, will go back and take over the position of the sect master. Yi Yan looked ahead and said lightly. Mu Qing was stunned. She had already betrayed the Gendry sect. How could she take over the position of the sect master? If she went back with her identity, would she still be accepted by the people of the Gendry sect? Don't worry. If those little guys dare to be disobedient, just let it come out. Yi Yan smiled and pointed at the mystic bird standing on the roof of the carriage. Master, you can count on me for this small matter. The mystic bird laughed, flapped its wings, and immediately made a promise. It was now the ancestor of the Gendry sect. If it wanted to take over the position of the sect master, wouldn't it be a simple matter? They're moving. The pallbearers are starting to move. Mao Bauer suddenly shouted. Everyone looked at the direction of the sky again. They saw the 6 huge figures, carrying the huge hidden dragon coffin, slowly walking north. The scene was extremely spectacular. At this moment, many cultivators in the Celestial Empire saw this scene. Hidden dragon coffin, pallbearers, dragon cave, bury the living. In the depths of the profound sun sect. An old man with a withered face suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the 6 huge figures in the distant void. His eyes were filled with fanaticism, and he couldn't stop chanting the mysterious verse. As a half-step life and death realm ancestor of the profound sun sect, he only had 3 years left to live. If he could enter the hidden dragon coffin and be buried in the dragon cave by the pallbearers, he would have a chance to live a second life. Ah! The more the old man thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but stand up abruptly, and didn't hesitate to use his chi and spiritual power to roar at the sky. A black carriage slowly came to a stop at the foot of a majestic mountain. Master, we've arrived at the Gendry sect. The big black horse turned around and said with a smile. Okay. Yi Yan nodded and looked at Mu Qing opposite him. Master, I'll go now. Mu Qing took a deep breath. With a confident smile on her face, she lifted the curtains and walked out. Master wanted her to inherit the position of the Gendry sect master. This was a challenge, but fortunately, she had the mystic bird patriarch to back her up. Little girl, don't worry. If there's any problem, I'll come to the Gendry sect at any time to support you. The mystic bird patriarch looked at Mu Qing and said with a pleasant expression. "Thank you, patriarch." Mu Qing bowed slightly and turned into a ray of light, rising from the carriage. At this moment, the Gendry-Sect's mountain protection array had been activated. But this wasn't a problem for Mu Qing. She had a token in her hand. She gently drew on the array and an entrance appeared. Then, she flashed in alone. "Greetings, Saintess." A small team in the air suddenly saw Mu Qing and quickly saluted in fright. Mu Qing nodded and flew to the sect master's hall with a cold expression. The sect master's hall should be very lively at this moment. After all, the pallbearers had appeared. The Gendry sect had to come up with a plan. Mu Qing was a great cultivator at the 7th level of the Fate State. She was very fast and arrived at the entrance of the sect master's hall in the blink of an eye. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she heard a fierce quarrel coming from inside. "The pallbearers have appeared. Our Gendry sect doesn't even have a sect master now. Let's not get involved in this mess." An old man said angrily. "That's right. If it weren't for the traitor Saintess, our sect master, deputy sect master, and supreme elder wouldn't have died so inexplicably." Another person said loudly. His tone was full of hatred for the Saintess. Currently, the Gendry sect's high-end combat power had been severely damaged. This was especially true for the Gendry sect's mainstay, the sect leader and Grand Supreme Elder. Their deaths were a fatal blow to the Gendry sect. Currently, the Gendry sect only had a few Heaven's Mandate cultivators left. Their overall strength had dropped by a large margin. Compared to the other 3 sects, they were much weaker. Therefore, this time, the pallbearers carried the hidden dragon coffin across the sky of the Celestial Empire. Their momentum was mighty and shocking, and it also caused a heated discussion among the remaining elders of the sect. But most of them were against the Saintess. Back then, Yi Yun had erased the memories of everyone in the Wukuan Mountain black market. Therefore, no one knew how the Grand Elder, Sect Master, and Vice-Sect Master died. However, their life lamps were extinguished, so they knew that the Sect Master and the Supreme Elders were dead. Before Gongsun Zhongxing of the Gendry sect left, he had told an elder guarding outside the hall that the Saintess had betrayed the Gendry sect. Therefore, based on this clue, they inferred that the Saintess had something to do with the deaths of the sect leader and Supreme Elder. Especially after the Saintess had mysteriously disappeared in the Wukuan Mountain black market, the fact that the Saintess was the murderer was confirmed. "Everyone, stop talking. Now that we have no leader, we have to choose a sect master to take charge of the situation. This way, the Gendry sect won't continue to be in chaos." An elder suddenly said. This elder was highly respected. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately fell silent. At this time, Mu Qing walked in. "Since we have to choose a sect master, why don't I be the sect master?" Mu Qing said as she walked, her voice full of confidence. Hearing this familiar voice, the gazes of all the elders in the hall turned towards the beautiful girl in black standing at the entrance of the hall. It really was the Saintess of the Gendry sect who had been missing for many days. "Saintess, you still have the face to come back. Hurry up and say, did you kill the sect leader and Supreme Elder?" An old man immediately stood up and walked over angrily. "These 2 deserved it. They offended the master. They deserved to die." Mu Qing said softly with an arrogant expression and a hint of mockery. Who was the master? Even the ancestor of the Gendry sect was a mystic bird that the master had raised. Sect master, Grand Elder, and the others were simply courting death by treating old master like this. In the end, it was the mystic bird ancestor who killed those who didn't know their limits. "What are you talking about? Saintess? Are you being threatened by one of the 3 major sects?" A female elder walked over and looked at the Saintess with an earnest expression. She was closer to the Saintess, so she dared to say this. "Elderly, you don't have to think too much. It has nothing to do with the 3 major sections," Mu Qing said resolutely. After that, she looked around with a sharp gaze and said indifferently, "This time, I'm going to be elected as the sect leader of the Gendry sect. Is there anyone who doesn't accept it?" "I don't accept it. A traitor like you still has the face to come back. Do you really think the Gendry sect is a pushover?" An elder at the 7th level of the Fate realm suddenly pulled out his sword and shouted at Mu Qing. His words were very provocative, and it immediately aroused the anger of more than a dozen Fate realm elders. They all pulled out their swords and surrounded Mu Qing. When the female elderly saw this scene, her eyes were filled with regret. She had no choice but to pull out her sword. Now that the Gendry sect was forced into a dead end, they had to get rid of the traitor in front of them. Despite being surrounded by so many Heaven's Mandate realm cultivators, Mu Qing remained calm. Although she couldn't win against so many people, she believed that the mystic bird ancestor would come soon. Sure enough, a powerful pressure instantly fell from the sky. Suddenly, all the elders in the hall were unable to move. Everyone's face turned pale as they looked in the direction of the void in horror. This kind of powerful pressure could only be achieved by a life and death realm cultivator. Saintess, no wonder you're so fearless. It turns out that you've joined a force with a life and death realm powerhouse. An old man roared angrily. What nonsense are you kids talking about? A majestic voice suddenly fell from the sky, and then a crisp sound was heard. The old man was sent flying with a slap. A black-robed youth appeared in the hall without any warning. Who are you? Looking at the unfamiliar black-robed youth, an elder mustered up the courage to ask. The black-robed youth was Mystic Bird. He snorted coldly and didn't speak. These good-for-nothing profound bird holy sect elders, he really looked down on a single one. Mu Qing greets Mystic Bird ancestor. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mu Qing still bowed very respectfully. After all, this was in the sect, and the etiquette had to be followed. This was also for the elders in the hall to see. Saintess, what did you say? This is Mystic Bird ancestor? How is this possible? An old man revealed a look of astonishment. What's impossible? The Mystic Bird turned around. With a shake of its body, it transformed into its enormous body. Because he was in the hall, he didn't transform into his huge body. Even so, his huge body filled the hall, releasing the pure and powerful Mystic Bird bloodline that rolled in like a tide. Immediately, these elders with the bloodline of the black bird in their bodies became weak and powerless, and they all knelt on the ground. On the tallest mountain peak of the Gendry sect, a black carriage was quietly parked. The white sea of clouds around the mountain peak was ethereal and unpredictable, taking on all kinds of forms. It was like a myriad of phenomena in the world. Yiyan quietly admired the beautiful scenery of the mountain peak and the sea of clouds. At this moment, 3 days had passed since Mu Qing entered the Gendry sect. That day in the sect master's hall, the mystic bird had revealed its true form and subdued all the elders with its powerful bloodline power. In the end, no one had any objections and unanimously elected Saintess Mu Qing as the Gendry sect master. As for the original sect master Gongsun Zhongxing and the Grand Elder, they had already been tossed to the back of their minds. After all, the Gendry sect currently had the unfathomable Mystic Bird ancestor. Although the Mystic Bird ancestor didn't reveal its cultivation, they could guess that it was at least in the life and death realm. Such a cultivation was unrivaled in the entire Celestial Empire. The strongest battle strength of the other 3 factions was only at the half-step life and death realm. They were far from comparable to the Mystic Bird ancestor. After becoming the sect leader, Mu Qing did not hold a grand sect leader succession ceremony. Instead, she simply gathered all the disciples and made a simple sect leader succession ceremony. The Mystic Bird ancestor didn't appear in front of all the Gendry sect disciples. As long as the elders unanimously supported Mu Qing, it was enough. It had already returned to the carriage. Under Yi Yun's instructions, the big black horse arrived at the tallest mountain peak of the Gendry sect and prepared to stay there for a few days. Yi Yun was waiting for the phantoms of the few pallbearers to disappear. There were still 6 days left. Today, as the sect master of the Gendry sect, Mu Qing received a flying sword message from the Profound Sun sect. Not only the Gendry sect, but even the Demon Blood sect and the Righteous Sword sect also received the same message. The meaning of the letter was for the various sect masters to head to the Profound Sun sect and discuss the candidates to enter the Hidden Dragon coffin. That old man from the Profound Sun sect is really impatient. It's not surprising that he only has 3 years left to live. Yi Yun smiled faintly. Beside him stood Mu Qing, the new sect leader of the Gendry sect. She had been accompanying Yi Yun for the past 2 days. After receiving the flying sword message from the Profound Sun sect, Mu Qing immediately informed her master. Master, do you think the Gendry sect needs to go this time? Mu Qing asked. You have to go to the gathering of the 4 sects this time. You have to come out on top and defeat the others. That way, the Gendry sect won't need to provide materials to build the hidden dragon coffin anymore. They just need to send someone. Yi Yan smiled and said. Hearing this, Mu Qing's face turned bitter. She didn't quite understand. The hidden dragon coffin needed someone who was about to die. And it seemed that no one from the Gendry sect was qualified to enter the hidden dragon coffin. Yi Yan looked back at the carriage and asked with a smile, who wants to enter the hidden dragon coffin and explore the dragon cave? Haha, master, why don't you leave such a good thing too? Me? The Blue Ocean Heavenly Dragon was the first to sign up. As a divine sovereign, he was bored of staying in a small place like the Tsangnan continent. He had transformed into a cute little blue cat and was dozing off in the carriage all day long. Your realm is a bit high. You won't have a chance to fight in the Tsangnan continent. Yi Yan rejected the Blue Ocean Heavenly Dragon's request without hesitation. Master, let me go. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was the second to volunteer. The Eternal Realm is too high. It's easy to scare them. Yi Yan shook his head. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon looked dejected and lay down on the carriage. The big black horse grinned. Fortunately, it didn't say anything. Otherwise, it would have been rejected by the master. It seemed that the Eternal Realm couldn't take part in this operation. The mystic bird on the carriage roof also closed its mouth. It had almost volunteered to do the job just now. Only the big black cat and Mao Bauer were left on the carriage. The big black cat blinked several times, thoughts spinning in its mind. Mao Bauer suddenly said in a silly voice, Big brother, you're in the Fate Realm. You're very suitable. Is that so? Mao Bauer, this, entering the coffin is really not a joke. The big black cat stammered. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, it would have slapped Mao Bauer on the head. It really didn't want to enter the hidden dragon coffin. That was a place for the dead. Even if they weren't dead, they would be living dead. Now that it was strong and vigorous, it didn't want to enter the coffin and become a living dead. Little black cat, I think you're quite suitable. The Blue Sea Heavenly Dragon's eyes fell on the big black cat and suddenly laughed. The 4th level of the Fate Realm was not high, but there was no other choice. Below that were the Nirvana realm of his senior brothers and sisters. Then there was Mao Bauer, who was in the Celestial Bridge realm. Their cultivation was too low. They might not even be able to enter the hidden dragon coffin. Master, the Fate Realm can enter, but the 9-tailed spirit cat is only at the 4th level of the Fate Realm. I'm afraid it won't be enough to enter the coffin bearer's eyes. Mu Qing said as she weighed her words. Let it go. As for its cultivation, I'll make it look like a half-step life and death realm cultivator. Yi Yan smiled nonchalantly. In the end, he chose the big black cat. The big black cat suddenly had a bitter face and didn't know what to say. It was Mao Bauer who reminded him. Big brother, master has arranged such a good thing for you. Are you still not willing to accept it? I really can't go even if I want to. Mao Bauer said enviously. These words were like a flame that ignited the big black cat's inner world. It immediately came to its senses. This was a task given by master. As long as it completed the task given to it by the master, would the master be short of its reward? Master, don't worry. This time I'll definitely complete the task. The big black cat stood up abruptly and made a solemn vow. Pa, a black ponytail fell from the sky and slapped the big black cat onto the carriage. Little cat, look at you. Isn't it a little too late to realize it now? The big black horse turned its head and stared at the big black cat that was about to be squashed into a meat patty. It pursed its lips and laughed. It's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. Let the little black cat go. Yi Yan laughed and walked into the carriage. Let's go to the Xianxia sect. Yi Yan's voice faintly sounded from the carriage. The big black horse immediately stopped smiling. It moved its 4 hooves and pulled the carriage into the sea of clouds. Mu Qing also hurriedly got into the carriage and entered it. She boiled a pot of water and brewed a cup of tea for Yi Yan. The big black cat shook a few times and its body returned to normal from a meat patty state. Although it was beaten very badly, the big black cat was already used to Uncle Ma's unique way of caring for it. Mao Bauer. Thank you for reminding me. This time, after completing Master's task, if there is any reward, I will also think of you. The big black cat stretched out its palm and gently patted Mao Bauer's head. This slap looked very light. But when it landed on Mao Bauer's head, it was as if 5 bolts of lightning had struck her. It caused her to see stars and she fainted. End of 4th update. Looking for a wave of recommendation votes. 5-star reviews. Cat Bauer was already lying on the carriage. When the big black cat's paw landed on her head, it was quite forceful. She immediately fell unconscious. His white, fluffy little head lay softly on top of his paw. "Io, Cat Bauer, why are you so sleepy? I just patted you once and you fell asleep." The big black cat raised its paw and clicked its tongue. There was a smug look in its eyes. Its strength was just right. It wouldn't hurt Cat Bauer. It would only make her sleep for a while. "Little cat, you only know how to bully people all day long." The big black horse lowered its head and pulled the carriage. It snorted in annoyance. "Little Black, you're a mighty fate realm demon. What's the point of bullying a celestial bridge realm demon all day long?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon opened one of its eyes and glanced over coldly. "Cat Bauer is a little girl. She's the weakest demon beast in the Shenlong sect. Shouldn't you take care of her more? Little Black, you didn't do it right this time." The Sea of Jade Heavenly Dragon said lazily. There was a hint of reproach in its tone. Seeing that all the demons had spoken, the big black cat was a little flustered. It raised its furry paw and said bravely, "Seniors, as the saying goes, hitting is a sign of affection, scolding is a sign of love. Cat Bauer and I are used to fighting like this in the abysmal underground palace. Sometimes, we can't hold back." "I don't believe you. Little Black, you're very black-hearted." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon laughed and scolded. At this moment, there was a slight fluctuation in the air. The little white cat lying on the carriage suddenly disappeared. The big black cat was only paying attention to the seniors. It didn't notice this scene at all. The Sea of Jade Heavenly Dragon saw it and laughed. "Little Black, Cat Bauer disappeared. I think you're going to have a good time." "What disappeared?" The big black cat was shocked. It quickly turned its head and found that Cat Bauer had disappeared. This discovery made it break out in cold sweat. Without a doubt, the only person who could make Mao Bauer disappear without a trace in front of these dragon seniors was Master. The big black cat was like an ant on a hot pan at the thought of Old Master taking Cat Bauer away. "Kitten, Old Master couldn't stand you bullying Cat Bauer, so he took it away." The big black horse pursed its lips, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth and laughed. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon chuckled and said, "I'm not trying to scare you, Little Black. Maybe the Master will give Mao Bauer a treasure to counter you." Senior Blood Chief Demonic Dragon is right, haha. The Ocean of Jade Heavenly Dragon also laughed out loud. Looking at the uneasy and sweaty big black cat, it seemed to have thought of something. The more it thought about it, the happier it became. It even reached out its paw and scratched its chin a few times. "Seniors, I'm a coward. Please don't scare me," the big black cat said with a sad face. Mao Bauer was taken away by Old Master. This was not a good sign. Maybe Old Master saw it bullying Mao Bauer and couldn't stand it anymore. He might really give Mao Bauer a treasure to counter it. Just as the big black cat was feeling uneasy. In the carriage, Mao Bauer slowly woke up and saw a white figure in front of her. She couldn't help but turn pale with fright as she jumped up. "Old Master, why am I in your carriage?" "I'll leave now," Mao Bauer quickly said. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave." Yi Yin smiled faintly. Seeing that the big black cat was always bullying the weak, even Yi Yin couldn't stand it anymore. He was going to find a treasure to give to Mao Bauer to protect herself. Hearing Old Master's order, Mao Bauer immediately lay on the ground obediently. She stared at Yi Yin with her beautiful gem-like eyes. Mao Bauer was uneasy. She didn't know what Old Master was going to do with her. "This is a colorful dress. I'll give it to you to protect yourself." Don't tell anyone. Yi Yan removed one of his hands from his wrist and gently raised it. A ray of colorful light fell on Mao Bao'er. That ray of colorful light disappeared as soon as it entered Mao Bao'er's body. Mao Bao'er scanned her body with her divine consciousness and immediately felt that there was an extra layer of protection. It was a colorful dress that was emitting thousands of rays of light. It was very beautiful. However, those rays of light appeared inside her body and didn't leak out at all. I've refined it for you. It can protect you for a while. When you reach the fate state, you can refine it yourself. Yi Yan said with a smile. That colorful dress came from the warehouse in the primordial era. It wasn't a powerful treasure in the legends of the journey to the west, but it was quite famous. Many people in later generations knew about it. Thank you, old master. Mao Bao'er was so grateful that she kowtowed to Yi Yan 3 times. Go. Yi Yan waved his hand casually and Mao Bao'er instantly disappeared from the carriage. Old master is so nice to his beasts. He gave her a colorful dress. Mu Qing showed a trace of envy in her eyes. At that moment, the space next to the big black cat fluctuated and Mao Bao'er's figure was revealed. The big black cat was waiting for a long time when it suddenly saw Mao Bao'er appear again. It was pleasantly surprised. Mao Bao'er, where did you go? It asked nervously as it moved closer to him. I went to the carriage. Mao Bao'er blinked and suddenly remembered that old master had told her not to say anything about the colorful dress. Seeing that Mao Bao'er wanted to say something but didn't, the big black cat rubbed its hands and said with a smile. Mao Bao'er, old master didn't give you any treasure, did he? No, no. Mao Bao'er quickly waved her paws and flatly denied it. Old master had already told her not to say anything about the colorful dress even if she was beaten to death. Big brother, that claw of yours hurts so much. You really dared to kill me. Mao Bao'er scratched her head with her paws and said angrily. The big black cat smiled awkwardly. Don't worry. You're just a little demon at the celestial bridge realm. How would I dare to kill you? Mao Bao'er, look at you. Aren't you fine? You're not hurt at all. Mao Bao'er pursed her lips and didn't say anything. It lay on top of the carriage and closed its eyes, looking at the multicolored raiment in its body with satisfaction. Old master said that this colorful dress has a self-defense function, but I don't know how to activate it. Mao Bao'er looked at the colorful dress in her body. It was dormant on the surface of her body. She used her magic power to activate it, but it didn't work in the end. Just like what old master said, she hadn't refined it yet. So this treasure couldn't listen to her as she wished. Mao Bao'er, why are you sleeping again? The big black cat touched its chin and looked at Mao Bao'er. Its eyes flashed as it said this. There was something wrong with this little white cat. Why was her enthusiasm so low after coming out of the carriage? Mao Bao'er ignored it and continued to admire the multicolored dress that was emitting thousands of rays of light in her body. Mao Bao'er, in a few days, I'll be entering the hidden dragon coffin. You won't be able to see me for a while. Let's talk. The big black cat laughed and reached out its paw to pat Mao Bao'er's head. No matter what, it had to find out the truth and see if old master had given Mao Bao'er any treasure. Its furry paw had just touched Mao Bao'er's head when it suddenly felt a sharp pain from its paw. Ah! There's a thorn! There was a sudden exclamation in the carriage. The voice was sharp and shrill, dispersing the surrounding sea of clouds. For chapters today, this is the first chapter, Thorns. Thorns? Why are there thorns on Cat Bao'er's body? The big black cat grimaced in pain as if its paw had been pierced by many red thorns. It kept shaking its arms. When its paw touched Cat Bao'er, it felt countless thorns coming out of her fur and piercing through its paw. It had to be noted that the big black cat was a fate state cat with a strong physical body. It had also eaten a lot of longevity herbs in the underground palace. This made its physical body even more powerful. Even so, the thorn still pierced through its paw. The big black cat quickly looked at its paw, only to find that there was no blood. It couldn't help but feel strange. Could it be that the stabbing pain was a mental attack? Ha, 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 the big black horse, the blood chief demonic dragon, and the azure sea heavenly dragon all burst into laughter. The blue sea dragon, in particular, was was the one with the highest level of cultivation. It kept slapping the carriage with its blue furry paw and laughing so hard that it was rolling back and forth. As a big shot at the Divine Lord state, the blue sea dragon could see the colorful dress inside Cat Bauer's body. It had foreseen the tragic end of the big black cat. The big black cat felt guilty after being laughed at by the seniors. It shook its paw, only to find that it didn't hurt anymore. The big black cat felt lucky again. It looked at Cat Bauer and said with a smile, "Cat Bauer, don't move. Let me touch you again." Cat Bauer lowered her head, but there was a mocking smile in her eyes. It finally understood now. When the big black cat touched it, the five-colored dress in its body immediately turned into a five-colored ray of light and rushed out of its body, turning into a five-colored spike. Those thorns were extremely powerful. The big black cat knew how strong the big black cat's body was, but it didn't expect that the thorns could pierce it so easily. That attack didn't seem to be purely a physical attack. It wouldn't bleed after being pierced, but it would be extremely painful. The big black horse and the other beasts couldn't help but sneer when they saw that the big black cat was still trying to slap it. They were waiting for a good show to begin. The big black cat said it was easy, but it was still very careful this time. It slowly approached Cat Bauer's forehead. When its paw just touched Cat Bauer's white fur, it suddenly saw a layer of colorful light flashing. The big black cat instantly felt the pads on its paws, sending a sharp pain through them. It suddenly screamed and retracted its claws at lightning speed. "What is this? Cat Bauer, why is it so painful?" The big black cat once again grimaced in pain, its face contorted as it shouted. "Big brother, I don't know." Mel Bauer smiled proudly, her big eyes turning into two crescent moons. She remembered old master's words. She would never tell anyone about this treasure. "Did master bestow you a defensive treasure?" The big black cat came over and asked fiercely. "I don't know anything. You don't have to ask me." Cat Bauer answered with a firm gaze. "Sigh, so boring." The big black cat sighed and didn't continue to make things difficult for Cat Bauer. It knew that its every move was being watched by its master. Old master gave Cat Bauer a treasure with thorns all over. From now on, it would be impossible for it to deal with Cat Bauer. The big black cat's face was gloomy. It curled its body into a circle and hid its head in its abdomen. No one knew if it was asleep or if it was too ashamed to face everyone. Everyone roared with laughter when they saw this. Cat Bauer was proud, but she didn't provoke the big black cat. Instead, she closed her eyes and started to cultivate. During this period of time, her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. She had already reached the peak of the 10th floor of Xianxia. She was only one step away from the Nirvana realm. Therefore, Cat Bauer wanted to break through to the Nirvana realm as soon as possible. The few demonic beasts laughed for a while and then chatted about this matter with great interest for a long time. Only then did they begin to cultivate. Yiyan smiled when he saw that all the beasts had entered a state of cultivation. The days of raising a group of beasts were just so joyful. If he, an old ancestor, had to travel around the Tsangnan continent with 3 disciples, it would be meaningless. The Celestial Empire had a vast territory. It was many times larger than the ancient Moon Empire. The 4 upper-rank sects were located in 4 different directions. From the Gendry sect to the Profound Sun sect, one could take the transportation array to the largest city near the Profound Sun sect. Then, one could fly to the Profound Sun sect. However, Yiyan didn't ask Mu Qing to do so. It was too troublesome. With the big black horse and Eternal Realm Great Demon pulling the carriage, they arrived at the destination in no time. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped and the big black horse's voice came from outside. "Master, we've arrived at the Profound Sun sect. Let's go," Yiyan ordered. This time, he wanted to join in the fun. The big black horse pulled the carriage down from the sky and landed on the square of the sect master's hall of Shenyang sect. "Who's there?" 20 to 30 cultivators rushed out from the surroundings. Everyone looked at the black carriage with vigilance. They didn't know who it was. "What's so strange about this carriage?" An old man raised his sword and looked at the black carriage with a surprised expression. He wasn't the only one. Everyone felt the same way. The carriage was pulled by a big black horse. They couldn't tell its cultivation level. It looked like an ordinary black horse. There were also 4 kittens in white, black, blue, and red colors on the carriage. They were neatly lying on the carriage. There was a black bird on top of the carriage, combing its feathers. These demonic beasts were very calm. Even when surrounded by so many cultivators, they didn't show any signs of panic. Yiyan glanced at Muqing. "Master, I'll go out now." Muqing understood and immediately walked out of the carriage. She stood on the carriage and looked around coldly. Is this how the Profound Sun sect treats its guests? So it's the Saintess. The old man leading the group was startled when he saw Muqing's appearance. He quickly waved his hand to disperse the crowd. The old man walked closer and cupped his fists with a smile. "We didn't know it was the Gendry sect's Saintess. Please forgive us for our lack of manners." "It's fine." Muqing walked down with her hands behind her back. "So it's Sect Master Mu. Welcome, welcome." An old man in a red robe walked out of the main hall. He was at the 10th level of the Heaven's Fate realm. He immediately greeted Muqing with a smile. "Greetings, Sect Master Zhou." Muqing cupped her fists and bowed. The red-robed old man at the door was the sect master of the Profound Sun sect. "I heard that the Supreme Elder of the Gendry sect has fallen. I wonder which Supreme Elder of the Gendry sect is in this carriage." Sect Master Zhou's eyes flashed as he kept looking at the black carriage in front of him. He was also shocked by the strange demonic beasts on the carriage. Muqing's eyes suddenly turned cold after hearing Sect Master Zhou's words. There must be a spy in the Gendry sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known about the Supreme Elder's death. But it didn't matter now. With Blackbird Patriarch, an Eternal Realm Great Monster, not to mention the Profound Sun sect, even the Righteous Sword sect and Demon Blood sect together wouldn't be a match for the Gendry sect. "Sect Master Zhou, you don't have the right to know." Muqing's face was cold. Her words were not polite at all, and she threw them at Lin Mingya. "Sect Master Mu, you've just taken over the Gendry sect and you're already so arrogant. Do you think the Gendry sect is still the old Gendry sect?" Sect Master Zhou said angrily. He never thought that the little girl in front of him would be so rude and arrogant in the territory of the Xianxia sect. He was about to teach Muqing a lesson when he suddenly saw several lights falling from the sky. He took a closer look and the expression on his face immediately changed. The sect masters and grand elders of the Xingyi Sword sect and the Demon Blood sect were all there. "Greetings, sect masters and grand elders." Sect Master Zhou bowed politely and cupped his fists. After all, the 2 sect masters were at the same level as him. They were peers. The 2 grand elders were of noble status. He had to treat them as a junior. "I didn't expect this. The Gendry sect is 1 step ahead of us." A middle-aged man in a black robe looked at Muqing with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He sneered and said, "Sect Master Mu, you're only at the 7th level of the Fate State. You're barely qualified to be the sect master." An old man in a white robe next to him smiled and said indifferently, "Yes, you're too young and don't have enough aptitude. In my opinion, you should go back and get someone else. The Dragon Cave is about to appear. It's an important matter. The Gendry sect can just provide some materials to build the hidden dragon coffin. There's no need for you to participate in the meeting of our sections." The 2 sect masters of the Demon Blood sect and the Xingyi Sword sect mocked them as soon as they showed up. Xianxia, who was on the roof of the carriage, was furious. He turned into a black light and suddenly landed next to Muqing. Xianxia turned into a young man in a black robe. "Greetings, Ancestor Xianxia." Muqing didn't dare to neglect Ancestor Xianxiao's sudden arrival. She quickly bowed. "What, that's Ancestor Xianxiao." The others couldn't help but look at each other. They had heard that the ancestor of the Gendry sect was Xianxiao, but how many tens of thousands of years had passed? Mystic Bird Holy Sect had lost a Grand Elder, so how come another Mystic Bird Old Ancestor appeared now? This Blackbird Old Ancestor was probably using the name of the original Blackbird. Everyone tried to sense the cultivation of this Blackbird Ancestor, but to their surprise, they found that the other party's aura was deep and profound, making it impossible for them to gauge his cultivation. But they didn't know that Master Xianxiao's Niao had been hiding. Otherwise, an eternal realm great demon would be too conspicuous in the small territory of the Heavenly Moon dynasty and would easily attract the attention of the mastermind behind the scenes. This is really strange. When did the Profound Bird Holy Sect have another Profound Bird Old Ancestor? The Grand Elder of the Demon Blood Sect was a black-robed old man. He scanned the black-robed youth and revealed a cold smile. Humph. Hiding your head and showing your tail, not daring to reveal your cultivation base, and using the name of the Mystic Bird Ancestor, I think your Mystic Bird Holy Sect is planning to deceive our three sects this time, isn't it? A red light fell and an old man in a red robe appeared next to Sect Master Zhou. He was the Great Elder of Profound Sun Sect, Half-Step Life and Death Realm. The two Great Elders of Demon Blood Sect and Righteous Sword Sect were also Half-Step Life and Death Realm. Although the Great Elders of the three sects had the same cultivation, their battle strength was different. The purpose of the gathering of several major forces this time was naturally to determine who was superior and who was inferior. The Great Elder of Profound Sun Sect showed strong hostility towards the Gendry Sect. Not long ago in the Heavenly Moon Secret Realm, many disciples of Profound Sun Sect died. It was said that one of the disciples of Gendry Sect bribed a group of monkeys, which led to the huge loss of Profound Sun Sect. After leaving the Secret Realm, the Saintess of Gendry Sect ignored her status and used her power to suppress others. She drove away the Deacon Elder and Nirvana Realm disciples of Profound Sun Sect. It could be said that this matter had become the fuse that caused the enmity between Profound Sun Sect and Gendry Sect. Who the hell are you? Xianxia was finally enraged. He raised his hand and slapped the Supreme Elder of Profound Sun Sect. Only a slap was heard. A crisp sound rang out, and the Great Elder screamed miserably, and his body was sent flying. He knocked over several high walls before coming to a stop. When the Great Elder stood up shakily, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the black-robed youth with fear in his eyes. What is this guy's cultivation base? He was a half-step life and death realm expert, yet he couldn't even dodge a slap. The two Great Elders of Demon Blood Sect and Jingyi Sword Sect couldn't help but turn ashen at the sight of this. They immediately retreated a few steps. Too strong. This black-robed youth is too strong. Could it be that apart from the half-step life and death realm Great Elder, the Gendry Sect really has a black bird old ancestor? And the two of you, scram to the side for me as well. Go and cool off. After sending the Great Elder of Profound Sun Sect flying with a slap, Niao didn't seem to have vented his anger. He slapped the two Great Elders of Demon Blood Sect and Jingyi Sword Sect away. The two Grand Elders also spat out blood and knocked over countless courtyard walls. Hiss, seeing this scene, the three sect masters couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Celestial Empire's Gendry Sect was originally the strongest among the four great sects. Originally, he thought that after Profound Bird Holy Sect's Sect Master and Grand Elder perished, Profound Bird Holy Sect's ranking would fall to the bottom. However, they didn't expect that this unfathomable black bird old ancestor would be able to heavily injure the great elders of the three great sects. Senior Blackbird, this junior spoke rudely and offended Senior. I hope that Senior won't mind this junior's offense. Considering that the four great sects of Celestial Empire are of the same branch, please spare our lives. The three great elders quickly flew over, landed in front of the mystic bird, and bowed respectfully. Seeing the three old fellows submit, Blackbird coldly snorted and said, "Is there still a need to discuss this meeting?" "No, Senior. Our three great sects are willing to build the hidden dragon coffin. As for the candidates, the Gendry Sect will decide." The Great Elder of Profound Sun Sect said in a fluster. "That's right. We're willing to provide all the materials and manpower." The other two Grand Elders nodded in agreement. They weren't stupid. They could guess that this blackbird old ancestor was most likely a life and death realm cultivator. He was far from someone they could contend against. If their attitude wasn't good enough, it would bring disaster to their great sects. "At least you guys know your place." Blackbird sneered, turned into a black light, and returned to the top of the carriage. The sect masters and great elders of the three great sects looked at the little blackbird and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. They then looked at the four kittens with different colors below. At the same time, a storm rose in their hearts. The little black bird that had always been inconspicuous was already so powerful. Wouldn't the 4 kittens be even more powerful? Perhaps even the big black horse pulling the carriage wasn't an ordinary great demon. The more they thought about it, the more afraid they became. They couldn't help but guess what kind of terrifying background the person in the carriage had, to be able to make a life-and-death blackbird old ancestor stand guard on the carriage's roof willingly. Seeing Mystic Bird Old Ancestor return to the carriage, Mu Qing knew that Mystic Bird Old Ancestor was going to let her continue to control the situation here. Mu Qing glanced at the several old men in front of her and asked indifferently. How many days do you need to build the hidden dragon coffin? If the 3 sects do their best, it'll only take 10 days. The Supreme Elder of Profound Sun Sect said with a smile. Yes, 10 days is enough. The void projection of the coffin bearers. We've already recorded the shape of the hidden dragon coffin. It's not difficult to build such a coffin. The Supreme Elder of Righteous Sword Sect also said with a smile. All right. Mu Qing nodded. After being taught a lesson by Mystic Bird Old Ancestor, the Supreme Elders of the 3 sects became much more obedient and even spoke politely. A life and death realm expert was an existence that could run amok in the Celestial Empire. Mystic Bird Old Ancestor was an eternal realm expert. It was too easy for him to suppress these Supreme Elders. However, Mu Qing also noticed that Mystic Bird Old Ancestor's cultivation base seemed to have become blurred when he entered the Gendry sect a few days ago. It seemed to be covered by a layer of chaotic veil, making it difficult for others to grasp. If one were to guess based on experience, Mystic Bird Old Ancestor gave off the feeling of a life and death realm expert. Mu Qing glanced at them and said indifferently, all right, let's build the hidden dragon coffin in Profound Sun Sect. We'll wait here for a few days. Sect Master Mu actually wants to stay in Profound Sun Sect. It's our great honor. I'll arrange a good guest room for you right away. Sect Master Zhou's face lit up and smiled politely. Now that the Gendry sect was the dominant power, the other sects could only try their best to build a good relationship with them. In that case, I'll have to trouble you. Mu Qing smiled faintly. Although the Gendry sect was the dominant power now, the 4 sects of Celestial Empire had a good relationship in private for tens of thousands of years. There was no need for them to fall out with each other. Now that the hidden dragon coffin was built, the 3 sects still needed to contribute. Therefore, they still had to build a good relationship on the surface. After that, Mu Qing discussed with the other sect masters for a while. Under Sect Master Zhou's lead, she went to the guest room in the backyard to rest. The big black horse pulled the carriage and followed. Time passed quickly. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. The phantoms of the pallbearers had covered almost half of the Celestial Empire. Then, he disappeared without a trace. The 3 sects began to use a large amount of manpower and resources to build the hidden dragon coffin. The hidden dragon coffin they built was exactly the same as what the mysterious man had described, but the size was different. As long as it was the size of a normal coffin, it would be fine. This point. Anyone who had heard of the legend of the pallbearers knew about it. On the 10th day, with the cooperation of the 3 great forces, they finally forged this hidden dragon coffin. The black coffin was placed on the highest peak of the Profound Sun Sect. The lid of the coffin was open and did not close. Only when the chosen person entered the hidden dragon coffin and closed the lid would the coffin bearers be summoned. Below the coffin, the sect leaders of the 4 great sects and 3 supreme elders were standing there. A little further away, a black carriage was parked there. The 3 great sects seemed to have gotten used to this mysterious black carriage. Anyway, they could not guess the owner of the carriage. These days, the 3 great forces had a private discussion when they were building the hidden dragon coffin. They also suspected that the Gendry sect was controlled by a bigger force. It could be a super sect. Maybe a super sect wanted to use the pallbearers' operation to put a supreme elder who was on the verge of death into the hidden dragon coffin. Then, the pallbearers would bury the supreme elder in the hidden dragon coffin in an attempt to live a second life. Although this speculation seemed to be reasonable, the 3 great forces did not dare to ask. Even if a super sect was secretly involved, it was a taboo that could not be spoken about. At this moment, it was up to the pallbearers to find out what was going on. If they found out, they might refuse to carry the coffin, which would make all the efforts of the super sect go to waste. However, this possibility was merely a possibility. According to the cultivation base of the four great sects of the Celestial Empire, no one could surpass the life and death realm. Therefore, the pallbearer's request should be a fate realm cultivator who was about to die. If the super sect behind them wanted to arrange a life and death realm cultivator to enter the hidden dragon coffin, the pallbearers would probably refuse. In history, this kind of thing was not uncommon. However, this did not rule out the possibility that the super sect could arrange a fate realm cultivator to enter the hidden dragon coffin. As for who would enter, it was not something that the three great sects could control. Anyway, the hidden dragon coffin had been built. As for what would happen next, they just had to wait and see. Catbauer, seniors, the coffin has been prepared for me. Now, I'm going to go in. I really don't want to leave you. The big black cat's face was sad, and he squeezed out a few drops of tears. He looked reluctant to part. Little Black, don't be so fake. It's just going to lie in the coffin for a while. What are you afraid of? I want this quota, but the master won't give it to me. The Blue Sea's heavenly dragon snorted and said sullenly. That's right. Don't be so greedy. Such an interesting task was taken away by you. I've been so upset these days. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon raised his paw and gave the big black cat a slap. However, he was relatively gentle and did not use any strength. Even so, the big black cat's eyes were seeing stars, and it swayed unsteadily on its feet. All right, little black cat, you can go now. Yi Yun's voice rang out from the carriage. Master, don't worry. I'll definitely complete the task perfectly. The big black cat turned into a young man in a black robe. He bowed respectfully in the direction of the carriage and said solemnly. After saying that, he jumped down from the carriage and walked towards the black hidden dragon coffin in front of him. Because Yi Yun had set up a seal around the carriage, the sect masters and elders of the other three great sects did not notice anything amiss. To them, it was just a blur before a young man in a black robe flew down from the carriage. This young man in a black robe had an extremely high cultivation base. He was at the peak of the 10th level of the Fate realm. He was also a half step into the life and death realm. Everyone had the misconception that this was Yi Yun's doing. The big black cat had just taken a few steps forward. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the void above. A small vortex appeared with a rumble. A bright white beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the peak of the mountain. The light dissipated, revealing a few figures. The leader was a middle-aged man with a square face and a resolute expression. He wore a green robe and carried a sword on his back. His aura was surging and his sword intent was monstrous. It rushed over like a river. His cultivation base had reached the 3rd level of the life and death realm. Behind the middle-aged man, there were 4 other people. These 4 people were all in the life and death realm. They were carrying a red coffin and slowly walking towards the hidden dragon coffin. What kind of force is this? Even the one carrying the coffin is a life and death realm cultivator. When the grand elders of the 3 sects saw the figures of these people, they were all frightened out of their wits. End of 4th update. Please leave good comments, please recommend me, you came just in time. Not too late. The green-robed middle-aged man with a sword on his back looked at the hidden dragon coffin. Seeing that the lid was still open, he sighed softly and relaxed. He released a powerful life and death realm aura, causing the elders and sect masters of the 3 sects to tremble in fear. The green-robed middle-aged man looked around and smiled faintly. You 4 sects of the Celestial Empire have worked hard to build a hidden dragon coffin so quickly. But don't worry, you won't build this hidden dragon coffin for nothing. My underworld immortal cave will compensate you accordingly. As soon as he finished his words, the 4 life and death realm cultivators carrying the red coffin walked towards the hidden dragon coffin and gently put it down. Underworld immortal cave, what kind of power was this? The several grand elders looked at each other and racked their brains. Mu Qing also narrowed her eyes and looked at the green-robed man in deep thought. I remember now. At this moment, the grand elder of the Profound Sun sect shouted in surprise. His face was filled with shock. He waved his arm and said excitedly, Underworld Immortal Cave is a paragon sect, one of the strongest forces in the Underworld Immortal Dynasty. Heavens! So it's from the Underworld Immortal Dynasty. The Grand Elder of the Demon Blood sect also opened his mouth in shock. The Underworld Immortal Dynasty and the Profound Sun Dynasty were neighbors, and the two dynasties were on the same level. There were paragon sects within each dynasty. However, the Profound Sun Dynasty and the Underworld Immortal Dynasty were hostile forces, so they rarely entered each other's territory. Who would have thought that the Hidden Dragon Coffin this time would attract the strongest paragon sect of the Underworld Immortal Dynasty, Underworld Immortal Cave? Thinking of the paragon sect, everyone's heart surged with admiration. The strength of a paragon sect was far stronger than that of a high-rank sect. They weren't on the same level at all. In a paragon sect, there were many life and death realm experts. In a high-rank sect, the highest battle power was only a half-step life and death realm expert. This was a huge gap. Hearing the words of the Profound Sun sect's Supreme Elder, a light flashed through Mu Qing's mind. She suddenly remembered something about the Nether Immortal Dynasty. Because the Celestial Empire was a relatively small territory under the Heavenly Sun Empire, their cultivation and activities basically did not leave the Celestial Empire, so they did not have much information about the Nether Immortal Empire. The green-robed middle-aged man looked at the shocked expressions on the faces of the young cultivators. He only smiled faintly with his hands clasped behind his back. He maintained his aloof status and didn't say anything. He came from the Underworld Immortal Cave, and the Underworld Immortal Cave was one of the strongest forces in the Underworld Immortal Dynasty. Descending upon the tiny Celestial Empire was simply a godlike existence. If he wanted to snatch the Hidden Dragon Coffin, no one would be his match. And this time, he made it very clear that he would not take the Hidden Dragon Coffin for nothing. After this, he would definitely compensate the four sects of the Celestial Empire. As a supreme sect, they still had to give face to the other sections. The Crimson Coffin fell to the ground. For life and death realm great cultivators gently moved the lid of the coffin. The lid opened and a white-robed young man slowly sat up. This white-robed young man's face was pale and haggard. At first glance, one could tell that he did not have long to live. His aura was very weak, but one could tell that he had reached the peak of the 10th level of the Fate Realm. "Father, is this the Hidden Dragon Coffin?" The white-robed young man glanced at the black coffin next to him and asked weakly. "Yes. My son, this is the Hidden Dragon Coffin. After you enter, the pallbearers will bury you in the Dragon's Cave. This way, you will have a chance to live a second life." The green-robed middle-aged man's figure flashed and appeared next to the Crimson Coffin. He stretched out a hand and gently patted the white-robed young man's shoulder with a smile. "Father, will this work?" The white-robed young man coughed twice, his face flushed red. "It should work. Throughout history, many people have lived a second life in the Dragon's Cave," the green-robed middle-aged man said with great confidence. "Then, I look forward to meeting you again, Father." At this time, the white-robed young man suddenly stood up from the coffin and prepared to enter the Hidden Dragon Coffin next to it. The big black cat was not far away from the Hidden Dragon Coffin. When he saw this scene, he immediately became anxious. "Mother *********. Someone is fighting with me for the coffin? Hey, why are you people from the Underworld Immortal Cave so unreasonable? This is the Hidden Dragon Coffin that we built. Why do you want to take it?" The big black cat suddenly flew over and stood in front of the Hidden Dragon Coffin, blocking the white-robed young man's path. The white-robed young man was stunned for a moment. He sized up the black-robed young man in front of him. The black-robed young man in front of him was also at the peak of the 10th level of the Fate Realm, but he did not look like a zombie. He was full of vigor and didn't show any signs of dying. Seeing the black-robed young man standing in front of the Hidden Dragon Coffin, the green-robed middle-aged man's face sank. "The Underworld Immortal Cave wants this Hidden Dragon Coffin. Didn't I tell you just now? Your little Celestial Empire only has 4 high-rank sections. Do you want to wrestle with our supreme sects?" Speaking of this, the life and death realm aura on his body surged toward the black-robed young man in front of him. The big black cat felt a strong pressure shrouding his body, making it difficult for him to breathe. He couldn't help but be shocked. With his true strength of the 5th level of the Fate Realm, he still couldn't face a 4th level life and death realm expert. What's so great about the supreme sects? The big black cat snorted under the pressure. Fortunately, his body was extremely strong, so he could withstand the pressure of the 4th-level life and death realm expert. Humph. Unruly people come from remote places. Don't the major forces of the Celestial Empire have eyes? The green-robed middle-aged man turned around with a gloomy face. He looked at the sect masters of the 4 major sects in the distance, his eyes shooting daggers. Senior, please calm down. If you want this hidden dragon coffin, just take it away. The Supreme Elder of the Demon Blood sect rubbed his hands and said with a helpless smile. The Supreme Elder of the Profound Sun sect looked at Mu Qing and persuaded earnestly, Sect Master Mu, we can't afford to provoke a supreme sect. Why don't you let that young man of your Gendry sect come back? Come back? How is that possible? Don't you dare raise the prestige of others and extinguish our spirit. Mu Qing smiled coldly. Her master was behind her, and there was a large group of Eternal Realm monsters on the carriage. There was also a Divine Monarch Dragon Clan expert. How could she be afraid of a supreme sect? Blackbird Old Ancestor. Thinking of this, Mu Qing immediately turned around and bowed respectfully. The black bird on the carriage suddenly turned into a black light and landed beside Mu Qing. It turned into the black-robed young man. So what if you're from a supreme sect? This is an opportunity that belongs to our Gendry sect. You can't take it away even if you want to. Blackbird looked at the life and death realm cultivators of the underworld immortal cave and laughed sarcastically. For chapters for today, this is the first chapter, eh? The green-robed middle-aged man looked at Mystic Bird with a shocked expression. I didn't expect a mere celestial empire to have a life and death realm Mystic Bird great demon. No wonder your Gendry sect has the confidence to challenge our supreme sects. The green-robed middle-aged man sneered with a mocking look in his eyes. The guy opposite him had a chaotic and unstable aura. He seemed to be a life and death realm Mystic Bird great demon. Although the demon race wasn't weak, they weren't on the same level as him at all. Seeing the green-robed middle-aged man looking at him with contempt, Mystic Bird was a little angry. His body shook slightly, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. At this moment, his aura had also reached life and death realm 4th stage. Suddenly, Yi Yun's voice came into Mystic Bird's ears. A light punishment is enough. Yes, Master. Mystic Bird was slightly surprised and quickly answered in his heart. He didn't expect his master to be so lenient to these life and death realm cultivators of the underworld immortal sect. However, his master always had his own plans, so Mystic Bird didn't dare to ask and just did as he was told. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun looked at the young man in white with a pensive look in his eyes. This youth couldn't die. However, he had to deal with the hidden dragon coffin first. First, he had to let these underworld immortal sect cultivators retreat. After that, Yi Yun planned to go to the underworld immortal dynasty. What? You're also life and death realm 4th stage? How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful cultivator in the Celestial Empire? Looking at the aura released by Mystic Bird, the green-robed middle-aged man's mouth twitched and he roared in shock. The 4 life and death realm cultivators behind him also had exaggerated expressions of shock on their faces. The small Celestial Empire, which only had 4 upper-rank sects, actually had a life and death realm 4th stage great demon. This was already very shocking. This Gendry sect's Mystic Bird Old Ancestor is actually a life and death realm 4th stage expert? The 3 supreme elders and sect masters of the Demon Blood sect, Profound Sun sect, and Righteous Sword sect were all dumbfounded. Chills ran down their spines as cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. Fortunately, he had already submitted to the Gendry sect back then. Otherwise, with his cultivation base, he would have already possessed the strength to go against a supreme sect. The big black cat leaned against the hidden dragon coffin and chuckled as it watched the scene from afar. He retracted his gaze and looked at the white-clothed young man standing in the red coffin. He smiled and said, "Brother, if you're not a fierce dragon, you won't cross the river." You didn't expect it, did you? Our Celestial Empire also has a life and death realm expert. Who would have thought? The white-robed young man's face turned even paler. He sighed, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seems that the heavens really want to take my life. He lowered his head, his face twisted in extreme pain. Looking at the white-clothed youth's pained expression, the big black cat smacked its lips and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He, a living person, was fighting over a coffin with a person who was about to die. There was something indescribably strange about it. However, there was nothing he could do about it. This was his master's task. He wanted to lie in the hidden dragon coffin and be buried in the dragon cave. He wanted to see what would happen inside. Your Excellency is also a life and death realm expert. Do you really want to become enemies with my underworld immortal cave? The azure-robed middle-aged man said coldly. He slowly pulled out the sword on his back. His body was like a javelin, incomparably tall and straight. Strands of shocking sword intent were released from his body. These terrifying sword intents swept over like a tide. The supreme elders in the distance immediately turned pale with fright. They hurriedly retreated dozens of meters and erected a defensive barrier to resist. Mu Qing, however, didn't retreat. She originally wanted to retreat as well. However, a faint barrier suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the surging sword intent. Mu Qing knew that this must be her master's doing. I'm sorry, but our Gendry sect is determined to take this hidden dragon coffin. No one else can come. Your Excellency should retreat. Blackbird said indifferently. His tone was still very polite. After all, his master had already instructed him. That black-robed young man doesn't look like a dying man. Why waste such a precious opportunity? The azure-robed middle-aged man pointed his sword at Blackbird and sighed with a bleak expression. This is our sect's secret. I can't tell you. Blackbird clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head lightly. All right, then let's see who's the real deal. The winner is king. The azure-robed middle-aged man fiercely clenched his teeth and suddenly disappeared from the spot. A bright sword light suddenly broke through the void and slashed fiercely. Blackbird didn't panic at all when he saw the sword coming menacingly. He was an Eternal Realm great demon. Now, he was just hiding his cultivation and playing with this little life and death realm cultivator. He stretched out a finger and pointed at the sword light. Bang! The moment his finger touched the sword light, the azure-robed middle-aged man's body flew out as if he was struck by lightning. He flew in the air for hundreds of meters before he stabilized his body. At this moment, blood was seeping out of the corner of his mouth. This Blackbird, how can he be so strong? The azure-robed middle-aged man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with an extremely dignified look in his eyes. Blackbird was also an ancient divine beast. He didn't expect his battle strength to be so terrifying in the same realm. He dared to touch his sword light with just a finger. However, for the sake of his child, the azure-robed middle-aged man decided to fight to the death. If you can take this move of mine, I'll turn around and leave. He said coldly. His expression became emotionless as he slowly raised the sword in his hand. Show me what you've got. Blackbird just smiled faintly. Looking at the azure-robed middle-aged man's sorrowful eyes, Blackbird seemed to understand the meaning of his master's mercy at this moment. The azure-robed middle-aged man disappeared. The entire void was filled with glaring sword light. Every single sword light contained unimaginable power. This power actually caused the void to tremble. Waves of powerful sword intent shot out from the sword light that filled the sky and surged in all directions. The surrounding mountains, rocks, grass, and trees were instantly turned into fine powder. Profound Sun Sect, Demon Blood Sect, and Jingyi Sword Sect's supreme elders and sect masters immediately felt that something was amiss. They immediately turned into sword lights and left the mountain. Life and death experts were too strong. Just this sword intent alone was something they couldn't withstand. Strange, why is Gendry Sect's sect master Mu acting as if nothing happened? The few of them were hiding in the air far away. When they saw the beautiful black figure standing there as if nothing had happened, they were shocked. The sect leaders of the three great sects were all shocked. Perhaps Blackbird Old Ancestor made a move? Jingyi Sword Sect's supreme ancestor sighed and explained. Your sword technique is not bad. As expected of a supreme sect. Blackbird's indifferent voice resounded from the sword light enveloping the void. Whoosh, a ray of black light swept out like a gust of wind. In an instant, the sword light that filled the sky shattered, and the void returned to normal. Puff, the azure-robed middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly appeared in the air. His face was flushed red, and his breathing was ragged. He looked at Blackbird Great Demon in disbelief. Even the strongest sword of Netherworld Immortal Cave wasn't its opponent. He lost. You've lost. Mystic Bird placed his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at the middle-aged man. Yes, I've lost. The middle-aged man's face was dejected as he slowly landed beside the crimson coffin. Son. Father is useless. I actually lost to the other party this time. The middle-aged man's eyes turned red as he choked with sobs. Father, life and death are up to fate. Can't I live for a few more days? Don't worry, I'll accompany you for the rest of your days. The white-robed youth smiled as he reached out and gently wiped the tears from the man's eyes. Seeing such a touching scene, the big black cat curled its lips and didn't know what to say. It's good that you don't blame father. The middle-aged man's tears gushed out like a fountain as he lowered his head, unable to face his son. The white-robed youth retracted his arm and slowly laid down in the crimson coffin. He gently waved his hand and the crimson coffin lid was placed on top. Let's go back. The white-robed youth said softly from inside the coffin. Let's go. The green-robed middle-aged man quickly wiped away his tears and gave an order to the 4 life and death cultivators beside him. The 4 life and death cultivators lifted the crimson coffin and rose into the air with the middle-aged man. A small vortex appeared in the air once again. As a beam of light fell, it shone on the 5 people. As the beam of light disappeared, they also lost track of them. The powerful underworld Immortal Cave was actually defeated. The Grand Elder of the Mystic Sun sect swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Yeah, the Gendry sect is too strong. We have to keep a low profile in the future. The Grand Elder of the Righteous Sword sect said with a wry smile. With the invincible Mystic Bird Patriarch in the Gendry sect, they had to always be humble and try their best to curry favor with the Gendry sect. The light barrier around Muqing disappeared. Mystic Bird walked over and looked at Muqing with a faint smile. You can continue. Yes, Patriarch. Muqing agreed, and the Mystic Bird immediately turned into a black light and flew back to the black carriage. Muqing quickly walked to the hidden dragon coffin. The big black cat looked at Muqing and smiled awkwardly. I'll go in now. Don't worry. With Master here, nothing will happen. Muqing said with a smile. The big black cat stepped in and lay down inside the hidden dragon coffin. Muqing went forward and gently closed the lid of the black coffin. The big black cat suddenly felt its vision darken as it fell into darkness. This is the first time I've experienced the taste of death. It's quite exciting. The big black cat opened its eyes and looked at the dark coffin lid. It laughed to itself. What he was thinking about now was, once the mission was completed, Old Master would definitely reward him. It was nothing more than lying in the coffin for a while. It wasn't a big deal. The Shenlong sect was so powerful. How could they be afraid of a few pallbearers? The big black cat comforted itself in its heart. After Muqing closed the coffin lid, she quickly stepped back. At this moment, the supreme elders and sect leaders of the other 3 sects also landed. They waited patiently for the arrival of the pallbearers. According to the legend, as long as the hidden dragon coffin was closed, the pallbearers would appear near the coffin through the void. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. The pallbearers didn't appear. The people of the 4 sects looked up at the void and could only wait quietly. Why aren't the pallbearers here yet? I'm getting impatient. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon looked up and stared in the direction of the hidden dragon coffin. It had always felt that it would be interesting to bury the mysterious pallbearers in the dragon cave. It also wanted to see what the pallbearers would do after they appeared. After waiting for so long, everything was calm and tranquil. This made it a little impatient. Don't worry. They might be here soon. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon said calmly. As soon as it finished speaking, a vortex appeared in the void. As the light pillar appeared, 6 white-robed figures flew out from it. Each of the 6 white-robed men was wearing a mask. The masks were black and carved with a few dragon patterns. 6 white-robed men descended from the sky and landed beside the hidden dragon coffin. In the distance, the people of the 4 sects looked at the 6 white-robed figures with excitement and shock. The 6 white-robed figures' auras were extremely powerful. They were even more powerful than the middle-aged man in the green robe from the Netherworld Immortal Cave. Oh my god! With such powerful cultivation, they might be on par with the super sections. The Supreme Elder of the Profound Sun sect said in a low voice. It's hard to say. The number of pallbearers has always been unknown. Maybe there are pallbearers in the Eternal Realm. If so, they might be on par with the sky-level sections. The Supreme Elder of the Righteous Sword sect curled his lips and whispered. They were talking about it. Suddenly, they saw a white-robed figure looking at them. His gaze was as sharp as a sword and pierced their souls. The elders were so agitated that they almost fainted. They quickly shut their mouths and did not dare to talk anymore. The white-robed figure sneered and looked down at the hidden dragon coffin. After staring at it for a few seconds, he suddenly slapped the coffin lid. Pa! The black coffin lid suddenly floated up. A black-robed young man was lying peacefully in the coffin. The hidden dragon coffin could block divine consciousness, so the big black cat did not know that the pallbearers had suddenly arrived. The coffin lid suddenly flew up, and in an instant, everything in front of them became bright. This gave the big black cat a big fright. The 6 white-robed figures looked at the black-robed young man in the coffin. They looked at the big black cat unscrupulously as if they were checking something. The leading white-robed figure suddenly coughed and said coldly, "Your cultivation is not bad, but your body is healthy and there are no signs of dying. You don't meet the requirements to be buried in the dragon cave." Don't meet the requirements? The big black cat was stunned. He had been lying in the coffin for a while, but the pallbearers told him that he did not meet the requirements. Were they going to let him out again? Mu Qing was also stunned when she saw the scene from afar. She did not expect the pallbearers to have such requirements. In the carriage, Yi Yun heard the pallbearer's words and was deep in thought. He gently flicked his finger and the big black cat's body suddenly changed. This change, the big black cat was sensitive enough to notice it immediately, and understood what was going on. Master had made some adjustments to his body. "I'm really dying," the big black cat coughed and said weakly. "You won't die. Come out quickly and get another person in." The leading white-robed figure said coldly. "You must have seen wrongly. My body is really dying and I can't live for more than a few days. If you don't believe me, please check me." The big black cat raised his head and put on a pitiful look. The white-robed figure was a strict person. After frowning slightly, he projected a divine consciousness and it landed on the big black cat. After a round of examination, his eyes were also filled with shock. The young man's body was strong and his blood was vigorous. There was nothing wrong with him. Why did his body suddenly become so old? Could it be, did they really make a mistake just now? The big black cat was quick-witted. As soon as he saw the change in the white-robed men's eyes, he knew what was going on. "You puny pallbearers, do you still want to make waves in front of Old Master?" The big black cat sneered in his heart. "I'm really going to die soon. Seniors, please take pity on me, and take me to the dragon cave." The big black cat covered his heart with his hand and said weakly. In order to play along with his act, he purposely showed a yearning look. Being buried in the dragon cave would give him a chance to live a second life. Who wouldn't want that? Anyone who was about to die would want to do that. Could it be that we really saw wrongly just now? The white-robed man in the lead pondered and said. "I don't think so. Maybe this kid has some strange disease. Once it acts up, he'll be like this." Another white-robed man said. "Whatever. Anyway, he has the right conditions. We're just missing this one." The leading white-robed man gently tapped the coffin lid with his hand, and the coffin lid immediately fell down, sealing the entire hidden dragon coffin tightly. The 6 white-robed men stood in 6 different directions of the coffin. Their hands were constantly forming hand seals to strengthen the coffin. The big black cat's vision was plunged into darkness. He opened his eyes wide, not knowing what was going on outside. If he knew that the hidden dragon coffin had been strengthened and he couldn't escape, he would probably be scared half to death again. After a series of strengthening, the 6 white-robed men stopped at the same time. They lifted the hidden dragon coffin and slowly lifted it into the air. Then, they sped off in a certain direction. These pallbearers are finally gone. It's too scary. The profound Sun Sect's Grand Elder let out a sigh and looked at a certain direction in the sky. His face was still filled with lingering fear. They had been domineering in the Celestial Empire for many years. When had they ever met so many life and death realm great cultivators in this place? Today, they had met several waves of life and death realm great cultivators in a row. It was really unbearable to be under such pressure. Sect Master Mu, the pallbearers have carried the hidden dragon coffin to be buried. Can we go back now? The Grand Elder of the Jingyi Sword Gate looked at Mu Qing and cupped his fists, asking with a smile. I've been working on the hidden dragon coffin these past few days. Thank you for your hard work. Mu Qing thanks everyone. Mu Qing cupped her fist and said with a smile. Sect Master Mu, we'll meet again. The 6 of them bid farewell to Mu Qing and flew away. Mu Qing returned to the vicinity of the carriage and walked into it. Master, do you need me to do anything else? Mu Qing asked respectfully. No need, just make me a cup of tea. Yi Yan smiled calmly. His divine sense had been closely monitoring the movements of the 6 pallbearers. He wasn't the only one. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon, the Big Black Horse, and the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon were all using their consciousness to keep an eye on the 6 pallbearers. However, the 6 pallbearers were extremely fast. After a while, the Big Black Horse and the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's consciousness were no longer enough. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon immediately used a divine ability and a small mirror appeared in front of him. The mirror showed the pallbearers. Divine Lords are still the best. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon sighed. He was only at level 6 of the Eternal Realm, but he was no match for the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon. Senior, you don't have to make fun of me. You were reborn from the ancient era. My cultivation was nothing in the ancient era. You even have the bloodline of the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. Sooner or later, you'll surpass me. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon said with a smile. That makes sense. Haha, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon laughed. I wonder where the dragon's den is? Maubauer also came up and stared at the screen curiously. Don't worry. It should be within the Celestial Empire's sphere of influence. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon whispered. Yi Yan looked at the 3 kittens in front of a small mirror and looked at it seriously. He couldn't help but laugh. It was a heartwarming scene. Because the cultivation of these monsters was too high. Although the 6 pallbearers were being watched by the powerful consciousness, they didn't realize that they were being targeted. Master, please have some tea. Mu Qing handed over a cup of tea. Yi Yan took the cup and looked at Mu Qing's expression. He said with a smile, go out and join them. Go and have a look. Mu Qing blushed and quickly nodded and went out. She had indeed separated a wisp of consciousness to secretly observe the situation outside. Mu Qing also wanted to know where the pallbearers finally stopped. She lifted the curtain and squatted behind the kittens. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at the screen seriously. They stopped. Maubauer's voice suddenly sounded. The 6 pallbearers on the screen stopped. The pallbearer at the front pointed in the direction of the ground. A golden light suddenly shot up into the sky. Senior, quickly change the screen and look at the dragon cave. Maubauer shouted. Okay. The heavenly dragon of the Azure Sea turned his consciousness and the screen immediately changed. In the middle of a huge mountain range, a golden light beam flew out from the middle of one of the mountains. In the middle of the mountain range, there was an unfathomable golden hole. It should be the dragon cave without a doubt. This dragon cave is indeed extraordinary. Mu Qing looked at the screen and roughly guessed where it was. She didn't expect that there was an emperor-level dragon cave hidden in the mountain range. The black hidden dragon coffin suddenly flew out of her hand and flew toward the dragon cave. It pressed down along the golden light beam until it reached the entrance of the cave and suddenly stopped. The 6 pallbearers suddenly flew around the black hidden dragon coffin. They kept circling around the hidden dragon coffin. As they circled, they kept making hand seals as if they were setting up some kind of array. In the clear sky, 7 big stars suddenly appeared, arranged in the shape of a spoon. Maubauer shouted in shock, "This is the Big Dipper?" "That's right." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon nodded heavily and said with a frown, "The Big Dipper suddenly appeared. What are the pallbearers doing? This is only the image of the Big Dipper. They are just borrowing the power of the Big Dipper. The heavenly dragon of the azure sea observed and concluded. The Big Dipper again? Although the big black horse was pulling the carriage, it also separated a strand of consciousness to observe the situation. When it saw the image on the small mirror, it immediately remembered the 7 stars dragon formation that suppressed a black dragon in the palace underground of the fake Shenlong sect. In the carriage, Yi Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He saw the Big Dipper again. He didn't expect that the pallbearers would have some kind of connection with the mastermind. Down! The 6 pallbearers shouted in unison. They made hand seals and pointed at the hidden dragon coffin. The Big Dipper shone 7 beams of light and fell directly into the hidden dragon coffin. The big black cat was staring at the coffin lid above its head when it suddenly saw the 7 beams of light fall from the sky and land on its chest. Ah! The big black cat let out a blood-curdling screech and died in an instant. End of 4th update. Looking for recommendation votes, 5-star reviews. The Big Dipper suddenly sent 7 beams of light into the hidden dragon coffin. Will Little Black be okay? On the carriage, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon raised its furry paw and scratched its chin. It looked serious. From its experience, the big black cat must have suffered some misfortune when the 7 beams of light from the Big Dipper entered the hidden dragon coffin. It was hard to tell. After the hidden dragon coffin was sealed by the pallbearers, we can no longer use our divine sense to probe it. I wonder if Little Black is still alive. I'm really worried about that brat, the heavenly dragon of the ocean sighed. Little Blackie is blessed with great fortune. That brat is smart and cunning. He shouldn't die. The big black horse turned its head and said. However, its eyes were also filled with worry. The big black horse instinctively feared the Big Dipper. Don't worry, Little Black will be fine. Just as the demons were worrying, Yi Yan's calm voice came from the carriage. Everyone was overjoyed. Since Old Master had spoken, Little Black's life was definitely not in danger. Everyone turned their attention back to the image in the small mirror. The Big Dipper in the sky had disappeared. The 6 pallbearers stood around the dragon's cave. Their hands constantly sent out beams of light that landed on the hidden dragon coffin. The hidden dragon coffin slowly suppressed the golden light and sank into the dragon's cave. They're starting to bury him. The little cat widened her eyes and stared at the small mirror. What are the pallbearers up to? Why are they being so mysterious? Could he really live a second life? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon pursed its lips. It still did not believe in the idea of living a second life. The heavenly dragon of the ocean did not speak. Its eyes flickered as it stared at the image in silence. In the carriage, Yi Yan's expression was still very calm. When the 7 beams of light from the Big Dipper fell on the big black cat, it had indeed destroyed all the life in his body. At that moment, the big black cat was no different from a dead man. However, the 7 beams of light from the Big Dipper fell on his chest and formed a small array. The moment the formation was formed, it quickly connected to the dragon vein here. Wisps of dragon chi were guided by the 7 stars array and injected into the big black cat's body. With the injection of the dragon energy, the big black cat's last bit of life force was not completely destroyed. The Big Dipper formation controlled by the pallbearers was like pulling chestnuts out of a fire. Throughout the entire process, the timing was impeccable. That was how they managed to preserve a sliver of life. Or else, if anything went wrong, the big black cat would be destroyed by the 7 stars array. Yi Yan looked at the pallbearer's skillful technique and couldn't help but nod to himself. These people had trained countless times and had long grasped the knack of such minute details. Yi Yan naturally wouldn't let the big black cat take the risk. He had already hidden a wisp of his primordial spirit in its mind. Although the hidden dragon coffin had been sealed and reinforced, he was still able to maintain a connection with that strand of soul. In Yi Yan's eyes, that layer of seal was extremely weak. His wisp of primordial spirit could easily break the seal. But now wasn't the time. He had to carefully examine this miniature Big Dipper formation. This formation seemed to be different from the previous ones. The hidden dragon coffin was sinking at a slow speed, suppressing the golden light as it slowly descended. This is too strange. The ocean heavenly dragon turned to look at Mu Qing and asked in a low voice, "Shouldn't a dragon cave only bury one person?" Mu Qing was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded and said, "Yes." "Senior, why do you say that?" "You'll know in a moment." The ocean heavenly dragon smiled and didn't explain. Instead, it raised its furry paw and pointed at the small mirror. Everyone's curiosity was piqued and they focused on the small mirror. Yi Yan was studying the miniature Big Dipper formation on the big black cat's chest. When he heard the ocean heavenly dragon's words, his eyes flashed and he immediately understood what was going on. But Yi Yan didn't continue to pay attention. He continued to focus on the Big Dipper formation. It had to be said that the mastermind's research on the Big Dipper formation was too thorough. There were all kinds of variations. Its functions were also completely different. The bottom of the dragon cave became wider and wider. The black hidden dragon coffin continued to descend. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, it suddenly stopped. At this time, the image on the small mirror clearly showed that there were 4 other black hidden dragon coffins, bobbing up and down in the golden light. Including the hidden dragon coffin that the big black cat was in, there were a total of 5 coffins. Why are there so many coffins? Look at the style, they're all hidden dragon coffins, exactly the same. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon's face was filled with shock. Originally, it didn't care about being buried in a dragon cave at all, but the sudden appearance of 5 hidden dragon coffins still shocked it. I don't think I've heard that the hidden dragon coffins buried by the pallbearers would be placed together like this. Mu Qing frowned and muttered to herself. Sister, you're right. I've also heard rumors that only one hidden dragon coffin is buried in a dragon cave. Mao Bao'er nodded and said. Rumors are just rumors. You haven't seen it with your own eyes, right? Every time these pallbearers appear, they quickly fly away with the coffins. Who can see how they were buried? The big black horse pouted and voiced the doubts in its heart. Uncle Ma, then why do you think there are 4 hidden dragon coffins? Mao Bao'er looked at the big black horse and asked with a smile. I'm not too sure about the details, but I remember that day at the peak of the profound sun sect, the pallbearers once said that only this hidden dragon coffin was left. The big black horse looked at the sky and said in a deep voice, what he meant was that this dragon cave should be filled with 5 hidden dragon coffins. As soon as the big black horse's voice fell, everyone was shocked. That day at the peak of the profound sun sect, the pallbearers did say that. At that time, no one thought much of it. Especially Mu Qing, the concept of burying a hidden dragon coffin in a dragon cave was deeply ingrained. She didn't think of anything else. I have a guess, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's eyes flashed and said slowly, the quality of this dragon cave has reached the upper emperor level. It might need 5 hidden dragon coffins to suppress it. The higher the level of the dragon cave, the more hidden dragon coffins it needs to suppress. What's the theory behind this? Mao Bao'er blinked her big eyes and scratched her head with her furry little paws. She was a little puzzled. How can it be so easy to live a second life? Perhaps these 5 hidden dragon coffins are related to the secret of this second life? The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon made a bold guess. The secret of living a second life, everyone looked at each other and couldn't accept it for a moment. This upper emperor level dragon cave needed 5 hidden dragon coffins to be buried. If one of them was buried now, when were the other hidden dragon coffins buried in the ground? For a moment, all kinds of complicated thoughts flooded into everyone's minds. Today's 4 chapters, this is the first chapter, it's about time. The leader of the pallbearers glanced into the depths of the dragon cave and said calmly. Now the 5 black coffins were floating side by side in the golden light, looking extremely quiet. The 6 pallbearers quickly formed a series of seals at the same time to seal the entrance of the dragon cave. The process was very fast. In a few breaths, the entrance to the dragon cave was sealed. One of the pallbearers used his power to move some soil, rocks, and vegetation to cover the top of the dragon cave. After everything was done, the 6 pallbearers rose into the air. Is this it? Mao Bao'er stared blankly at the scene in the mirror, somewhat in disbelief. The dragon cave was sealed. Now there was no way to find out what was happening inside. There was no way to confirm whether the 9-tailed cat was alive or dead. Master, why don't I go to the dragon cave to take a look? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon stood up with interest and turned to look in the direction of the carriage. No hurry. Yi Yan smiled faintly. The show had just begun. He was still analyzing the small 7-star formation on the big black cat's chest. Anyway, the dragon cave had been sealed. It just so happened that Yi Yan wanted to find out where the pallbearer's nest was. Oh. Seeing that its master did not agree, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon could only lie on the carriage and continue to stare at the scene in the small mirror. Just then, a vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. As the vortex kept spinning, a white beam of light suddenly fell. Are they going back? The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon said with a frown. At this time, Yi Yan's faint voice rang in the ears of the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the big black horse. Little horse, little dragon, you two go and check out the pallbearer's nest. Before the two Eternal Realm monsters could react, their vision suddenly blurred and they instantly left the carriage and entered a white beam of light. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon saw the 6 pallbearers not far from it, only 3 or 4 feet away. The big black horse was also beside it. Although they were face to face with the pallbearers, they did not notice them. The Blood Chief Phantom Dragon understood that this was the master's handiwork. In an instant, the void was torn open, and they were placed into the beam of light projected from the void. At the same time, an invisible restriction was added, so that the 6 pallbearers would not be able to discover them even though they were very close. The big black horse transformed into a black-robed middle-aged man. Every time Old Master gave him a mission, he would naturally appear in his human form. This was also the way the big black horse liked it. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon was unwilling to fall behind. It transformed into a young man in a red robe. The two of them looked at each other and didn't speak as if they had a tacit understanding. Their eyes revealed a trace of excitement. The white beam of light fell down. After shrinking, it drilled into the vortex in the sky and disappeared. Under Yi Yan's plan, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon and the Big Black Horse, 2 great demons of the Eternal Realm, left the Heavenly Moon Dynasty with the pallbearers. Inside the dragon cave, 5 black hidden dragon coffins were constantly bobbing up and down in the golden light. Streams of golden dragon chi could be seen flying out from the depths of the ground and entering the different hidden dragon coffins. Yi Yan's wisp of divine consciousness was also constantly analyzing the small 7-star formation. The more he analyzed, the more frightened Yi Yan became. He really didn't expect the mastermind to be so crazy. He had once plundered the luck of the Shenlong sect, and this time he wanted to plunder the luck of the entire Tsangnan continent. There were many dragon veins in the Tsangnan continent, which were the places where luck gathered. If analyzed in depth, the luck of the dragon veins gathered the luck of the entire continent. In ancient times, the Tsangnan continent was also called the Hidden Dragon Continent. It used to be the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan. Although the Dragon Clan's glory was no longer there, this continent still had a lot of luck of the Dragon Clan. If this luck was allowed to develop, it would only increase. Slowly, this ancestral land of the Dragon Clan would also glow with new vitality. However, due to the appearance of the coffin bearers, they used a special 7-star formation to bury the living dead in the dragon cave to absorb and destroy the luck of the dragon veins underground. This was equivalent to, as long as a dragon vein appeared, the coffin bearers would use the 7-star secret technique to bury it in the hidden dragon coffin and start plundering the remaining dragon clan luck of the entire continent. There were 5 hidden dragon coffins. Yi Yan guessed that this dragon cave was of superior emperor quality. 1 hidden dragon coffin couldn't completely absorb the luck of the dragon veins here. It needed 5 hidden dragon coffins. Under the effect of this 7-star formation, the person in the hidden dragon coffin had become a puppet on the verge of death. This 7-star formation absorbed the luck of the dragon veins and constantly replenished the puppet. After replenishing a certain amount, it would be destroyed again. As for the rumor of a second life, Yi Yan guessed that after the dragon chi in this dragon cave was sucked dry, the 7-star formation would probably undergo some changes. This change was the key to whether or not the person in the hidden dragon coffin could live a second life. This 7-star formation is truly marvelous. Yi Yan sighed softly. Although he was very strong and could easily destroy the 7-star formation, it would still take some time to completely deconstruct it. However, Yi Yan wasn't in a hurry. He had plenty of patience. Now that the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the Big Black Horse had gone with the coffin bearers, he was waiting for news from them. He had added a layer of invisible restrictions on the bodies of these two great demons. Only a Divine Lord Realm cultivator with a cultivation base higher than his could see these two great demons. Otherwise, when these two monsters entered the coffin bearer's lair, it was as if they'd entered a no man's land. No one would be able to see them. Yiyan closed his eyes and continued to analyze the miniature seven-star formation. At the same time, he was waiting for news from the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the Big Black Horse. Outside the carriage, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the Big Black Horse suddenly disappeared. Sigh. The Blue Sea's Heavenly Dragon said resentfully, "It's a pity that my cultivation is too high. I can't even use my martial arts in the Songnan continent." "Senior, you don't have to be too sad. Who knows when the master will find a new mission for you." Mao Bauer covered her mouth and giggled. "Don't comfort me." The Blue Sea's Heavenly Dragon shook his head and retracted that remarkable power. He lay down on the carriage again and fell asleep. Mu Qing also returned to the carriage. Only a white kitten was left on the carriage. In a desolate valley, a white light descended, revealing 6 pallbearers dressed in white robes. The 6 coffin bearers looked around vigilantly. After finding nothing out of the ordinary, they swaggered in a certain direction. "Where is this place? Why does it feel like we're in the Songnan continent?" The Big Black Horse, who was in an invisible state, sensed its surroundings. It could only feel that this place was desolate and cold. There was no vegetation and the spirit chi was pitifully scarce. It couldn't help but be shocked. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon looked around and seemed to have discovered something. Its expression kept changing and its pupils constricted. After a round of investigation, Isn't this Moonstar?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was shocked and couldn't help muttering to itself. "This is the Moonstar?" The Big Black Horse was taken aback by the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's words. He did not expect the pallbearer's lair to be on the Moonstar. "Yes, I did not expect this." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon's expression turned serious. As an ancient dragon, he was naturally familiar with the Moonstar. This huge star hanging high in the sky was where the mystical moon dragons lived and resided. However, without Zhu Cheng's orders, even the 10 super divine dragons were not allowed to set foot on this place. No one knew the reason. There were a large number of mystical moon dragons living on the Moonstar. There were no other dragons. However, since ancient times, most of the dragons had fallen. The mystical moon dragons on the Moonstar were the same. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon did not expect the pallbearers to set their lair on the Moonstar. This was an extremely secretive place. Standing on the Moonstar, one could monitor the entire Songnan continent. This was the best place to monitor. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon looked at the Big Black Horse and said seriously, "Boss, Master asked us to find the pallbearer's lair this time. I'm afraid it's not that simple. I have a feeling that these pallbearers have a powerful background." "Boss, you're right. We have to be more careful and not act rashly. Let's investigate this thoroughly first." The Big Black Horse nodded solemnly. Back when the Blood Chief Demon Dragon joined the Shenlong sect, he elected the Big Black Horse as his boss. He volunteered to be the second boss. That was why they called each other boss and boss. After a while, everyone became familiar with each other and got used to calling each other boss. The invisibility restriction that Master placed on us seems to still be there. Looks like Master has already considered this for us. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon silently sensed the space around him and said with a smile, "Then let's go." The Big Black Horse relaxed and said immediately. The two of them followed the 6 pallbearers closely, maintaining a certain distance. After reaching the Moonstar, the 6 pallbearers were extremely relaxed. They chatted and laughed along the way, as if they were taking a stroll. After flying for about half an hour, after crossing a mountain range, they saw a large valley below. There were many houses built in this valley. From afar, one could see many human cultivators in white robes. "Looks like this is the pallbearer's nest." The Big Black Horse nodded. When the 6 pallbearers arrived, they took off their masks and revealed their true faces. Among the 6 people, there was an old man and 5 middle-aged men. This time, our mission has been completed relatively smoothly. That top-grade Emperor-level dragon cave has been completely sealed. The energy of the dragon's veins won't leak out. We only need to wait for another 100 years. Then, the 5 seeds will break out. It won't take long for us to obtain a container. Elder, I've always had a question. What's the point of collecting so many containers? A middle-aged man beside him asked. The white-robed elder glared at the middle-aged man and said with a serious face, "This is a secret of the coffin bearers. Only the chief knows about it. You don't need to ask. The more vessels we collect, the better it is for the coffin bearers." Sigh. After being reprimanded by the white-robed elder, the middle-aged man sighed and shook his head. He took the lead and flew toward the house in front of him. The white-robed elder looked at the others and said with a wry smile, "Don't think that I'm not telling the truth. I'm not very sure about the vessels either. Only the chief knows about it." "We understand, elder." The others smiled and nodded, then dispersed. "I'll go and report to the chief." The white-robed elder looked at a black temple in the distance and flew over in a flash. On a huge rock in the distance, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the big black horse accidentally overheard the conversation between these people and the white-robed elder. Both of them were extremely shocked. This group of pallbearers acted strangely and sought great things. "Boss, what are these vessels they're talking about? What do you think of this matter?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon stroked his chin and said thoughtfully. The big black horse watched the elder disappear into a black temple in the distance and frowned. He said in a low voice, "According to these pallbearers, there's a vessel in each of the 5 hidden dragon coffins. Then it's possible that the people in the coffins devoured each other until there's only one left. This is really too inconceivable. What's the use of cultivating such a vessel?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon shook his head, indicating that he could not understand. "Let's go and have a look," the big black horse said and quickly flew forward. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon followed closely behind. They entered the valley. The two of them found quite a number of Eternal Realm great cultivators. There were more than a dozen of them. The elder with the highest cultivation was at level 8 of the Eternal Realm. He was 2 small realms higher than the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. "This place is more powerful than a sky-level sect?" the Blood Chief Demon Dragon muttered to himself. Fortunately, the master had added an invisible restriction on them. Otherwise, if he and the big black horse had sneaked into the Moon Star, they would have been discovered as soon as they arrived. Once they were discovered, there would be a fierce battle. By then, they would not be able to find anything even if they wanted to investigate. After witnessing the strength of the pallbearers, the two of them grew more and more serious. There was no smile on their faces. "Let's go over there and have a look." The big black horse flashed and flew toward the black ancient temple not far away. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon followed closely behind. The two of them suddenly stopped in front of the black ancient temple. "Dragon God Temple?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon looked at the 3 large words on the plaque of the ancient temple. He was so agitated that he almost tore the plaque down. "The pallbearers are worshipping a Dragon God Temple? That's incredible, isn't it, second brother?" The big black horse looked at the 3 large words on the plaque and transmitted a message to the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. "This place is very strange. Logically speaking, the pallbearers would not even let go of the draconic energy. How could they worship a divine dragon?" the Blood Chief Demon Dragon transmitted angrily. The big black horse nodded and floated over to stand outside the window. He peered inside through the crack in the window. This ancient temple wasn't big, and there was a statue of a god enshrined inside. The statue was pitch black and had no facial features. It was like a faceless person. One of its hands was placed in front of its chest, forming a seal. The other hand was raised high, holding a black mirror. 4 small dragons were coiled around the 4 limbs of the statue. Below the statue stood 2 old men, both of whom were dressed in white. One of them was the pallbearer who had gone to the Celestial Empire on a mission. The other old man's face was gaunt, but his spirit was hale and hearty. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Eternal Realm. "This must be the Patriarch." The big black horse nodded to himself. "Eldest brother, this place is too strange. Even the statue they worship is a faceless one. The Blood Chief demonic dragon moved closer. When it saw the situation inside the ancient temple, it could not help but reveal a look of surprise. I wonder what kind of god this worshipped is. He doesn't even have any facial features. Could it be that he doesn't want others to know what he looks like? The big black horse sneered. This kind of concealment was truly despicable. Yes, I really want to rush in and smash it. The Blood Chief demon dragon snorted. This ancient temple is called the Dragon God Temple. Logically speaking, this god should be the dragon god. Second brother, have you ever seen a divine dragon like this in ancient times? The big black horse suddenly asked. No, we dragons never wear dragons on our bodies, so this dragon god should be a human. The Blood Chief demon dragon said angrily. Yes, the big black horse nodded and fell silent. At this time, the two of them heard the two old men in the temple suddenly talking. Clan leader, the juniors in the clan are very interested in the vessel. They all want to know what the vessel is used for. The white-robed elder looked up at the black statue in front of him and said cautiously. This is a secret of our clan. When the previous clan leaders learned of this secret, they all swore to the dragon great god statue that they would never tell anyone. The old clan leader's face tightened and he said very seriously. Alright, then I won't ask. The white-robed elder looked embarrassed and shrugged helplessly. Seeming to feel that his tone was a little too serious, the old clan leader explained, we coffin bearers were personally taught by the dragon great god. The dragon great god personally chose this place to reside on Moonstar. For nearly 100,000 years, we have often received all kinds of cultivation resources from the dragon great god. This treatment is far better than the eternal sex below. Therefore, as the clan leader, I cannot reveal the secret of the vessel in front of the dragon great god statue. Alright, clan leader. The white-clothed old man shook his head helplessly as he looked at the old clan leader who was trying his best to persuade him. It was no secret that the dragon great god regularly sent cultivation resources to the coffin bearers. After all, the spirit chi on Moonstar was very thin and cultivation resources were extremely scarce. The coffin bearers could not easily descend to the Tsungnan continent. Therefore, for the past 100,000 years, all the cultivation resources had been provided by the draconic great god. These cultivation resources were not only plentiful, but also of high quality. Therefore, this clan had many eternal realm great cultivators. Even life and death realm cultivators were common in the clan. In terms of strength, the coffin bearers were slightly stronger than a sky-level sect. Hee. The old patriarch shook his head helplessly as he watched the white-robed old man's back disappear. Then, he turned around and walked out. After closing the door, he went to the living area in front of him. The whole Dragon God Temple became empty again. In the quiet Dragon God Temple, rows of candles burned brightly. As the smoke lingered, the faceless face of the black statue of a deity looked even more ferocious. The big black horse and the Blood Chief Phantom Dragon fell into deep thought after listening to the conversation between the old chief and the white-robed elder. It turned out that this black divine elephant was known as the Dragon Man God in the hearts of the pallbearers. The coffin bearers had been around for nearly 100,000 years, and all the cultivation resources had been provided by the draconic great god. This so-called draconic great god might have come from the divine land. The big black horse stroked his chin and said softly, "Boss, let's go in and take a look." The Blood Chief Phantom Dragon suddenly had an idea. He turned into a streak of crimson light and slipped in through the window. The big black horse shook his head with a smile and followed him in. The two of them transformed back into human form and stood in front of the black statue. Why is this faceless statue getting more and more terrifying the more I look at it? The big black horse stared blankly at the statue for a while, his heart thumping faster and faster. Boss, even if you don't tell me, I have the same feeling. This damn draconic great god is definitely not a good thing. Why don't I destroy this statue now? The Blood Chief Phantom Dragon was also frightened, but he was more evil by nature. He immediately thought of destroying the statue. Don't. The big black horse hurriedly stopped him. Why don't we take this statue away and let the master have a look? Okay. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon immediately agreed, and it reached out to grab the statue. Wait. The big black horse suddenly stopped the Blood Chief Phantom Dragon's arm. "What's wrong, boss?" the Blood Chief Phantom Dragon asked in confusion. "Look at his other hand. It's holding up that black mirror. Something seemed to have flashed just now," the big black horse said with wide eyes. "Don't scare me. Why didn't I see anything?" The Blood Chief Phantom Dragon was shocked. He hurriedly looked at the black mirror in the statue's hand, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Whoosh! For some reason, a faint layer of black mist suddenly surged out of the statue's body. The statue shrouded in black mist moved slightly, as if it had come to life. The hand that was holding the black mirror suddenly began to move. The black mirror immediately released a wave of black light. This wave of black light quickly filled the entire ancient temple like an ocean. "What kind of light is this?" The Blood Chief Phantom Dragon was shocked. Under this black light, he suddenly felt incredibly weak. Not only was he unable to use his magic power, but he couldn't even use the powerful physical strength of a dragon. The Blood Chief Phantom Dragon tottered and looked like he would fall to the ground at any moment. The big black horse felt the same way, but the degree of weakness was much lower. "What kind of light is this?" A huge question arose in his mind. This light seemed to be specifically targeted at his bloodline. "I have a half-dragon bloodline. That's why I'm less affected than second brother." The big black horse immediately found the root of the problem. Without hesitation, he pulled out a golden axe and swung it at the statue. The big black horse knew that if he didn't destroy the statue today, he and the Blood Chief Phantom Dragon wouldn't be able to escape this place. The faceless statue was very strange, and the black mirror was even more so. Not only did it weaken them, but it also destroyed the invisible barrier outside their bodies. Therefore, they were now in a very dangerous situation. "Who goes there? How dare you trespass into my dragon god temple?" An old man's voice came from afar and instantly reached the statue. He reached out with his sword and blocked the big black horse's golden axe. In the surrounding black light, the violent shock waves caused by the fight between the two Eternal Realm experts were neutralized by the black light. "Dragons?" Hovering in the air, the old patriarch immediately recognized that the two intruders had the bloodline of a divine dragon. A look of great joy appeared on his face. Eternal Realm divine dragons. They had long disappeared from the Tsungnan continent. If he could capture one, it would be a great achievement. The commotion in the Dragon God Temple caused an uproar among the pallbearers. The Eternal Realm cultivators immediately surrounded the Dragon God Temple. Some rushed into the temple, while others guarded the periphery. "Big brother, hurry up and go back to tell Master." The Blood Chief Phantom Dragon's face changed at the sight of so many Eternal Realm cultivators. It didn't know where the strength came from, but it pushed the big black horse and sent a voice transmission. "Second brother, I can't leave you alone," the big black horse said anxiously. "Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Don't forget that I have the bloodline of the Blood Chief Phantom Dragon," the Blood Chief Phantom Dragon said anxiously. The big black horse's expression was stern as he waved the golden axe. At this moment, he activated the reincarnation lightning energy in the axe. Golden and violent reincarnation lightning surged out from the small axe, bringing with it an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. It was like a monstrous wave that reached the heavens. All the Eternal Realm cultivators of the Pallbearers clan changed their expressions at this moment. "Coffins, come!" Almost all of them roared in unison. A black coffin appeared out of thin air around each of them. It was as if all the Eternal Realm pallbearers had entered the coffins and were using them to resist the terrifying golden lightning. The statue shrouded in black mist waved its arms at this moment. The black mirror once again released a large amount of strange black light. The golden reincarnation lightning and the strange black light collided with each other, producing a strange sizzling sound. Both dissipated at the same time. It seemed that they had neutralized each other. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the big black horse turned into a black light and fled. End of 4th update. Seeking recommendation votes and 5-star reviews, as soon as they rushed out of the Dragon God Temple. Countless ferocious sword lights filled the void, like a cloud of swords, and rained down from the sky. At this moment, at least 7 or 8 Eternal Realm cultivators attacked the big black horse. This group of people tacitly stood guard outside, coordinating with each other from the inside. After rushing out of the dragon god temple, without the restraint of the black light, the big black horse's body suddenly returned to normal. He raised the golden axe, and the reincarnation thunder raged on the surface of the axe, forming a golden sea of thunder and lightning. It roared and rushed toward the sword lights. Boom! The reincarnation thunder and lightning destroyed the crazy sword lights and swept toward the eternal realm coffin bearers with thunderous force. Coffin, come! The pallbearers roared angrily, and their bodies were wrapped up by the black coffins. Whoosh! The reincarnation thunder and lightning surged and hit the black coffins, crackling, but the coffins did not seem to be damaged. The big black horse was secretly shocked. The coffin bearers were really strange. Each of them had a coffin-type magic treasure. They could withstand his reincarnation thunder and lightning. Although the reincarnation thunder and lightning had weakened after breaking the sword lights, the fact that these black coffins could withstand it proved that they were not ordinary. The big black horse did not know. In the inner wall of the coffins, there was a small 7 stars array. When the reincarnation thunder and lightning attacked the coffins, the small 7 stars array shone with silver light. The mysterious silver light spread from the inside of the coffins, so that these coffins could withstand the reincarnation thunder and lightning's attack without any damage. It had to be said. These black coffins, with the help of the 7 stars array, had a terrifyingly strong defense. After continuously activating the reincarnation thunder and lightning in the golden axe, the big black horse glanced at the axe and found that the golden axe was a little blurry. He could not help but feel distressed. This was a treasure given to him by his master, but he had to activate it twice in a row to save his life. The intensity of each attack was extremely high. While the big black horse was in a trance, the Eternal Realm pallbearers in the Dragon God Temple suddenly rushed out and besieged the big black horse again. The old patriarch tapped the air with his finger and a black light flashed. A pitch-black coffin immediately appeared and placed the Blood Chief Demon Dragon inside. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon was extremely weak at the moment, and there was no way it could stop the attack. The big black horse regained its senses and wanted to escape. Suddenly, the pallbearers of the Eternal Realm in the Dragon God Temple came up to him again. Most of these cultivators were at a higher level than the big black horse. Therefore, if the big black horse wanted to escape, it would be unimaginably difficult. Roar! The big black horse roared angrily and finally transformed into its original form. A black dragon tens of thousands of feet long suddenly appeared in the void. The huge dragon's mouth held a small golden axe. Blue lightning blossomed all over his body, emitting a series of crackling sounds. Another dragon? A white-robed old man shouted excitedly. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the black dragon. At the moment, there were black coffins floating behind all the Eternal Realm pallbearers. These black coffins seemed to be able to provide them with a strong defense at any time. It seems that it will be difficult to escape today. The big black horse looked at the dozen or so Eternal Realm cultivators around him. Each of them carried a black coffin and held a long sword. Each of them released a terrifying aura. He could not help but feel a trace of despair. Although he was gifted with the reincarnation lightning axe given to him by the old master, there were too many Eternal Realm cultivators among the pallbearers. Many of them were at a higher level than him. Moreover, the black coffins could defend against his reincarnation lightning. This left the big black horse with no way to escape. By the way, how could I forget about the heavenly illusory eyes? The big black horse suddenly muttered to himself in frustration. His heavenly illusory eyes was only at the entry level. Although it was not very powerful, it might be able to stop the enemy for a while. Thinking of this, the big black horse's eyes widened. He channeled his magic power into his pupils and immediately activated the heavenly illusory eyes. The wind and the void seemed to stop for a second. The pallbearers besieging the big black horse were in a trance for a moment. The big black horse quickly turned into a black light and broke through the sky. He had to rush back to get reinforcements. He had to tell the old master everything that had happened here. The strange faceless statue, the black mirror that could weaken the divine dragon, the black coffin carried by the pallbearers, and the mysterious vessel that was born in the dragon's cave. All of this, he had to tell the old master. These suspicious points were too important. He could not die in the hands of the pallbearers of Moonstar. In the Dragon God Temple, the old patriarch saw the black dragon trying to escape. His face changed slightly. Without hesitation, he took the black mirror from the statue. The next moment, he appeared in the void. He raised the black mirror in his hand and shone it in the direction of the big black horse's escape. A black ray of light suddenly shot out from the mirror. It instantly penetrated the void at an incredible speed and fell on the big black horse. Damn it, the big black horse suddenly felt weak and could not even mobilize his magic power. He could not help but curse in anger. A figure flashed. The old patriarch appeared in the void with the black mirror in his hand. "You little dragon is only at level 4 of the Eternal Realm. Do you think you can escape?" The old patriarch said indifferently. His expression was cold. The mirror in his hand was still emitting a black light, completely enveloping the big black horse. Many figures flashed around. The pallbearers of the Eternal Realm were all gathered together. "Patriarch, where did this dragon come from? We haven't seen an Eternal Realm divine dragon in the Xianxia continent for so many years." A white-robed old man said with a smile. "Yes. I don't know if this black dragon is a local one. If it is, then it's a treasure." Another old man said. "Let's seal it first." The old patriarch thought for a moment and made a decision. It was an unimaginable gain for them to capture 2 Eternal Realm divine dragons at once. It was also an important clue. This meant that there were still Eternal Realm divine dragons alive in the Xianxia continent. Perhaps they had escaped from a secret realm. If they could follow the clues and capture all the divine dragons in the secret realm, the Dragon Great Deity would definitely reward them and give them more high-quality cultivation resources. "You want to seal me? Just give up on that idea." The big black horse sneered at the old patriarch's words. He still held the golden reincarnation thunder axe in his mouth. At this moment, the axe was becoming more illusory and not as solid as before. After 2 consecutive waves, the reincarnation thunder in the golden axe was not enough. "You're already a turtle in a jar. What other tricks do you have?" The old patriarch sneered and slowly tapped the air with his hand. Black light flashed in the sky, and another black coffin appeared. Whoosh, the lid of the coffin was gone. The mouth of the pitch-black coffin was like the mouth of a monster that had suddenly appeared. It spat out a piercingly cold black ray of light. Author's note: I'm going to release 6 chapters today. This is the first chapter. Please support me. 7 stars array? The big black horse looked up and saw a silver 7 stars array shining brightly on the black coffin. He was shocked. No wonder these coffins were so powerful. They were supported by the 7 stars array. As the big black horse was only a half-dragon, he was not completely weakened by the black light from the mirror. He suddenly mobilized all the dermic powers in his body and poured them into the golden axe. At this moment, the golden axe shone brightly. Golden lightning spewed out endlessly. It was like a wave that could destroy the world. It surged in all directions. And in this golden light, 3 small purple runes suddenly rose. These are the runes that Master once set up. The big black horse saw the 3 purple runes and was excited. He immediately recognized them. "Coffin, come." The pallbearers saw the golden lightning energy rushing towards them again. They immediately summoned their black coffins and put themselves in them. The old clan leader held the black mirror in his hand and shone a black light, blocking the golden lightning in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 purple runes in front of him. He felt a sense of fear in his heart. What is that? These 3 small purple runes, although each of them is as small as a grain of rice, they emit an extremely terrifying aura. The old clan leader muttered to himself. He could not help but be secretly cautious. At the same time, the black light from the black coffin floating above the big black horse's head also descended. The 3 small purple runes suddenly shook slightly. One of the purple runes flew towards the black coffin in midair. The moment the purple rune came into contact with the black light from the coffin, it immediately shattered and rushed towards the black coffin. Boom! After an earth-shattering explosion, the black coffin was actually shattered by the purple runes on the spot. The second small purple rune trembled slightly and flew up again. It went straight for the old clan leader. This. The old clan leader hurriedly turned the black mirror in his hand and shot it towards the purple rune. A dense black light instantly fell on the purple rune. The purple runes blossomed with a purple radiance and disintegrated the black light. The speed at which the black light disintegrated was extremely fast. The small purple rune, carrying a terrifying attack, instantly arrived in front of the old patriarch. The old patriarch was so shocked that he threw the black mirror in his hand at the old patriarch. The black mirror in his hand was the treasure of the Dragonman great god. At this time, he could only use this mirror to block the rune attack. At this time, the third rune also rose into the air, trembled slightly, and flew directly toward the old patriarch. It was as if he had determined that the one with the highest cultivation present was the old clan leader. At this time, the old patriarch's eyes almost popped out. He did not expect that these three small runes would be so terrifying. Without hesitation, he threw the sword in his hand out, crashing into the purple rune. The purple runes trembled slightly, and the treasured sword was immediately shattered. At the same time, the second small purple rune collided with the mirror in midair. One black and one purple, after colliding in midair, both disappeared at the same time. It seemed that they were evenly matched. The old patriarch's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his heart ached. But when he saw the purple rune shooting toward him, he hurriedly shouted, "Coffin, come." As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black coffin immediately appeared and the old patriarch was placed inside. At the same time, the 7 stars array in the coffin began to operate. Silver light flowed in the coffin and instantly enveloped the old patriarch. The purple rune hit the black coffin. Rumble, the black coffin was sent flying by the impact. The coffin shattered into pieces, but it did not shatter like the previous black coffin. The shattered coffin fell down, and the old patriarch flew out, vomiting blood. His body was teetering in midair. Although he was protected by the black coffin, he was still seriously injured by the purple rune. What rune is this? It broke my life coffin. The old patriarch wiped the blood from his mouth, waved his hand, and suddenly shouted, "Catch him, don't let him escape." The dozen or so Eternal Realm pallbearers finally came to their senses. They were in the black coffin at the moment, and had just withstood a wave of fierce golden lightning. When they heard the old patriarch's order, they immediately drove the black coffin toward the black dragon. At this moment, the big black horse saw the 3 purple runes left on the golden axe by the old patriarch and was very excited. The first one shattered the black coffin, and the second one perished together with the strange black mirror. The third one severely injured the old patriarch, who had the highest cultivation. It was very satisfying. But at the same time, the big black horse also paid a heavy price. The golden axe formed by the reincarnation lightning had been overused 3 times in a row, and the lightning energy had disappeared. Because he was illuminated by the strange black light, his body and Dharma power could not be activated. He could only watch as the dozen or so Eternal Realm pallbearers drove the black coffin toward him. The big black horse was helpless. At this time, he could only rely on his dragon body to withstand. If he could withstand this attack and recover his magic power and physical strength, he might have a chance to escape. After all, the strange black mirror was gone, and the big black horse still had a small golden sword. This small golden sword was also left to him by the old patriarch. He had only refined 1/5 of this sword, and there was still a lot of power that he had not used. Inside the carriage, Yian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at a certain direction in the sky. He could actually sense the 3 purple runes that he had left on the golden axe on the moon star. The 3 purple runes had 2 functions. First, to stabilize the reincarnation lightning, so that it could no longer wreak havoc and be controlled. Second, to protect the big black horse. If the big black horse encountered a strong opponent and caused the golden axe to collapse, the 3 purple runes would appear out of nowhere. Yian never expected that the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the big black horse, 2 Eternal Realm great demons, would go to the pallbearer's lair to investigate. It was so dangerous. Even the golden axe was destroyed, and only then did the 3 purple runes appear. Although the 3 purple runes were extremely powerful, Yian was still a little worried. It seemed that the pallbearers were not to be underestimated. Yian's figure flashed. In an instant, he disappeared from the carriage. He tore the void, crossed hundreds of millions of miles, and arrived on the moon in an instant. When he saw the dozen black coffins emitting the aura of the eternal realm, colliding with the giant black dragon, Yi Yin raised his eyebrows and a cold look appeared on his face. He waved his hand gently, and the black coffins lost control and flew out in an instant. Yi Yin did not kill them. Because the pallbearers were extremely mysterious and were the key to finding the mastermind. If he killed them directly, he would lose some important clues. The next moment, Yi Yin appeared directly next to the big black horse from the sky above the moon. Seeing the familiar white-robed figure suddenly appear in front of him, the big black horse was so excited that tears flowed down his face. "Master," the big black horse sobbed. "Little horse, you've worked hard." Seeing the big black horse sobbing, Yi Yin smiled faintly. He waved his hand, and the strange power that invaded the big black horse's body disappeared. The big black horse immediately recovered its physical strength, and it could use its magic power. It shook its body and returned to the black-robed man's appearance. "Master, there's something strange about this place." The big black horse flew to Yi Yin's side and bowed. Yi Yin looked at the big black horse, and his pupils shrank slightly. The star-like runes in his eyes flickered, and in an instant, he read a certain memory in the big black horse's mind. He instantly understood everything that had happened after the big black horse and the blood chief demon dragon appeared on the moon star. Yi Yin also sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect the small coffin-bearers clan to have so many secrets. The black coffins that Yi Yin had slapped away earlier disappeared one after another, revealing the figures of coffin-bearers in white robes. At this moment, the severely injured clan leader had taken some elixirs, and his aura had stabilized a little. He had already flown to the crowd of his clan members. Looking at the young man in white who had suddenly appeared, the clan leader squinted his eyes and kept sizing him up. The young man in white had deep facial features, and his black hair danced in the wind. He was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, like an immortal who had walked out of a painting. He did not have a trace of the aura of the mortal world. No matter how he looked, he could not see through the young man's cultivation. The young man in white looked like a mortal no matter how one looked at him. However, he gave off the feeling that he was a deity that was constantly emitting boundless holy light from his body. "Clan leader, what's his cultivation? Is he already a true god?" A white-robed elder beside him asked in a low voice. "He's not a true god, but it's hard to see through his cultivation. Maybe he's only in the eternal realm?" The clan leader shook his head. After all, he had seen the dragon great god, who was more powerful than a true god. That was why he was familiar with that aura. Based on the aura of the draconic great god, he could roughly estimate the cultivation level of the young man in white. Just as the pallbearers were hesitating, Yi Yin suddenly waved his hand, and a black coffin flew out from the dragon god temple. The blood chief demon dragon was sealed inside the black coffin. "Kill him. We can't let the divine dragon escape." The old patriarch shouted and took the lead to rush forward. More than a dozen Eternal Realm great cultivators of the Pallbearers clan also joined in the fray. Yi Yan's gaze turned cold. With a wave of his sleeve, these people were immediately blown away. "You are no match for me. Stand there obediently and don't move," Yi Yan said indifferently. He extended a finger and tapped on the black coffin. The black coffin trembled slightly and instantly turned into powder and disappeared. The old patriarch, who had stopped in mid-air, saw this scene and could not help but be scared out of his wits. This white-clothed youth was too strong. Just by relying on his physical body, he was able to turn a natal coffin that he had refined into powder. What kind of powerful divine ability was this? The other pallbearers also looked horrified. Chills ran down their spines and their palms were sweating. They had lived for so many years, but they had never seen such a powerful figure in the Sunnan continent. Was this really an Eternal Realm expert? As the black coffin turned into powder, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's figure was revealed. After the seal on the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's body was removed, it flipped over and stood up. "Master, I'm so useless. I've embarrassed you by being sealed by these pallbearers." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon lowered his head in dejection, his face flushed red. "I can't blame you for this. The main thing is that the Black Mirror is very strange. It seems to specifically target divine dragon bloodlines. Yiyan smiled and patted the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's shoulder. The Blood Chief Phantom Dragon felt a little better after hearing the old master's words. He heaved a sigh of relief. Now that his master was here, there would be no more setbacks. Bang bang, a loud noise suddenly came from the Dragon God Temple. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the statue that had been erected on the altar was actually walking down with large strides. Although the statue was walking, it was still making strange gestures. Its left hand was forming a seal, while its right hand was raised high, holding a black mirror. Why did the mirror return? The big black horse was shocked. He hadn't expected the purple rune left behind by his master to fail to shatter the black mirror. Finally, the black mirror disappeared into the void. It had returned to the statue's hand. Dragon Great God. Seeing the statue suddenly walk down the altar, the pallbearers were so excited that they actually knelt down in the void. They looked fanatical, as if they had seen their savior. It's just a puppet. Is there a need to be so excited? Yiyan's eyes flashed, and a cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The statue in front of him was a puppet. A remnant of its consciousness was attached to the statue. The puppet's grade was extremely high. It had reached the low-grade divine level. In addition to the wisp of consciousness and the black mirror in his hand, this god-level puppet was able to unleash the combat power of a true god realm expert. The black statue walked out of the Dragon God Temple and looked at the youth in white. It asked coldly, "Who are you, sir?" "I'm just a nobody." Yiyan smiled faintly. Looking at the 4 small dragons wrapped around the statue, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Dragon Great God. You must be the Dragon Great God, right? Yiyan asked. The black statue was slightly surprised to hear Yiyan's words. He hadn't expected anyone in the Xianxia continent to be able to recognize his true identity. Sir, you're mistaken. I'm not a Dragon Great God. I'm just a Dragon Great God of the pallbearers. The black statue shook its head and coldly denied Yiyan's guess. Yiyan smiled. His guess was right. The moment the black statue was absent-minded, it could be proven that this guy was a Dragon Great God. Dragon breeders were also a mysterious and powerful force in the divine land. They were elusive and mysterious. Unexpectedly. They were not only active on the divine land, but also left their inheritance on the moon star of the Xianxia continent. The pallbearers constantly consumed the dragon vein luck of the Xianxia continent and made containers one after another. Although Yiyan didn't know what these containers were used for, he guessed that the Dragon Great God's purpose was definitely not that simple. The black statue in front of him was just a divine-level puppet in which a wisp of the Dragon Great God's consciousness resided. Yiyan could easily defeat it. However, Yiyan didn't act rashly for the time being. He also didn't check the statue's memory. Yiyan was worried that there was a restriction in the memory. If he rashly checked, he would trigger the restriction and cause the consciousness to explode. Then all his efforts would be in vain. It doesn't matter what you're called, Yiyan chuckled and looked at the black puppet. He said slowly, you passed down your orthodoxy and created the pallbearers on the moon star. You've made containers one after another. What's your purpose? How do you know about the containers? The black statue was shocked when it heard Yiyan talking about the containers. This was an extremely confidential matter. It had been carried out in secret for almost 100,000 years. How could it be leaked at this time? He looked at the old patriarch and the others next to him. Dragon Great God, I didn't say anything. I don't know how they found out. The old clan leader knelt on the ground and explained in a panic. Due to his agitation, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The old clan leader didn't even bother to wipe it off. He lowered his head and looked extremely terrified. What a bunch of trash. How could an outsider find out about such a confidential matter? The black idol snorted coldly. He was extremely angry. It seems that I have to kill all of you to get rid of all future troubles. The black idol looked at Yiyan and the others and suddenly smiled cruelly. Although he didn't have any facial features, he could still make out the expression on his smooth face. It was just that this faceless face gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. You're very confident. Yiyan smiled lightly and didn't take it to heart. The black idol's gaze fell on the blood chief demon dragon and the big black horse. A hint of heat flashed in his eyes. If I kill you, I'll be able to obtain those two little dragons. How wonderful, haha. The black idol seemed to have thought of something happy and suddenly laughed loudly. As his laughter rippled out, layers of black light surged out from his body, enveloping his entire body, making it impossible for others to see him clearly. Dragon Great God, these two divine dragons might be native divine dragons from a secret realm in the Xianxia continent. The old clan leader suddenly looked up and explained excitedly. Native divine dragons? That's even better. If you can find another secret realm like the Xianxia continent, I'll give your coffin bearers a great merit. The black idol's arrogant voice came from within the black light. He laughed maniacally and his laughter shook the entire moon. At this moment, the entire moon seemed to shake. What a charlatan, Yin smiled faintly and waited for the black idol's performance to officially begin. Master, that mirror is too strange. You have to be careful. For some reason, the blood chief demon dragon felt a sense of helplessness when it saw the dense black light. It hurriedly said in a soft voice, "Don't worry. Don't worry, I'll test the black light of the mirror." Yin smiled and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the void 100 feet in front of the black statue. His body trembled slightly as he released a faint divine dragon aura. This was the divine dragon aura that Yin had intentionally imitated using Zhu Long's bloodline. Facing the dragon man great god of unknown origins, he wanted to test him a few more times. What? So you are also a divine dragon? Haha, that's great. It seems like there is indeed a secret realm in the Xianxia continent where a group of mystical dragons live. The black idol let out an excited laugh within the dense black light. His raised right arm began to turn, and the black mirror in his hand shot out a black beam of light towards Yin. This black ray of light had a diameter of several hundred feet. It seemed to be extremely powerful, and its momentum was strange and terrifying. Yin stood still, even though he had obtained some of the big black horse's memories and had some understanding of mirror. However, he still wanted to experience this black ray of light for himself. If the Dragon Man Great God was a dragon breeder, then this black mirror might be a treasure that was specially made to restrain the divine dragon clan. Is this guy scared out of his wits by the Dragon Man Great God? He doesn't even know how to dodge. One of the Eternal Realm pallbearers sneered when he saw this scene. It's not that he doesn't know how to dodge, but that he can't. The Dragon Man Great God's cultivation has probably reached the advanced true immortal realm. How can a mere Eternal Realm cultivator avoid it? A white-robed old man sneered. In the hearts of these pallbearers, the Dragon Man Great God was like their god of creation, who had supreme status and authority. Hearing the pallbearers' discussion, the big black horse and the blood chief demonic dragon exchanged a look of contempt and mockery. How could mere ants like them fathom the strength of their master? Whoosh, the black beam of light fell and completely enveloped Yin. Yin was indifferent. He was feeling the power of the black ray of light. It was an extremely strange power that he had never seen before. Once this power entered his body, it would strongly suppress the divine dragon bloodline in his body. Once it was suppressed, his physical strength and magic power could no longer be used. It had to be said. To the mystical dragon, this black mirror was simply a great weapon of mass destruction. As expected of a dragon breeder. With such a powerful weapon, it's too easy to capture divine dragons, Yin sneered in his heart. He had the Zhu Long bloodline in his body. As the ancestor of all dragons, how could this strange power of the black mirror affect him? The Zhu Long bloodline in Yin's body boiled slightly. Boom, the power of the black ray of light exploded and disappeared without a trace. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Yin walked slowly in the void, completely ignoring the illumination of the huge black beam of light. His white robe was sparkling and translucent like snow. It was very eye-catching in the black beam of light. The big black horse and the blood chief demon dragon were momentarily stunned as they looked at the incomparably imposing figure. Master has the Zhu Long bloodline. The strange light in the mirror has no effect on Master at all. The blood chief demon dragon was so excited that it almost blurted out this sentence. However, it covered its mouth in time. The moon planet was so strange. Perhaps the walls had ears. Master's identity could not be revealed. So you're not a divine dragon. That wisp of aura just now was just to trick me. The black idol saw that the light had no effect and could not help but sneer. This mirror was specially made to restrain the divine dragon clan. It had no effect on ordinary human cultivators. Coffin, come. The black idol roared. A black ray of light suddenly flew out of the palm that had been forming a seal in front of its chest. The black ray of light landed in midair and instantly turned into a pitch-black coffin. This coffin was exactly the same as the hidden dragon coffin. There were various patterns on its surface and patterns of divine dragons on all sides. Compared to the hidden dragon coffin, the natal black coffins of the Eternal Realm pallbearers were very different. Is this the real hidden dragon coffin? Yiyan looked at the black coffin and smiled faintly. You really know a lot, don't you? The black idol said through gritted teeth. He pointed his finger and the black coffin whizzed toward Yiyan. Yiyan smiled. What he said just now was just a fluke. It seemed that the black hidden dragon coffin in front of him was the real hidden dragon coffin. The hidden dragon coffins in the Xianxia continent were all made based on this one. This hidden dragon coffin had reached the divine level, low grade. Perhaps only the divine land could forge such a treasure. Looking at the black coffin falling from the sky, Yiyan did not intend to expose Zhu Long's strong physical strength. Therefore, Yiyan groped around his wrist and gently pulled out an octagonal bright silver hammer. The originally palm-sized octagonal bright silver hammer swayed in the wind and immediately grew to the size of 3 to 4 feet. The surface of the octagonal bright silver hammer was densely covered with mysterious patterns and flowed with a silver luster. Master, there's actually such a treasure? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon said in shock. He looked at the silver octagonal bright silver hammer from afar. After sensing its astonishing aura, a covetous look appeared on his face. Second brother, you're such a good-for-nothing. The big black horse shook his head at the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's covetous expression. Although we dragons have strong bodies, we also like all kinds of magic treasures. Besides, I don't have a single magic treasure on me since my rebirth. Unlike you, at least you have an axe. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon said sullenly. Although he had extraordinary talents, he also liked magic treasures. If he had a weapon that suited him, he would be overjoyed. In his previous life, he had once obtained a weapon that suited him well. It was the low-grade Divine Chaos Vajra hammer. However, after he died in battle, his most beloved weapon also disappeared. Now that he saw his master take out an octagonal shiny silver hammer, it brought back memories. The big black horse didn't know that the Blood Chief Demon Dragon was so obsessed with hammers, so he laughed at him. After the matter on planet Luna is over, you can ask my master for that octagonal shiny silver hammer. The big black horse said with a smile. I'm too embarrassed to ask. After all, it's such a precious magic treasure. It's already at the divine level. How do you expect me to ask for it? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon rubbed his hands and said awkwardly. Don't worry. If it's too difficult to ask for it, I'll help you ask. The big black horse smiled mysteriously. He knew his master's background. Although he hadn't entered the magic treasure warehouse, the various divine pets in his master's warehouse all had extremely terrifying origins. His master had so many pets that he couldn't even count them all. As for magic treasures, how could he lack them? However, the big black horse had always regarded himself as his master's most trusted divine pet. Naturally, he wouldn't tell anyone about his master's background. Just as the two of them were talking, Yiyan rose into the air and rushed into the air. He raised the octagonal shiny silver hammer and smashed it at the black coffin that was falling from the sky. This guy has a divine weapon too? The black statue looked at Yiyan's back as he soared into the sky with a trace of shock in his eyes. In his impression, in the Xianxia continent, divine-level Dharma treasures were extremely rare. Even an eternal-level sect might not necessarily have a god-level magic weapon. But this white-clothed youth in front of him had taken out a deity-level magic treasure. His origins were suspicious. Could it be that he also came from the divine land? The black idol thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. Why would the cultivators of the divine land be willing to risk their cultivation stagnation and enter the Xianxia continent? Wasn't he digging his own grave? Just as he was thinking, he saw the white figure collide with the black coffin. Yi Yan's expression was indifferent. His black hair danced in the wind, and his robes flapped loudly. He held the octagonal silver hammer in his hand, and with a flash of silver light, he heavily smashed it onto the black coffin. Boom! A deafening boom reverberated throughout the entire moon star. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions from midair. The Eternal Realm pallbearers could not help but tremble in fear when they saw this scene. Fortunately, the battle took place in midair. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for them to escape. They did not expect the white-clothed youth to be so powerful. With a bright silver hammer in his hand, he smashed the black coffin away. Although the battle took place in midair, the mountain range in the distance was flattened. From this, it could be seen how powerful the attacks of these two powerhouses were. Seeing the hidden dragon coffin fly away, Yi Yan suddenly smiled and chased after it. Boom! Yi Yan raised his hand again and smashed the octagonal silver hammer on the coffin. After the violent impact, the black coffin soared into the sky again. Yi Yan disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared above the hidden dragon coffin and smashed down with the octagonal silver hammer again. Boom! The hidden dragon coffin flew down. In this way, Yi Yan's figure moved left and right. Under his fierce attack, the hidden dragon coffin was smashed full of holes. It was a tragic sight. Looking at its treasure being smashed into such a miserable state, the black statue could not help but become furious. He raised the black mirror in his hand and shone it at the blood-chief demonic dragon and the big black horse in the distance. A black pillar pierced through the air. Yi Yan saw that the black idol dared to sneak up on the big black horse and the blood-chief demonic dragon from midair and smiled faintly. With a light tap of his finger, the two of them immediately disappeared from where they stood. The black mirror's attack missed. Yi Yan grabbed the black coffin with one hand and descended from the valley. He smashed it hard at the idol wrapped in black light. Here you go. The black idol suddenly reached out and grabbed the black coffin. He glanced at the interior of the hidden dragon coffin, which was already full of holes, and discovered that the 7 stars formation inside had not changed at all. He could not help but feel relieved. As long as the 7 stars formation was still there, the hidden dragon coffin could continue to be used. Yi Yan stood in midair and gently grasped the octagonal silver hammer. Although his expression was calm, he gave off the feeling that he was looking down on the world and had an invincible aura. Yi Yan did not destroy the 7 stars formation in the black coffin. After he dealt with the black idol, he planned to study it when he had the time. If the 7 stars formation was not attached to the hidden dragon coffin, the coffin would have been smashed to pieces by him. It could be said that the addition of the 7 stars formation greatly enhanced the abilities of the black hidden dragon coffin in all aspects. It was a very good formation. Along the way, Yi Yan had seen various variations of the 7 stars formation. He had to admit that the mastermind's design of the 7 stars formation was beyond his expectations. Although there were only 7 bright stars, they contained countless runes. They were densely intertwined and formed different arrangements and combinations. You dragon breeders live in the sacred land and do not dare to set foot on the hidden dragon continent. You only dare to appear as puppets. Are you afraid of the curse of the hidden dragon continent? Yi Yan raised his eyebrows as he looked at the black idol in the black light and suddenly said. Ridiculous. Why would we be afraid? The black idol let out a mocking laugh. After laughing, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with his words. Didn't he admit that he was a dragon breeder? You despicable guy. How dare you try to trick me? The black idol was furious. This time, he controlled the hidden dragon coffin and pounced on Yi Yan. He swung the black hidden dragon coffin and smashed it down. He really is a dragon breeder. Yi Yan nodded silently. The dragon breeders were also involved in the mastermind's plan to destroy the Songnan continent. Although they had not found any direct connection with the persecution of the Shenlong sect, Yi Yan believed that the dragon breeders were not innocent. He swung the octagonal silver hammer and smashed it on the black hidden dragon coffin. Boom! A huge force came, and the hidden dragon coffin flew out of the black idol's hand again. Yi Yan made a grabbing motion with his hand and grabbed the black idol in his hand. Seeing the dragon great god of the pallbearers being controlled by the young man in white, all the pallbearers who were kneeling in the air stood up in an instant. Go and save the dragon great god. The old patriarch roared and led a group of Eternal Realm clansmen toward Yi Yun. Scram! Yi Yun spat out a word as he watched the group of Eternal Realm pallbearers rush toward him. More than a dozen Eternal Realm pallbearers were swept away by a powerful force. How dare you attack Master? You must be tired of living. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon laughed gloatingly. Master was already a divine monarch. He could deal with these insignificant Eternal Realm cultivators with just a breath. In the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's mind, Yi Yun's cultivation was still around the 7th level of the Divine Monarch realm. But in fact, during the time Jun Ma Xiao entered the Heavenly Moon's secret realm, Yi Yun had broken through from the 7th level of the Divine Monarch realm to the 10th level of the Divine Monarch realm. He would soon reach the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Monarch realm. One more step and he would reach the Divine Monarch realm. 100,000 years later. The reborn Yi Yun's cultivation was like a rocket as he broke through quickly. The threshold of any realm was 0 to him. This was the amazing reward he received after signing in for 100,000 years in the dark space, enduring all kinds of loneliness and pain, and going crazy countless times. Yi Yun did not kill the pallbearers. He just sent them flying. But when the pallbearers saw the dragon great deity in Yi Yun's hand, they ignored their injuries and rushed over again while spitting out blood. Freeze! Yi Yun pointed his finger and the pallbearers froze in midair. But what Yi Yun did not expect was that the pallbearers whose cultivation was below the Eternal Realm all rushed over fearlessly when they saw the dragon great deity in his hand. Yi Yun pointed his finger again. In an instant, all the pallbearers stood in place like puppets. Such a powerful immobilization divine power shocked the big black horse and the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. This was the first time they saw Master use such a divine power. It was breathtaking. Second brother, I heard that Master taught you an eye technique divine power. Is that right? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon suddenly sent a voice transmission. The big black horse nodded. Then I can also learn a body-locking divine art from Master. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon chuckled and rubbed his hands together. He was very interested in seeing his master use the immobilization divine ability for the first time. Didn't Master promise you that he would teach you the sky disillusionment eyes? The big black horse asked as it glanced at the Blood Chief. Phantom Dragon. He remembered that the Blood Chief Demon Dragon had wanted to learn the sky disillusionment eyes very much. However, the old master had said that he would only teach it to him after he had made some contributions. Who would have thought that this guy would immediately change his mind after seeing the immobilized god art? The big black horse was a little exasperated. The Blood Chief Rogue Dragon's temperament was really unpredictable. This ability is even more useful. Once it is fixed in midair, won't the other party be captured without a fight? The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon said proudly. All right, as you wish. The big black horse smiled. All the pallbearers in the valley were frozen in place. Yi Yun's divine ability immediately shocked the black statue. Who exactly are you? The black statue struggled with all its might, but to no avail. It looked at Yi Yun in horror. I'm just a nobody from the divine land. I want to see what you dragon breeders are planning in the Tsangnan continent. Yi Yun said calmly. So you're also from the divine land, but I have to say that you're stupid. Don't you know that this place is cursed? Once you enter the Tsangnan continent, your cultivation will stop here for the rest of your life. The black statue sneered. It doesn't matter. This is just a clone of mine. Yi Yun laughed. He didn't say a word of truth. Whether or not his consciousness could be sensed by the true body of the dragon breeders, he wouldn't divulge any information. If you go against the dragon breeders, you'll die a terrible death sooner or later. Even if it's your true body, we'll dig you out no matter what. The black statue issued a threat. Let's talk about it when you find me. Yi Yun's palm suddenly exerted force, and the powerful force immediately caused the black divine elephant to feel a burning pain. The black statue looked ferocious and said with hatred, Don't try to get anything out of me. This wisp of my consciousness has been cut off by my true body. It can be destroyed at any time. Really? Yi Yun's pupils shrank slightly. Tiny runes as small as stars appeared in his eyes. The power of life and death swept over and fell on the wisp of consciousness in the black statue. Puff, as Yi Yan went deep into the wisp of consciousness and tried to dig out the memory inside, the wisp of consciousness immediately exploded. The black light around the black statue, which had lost its consciousness, suddenly disappeared. Its arm hung down softly. Seeing that the wisp of consciousness was destroyed, Yi Yan's face was calm, without any ripples. It was not the first time that he had seen such a situation. But the biggest gain this time was that he knew that the dragon breeders had an inseparable connection with the mastermind. When he went to the divine land in the future, he could cut in from the perspective of the dragon breeders. Come here. Yi Yan reached out his hand and grabbed the old patriarch of the pallbearers. Seeing that the young man in white had killed the dragon great deity so easily, the old chief was heartbroken. He wanted to die together with this young man. If you tell me all the secrets about the vessel, I can spare your entire tribe. Yi Yan looked at the old chief and said leisurely. I don't know. The old chief answered straightforwardly. You swore in front of the statue of the dragon great deity. But now that the dragon great deity is dead, it doesn't matter if you tell me. I can protect you, Yi Yan said calmly. You don't have to waste your time. We, the pallbearers, have been taken care of by the dragon great deity for 100,000 years. We will not betray him. The old chief's eyes were firm. He looked as if he was ready to die. The old chief also knew that the real dragon great deity was still in the divine land. So he would not tell the truth. Yi Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed an eternal realm middle-aged man in white robes. Don't threaten me with my tribe. We, the pallbearers, have long given our lives to the dragon great deity. The old chief warned Yi Yan immediately, as if trying to coerce him. Yi Yan smiled faintly and began to search the middle-aged man's memories. There were no restrictions in the middle-aged man's memories, but Yi Yan didn't find any useful information. The only thing he knew was that the pallbearers had cultivated at least 1,000 vessels in the vast Sungnon continent for nearly 100,000 years. Are you afraid of death? Yi Yan suddenly turned to the middle-aged man in white robes and asked. So what if I die? We, the pallbearers, have given our lives to the dragon great deity since the moment of our birth. The middle-aged man in white robes said sternly without fear. A bunch of foolishly loyal fools. Yi Yan smiled faintly and activated the heavenly disillusionment eye. He read the memories of all the pallbearers. The only one he didn't read. It was the old chief of the pallbearers. End of 6th update. Please give me a 5-star review and recommend me with your support. Yi Yan's guess wasn't wrong. After reading the memories of all the pallbearers except for the old chief, Yi Yan discovered that none of their memories had been tampered with. Since the old chief knew all the secrets, his memories must have been tampered with like the black idols. A restriction must have been added to his memories. Once Yi Yan used a certain method to investigate the memories, the restriction would immediately destroy the old chief. After reading the memories of all the pallbearers, Yi Yan had wanted to kill them one by one to force the old chief to reveal the secret. But after reading the memories, he learned that these pallbearers worshipped the dragon great god to the bone. They would rather die than compromise with the dragon great god. Since all of them wanted to die so badly, Yi Yan was ready to fulfill their wishes. I once gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Now the chance is gone. Yi Yan looked at the white-robed middle-aged man and smiled softly. The next moment, the middle-aged man turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Seeing such a strange ability, the old chief was frightened out of his wits. He wasn't worried about being killed by the white-robed youth in front of him. Instead, he was worried that this unfathomable white-robed youth would kill his way to the divine land and cause trouble for the dragon great god. Although the dragon great god was very strong, for some reason, the old chief felt that the white-robed youth in front of him seemed even more terrifying. His various abilities and methods were unimaginable. The dragon great god's puppet had already reached the high true god realm, but it still wasn't a match for this person. This person had defeated the god-level puppet so easily. This meant that the white-robed youth's cultivation had probably reached the divine lord realm. Yi Yan looked at the old chief with a grim expression and suddenly said slowly, the pallbearers have plundered the Sungnon continent's fortune for 100,000 years and have committed countless crimes. Today, in the name of Zhu Long, I remove the pallbearers from the Sungnon continent. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire world felt it and a bolt of lightning descended from the starry sky. Rumble, this bolt of lightning smashed onto Moon Planet, causing the entire planet to tremble. Hearing the white-cloaked youth's words, the old patriarch knew that it would be difficult for him to survive today, so he closed his eyes. Yi Yun's face was cold and indifferent. Tiny, star-like runes appeared in his demonic eyes. A tremendous power of life and death instantly descended upon the entire valley. All of the pallbearers vanished into thin air at this moment, ending their evil lives. Bang bang, black coffins fell to the ground, including the hidden dragon coffin with the black statue and the black mirror. Yi Yun looked around and found that all the coffins had 7 stars array formations in them. With a wave of his hand, he put away all the coffins and black mirrors. These coffins were the life treasures of the coffin bearers. The coffins contained the 7 stars array formation. Yi Yun planned to collect them and study them carefully in the future. Master, it's all thanks to you. You dealt with the coffin bearers so easily. The big black horse sighed and a look of admiration flashed across its eyes. It flew to Yi Yun's side. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon also followed closely behind. Master, what is the name of the divine power you used to freeze the coffin bearers? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon grinned and rubbed its hands as it asked. Yi Yun looked at it and seemed to have seen through its thoughts. He smiled and asked, "It's just the immobilization technique. Do you want to learn it?" "I do want to learn it. Please grant me my wish, Master." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon scratched its head and said embarrassedly. "I thought you were too embarrassed to open your mouth." "I think you're too embarrassed." The big black horse also laughed at the side. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon smiled embarrassedly. When the big black horse said this, its face turned red. Yi Yun raised his hand and a ray of light was injected into the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's mind. This immobilization technique can immobilize the body externally and immobilize the soul internally. When cultivated to the peak, it can immobilize the movement of the sun and moon, the flow of time, life and death. The immobilization technique can immobilize all things that move. Yi Yun's voice sounded softly. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the big black horse didn't expect the immobilization technique to be so powerful. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this divine power upon me." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon immediately knelt at Yi Yun's feet in excitement. "Get up. It's extremely difficult to cultivate this divine power to the peak. A journey of 10,000 miles begins with a single step. You can slowly cultivate it and put in more effort." Yi Yun smiled encouragingly. "I understand, Master. Don't worry. I won't let you down." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon smiled and stood up. "Little horse, you've worked hard this time. Do you want to learn this divine power?" Yi Yun asked with a smile. The big black horse scratched its head and said awkwardly, "Master, I've just learned the heavenly illusionary eye. If I learn the immobilization technique, won't I bite off more than I can chew?" "You have a point. How about this? Come find me when you want to learn it." Yi Yun nodded with a smile. With that, he began to look around, sizing up the depths of the valley. He scanned the area but didn't find any useful clues. As for the vessels mentioned by the pallbearers, he didn't find any. According to Yi Yun's guess, these vessels were probably taken away by the dragon breeders long ago. After all the cultivation methods of the pallbearers were taught by the dragon breeders. The ultimate goal of the pallbearers was to cultivate a vessel when they carried the coffins into the dragon burial cave. All of this was secretly planned by the dragon breeders behind the scenes. Vessels. What exactly are they meant to contain? Yi Yun smiled and thought for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out. He decided not to think about it anymore. He looked around and slowly walked forward. Moonlight Planet was the dojo of the mystic-ing lunar dragon in ancient times. It was also the place where Zhu Long had sealed the treasure. Zhu Long used to treat this area as a forbidden area. Even the top 10 super divine dragons couldn't descend on Moonlight Planet without Zhu Long's orders. Yi Yun was going to look around Moonlight Planet to see if he could find the place where Zhu Long had sealed the treasure. He wanted to see if there were any clues there. The big black horse and the Blood Chief Demon Dragon saw their master walking straight ahead and quickly followed. "Master, Moonlight Planet is too desolate now. It's far from being as beautiful and prosperous as it was in ancient times." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon sighed as it followed Yi Yun and looked at the desolate hills and desert. Yes. Yi Yun also sighed. He had once taken the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's memories and read the Mystic-Een Lunar Dragon's memories. Although the memories of these two divine dragons weren't complete, they could still piece together a beautiful and rich moonlight planet. In ancient times, there were hundreds of thousands of Mystic-Een Lunar Dragons living and resting on Moonlight Planet. They built this place into a beautiful home. However, because of Zhu Long's ban, this place was turned into a forbidden area. Therefore, when people saw Moonlight Planet from the ground, they just thought it was a glowing planet. I wanted to write more today, but my head was in a daze. After so much effort, I only managed to write 4 chapters. Sigh, the plan was beautiful, but it's so hard to realize. The moonstar was huge, desolate, and boundless. Gusts of chilly wind blew from all directions. Yi Yun brought the big black horse and the Blood Chief Demon Dragon to a stop above an abyss. Do you have any impression of this place? Yi Yun glanced at the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and asked with a smile. Master, although I've never been to the Moonstar before, this abyss is so unique that it should be the only core forbidden area on the Moonstar. Lord Zhu Long once ordered that no dragon other than the Mystic-Een Moondragon is allowed to approach this place, not even a super divine dragon. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon's eyes twinkled as it looked at the dark abyss in the distance. In the hearts of ordinary dragons, the Moonstar was a forbidden area. He had only seen it from afar. There were many legends about the Moonstar among the dragons. Some believed that this was where Zhu Long cultivated in seclusion. There were also people who believed that the ancestral dragon had refined a supreme treasure here. Some even said that Zhu Long had captured a peerless beast from the divine land. All in all, there were all kinds of theories. It cast a mysterious veil over the Moonstar. Yi Yun was naturally aware of all the theories the Blood Chief Demon Dragon knew. After all, he had once read the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's memories. This time, he came to the Moonstar to see where Zhu Long had sealed the treasure. The abyss in front of him should be the place where the treasure was sealed. The big black horse stared at the abyss and suddenly said, Master, there seems to be some wandering souls moving down there. That's right. This is our destination. Yi Yun nodded. Master, are you looking for something in this place? The big black horse asked curiously. This is where Zhu Long had sealed the treasure. Let's go down and see if we can find any clues. Yi Yun chuckled, and his body suddenly floated down from the mountain peak. The big black horse and the Blood Chief Demon Dragon followed closely behind. The 3 of them floated down and found that there were huge dragon bones everywhere in the abyss. Each dragon bone was like a small mountain, and the dragon bones were stacked on top of each other. Under the dim light of the night, they looked like white bone mountains. Master, why are there so many dragon bones in this abyss? The big black horse said in surprise. These are the corpses of the mystical moon dragons. They were once ordered by Zhu Long to guard Moon Planet, but the gods of the Holy Land invaded Moon Planet and all of them died in battle. After they died, they were thrown into the abyss by the gods. Now, hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and only these white dragon bones are left. Yi Yun sighed softly, his expression a little bleak. The bones in front of him were stacked on top of each other, emitting a faint white light in the cold wind. It seemed to be telling the story of the tragic battle between the gods and the dragons on Moonstar in the past. In that battle, all of the mystical moon dragons on Moon Planet died in battle. In the depths of the abyss, the great formation Zhu Long had sealed was forcibly broken, and the ferocious gods took away the treasures inside. It was a bloody massacre. Hearing his master's words, the big black horse was suddenly filled with respect. He clasped his hands and bowed to the white bones. Greetings, everyone. The big black horse said softly. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon looked at the dragon bones of its companions and felt a little sad. It followed the big black horse's example and bowed. Yi Yun felt an indescribable sadness in his heart, but he didn't show it. He continued to float down the abyss. White dragon bones covered the entire abyss. The deeper they went, the more white dragon bones there were. At this time, wandering souls could be seen shuttling back and forth among the white bones, like kites with broken strings. Most of these wandering souls appeared in the form of humans. But Yi Yin knew that these were the remnant souls of the dead mystical moon dragons. When they were alive, the mystical moon dragons guarded Moon Planet and appeared in the form of humans. Dragons were so large that they usually only appeared in their true forms when they were in battle. They usually appeared in their human forms for all kinds of activities. On this point, it had been like this since Zhu Long and all the way to the 10 super divine dragons. Zhu Long had once called for the 10,000 dragons assembly. Every divine dragon had participated in these events in their human forms, including Zhu Long himself. These wandering souls floated around the dragon bones and the abyss. There were men and women, old and young. Their faces were gray, their bodies were translucent, and they emitted a cold aura. Their bodies were stiff, and they flew around in a straight line. Occasionally, they would greet each other. They looked like a group of zombies. These wandering souls are so strong. Many of them are in the eternal realm. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon narrowed its eyes as it looked at the wandering souls flying around. It could not help but exclaim in shock. The original bodies of these wandering souls should have high cultivation. After they died, the remnant souls in their bodies absorbed the mystical Yin Earth Vein Chi of Moon Planet and survived in a strange way. Their starting point is very high, and after millions of years of unconscious cultivation, the weakest of these wandering souls is in the life and death realm. After observing for a while, Yi Yin came to his own conclusion and said faintly, "Master, if these wandering souls go out, I'm afraid it will cause a disturbance in the whole continent." The big black horse muttered to himself. Seeing that these wandering souls were all in the eternal realm, he also had an indescribable feeling. They won't go out. Yi Yin said with a smile. Why? Is it because the pallbearers did something? The big black horse looked around and kept glancing around, as if trying to find some clues. Not really. Looking into the distance, Yi Yin's eyes flickered, and then he said with a smile, maybe we'll know after a while. The big black horse nodded and said no more. The three of them continued forward. The wandering souls did not seem to notice the three of them and kept wandering around. Squeak, there was a strange cry, and a huge black shadow suddenly drilled out of a white bone and rushed toward the three of them. Yi Yin raised his head to take a look and tapped lightly with his finger. The huge black shadow was suddenly fixed in midair. What is this? The big black horse stared and found that the huge figure had a strange appearance. It was difficult to tell what kind of creature it was. This should be a dragon shadow worm. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon examined the strange-looking black shadow carefully, and suddenly recognized it at a glance. Yes, this is a dragon shadow worm. After a divine dragon dies, its corpse is affected by the outside world and there is a chance that a dragon shadow worm will form. Yi Yin sighed. This kind of dragon shadow worm was similar to the corpse worm of a dead person. There were not many dragon shadow worms in this abyss, only about 100 in total, and all of them were in the eternal realm. Although these dragon shadow worms were very strong and had surpassed the pallbearers in terms of strength, due to the obsession in the heart of the dark moon dragon, these dragon shadow worms were born from the corpses and stayed in this abyss, just like the wandering souls. Thinking of this, Yi Yin sighed. The profounding moon dragon clan was a clan of loyal dragons. They were truly the most loyal dragons to the ancestral dragon. Smack, Yi Yin lightly flicked his hand, and the dragon shadow bug was sent flying by him. He added a restriction in front of them to isolate their auras. Immediately, no more dragon shadow bugs pounced on them. The three of them continued to descend. At this moment, more and more wandering souls could be seen wandering in the abyss. When the three of them reached the bottom of the abyss, Yi Yin discovered a damaged hall. Outside the hall, there was also a damaged formation. Although millions of years had passed. However, the traces of the formation were still there. The hall had long been reduced to a desolate ruin. However, one could still vaguely make out its size. In front of the hall was an abandoned plaza. There was not even a single wandering soul. The wandering souls in the distance wandered everywhere, but none of them came to the plaza, much less entered the ruined hall. This should be the place where the ancestral dragon sealed the treasure. Yi Yin observed for a while and said softly. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon sighed. Master, too much time has passed. There are no clues worth discovering. That's right. Yi Yin nodded silently. Indeed, there were no clues worth discovering. However, when he saw such a desolate place, he couldn't help but feel a strange emotion. Perhaps it had something to do with Zhu Long's bloodline in his body. In any case, wandering souls wouldn't enter this place. Yi Yin removed the restriction and walked slowly along the ruins. From time to time, he would pick up a piece of broken red stone and examine it carefully in his hand. Yi Yin's expression suddenly flickered. He actually sensed an extremely weak and strange energy from one of the broken pieces of red stone. If not for his amazing eye power, he wouldn't have noticed it. Yi Yin had never seen this type of energy before. It was a type of red energy that was very strange. However, because it was so rare, it was equivalent to a few extremely small particles within the red stone. An ordinary cultivator would definitely ignore it. With a thought, Yi Yin immediately moved these extremely small red particles out of the stone. These red particles floated in front of his eyes. They were extremely small, and if he did not look carefully, he would not have noticed them. "Master, what are these things?" The big black horse came forward and stared at the red particles curiously, carefully observing them. Even with his cultivation level, he was actually unable to discover anything strange about these red particles. "Can you tell?" Yi Yin turned to look at the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and asked with a smile. "Master, I don't know what this is either. It seems to be the powder from the red stone." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon scratched its head and said awkwardly, "No." Yi Yin smiled faintly and did not explain further. It seemed that the two of them were unable to identify the strange energy contained within the red particles. This meant that the level of this strange red energy was extremely high. If one's cultivation was not high enough, it was very likely that they would be treated as the powder in the red stone. This discovery immediately piqued Yi Yin's interest. He kept staring at the red particles, trying to deconstruct them, but he couldn't do it in a short period of time. At this moment, the wandering souls in the abyss seemed to have been infected by something. They began to gather from all directions and quickly flew toward the ruins of the square. More and more wandering souls gathered. In the end, thousands of wandering souls had gathered. They swam around the square but still did not dare to take a step into the square. But at this moment, these wandering souls were all agitated. They were mumbling to themselves, but it was unclear what they were saying. "What's wrong with these wandering souls?" the Blood Chief Demon Dragon said, dumbfounded. He glanced at the wandering souls and found that there were at least 700 to 800 of them in the Eternal Realm. Such a large number gave him a fright. Could it be because Master, the big black horse, guessed? Hearing their conversation, Yi Yin looked up and smiled. He stopped observing the red particles in front of him and looked at the agitated wandering souls outside the square. At this moment, at the bottom of the abyss, a faint light suddenly appeared from all around. Within this faint light, scenes appeared one after another. Where the ruins were, there was a seven-colored palace that was between illusion and reality. The seven-colored palace was majestic and magnificent, as if it was emitting rays of light, majestic and glorious. The dilapidated square was now covered with layers of colorful shadows, as if it had returned to the ancient times. At this moment, there were many clansmen of the Dark Moon Dragon standing in the illusory square. They were all wearing golden armor and holding weapons in their hands. They seemed to be guarding this seven-colored palace. Is this a mirage? Or is it a remnant memory from the ancient times? Yi Yin said in surprise. He looked at the wandering souls around the square again and found that they were all excited. The energy in their heads was fluctuating violently. It seemed that it was because of the surging energy that this place had undergone such a change. For a moment, Yi Yin did not understand what was going on. He decided to wait and see. Buzz, there were some fluctuations in the image. The palace that was originally emitting a rainbow light suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the whole palace trembled slightly, as if something inside was about to come out. The clansmen of the Dark Moon Dragon who were guarding the square looked at the changing palace. They were all shocked. The next moment, suddenly, a small crack appeared on the palace door where the seal was placed. A ray of red light that resembled a venomous snake slowly flowed out from within. After the red light flowed out, it immediately spread out and covered all the clansmen of the Dark Moon Dragon on the square. These clansmen all had terrified expressions on their faces. Finally, they began to roar loudly. Then, a layer of fine red hair grew on their bodies. The red hair was so creepy. It was emitting a faint red light. These clansmen all fell to the ground and kept rolling. They looked crazier and crazier. The red light, like a poisonous snake, kept jumping out, as if it wanted to attack more clansmen of the Dark Moon Dragon. Just at this critical moment, Xianxia's eyes lit up. A ray of black light fell from the sky. A middle-aged man in a black robe appeared above the square. Retreat. The middle-aged man waved his hand and shouted, and the red light immediately retreated back into the palace like a receding tide. Seeing this middle-aged man who was as noble as an emperor, as well as the unique aura exuding from his body, Yiyan was shocked. Wasn't this Zhu? When the wandering souls outside the square saw this middle-aged man in black, they all knelt down and prostrated themselves on the ground. Although they were excited, they did not dare to make a sound. At this moment, the big black horse and the blood chief demon dragon were also trembling. This middle-aged man in black, even though he was just an illusion, gave them unimaginable pressure. Zhu landed on the square. He reached out his hand and scratched the clansman of the Dark Moon Dragon. Every time he scratched, a creepy red light would appear on Zhu's hand. The red light was thrown into the palace again. After a few times, the clansmen of the Dark Moon Dragon who were guarding the palace returned to normal. Greetings, Lord Zhu. Dozens of clansmen of the Dark Moon Dragon all knelt down on the square excitedly when they saw the man in black. This broken sword is getting more and more restless. Zhu clasped his hands behind his back and stared at the Rainbow Palace with a worried look in his eyes. The viper-like red light poked its head out of the small crack in the palace. When it realized that Zhu was still guarding it, it quickly retreated. Zhu sighed. He made a series of hand seals and sent out rays of light into the small crack in the palace, completely sealing it. After sealing the palace again, Zhu disappeared in a flash. The illusory image began to fade and then completely disappeared. The wandering souls prostrating on the ground stood up in a daze and continued to wander in all directions. The big black horse and the blood chief demon dragon heaved a long sigh of relief. They finally felt their bodies relax. So this is what Master Zhu looks like. The blood chief demon dragon sighed. Its eyes were filled with surprise and loneliness. Although it lived in the ancient times, it was only a low-level mixed-blood dragon. It had never seen the legendary Master Zhu. It did not expect that it would have the opportunity to see Master Zhu's illusory projection on a trip to the moon planet millions of years later. The big black horse did not have as many complicated thoughts as the blood chief demon dragon. After all, it was not a demon of this world. It was just that Zhu's aura was too powerful and intimidated it greatly. So it turns out that the treasure sealed in the Rainbow Palace is a broken sword. Yiyan looked in the direction of the ruins and muttered to himself. It was hard to believe that a broken sword could release such a strange power. It seemed that the level of this sword had surpassed this world. Yiyan also had treasures of this level in his storage. However, its level was too high, so he could not take it out. Yiyan did not know where Zhu had obtained this broken sword. However, despite being sealed, the broken sword was still able to break through the seal and release that terrifying red energy. This showed how terrifying this broken sword was. Yiyan's eyes flickered as he scanned the entire ruins. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and grabbed some red energy particles. He gathered these energy particles together and put them away. Getting rid of the pallbearers on the moon was a piece of cake. The real reward was knowing what the treasure Zhu had sealed was. This was very important. In the future, when Yiyan went to the Divine Land, he would have a clear goal. Yiyan speculated that the reason for the illusory scene just now was because of the obsession of the mystic moon dragon. His appearance might have made them feel something. They gathered together, and their emotions were stirred up. As a result, they formed a mirage-like technique and reenacted the scene of Zhu descending to the moon to seal the Rainbow Palace. Let's go. Yiyan looked around, hesitated for a moment, and decided to leave this place first. These wandering souls carried the obsession of the Darking Moon Dragon and continued to guard the palace. Let them continue like this. Perhaps for these wandering souls, guarding this place for Lord Zulong was an extremely honorable thing. Yi Yin did not want to ruin it for now. Yi Yin tore open the void and returned to the Celestial Empire with the big black horse and the Blood Chief Evil Dragon. They landed on the carriage. Yi Yin suddenly thought of something. He looked at the big black horse and smiled. Your weapon is gone, little horse. Yes, master. The big black horse scratched its head and said with a depressed expression. The golden axe that his master had bestowed upon him had saved his life on the moon planet, but this beloved treasure was now gone. Wait. Yi Yin took out 3 more reincarnation thunderbolts from the storage and condensed them into an axe. He added 4 more purple runes to it. This axe is 3 times as dense as the previous one. I also added 1 rune. It should be enough for a while. Yi Yin smiled and threw the golden axe to the big black horse. Thank you, master. The big black horse hurriedly knelt on the ground and held the golden axe with both hands. It said with surprise and joy. Get up. Yi Yin smiled. A surge of mana swept out and lifted the big black horse. The Blood Chief Evil Dragon rolled its eyes and immediately thought of something. It hurriedly said, Master, your octagonal bright silver hammer is really impressive. Can you give me one? No problem. Yi Yin smiled. He stretched out his hand and the octagonal bright silver hammer appeared in his hand. He threw it to the Blood Chief Evil Dragon. That's great. It's a pity there's only one. It would be even better if there were 2 hammers. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon caressed the shiny silver hammer lovingly and clicked his tongue in praise. There really is a pair. You were right. Yi Yin laughed and threw another octagonal bright silver hammer to the Blood Chief Evil Dragon. There's another one? The Blood Chief Evil Dragon was so excited that it almost cried. It immediately took the second octagonal bright silver hammer. He held the 2 hammers in both hands and swung them twice. He was instantly overjoyed. Maobauer, look at me wielding the hammers. Don't I look impressive? The Blood Chief Evil Dragon looked at Maobauer and chuckled. Senior, you're so impressive. Maobauer hurriedly praised. She just felt that the style of the senior holding the hammers in both hands was quite funny. But she couldn't tell the truth. Haha, the Blood Chief Evil Dragon laughed, then began to play with the 2 octagonal bright silver hammers lovingly. You 2 are so lucky. You went out on a mission and came back with treasures from your master. The Ocean of Jade Heavenly Dragon lifted its head, yawned, and said sourly. Who told you to have such a high cultivation? The Blood Chief Evil Dragon glanced at it and laughed. These words left the Azure Sea's Heavenly Dragon speechless. Since when did having a high cultivation become a mistake? He was rather depressed and prepared to go back to sleep. Little blue cat, Yi Yin looked at the adorable blue kitten at his feet and suddenly smiled. Master, did you arrange a mission for me? The Blue Ocean Heavenly Dragon looked up and asked energetically when it heard its master's call. I'll arrange a mission for you next time. If you perform it well, I'll give you a set of armor. Yi Yin rubbed his chin and looked at the Blue Ocean Heavenly Dragon with a smile. I see that you like that set of azure armor. Thank you, Master. The Blue Ocean Heavenly Dragon agreed excitedly as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Yi Yin laughed loudly. The big black horse put away its little golden axe, then transformed and pulled the carriage again. Master, where are we going? The big black horse turned and asked. Let's go to the dragon's cave. After Yi Yin finished speaking, he lifted the curtain and walked in. The big black cat was still locked in the hidden dragon coffin and only had a sliver of life left. Yi Yin hadn't completely studied the 7 stars array on its chest. Now that he had destroyed the coffin bearers, it was a good time to go to the dragon's cave. Yi Yin also wanted to know how this vessel was created. When the Blood Chief Demon Dragon saw the big black horse transform, it immediately transformed into a red cat and lay on the carriage. However, it still held the 2 huge octagonal silver hammers and began to refine them. In a mountain range somewhere in the Celestial Empire, a black horse carriage suddenly appeared from the void of space and descended. Yi Yin walked out of the carriage and stood above the dragon's cave. He gently tapped the seal on the dragon's cave and it immediately broke. Yi Yin's figure flashed and appeared beside the 5 black hidden dragon coffins. The 5 hidden dragon coffins were floating in the golden light. if one looked carefully. There was also a stream of dragon qi gathering in the hidden dragon coffins. Yi Yan tapped the coffins again and 4 rays of light shot out, landing on the other 4 hidden dragon coffins. The seal that had been reinforced was immediately destroyed by him. Without the seal, Yi Yan saw the scene in the other 4 hidden dragon coffins at a glance. End of 4th update, Broken Sleep, looking for a wave of votes, good reviews, thank you all the brothers who supported me all the way. There was a person lying quietly in each of the black hidden dragon coffins. In the first hidden dragon coffin, there was an old man in a golden robe lying flat. His hands were crossed on his abdomen and his eyelids were tightly shut. His expression was calm and there seemed to be a hint of hope. It was as though he wanted to live a second life. There was a silver 7 stars formation in front of his chest that was formed by 7 silver stars. Streams of dragon qi seeped into the body of the old man in the golden robe through the 7 stars formation. Yi Yan's eyes flickered and a probing spirit consciousness entered the old man's body. The vitality of the old man in the golden robe was like a huge river that flowed through his body. He did not look like a dead person at all. In the other 3 coffins, there was a middle-aged man in a green robe, an old man in a gray robe, and a white-haired young man. All 3 of them had different levels of life force in their bodies. The white-haired young man was the highest, followed by the old man in the gray robe and the middle-aged man in the green robe. As for the old man in the golden robe, he was slightly weaker than the middle-aged man in the green robe. Yi Yan seemed to have understood. The 4 hidden dragon coffins absorbed different levels of dragon qi according to the order of burial, causing a step-like change in the vitality of their bodies. Yi Yan then looked at everyone's chests. 7 small dots that looked like stars formed the shape of the Big Dipper, forming a magical formation. Everyone's formation was exactly the same. There was no difference at all. The only difference was that their vitality was different. The bodies of the humans in the 4 hidden dragon coffins had undergone some changes due to being soaked in dragon qi for many years. Every part of his body had been soaked in the dragon qi of the dragon vein all year round, turning into a golden color. The toughness of his body had also been greatly enhanced. The so-called vessel seems to be built on the foundation of a strong physical body, Yi Yan muttered to himself thoughtfully. Songnan mainland was the ancestral land of the dragon race. The dragon qi in the dragon cave here was completely different from the dragon qi in the dragon caves of other continents. The dragon qi here was the true dragon qi. Under the control of the 7 stars formation, a human cultivator's physical body had been soaked in dragon qi for many years. His physical body was already changing towards the strength of a divine dragon's physical body. Although there was still a huge gap between the physical body of a real divine dragon. However, his fleshly body had already surpassed the fleshly body of ordinary human cultivators. It had also surpassed the fleshly body of some ancient divine beasts. This discovery made Yi Yan's imagination run wild. He still needed to do further verification. Yi Yan retracted his gaze. He began to study the 7 stars array on the big black cat again. As long as he could figure out the mysteries of one array formation, he would be able to decipher the rest. 3 days later, Yi Yan's face revealed a hint of joy. He had finally studied more than 90% of the 7 stars array formation. As for the remaining 10%, they were 5 7 stars array formations, and they could even form some sort of linkage. The 5 of them combined into one to form a new 7 stars formation. At that time, Yi Yan could continue to study the remaining 10%. I can now change the speed at which the 7 stars array formation in the little black cat's body absorbs the dragon qi. Yi Yan's eyes flickered, and his fingers continuously pointed in the air. At this time, the countless runes on the 7 silver stars on the big black cat's chest began to undergo some sort of mysterious combination change. This change was very fast, and it was completed within a few breaths. A silver light rose from the 7 stars, and it enveloped the entire body of the big black cat. The dragon qi in the dragon's cave surged wildly into the hidden dragon coffin, and was injected into the body of the big black cat through the 7 stars. Suddenly, the vitality of the big black cat's body was also rapidly changing. At the same time, the body of the big black cat was also beginning to be washed and tempered by the dragon qi. Fortunately, his body had swallowed a large amount of longevity immortal grass in the 9 nether underground palace, and it was already extremely sturdy. Under the control of the Seven Stars Array formation, large amounts of dragon chi surged in, constantly washing and tempering every inch of his body. For the time being, there were no abnormalities. Yi Yun had been observing this process. Once he found that the strength of the dragon chi exceeded the endurance limit of the big black cat's body, he would change the operating speed of the Seven Stars Array formation, and make it slower. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Not bad. Yi Yun found that the body of the big black cat could actually withstand the current speed, and he could not help but nod in satisfaction. Yi Yun tapped twice on the Seven Stars Array formation on his chest. He continued to adjust the speed of the Seven Stars Array formation. Then he observed carefully. He repeated this several times, and finally he stopped adjusting the Seven Stars Array formation, because it had reached the limit of the big black cat's body. If he continued to adjust it, the body of the big black cat would collapse. Yi Yun looked at the other hidden dragon coffins, and made a comparison. The Seven Stars Array formation he modified absorbed and controlled the dragon chi at a speed thousands of times faster than the Seven Stars Array formation on the others. This is also the body of the demon clan, in addition to swallowing a lot of longevity immortal herbs, to achieve this multiplier. Yi Yun smiled gently. Because the time of burial was different, the muscle growth and physical strength of the body were different. In order to synchronize with the big black cat, corresponding adjustments had to be made. Yi Yun tapped continuously in the air, and slightly adjusted the other 4 Seven Stars Array formations. The Seven Stars Array formation on the white-haired youth was adjusted to the smallest size, because he was the first person to be buried in the dragon cave. The Seven Stars Array formation on the blue-robed middle-aged man was adjusted to the largest size. After doing all this, Yi Yun carefully compared the speed of the Seven Stars Array formations, and then nodded in satisfaction. If nothing unexpected happened. 10 days later, everyone's vitality would return to normal, and the evolution of the physical body would be complete. In this state of perfection, everyone's Seven Stars Array formation would respond to each other, and produce a new change. Yi Yun's figure flashed, and left the dragon cave, and returned to the carriage. Then he tapped lightly with his hand, and an invisible restriction sealed the dragon cave, and the golden light could no longer penetrate. Master, why were you gone for so long? The heavenly dragon of the blue seas looked at Yi Yun, and asked with a smile. It took some time to crack the Seven Stars Array formation. Yi Yun answered with a smile. He looked at the big black horse, and suddenly said, "Little horse, let's wait here for 10 days. Yes, master. The big black horse hurriedly nodded, and then dragged the carriage from midair to land on a mountain top. Yi Yun flashed back to the carriage. Mu Qing boiled water and made tea. After drinking a cup of tea, Yi Yun continued to cultivate. 10 days' time. He should be able to break through to the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm. It was not only Yi Yun who was cultivating. The other demonic beasts were also quietly cultivating. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon had already refined the 2 octagonal bright silver hammers, and now began to study the fixed body technique. Sigh, on this continent, there is not even divinity in the spiritual chi. It is useless to me whether I cultivate or not. The heavenly dragon of the blue sea yawned, and fell asleep again, hugging his head with his furry paws. On the moon star. In the Valley of the Coffin Bearers, the only building that had not collapsed was the lone dragon god temple. Above the altar, there was a sudden fluctuation in the void, and a small vortex appeared without warning. Today's 4 chapters. This is the first chapter. A black ray of light fell from the small vortex and turned into a black puppet. This black puppet did not have a face, but it looked exactly the same as the black statue from before. However, its cultivation level was unusually strong and had reached the 1st level of the Divine Lord realm. One could say that it was God knows how many times more powerful than the original True God Realm God statue. Something really happened. The first puppet is gone and so are all the pallbearers. There are signs of a fight. The black puppet looked around and said in a cold voice. Who on earth is it? How could he be so powerful? This is definitely not the power of its Songnan continent cultivator, the black puppet muttered to itself. There were only a handful of Eternal Realm experts in the Songnan continent and none of them were in the True God Realm. How could they be a match for the first puppet? This is interesting. Someone dares to go against our dragon clan. I'd like to see who it is. The black puppet's figure flashed and disappeared from the dragon god temple in an instant. In the next moment, it appeared above an abyss. It scanned the abyss and found that nothing had changed. It heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that the destruction of the pallbearers has nothing to do with the wandering souls of the dark moon dragons and the dragon shadow worms. The black puppet muttered to itself. It left the moon star and stood in the starry sky, scanning the area below with its powerful divine consciousness. The azure sea heavenly dragon, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a powerful divine consciousness sweep over it. After all, it was also in the divine lord realm. Master, there is a divine lord realm cultivator in the night sky. Could it be from the divine land? The azure sea heavenly dragon looked in the direction of the carriage and whispered. That's right. Yin raised his head and looked in the direction of the void. In an instant, he saw the black puppet. He could not help but curl his lips into a faint smile. It was another black statue, a divine-level puppet. However, this puppet's cultivation level was very high. It had reached the first level of the divine lord realm. Go and meet him. Yin ordered the azure sea heavenly dragon. Yes, master. The jade sea heavenly dragon was overjoyed. Master finally gave him a task. Once this mission was completed, he would be able to obtain a divine armor. A blue light flashed. The jade sea heavenly dragon transformed into its human form and left the carriage in a flash. The blood chief demon dragon and the big black horse remained silent. The newcomer was a divine lord realm. Their two cultivations were seriously too low, so it was best not to speak. Yin looked at the black puppet in the depths of the night sky. After looking at it for a while, his gaze finally landed on the black mirror in the black puppet's hand. It seemed like every black puppet had a black mirror in its hand. Yin also wanted to see if this black mirror could affect the divine lord realm jade sea heavenly dragon. Although their cultivation levels were the same. But puppets were puppets after all. When it came to a real battle, how could they be a match for the dragon race? What's that? The black puppet was scanning the entire Xianxia continent when it suddenly saw a blue light appear in front of it. This gave him a huge fright. The blue light had appeared so suddenly and its speed was unimaginable. The blue light disappeared and a blue-robed youth appeared in front of it. It's a puppet? The jade sea heavenly dragon sized up the black puppet in front of him with a look of shock. This black puppet had reached the first level of the divine lord realm. After all, how many materials did it take to create a god-level puppet? It was simply unimaginable. Based on his long experience living in the divine land, he had never heard of a divine lord realm puppet. You dare not descend in your true form and only send out a puppet. Could you be from the divine land? The jade sea heavenly dragon asked coldly. The black puppet was taken aback. It clearly hadn't expected the blue-robed youth in front of it to be able to see through its origins at a glance. Hiss, the black puppet sucked in a breath of cold air after sensing the other party's aura. The blue-robed youth in front of it had also reached the divine lord realm. His cultivation was the same as its own, at the first level of the divine lord realm. However, it sensed a familiar demonic aura from the blue-robed youth and its expression changed. A divine lord realm dragon. How is this possible? Why would a divine lord realm dragon appear in the Xianxia continent? The black puppet said with a look of shock. Suddenly, it slapped its head in realization. I know, you must be from the divine land too. The jade sea heavenly dragon frowned at the black puppet's quick reaction. He sneered. So what if you're from the divine land? Since you're here, don't even think about going back. Haha. You're just a little dragon from the divine land. You're just a masterpiece of us dragon breeders. You want to turn the tables on us? The black puppet laughed loudly and raised the black mirror in its hand. I don't even need the dragon capturing mirror to deal with a little dragon like you. Haha. You're a dragon breeder? The jade sea heavenly dragon was shocked to hear the black puppet's words. He naturally knew his origins. He was the ancestor of the Fu family of Heavenly Dragon Island. He spent a huge sum of money to buy a dragon egg from a dragon breeder and hatched it. Under the nurturing of generations of the Fu family of Heavenly Dragon Island, it grew to the first level of the Divine Lord realm. Inside the carriage. When Yin saw this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. The dragon breeder's divine puppet was fearless. It seemed that they were extremely confident in the dragon egg they sold. Did they have a hidden trump card up their sleeves? Just as Yi Yun was pondering this, he suddenly heard the black puppet utter a low, strange, and cryptic incantation. Yi Yun didn't feel anything when he heard the incantation. However, when the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon heard this, it immediately began to sway. It clutched its head with its hands, and its face contorted in agony. What incantation is this? Why can you control me? Clutching his head, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon clenched his teeth and charged at the black puppet with all his might. He hadn't forgotten his master's instructions. Although he had been careless and fallen for the black puppet's incantation, he still hadn't given up. No matter what, he had to make a last stand. In the process of charging at the black puppet, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's body swayed and transformed into a huge blue dragon. He reached out with his claws and swiped at the black puppet. You still want to attack your ancestor? The black puppet sneered and sped up his incantation. In the air. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon felt his body suddenly lose control. The claws he reached out didn't listen to his commands. I'll keep you first. When I get back, I'll check your serial number and see what went wrong, the black puppet muttered to himself. He took out a small black bottle and aimed it at the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon, ready to suck him in. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the void. A figure in white walked out from it. In an instant, the black puppet felt a suppression that came from his soul. It was like a mountain pouncing on him. After Yi Yun appeared, with a gentle wave of his hand, he immediately dispersed the spell energy in the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's body. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon took a deep breath and immediately recovered from a state of extreme pain. Master, I didn't complete the task you gave me. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon lowered his head and said in a low voice, looking depressed. It doesn't matter. I didn't expect the Dragon Keeper to have a way to restrain you. Yi Yun chuckled with a warm expression, not at all reproaching the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon. Sigh. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon was depressed. He lowered his head and dared not speak. The black puppet looked at the white-robed young man who suddenly appeared. After sensing his aura, he could not help but be shocked. Was it another Divine Monarch Realm practitioner? Moreover, this practitioner's realm was vague and he could not detect it at all. He could only vaguely feel that this person's cultivation stopped at the Divine Monarch realm. Could it be that you're responsible for the Moonstar? An idea flashed across the black puppet's mind. He looked at Yi Yun and said coldly. This person's cultivation was high enough to destroy the Coffin Bearer's clan and the first puppet. What Moonstar? What are you talking about? Yi Yun shrugged and pretended to be ignorant. Yi Yun would not reveal any information about himself to the black puppet before he was sure whether the black puppet's consciousness was connected to the Dragon Keeper's real body. When Yi Yun appeared, he had changed his appearance. At the same time, his body emitted a faint aura of a Yao beast. Humph. Your Excellency, you don't have to pretend. Apart from the two of you of the demon clan who have reached the Divine Monarch realm, who else has the strength to kill a true immortal realm puppet and a group of human clan cultivators of the eternal realm? The black puppet shook his head and sneered. After saying that, he suddenly tapped his face with his hand, and a black vertical eye suddenly appeared on his face. He looked at Yi Yun. Yi Yun saw that this guy had quite a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He couldn't help but smile, but he still maintained his composure. But what Yi Yun didn't expect was that the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon behind him suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech and fell from the sky. Yi Yun looked back and found that the Emerald Sea Heavenly Dragon was already dead. What divine ability is this? Yi Yun was slightly shocked. He didn't expect the dragon breeders to have such a high level of control over the dragon eggs they sold. A single mystique was enough to kill an Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon of the same level. This method was really powerful. Yi Yun froze the falling Azure Heavenly Dragon. Then, he grabbed the black puppet in his hand. A vast power instantly suppressed the black puppet, causing its body and mana to be unable to move. How can you be so strong? Your cultivation is at least at the 5th level Divine Lord realm and above, right? The black puppet looked at Yi Yun in shock. Its eyes were full of horror. Since when did the demon clan on the divine land have such a powerful and fearless great demon? Why did such a powerful great demon come to the Tsangnan continent? If he was cursed, wouldn't that mean that his cultivation path would be ruined? The black puppet couldn't understand. Seal. Yi Yun softly spat out a word. A purple rune floated out of his eyes and gently landed on the black puppet's body. Then, it immediately disappeared. The next moment, the black puppet felt powerless and fell to the ground. Yi Yun sealed the puppet. He knew that the memory reading method wouldn't work on this puppet. He might as well seal it first. It might be useful in the future. After sealing the black puppet, Yi Yun put it away. Then, he went to the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon that he froze in the air. Yi Yun sensed carefully. He found that the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's vitality had been completely destroyed. It seemed that the dragon breeder had planted some kind of divine ability in the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon. Yi Yun took out the 8 treasures glazed bottle and poured out a drop of triple brilliant sacred water. He flicked it into the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's mouth. After swallowing the triple brilliant sacred water, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon slowly woke up. Master, thank you for saving my life. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon turned into its human form and knelt at Yi Yun's feet. The moment the black puppet opened its black pupil, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon suddenly felt an indescribable sense of death descend upon him in an instant. Then, it lost all its senses. Even its primordial spirit died along with its physical body. It seems that the dragon breeder has already prepared a backup plan for all the dragon eggs and young dragons sold in the divine land. Once they betray the dragon breeder, they can directly kill them with a thunderous strike. Yi Yun said softly. Speaking of this, he looked in the direction of the divine land and a cold light flashed in his eyes. When he stepped into the divine land, he would destroy the dragon breeder sooner or later. Master, I wonder if the dragon breeder's seal in my body is still there after I died once. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon asked hurriedly. I'm not sure. When we go back, I'll check your body carefully when I have time. Yi Yun furrowed his brows and said with a solemn expression. Although he did a quick scan and did not find any clues, Yi Yun was still a little worried. To be able to lay down such a trump card on a divine Lord Realm Dragon, it was likely that this already involved an extremely brilliant divine ability. Yi Yun needed to investigate carefully in order to find any clues. Fortunately, this divine ability could be neutralized by the triple brilliance sacred water. Therefore, Yi Yun was not afraid of the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon dying at all. He had plenty of triple brilliant sacred water in his warehouse and only needed 1 drop to save the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon each time. So theoretically speaking, even if there were billions of divine dragons in this world and they were killed by the dragon breeder, Yi Yun had a way to revive them instantly. Little dragon. Your cultivation is still a little weak. This can be seen from the encounter with the divine puppet. Yi Yun looked at the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon kneeling at his feet and sighed softly. Fortunately, there was an invincible ancestor like him. Otherwise, no one would be a match for the dragon breeder and the dragon breeder. Master, I've let you down. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon was heartbroken and tears streamed down his face. He thought that he could complete this mission perfectly and then get a divine armor from his master as a reward. He did not expect that he would be killed by the divine puppet in an instant. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon was depressed and aggrieved. Tears rolled down his cheeks. I'll give you this battle dragon armor. It's stronger than the Azure armor. Yi Yun took out a blue armor from the warehouse and said with a smile. What, battle dragon armor? The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon raised his head and looked at the divine armor that was emitting a blue light. He felt as if his eyes were going to be blinded. It was actually a high divine grade armor. The most eye-catching thing was the blue dragon-shaped hood. It was murderous and exuded endless dragon might, giving him an indescribable sense of oppression. Thank you, Master. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon stretched out his trembling hands and received the battle dragon armor. Start with the initial refinement and store the battle dragon armor into your body. Looking at the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon who was so excited, Yi Yun didn't mind and just smiled. This divine high-grade battle dragon armor also came from another world. After refining it, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's battle prowess would be comparable to a 9th or even 10th level Divine Lord once he put on the Battle Dragon armor. Yes, Master. The excited Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon immediately started refining the Battle Dragon armor. In the time it took to burn a stick of incense, he completed the initial refinement and stored the Battle Dragon armor into his body with a single thought. He kowtowed to Yiyan 3 more times before standing up respectfully. Although he had failed his mission this time, not only had his master pulled him back from the jaws of death, but he had also gifted him a divine high-grade Battle Dragon armor. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's eyes were red. He felt that he was truly blessed to be by his master's side. Yiyan tore through the void and returned to the carriage with the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon. He entered the carriage to continue cultivating while the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon transformed into a blue kitten and laid down on the carriage to refine the Battle Dragon armor. Little dragon, how did your mission go? Why did your master go as well? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon inched closer and asked in a low voice, as if he was very nosy. A dragon breeder puppet came and he had a divine ability that could counter me. I was already dead and it was my master who saved me. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon opened his eyes and sighed. That was close. I almost couldn't see you again. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon patted the blue kitten with his furry paws and exclaimed in surprise. A first-level Divine Lord Dragon had died just like that. It was clear just how powerful this dragon breeder was. The big black horse also shuddered. When it thought of the strange light from the black mirror in the black statue's hand, it swore that it would never want to see that again in its next life. The black light's restraining power against the Dragon Clan was simply too strong. What a killer weapon! Little dragon. Now that you've failed your mission, I'm afraid that the armor you've been longing for is gone. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon sighed as a thought crossed his mind. Senior, although I failed the mission, Master still gave me a Battle Dragon armor in the end. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon said excitedly. What did you say? Master gave you a Battle Dragon armor. What is it like? Take it out and show it to me. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon's interest was immediately piqued. Yes. What kind of armor is this? I want to see it too. The big black horse turned its head, its eyes burning with passion. How could the armor given by Old Master be inferior? At the very least, he was at the deity level. Since we're not outsiders, I'll wear it for you guys to see. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon also wanted to show off. With a shake of its body, it transformed into the appearance of the blue-robed young man. Suddenly, a blue light flashed from the surface of his body, and the majestic Battle Dragon armor appeared on his body. It had a blue dragon's head and horns that pointed to the sky, exuding boundless majesty. It was as if an ancient divine dragon had suddenly come back to life from the armor. All sorts of mysterious runes were inlaid on the other parts of the armor, emitting a blue light that made it difficult to look directly at it. Little dragon, your cultivation seems to have soared after you put on this armor? It seems to be even stronger than before. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was so shocked that its eyes almost fell out of its sockets. Wearing such a majestic set of blue armor had actually increased his cultivation by quite a bit. It really couldn't have imagined this. I've only just begun to refine it, so I can only reach the 2nd level of the Divine Sovereign Realm. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon said proudly. Naturally, he could feel how awe-inspiring it was to put on the Battle Dragon armor in his human form. When he thought of the armor's unparalleled defensive and offensive power, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon's heart began to burn with excitement. He couldn't wait for the dragon breeders in the Divine Land to send out another divine puppet so that he could have a great battle with them and test the power of the Battle Dragon armor. Senior, your armor is so cool. Mao Bao'er's eyes lit up as she stared at Wei Aijia's figure in the blue armor like a love-struck fool. She only felt that this senior of the Dragon Clan was too handsome. Haha, Mao Bao'er, your little mouth is so sweet. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon laughed heartily, elated by her praise. Little dragon, you've really profited from a disaster. I'm so envious of you. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon said sourly. That's right, this Battle Dragon armor is so dazzling that it blinds my eyes. The big black horse also had an indescribable sense of jealousy as it snorted. Mu Qing sat in the carriage and used her divine sense to look outside. She was also extremely shocked. She couldn't tell the grade of the armor, but she could feel that it was powerful and extraordinary. Master's foundation is really too deep, the black bird on the top of the carriage muttered to itself and lost its composure. Although it had known Master since 100,000 years ago, it didn't seem to have anything to show off recently. As a result, it was empty-handed and did not receive any rewards from Master. Yiyan opened his eyes and scanned everyone's expressions and thoughts. He knew what was going on. He smiled faintly and said, "The divine armor will be more powerful when worn by those above the true immortal realm. For those of the eternal realm, an emperor armor is enough." "Master, you're giving the next mission to me?" Hearing Yi Yan's sudden words, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon shuddered and abruptly stood up. Looking at the excited Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the other demonic beasts, Yi Yan smiled. He said faintly, "There's no fixed number for each mission, but as long as you cultivate diligently and do your best in each mission, you'll naturally receive a corresponding reward." "Yes, Master." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was so excited that it kept twirling in the carriage. Since Master had said so, it would have a chance to receive an armor in the future. Although it was only in the eternal realm, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon was still satisfied with an emperor-level armor. The big black horse and the black bird were also excited after hearing Master's words. Even Mu Qing, who was in the carriage, had her imagination running wild. The only one who was calm was Mao Bao'er. She thought that since her cultivation was low, she was content with the colorful raiment bestowed by Master. Looking at everyone's expressions, Yi Yan waved his hand and laughed. "Well, go do what you're supposed to do. This matter is over." "Yes, Master." The demonic beasts outside answered at the same time and immediately quieted down. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon turned back into a cute blue kitten. It lay on the carriage and continued to refine its battle dragon armor. Yi Yan also began to cultivate. In the next few days, there were no more disturbances. The dragon breeders didn't send any more puppets into the Sungnan continent. On the 10th day, Yi Yan's body trembled slightly. At this moment, he had broken through from the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm to the peak of the 10th level. He was only half a step away from the ultimate God realm. Although Yi Yan controlled his aura so that it didn't leak out, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon seemed to have sensed something. "Master, don't tell me you've cultivated to the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm?" The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon sent a telepathic message. "I've just broken through to the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm. I'll go to the Divine Land soon and find a place to break through to the ultimate God realm." Yi Yan replied with a smile. "What, did I hear that right?" The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon was shocked. Back on Clear Sky Island, Master had personally told it that he was at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. Less than 2 months had passed since then. Master had broken through from the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm to the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm. It had never heard of such a terrifying cultivation speed after so many years in the Divine Land. The Divine Land was vast and filled with geniuses. However, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon had never heard of anyone breaking through from the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm to the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm in just 2 months. The path of cultivation would only get more difficult as one progressed. It was already rare for a peerless genius to break through a level in a year. From the looks of it, the old master seemed to have no difficulty breaking through from the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm to the Divine Lord realm. The Divine Lord realm was a very difficult realm to break through. There were so many cultivators in the Divine Land, but the number of Divine Lord realm cultivators was pitifully small. Being able to cultivate to the Divine Lord realm was enough to dominate a region. Seeing the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's shocked expression, Yi Yan only smiled and didn't take it to heart. Cultivation was nothing to him. Yi Yan had countless treasures in his possession. Cultivation wasn't the purpose of his life. Yi Yan's figure flashed. In the next moment, he tore through the void and arrived in the dragon cave. 10 days had passed. The 5 hidden dragon coffins were about to undergo a new transformation. Yi Yan's gaze swept across the 5 coffins. The 5 people in the coffins were full of vitality and their bodies were almost fully tempered. Each of them was incomparably strong. The next step would be the 7-star formation on each of their chests. Yi Yan waited quietly. As expected, the 7-star formation on the big black cat's chest was the first to shine and flow into his body. The big black cat immediately regained consciousness and opened his eyes. What's going on? The big black cat looked at the pitch-black coffin lid with a confused expression. He only remembered that 7 rays of light fell into his body before he lost consciousness. The big black cat quickly checked his body. How can my body be so strong? There's no sign of injury at all. What happened? The big black cat was shocked. He finally couldn't contain his excitement. He pushed open the coffin lid above his head and sat up. The big black cat immediately saw the familiar white-robed figure standing opposite the hidden dragon coffin. Master? The big black cat blinked. It thought that it was dreaming and rubbed its eyes a few times. Come out. Yiyan looked at the dumbfounded big black cat and said with a smile. It's really Master. The big black cat jumped and landed beside Yiyan. Greetings, Master. The big black cat hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. He realized that something must have happened to his body, which was why his master saved him. Therefore, at this moment, he was incomparably grateful in his heart, and his eyes were a little red. Get up. Yiyan smiled and looked at the other 4 coffins. The big black cat stood up. At this moment, he realized that beside his hidden dragon coffin, there were 4 other hidden dragon coffins that looked exactly the same. What is this? The big black cat was shocked. So he wasn't the only one buried in the dragon's den? It's like this, Yiyan briefly told the big black cat what happened on planet Luna. Then, he instructed, the small 7 stars formation on your chest will undergo some changes in a while. Don't resist it. Just follow its will. Yes, Master. The big black cat hurriedly nodded. Then, he lifted his shirt and saw 7 silver light spots on his chest. The big black cat thought for a moment and suddenly asked again, Master, did I become a vessel? With me around, you definitely won't die. Only those 4 people died and you survived. Then, you're a vessel. Yiyan smiled and said. He guessed that this would make the big black cat's hair stand on end. As expected, the big black cat immediately shuddered. What exactly is this container used for? Why do I feel so scared? The big black cat's eyes darted around as it asked fearfully. I'm not sure yet. We'll talk about it when we reach the Holy Land. Yiyan's gaze fell on the big black cat again. He patted him on the shoulder and said, There's nothing bad about becoming a vessel. At least your body is much stronger than before. Also, I'll break the 7 stars formation on your chest in the future. It won't affect you much. I understand, Master. The big black cat calmed down and said gratefully. Yiyan nodded. At this moment, a coffin lid suddenly flew up and a young man in white flew out of the coffin. I'm alive? The young man in white felt the state of his body and suddenly laughed. He laughed and cried at the same time. He couldn't hide the joy and excitement in his heart. This guy has been buried for who knows how many years. He really came back to life. The big black cat looked at the young man in white and curled his lips. Yiyan's body was hidden in the void. He had his hands behind his back and quietly observed everything. Who are you? The young man in white suddenly saw the big black cat in the distance and asked with great shock. I'm this coffin's. The big black cat pointed at one of the black hidden dragon coffins indifferently. How can this be? Didn't they say that only one hidden dragon coffin can be buried in a dragon cave? The young man in white was shocked and his face turned pale. At this moment, the lids of the other 3 hidden dragon coffins flew up one after another. 3 people flew out of them. One was a middle-aged man. 2 were old men. One was in a gray robe and the other was in a golden robe. The 3 of them surveyed their surroundings, and a look of shock appeared on their faces. They had already felt that their bodies were different from before when they were in the coffins. They were full of vitality and could live for thousands of years. But what they didn't expect was, after coming out of the hidden dragon coffin, they saw another 4 hidden dragon coffins. The people in each hidden dragon coffin came back to life and came out of the coffins almost at the same time. There are 5 hidden dragon coffins in a high-class emperor-level dragon cave. And all 5 of them have lived a second life? What the hell is going on? The old man in the golden robe was quite bad-tempered. He looked at the people around him and flew into a rage. How should I know? The young man in white silently glanced at the old man in the golden robe with a touch of coldness in his eyes. The current situation seemed to be happy, but in fact, it was very awkward. Although he looked young, he was an old monster. In terms of identity, status, and cultivation, he was also very high. Naturally, he wouldn't fall for the old man in the golden robe. On the other hand, the old man in the gray robe who had been silent suddenly raised his head and said in panic, "My magic power, why can't I use it?" His words immediately caused everyone's expression to change. At this moment, they found that they couldn't use their magic power. TSK, you can't use your magic power. Not bad. A smug smile flashed across the big black cat's face. Among the people present, the others were at the peak of the 10th level of the Fate State. He was the only one at the 4th level of the Fate State. He was completely at the bottom of the list. But what he didn't expect was that the 7-star array on his chest suddenly flashed strangely and the magic power in his body was imprisoned. The other 4 people were the same. Today's 4 chapters, this is the first chapter, let's begin. Yi Yun, who was hidden in the void, nodded silently. After the 7-star formation was stimulated by the other formations, it indeed underwent a new change. First, it sealed everyone's dermic powers. This way, everyone was on the same starting line. At this time, the real competition was to see who had the strongest physical body. A strong physical body was the foundation of a vessel. The stronger the physical body, the more powerful things it could contain. So, in order to truly live a second life, only one of the 5 of us can survive. The young man in white seemed to have sensed something. Suddenly, his mouth cracked open and he laughed sinisterly. That's right. If you want to live a second life, you have to kill the other 4. The middle-aged man in green robes laughed maniacally. His eyes were red. I'm going to eat you guys and complete my second life's great undertaking. At this moment, the old man in gold robes licked his lips. His eyes were bloodthirsty and murderous. The one to live a second life will definitely be me. The old man in gray robes had a monstrous aura as he roared with a fierce gaze. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Suddenly, a burst of laughter broke all of this. The big black cat rolled its eyes and sneered, "Will you die if you don't brag? Kill." As soon as the other 4 finished speaking, they suddenly charged in the direction of the big black cat. However, as soon as the 4 of them were in mid-air, their consciousness seemed to be attracted by something and they began to fight each other. A trace of chaos flashed across the big black cat's eyes. At this moment, its mind was controlled by the 7-star formation. Its body swayed and it rushed into the air to fight with the other people. Everyone relied on their amazing physical bodies to fight with each other. Every punch landed and blood splattered everywhere. Banging sounds could be heard incessantly as people were sent flying out one after another. Yi Yun's eyes flickered as he watched this scene. He was constantly analyzing the 7-star formation in front of the big black cat's chest. The 7-star formation just now had affected everyone's consciousness again. At this moment, they were killing each other. Like wild beasts. This was a fair fight. One person attacked the other 4 indiscriminately. The one who survived to the end would be the final victor and the only vessel that could survive. Yi Yun was naturally not worried about this battle. The big black cat's body was unbelievably strong. He had been strengthened once in the Joyo Underground Palace, and this was the 2nd time. In addition, he was a shifter, so the final winner of this battle would definitely be the big black cat. The battle was getting more and more intense. The other 4 people were covered in blood, but they were still fighting madly. Only the big black cat was unharmed. Soon, the time for an incense stick to burn passed. The irascible golden-robed elder was the first to fall. After his death, the 7-star array on the golden-robed elder's body immediately floated in the air. After casting down a beam of light, the golden-robed elder also disappeared. As for the 7 stars formation, it seemed to be even more powerful than before. Immediately after, the green-robed middle-aged man also fell. His 7-star array also floated in the air. As the middle-aged man's corpse disappeared, the aura of the 7-star array also increased by several times. The third to fall was the gray-robed elder. At the end of the battle, only the white-robed youth and the big black cat were still fighting. There was only one person left. The big black cat's attacks became more and more frenzied. In the end, he killed the white-robed youth with brute force. The 4-7-star array floated in the air. Their auras were thick and vigorous, and they were several times stronger than before. The big black cat panted heavily. He kept looking around, as if he was still looking for an opponent. At this moment, his consciousness had not yet recovered. At this moment, the 7-star array on the big black cat's chest suddenly flashed. The other 4-7-star array seemed to have been summoned and immediately fell towards it. Each 7-star array perfectly overlapped according to the position of the 7 stars. After the first 7-star array overlapped, there seemed to be no difference from before. However, when the 4-7-star array overlapped with the 7-star array on the big black cat's chest, 7 rays of light were suddenly emitted and injected into the big black cat's body. The big black cat gave a blood-curdling screech, and immediately fell from mid-air. He fell into a coma again. Yi Yun's eyes flashed. He saw a large amount of dragon energy circulating in the big black cat's body, washing and transforming his body. I see. Yi Yun nodded. The energy of the 4 people who died was absorbed by the 7-star array. All of it was injected into the big black cat's body, increasing the strength of his body once again. The vessel that survived in the end would have an unimaginable strength of body. It was comparable to a divine dragon. And all of this process was carried out automatically under the guidance of the 7-star array. It had to be said that the design of the 7-star array was extremely mysterious. Yi Yun quietly observed the 7-star array on the big black cat's chest. He realized that at this speed, the big black cat would need at least a year to wake up. As for the 7 stars array formation on his chest, it seemed like it would forever be imprinted on his chest and would never disappear. This was also the only mark on the vessel. Yi Yun decided to keep the 7-star array for now and let the big black cat live as a vessel. Perhaps in the future, when he reached the divine land, the big black cat would still have an important use as a vessel. After the 5 7-star array merged into one, there were some new changes. After studying for a day, Yi Yun finally cracked the remaining parts of the array. Then, Yi Yun activated the 7-star array and withdrew the power that was suppressing the big black cat's soul. The big black cat woke up as soon as he opened his eyes. Old master, what happened just now? In a daze, I think I fought with someone? The big black cat crawled to his feet and hurriedly asked. The 5 of you were used as seeds and had your minds suppressed by the 7-star array. After a crazy battle, you were the only one left alive. And the energy in their bodies also entered your body and continuously increased the strength of your body. Yi Yun said with a smile. So that's how it is. The big black cat scratched its head and looked at the other black hidden dragon coffins. It chuckled and said, these guys were so arrogant and lawless. In the end, they were all killed by me. Haha. This is so satisfying. You're a monster and you've eaten so much longevity immortal grass that your body naturally has the advantage. Yi Yun laughed. The big black cat blushed and lowered his head in embarrassment. He knew all of this. If it wasn't for Old Master's help, who knew what strange things would have happened? Let's go. This time, you've profited from a disaster. Your body is becoming more and more comparable to a divine dragon. Yi Yun said with a smile. After that, he tore through the void and returned to the carriage with the big black cat. Seeing the big black cat return, the other divine beasts were a little excited. Big brother, are you okay? Mao Bauer asked with a concerned expression. What could be wrong? After lying in the coffin for more than 10 days, my body is stronger than before. The big black cat chuckled with a smug expression. You made us worry for nothing. It's good that you're back safe and sound. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon sighed. Whoosh, at this moment, a black ponytail swept over and landed on the big black cat. Originally, the big black horse wanted to smash the boastful big black cat into a meat patty, but the big black horse's surprise attack didn't succeed. The big black cat's body only swayed a little. Oh, little cat, your body is so much stronger than before. The big black horse pursed its lips and bared its white teeth as it said in shock. Little Cat has absorbed a large amount of dragon chi and successfully swallowed the 7 stars array of the other seeds. Now, it's a qualified vessel. Naturally, its physique is very different from before. Yiyan said with a smile. The big black horse's ponytail used to be accurate, but it failed this time. This time, it really encountered a tough nut to crack. The big black cat's fleshly body was much stronger than before, and this process of strengthening was still ongoing. Little Cat, you've really profited from a disaster. The reward for this mission is really high. The big black horse was not angry. Instead, it laughed happily. Uncle Ma, don't flatter me. Don't you know what I'm capable of? The difference between a mere 4th-level Fate realm and an Eternal Realm great demon like you is too big. The big black cat chuckled, and then with a shake of its body, it transformed back into a little black cat in a low-key manner. It very obediently lay down on the carriage. Its actions immediately caused the other demonic beasts to laugh out loud. Little horse, to the Nether Fairy Dynasty. Yiyan stopped smiling and looked in a certain direction. He seemed to have thought of something and said lightly. Yes, master. The big black horse turned around and flew towards the southeast. Master, you're not going to the Nether Fairy Cave, are you? The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon opened its eyes and asked. During this period, it had been refining the Battle Dragon armor, and now it was almost done. I'm going to the Nether Fairy Cave to see that child. Yiyan said with a smile, then flashed into the carriage. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon glanced at the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, and the two looked at each other in shock. That young man in white who was about to die was worth the master's personal visit. What kind of luck did he have? The distance between the Celestial Empire and the Nether Fairy Dynasty was very far, at least billions of miles. Even with the big black horse's Eternal Realm speed, it took 3 full days to reach the Nether Fairy Dynasty. Yiyan was not in a hurry. Sometimes, it was impossible for him, the ancestor of the Shenlong sect, to do everything by himself. If he had to tear open the void and carry the carriage himself, it wouldn't be in line with his status. During these 3 days, Yiyan did not cultivate. He was about to break through to the Hierarch realm, but he still needed to slow down his cultivation. He put more energy into comprehending the Abhijna. Master, we've arrived at the Netherworld Immortal Cave. The big black horse's neighs came from outside the carriage. All right. Yiyan nodded and looked in the direction of the Netherworld Immortal Cave. The Nether Immortal Grotto was the strongest force in the Nether Immortal Dynasty. This sect was located on top of a huge mountain. There was actually an unfathomably deep hole at the top of the mountain. This was the Netherworld Immortal Cave. The Netherworld Immortal Cave had a diameter of several hundred kilometers and was unfathomably deep. It was shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. This place was filled with spirit chi. Many of the buildings in the Netherworld Immortal Cave extended downwards along this large hole. Many disciples were cultivating in the surrounding buildings. Such a strange building was considered an extremely unique existence in the entire Xianxia continent. After all, most of the sects were built on top of the mountains. There would never be a continuous arrangement of buildings in the depths of the cave. It had to be said that the Netherworld Immortal Cave was very rich in spirit chi. It was at least 10 times denser than the outside mountain range. Therefore, the disciples of the Netherworld Immortal Cave liked to cultivate in the Netherworld Immortal Cave. At this moment, a black carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain range of the Netherworld Immortal Cave. At this moment, a ray of light fell from the top of the mountain. The light dissipated, revealing 3 young men. Among them, 2 young men held onto the shoulders of a white-robed young man, forcing him to come out. Let's go. Your father took responsibility for everything and is now locked in prison. I have to say, you're really a jinx. After pushing the young man in white, a young man in green crossed his arms and sneered coldly. The young man in white's body swayed, his steps were unsteady, and he coughed repeatedly. His face was incomparably pale, without a trace of blood. Father, why do you have to do this? Why don't you just push all the blame to me, a dying man? The young man in white smiled bitterly. His body swayed as he walked down the mountain alone. Elder Yu is really muddle-headed. Can the void teleportation formation be used so easily? For his dying son, he used the void teleportation formation once. Not only did he lose his status as an elder, but he was also locked in prison. Even his useless son was expelled from the sect. What a loss. The other green-robed young man looked at the white-clothed figure in the distance and said with some regret. Don't worry about him. He won't live for more than a few days anyway. Elder, you won't be able to turn things around for the rest of his life. The other young man curled his lips and said. The two of them looked at each other and immediately turned into a ray of light, shooting into the sky and returning to the top of the mountain. On the carriage. Isn't this the guy who fought with me for the coffin? The big black cat stared at the familiar young man in white and couldn't help but curl its lips. A complicated feeling arose in its heart. The young man in white staggered with every step he took. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Cough cough, the young man in white coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he covered it with his hand in time, but the blood seeped out from his palm. The originally bright red blood was mixed with a faint green color. It was a ghastly sight. This child won't live for more than a few days. The azure heavenly dragon's eyes were filled with pity. How pitiful. His father has been locked up in prison, and he himself has been chased out of the sect. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon sighed. Seniors are right. Although this kid fought with me for the hidden dragon coffin, I don't know why, but I feel like I owe him. The big black cat sighed and had a complicated look in its eyes. Little Black. You have a good heart. Yi Yun's voice came from the carriage. Then, there was a flash of light and a small white jade bottle appeared. Give this to him. This child can't die yet. We still have to explore the nether heavenly cave. Yi Yun said with a smile. Looking at the small white jade bottle floating in front of them, the kittens looked at each other, not knowing who should go and save the young man. Little Black, you know him. Why don't you go? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon suggested. Senior, I have a bad feeling about snatching his coffin. I don't have the courage to face him. The big black cat said with a sad face. Why don't I go? Mel Bauer's eyes suddenly lit up and she volunteered. You're too weak. Although you've just broken through to the Nirvana state, that guy is at the peak of the 10th level of the Fate state. The big black cat glanced at Mel Bauer with disdain in its eyes. It still remembered the painful experience of being stabbed in the hand, so it wanted to take advantage of Mel Bauer's words. Mel Bauer's eyes turned red when the nine-tailed spirit cat said that her level was low. She had been working hard on her cultivation. However, her starting point was a bit low. In fact, the speed of her breakthrough was not slow. Let Mel Bauer go. It's just a medicine. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon said casually. Since Senior has said so, then let Cat Bauer go. Seeing that the Blood Chief Demon Dragon had spoken, the big black cat immediately flashed a fawning smile. Little Black. You really don't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon raised its furry red claws and gently patted the big black cat's body. Ouch, Senior, please be gentle. My small body can't withstand your strength. The big black cat bared its fangs and shouted. Haha, I'm just joking with you. I wanted to see how strong your body is. Now that I look at it, it's indeed getting closer and closer to that of an ordinary divine dragon. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon scratched its chin with its claws and put on a pensive expression. The big black cat chuckled. As a nine-tailed spirit cat, its physical defense naturally couldn't compare to that of a divine dragon. Who would have thought that two consecutive coincidences would allow its body to improve by such a large margin? Its body was definitely the strongest among the nine-tailed spirit cats. Seniors, I'll be going then. Cat Bauer grabbed the white bottle and immediately flew over. Yi Yun, who was in the car, smiled faintly at the sight of these demon beasts fooling around. It was quite interesting. They were having fun fooling around. The big black cat was really a straight guy. It didn't care about the existence of the opposite sex. Although this guy had a glib tongue, he was actually very reliable at critical moments. Yi Yun's eyes flashed as he looked at the white-robed youth who was swaying unsteadily in the distance. This child had been poisoned by some kind of deadly poison. There were very few antidotes that could cure such a deadly poison in a short period of time. Especially in a place like the Tsangnan continent. If he went to the divine land, he might be able to find an antidote. This poison reminded Yi Yun of a type of divine dragon. Netherblood greenwood dragon. There were many such divine dragons in ancient times, but after the extinction of the divine dragons, almost no one passed them down. This type of divine dragon contained deadly poison. Yi Yun really wanted to know how a disciple of the tiny underworld immortal cave had been poisoned. However, since they were already outside the underworld immortal cave, Yi Yun roughly understood what was going on. He did not expect the underworld immortal cave to be so mysterious. Aside from searching for clues about the Netherblood greenwood dragon, Yi Yun was also interested in this white-clothed youth. There were very few humans in the Tsungnan continent who possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon. As for the white-robed young man before him, he had a faint trace of the divine dragon bloodline in his body. Although the concentration of the divine dragon bloodline was lower than that of Jun Ma Xiao, Yi Yun naturally wanted to recruit such a person into the Shenlong sect. At this moment, Mao Bauer flew over. She floated in the air and blocked the path of the youth in white. "Senior, please wait a moment," Mao Bauer said very politely. It was still in the form of a heavenly spirit cat and did not transform into a human form. He saw a white kitten whose cultivation was merely at the nirvana realm suddenly blocking his path. The young man in white was also stunned. "What do you want?" The young man in white coughed and asked with a frown. "Senior, I have a healing elixir here. Please take it," Mao Bauer said very gently. "Healing elixir? How is that possible? There is no antidote for the poison in my body." The young man in white laughed bitterly and continued to walk forward unsteadily. "Senior, please wait." Mao Bauer was anxious and immediately floated over to block his path again. "Senior, this is really a healing elixir. After you take it, your poison will be immediately cured." Mao Bauer said very anxiously. "You are really strange. We just met by chance, but you actually gave me medicine. What is your motive?" The young man in white frowned and asked. "Senior, this is the medicine that my master asked me to give you." Mao Bauer blinked her big gem-like eyes and said very honestly. "Who is your master?" The young man in white asked. "My master." Mao Bauer was suddenly at a loss for words. She couldn't possibly reveal her master's identity, right? After all, her master was so noble. How could a mere Fate Realm cultivator in front of her come into contact with him? Forget it, forget it. I'm already a person who can't live for more than 3 days. Why should I be so calculated with a little demonic cat like you? It doesn't matter if it's a healing elixir or poison. Give it to me." The young man in white thought of something and suddenly laughed bitterly and stretched out a hand. Mao Bauer was pleasantly surprised. She quickly flew over and threw the small bottle in her claws into the young man's palm. Then, she flew to the side. The young man in white smiled bitterly. He opened the small bottle and sniffed it gently. A surge of vitality entered his body through the tip of his nose, and in an instant, his spirit improved greatly. What medicine was this? Why did it have such a miraculous effect just by smelling it? The young man in white was shocked. He had been poisoned for 3 years. During this time, he had eaten countless healing elixirs, but there had never been such an immediate effect. Is this really the antidote?" The white-clothed youth's pale face flushed with excitement. His body began to tremble, and his arm seemed to be unable to hold the small jade bottle steadily. "Senior, don't hesitate. Quickly take it," Mao Bauer hurriedly advised. Looking at how weak the young man in white was and how he could die at any time, Mao Bauer was anxious. "Okay." The young man in white aimed the small jade bottle at his mouth and poured the green liquid in. Boom, a surge of life force suddenly exploded in his mouth. It flowed down his throat and into his lower abdomen. This surge of vitality immediately dispersed the poison in his body. This speed was unimaginably fast. It was like throwing a piece of ice into boiling water. The ice quickly melted. In a few breaths' time, the poison in the white-clothed young man's body had been completely removed, and his entire body was brimming with energy. He no longer felt as weak as before. "Thank you for saving my life." The young man in white knelt down in front of Mao Bauer. This caused Mao Bauer to panic. Senior, please get up. If you want to thank someone, you have to thank my master. She hurriedly said. The young man in white stood up and looked at the white kitten in front of him. He asked eagerly, "Where is your master? Quickly let me go and thank him personally." "Follow me," Maubauer said and immediately led the way. The young man in white followed closely behind. Not only did the poison in his body disappear, but his body also returned to its peak state. He even felt like he was about to break through to the life and death realm. He could not help but be shocked by the powerful effect of the small bottle of mysterious green liquid. Maubauer flew to the front of the carriage and pointed at the carriage with her furry paw. "Master, it's in the carriage in front." The young man in white looked excited. He walked to the side of the carriage and knelt on the ground with a plop. "Mulong thanks Senior for saving my life." Yiyan looked at the young man in white outside and smiled. "Get up. If you really want to thank me, bring me to the underworld immortal cave to take a look." Hearing the words of the man in the carriage, Mulong was slightly stunned. This senior actually wanted him to bring him to the underworld immortal cave. This was really unexpected. However, he had already been expelled from the sect. Could he still go to the underworld immortal cave? 4 chapters have been updated. Looking for recommendation votes and 5-star reviews. Thank you. Mulong's expression immediately turned gloomy. He had just been expelled from the sect, and his father, as the elder of the law enforcement hall of the Nether Fairy Cave, had offended many people. This time, for the sake of his son's life, he had abused the sect's void teleportation array and committed a serious crime. He had been thrown into prison. Although the poison in his body had been cured, if he rashly brought this senior to the Nether Fairy Cave, it would be disadvantageous to him. He was not afraid of death. But if this senior was trapped in the huge forces of the Nether Fairy Cave and met with an accident, then he, as the guide, would be ashamed of the senior's life-saving grace. However, at the thought of the senior saving his life and now making such a request, Mulong felt that he could not refuse. Just as he was feeling uneasy and engaged in a fierce battle of thoughts, he suddenly heard a familiar voice that exploded in his ears. "You are too wishy-washy. What are you hesitating for? Are you going to refuse the master's request?" Mulong looked for the voice and saw that it was a black kitten lying on the carriage. He was stunned. Only then did he realize that there were 4 kittens of different colors lying on the carriage. The white kitten was at the 1st level of the Nirvana state. The black kitten was at the 4th level of the Fate state. As for the red kitten and the blue kitten, he could not see the cultivation level of them. He looked at the roof of the carriage again and saw a black bird standing on it. It raised its head proudly and looked in the direction of the sky. Mulong could not see the cultivation level of this black bird. This made him blush with shame. This carriage was full of demonic beasts. Mulong was a little dumbfounded. Could it be that the person in the carriage was also a senior of the demon clan? But why? Did a senior of the demon clan save him? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. However, Mulong quickly put these thoughts aside. He knew very well that he must thank the senior in the carriage for his resurrection this time. "Senior, since you want to go to the Nether Fairy Cave, then I will lead the way." Mulong bowed very low and said respectfully. "Let's go, you don't have to worry about anything." Yiyan looked at Mulong's embarrassed expression and smiled slightly. This child's nature was not bad. He was afraid that if he fell into the Netherworld Immortal Cave, he would encounter some misfortune. After all, in Yulong's heart, the Nether Immortal Cave was the #1 power in the Nether Immortal dynasty. Its strength was formidable and terrifying, and no one dared to go against it. Seeing how confident the elder in the carriage was, even encouraging him, Mulong didn't say anything else. "Brat." The big black cat cast a sidelong glance at Mulong and chuckled. "Don't hesitate, just lead the way." Muchi was stunned for a moment. He looked at the black kitten in front of him and suddenly, a look of realization flashed across his eyes. Didn't he hear this voice from the peak of the profound sun sect in the Celestial Empire? Wasn't it the black-robed young man? A black coffin appeared in his mind. Mulong was inexplicably shocked in his heart as he blurted out, "You. Didn't you enter the hidden dragon coffin? Why are you out so quickly?" Seeing that the young man in white wanted to pry into the core secrets of the sect, the big black cat said angrily, "You talk too much. Hurry up and lead the way." "Good." All right. Mulong's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly realized that his question was a little impolite. After all, this was someone else's secret. It was inappropriate for him to casually say it. Perhaps it was because he was so excited after coming back from the dead that he neglected etiquette. Mulong turned around and didn't dare to say anything. He immediately walked toward the peak of the mountain. The big black horse pulled the carriage slowly. When they were halfway up the mountain, Yiyin saw a majestic mountain gate. There were 2 Fate Realm disciples guarding the gate. Mulong, you've been expelled from the sect. How dare you come back? A disciple stepped forward to block the way and asked with a cold expression. Junior brothers, I'm bringing a senior to the Nether Immortal Cave. Please don't stop us. Mulong smiled slightly, cupped his fists, and explained politely. Although he had been expelled from the sect, he wasn't mentally prepared to deal with these 2 junior brothers who were only at the first level of the Fate Realm. Mulong, get out of here. Your father has been sent to prison. Now that you're about to die, you've been expelled from the sect. Don't come back. Otherwise, we won't be polite. Another disciple unsheathed his sword and roared with a face full of anger. Mulong smiled bitterly and shook his head. His father was an elder of the law enforcement hall. He had offended many people over the years. The father of this junior brother who pulled out his sword was once punished by his father. Therefore, he had always held a grudge against this father and son. Junior brothers, I'm sorry. Mulong's body shook slightly and exuded a powerful aura at the peak of the 10th level of the Fate Realm. His entire aura changed, and he was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. He was no longer the half-dead and sickly person from before. The 2 young men, who were only at the first level of the Fate Realm, were unable to move due to the powerful pressure. Weren't you poisoned? How did you become so strong all of a sudden? A disciple guarding the gate looked at Mulong and said with a horrified face. Mulong didn't say anything and rushed over. He tapped the 2 people twice to imprison their bodies and then retreated. Senior, I've made a fool of myself. I'll continue to lead the way. Mulong turned around and bowed respectfully. His face was slightly red as he said awkwardly. The fickleness of human nature is like drinking water. Let's go. In the carriage. Yiyin just smiled. Hearing that the senior didn't have any intention to blame him, Mulong quickened his pace and quickly flew towards the top of the mountain. He didn't fly too fast. Naturally, he was afraid that the carriage behind him wouldn't be able to keep up. However, when he reached the top of the mountain, he found that the carriage had been steadily following behind him. Only then did Mulong realize that the cultivation of the big black horse pulling the carriage was definitely not simple. Senior, must be an almighty of the demon race. I don't know why you came to the underworld immortal cave. This is the territory of the human race. Once there is a conflict, it will easily trigger a war between the human race and the demon race. Mulong felt a little uneasy. As a supreme sect, the underworld immortal cave was unimaginably powerful. In the entire dynasty, there wasn't a single branch of the demon race that dared to go against the underworld immortal cave. This didn't mean that the demon race wasn't powerful. It could only be said that within the territory of the underworld immortal dynasty, the human race dominated everything. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon were lying on the ground without saying a word. They seemed extremely quiet. After all, it was their master who wanted to go up and take a look. It had nothing to do with them. Ever since they passed through the mountain gate, they didn't encounter any more disciples of the underworld immortal cave all the way to the top of the mountain. In fact, it wasn't that there were few disciples of the underworld immortal cave, but that most of the time, the disciples of the underworld immortal cave cultivated in the buildings of the cave. They would only leave the place when they were out on a mission. The curtain of the carriage lifted and Yiyin walked out. Master. The demon beasts on the carriage hurriedly called out respectfully. Yiyin nodded. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the entrance of the underworld immortal cave in front of him that was steaming with mist. There were streaks of rosy clouds that faintly seeped out. It was a magnificent sight. Yiyun's eyes flashed, as if he could see the deepest part of the underworld immortal cave at a glance. So this is that senior. When Mulong saw the white-robed Yiyun, he only felt his heart waver. At this moment, he actually had an illusion. He only felt that this white-robed senior was like a supreme god that had walked out of a painting. He stood on the carriage, shining brightly, his body blooming with thousands of rays of light. Fourth update, Chapter 1 ends here. Greetings, Senior. Mulong's mind was in turmoil, he could not control himself and knelt down in front of Yiyun's feet. Get up. Yiyun smiled faintly, looking at the unfathomable underworld immortal cave that was shrouded in clouds. He suddenly asked, how long has the underworld immortal cave been passed down? Is there anything special about it? Mulong stood up and said respectfully, Senior, the underworld immortal cave has been passed down for about 90,000 years. It is said that there is an immortal's corpse buried inside, so this ancient cave is abnormally rich in spiritual chi from top to bottom. Since the first ancestor, the entire sect has been built on the surrounding rock walls of the underworld immortal cave, and it has been passed down until now. An immortal's corpse? Yiyun smiled faintly, then shook his head gently. How could there be an immortal in this world? After the eternal realm, it was the true god realm. The immortal's corpse of the underworld immortal cave was obviously to confuse the public. Yiyun retracted his gaze and looked at the few demonic beasts around him. He glanced at the demonic beasts with the divine dragon bloodline and finally stopped at Xianxia, who was on top of the carriage. Xianxia, come down with me. Yiyun said with a smile. If there was a conflict later, he would naturally need Xianxia as a fighter. As for Yiyun, he did not want to take action. The demonic beasts in the carriage were so powerful, there was no need for him, the old ancestor, to take action. Moreover, the cultivation of those little guys in the underworld immortal cave was too low. With Yiyun's half-step hierarch cultivation, he did not want to bully the disciples of the underworld immortal cave. Yes, master. Xianxia was overjoyed, he immediately turned into a black light and landed beside Yiyun. Master had given him a task. Xianxia was very excited when he thought that he might be rewarded after completing the task. If possible, Xianxia also wanted to get a divine armor. Let's go down and take a look. Yiyun looked at Mulong, smiled faintly, and walked towards the underworld immortal cave. Mulong quickly followed. He felt uneasy as he lowered his head and said softly, Senior, the people of the underworld immortal cave have always been arrogant and conceited. They have eyes but fail to see. I'm afraid that once you go down, they will offend you. It's fine. Didn't you see that I brought a helper? Yiyun chuckled and patted the shoulder of the black-robed youth. Master, I'm just helping you. I'm not really helping you. I'm not qualified to do that. Being patted on the shoulder by Yiyun, Mystic Bird was flattered, its face flushed red. He was just one of the small demonic beasts of the Shenlong sect. This time, the master had obviously taken care of him by naming him. A supreme sect would only have a few life and death realm cultivators. For a great demon at the first level of the eternal realm, he didn't care at all. Yiyun took a step forward and gently floated down along with the churning fog. Xianxia and Mulong followed closely behind him. Yiyun glanced at Qilong and asked with a smile that was not a smile, how did you get infected with the poison in your body? Senior, the spirit chi in the depths of the underworld immortal cave is very rich. There are many spirit fruits growing on the surrounding rock walls. I was poisoned after taking a spirit fruit. Mulong explained. What about the others? Yiyun asked with a smile. Senior, the others weren't poisoned. I don't know why the spirit fruit I took contained some kind of strange poison that can't be cured. In the past 3 years, my father has thought of many ways, found many famous doctors, and took a lot of medicinal pills. But he still couldn't cure that kind of poison. Mulong couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the past. He was the top heaven's pride of the underworld immortal cave. At a young age, he had already reached the peak of the 10th level of the heaven's mandate realm, only one step away from the life and death realm. But he didn't expect that a spirit fruit, which was usually harmless, would almost take his life. Now that he thought about it, Mulong still had lingering fear. He couldn't bear to look back on the past. Hearing Mulong's explanation, Yiyun nodded. The spirit fruit that Mulong took unintentionally absorbed the underworld blood greenwood dragon's poison chi. Fortunately, it was only a wisp of poison chi, which didn't take Mulong's life. At this moment, Yiyan looked toward the depths of the underworld immortal cave. It was a place full of spirit fruits. It was verdant and lush, and the spirit chi was even denser. But who would have thought that an underworld blood-greenwood dragon's egg would be hidden in the depths of this rock wall? This dragon egg should have been incubated for a long time. It should be about time for it to be born. Once the underworld blood-greenwood dragon was born, everyone in the underworld immortal cave would be killed by its poison chi. No one would be spared. Yiyan was prepared to give this little dragon a certain amount of time to hatch and let it break out of the egg on its own. And in the depths of the underworld immortal cave, there was something he was more interested in, waiting for him. Who's there? Who dares to trespass into my underworld immortal cave? A loud shout suddenly came from the depths of the fog. The fog churned and swept out in all directions. Suddenly, a vacuum zone without fog appeared in the air. A total of 40 to 50 people appeared. The moment they appeared, they surrounded Yiyun and the others. Mulong, why are you here? Weren't you chased out of the sect? Why do you dare to come back? The old man in the lead narrowed his eyes and looked at Mulong. His face revealed an angry expression. Something's not right. This kid was poisoned for 3 years and was already on the verge of death. How come he's so lively now? Another old man at the side frowned slightly and sized up Mulong. He revealed a bewildered expression. When he said that, everyone looked toward Mulong. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed so. The current Mulong was no different from 3 years ago. He was in high spirits and full of energy. Where was his original appearance of being terminally ill? This discovery immediately shocked everyone present. The poison in Mulong's body. Everyone knew in their hearts that there was basically no cure. And after 3 years of bitter suffering, Mulong had already reached the point where he was like a lamp without oil. How did he recover all of a sudden? Could it be that the inexplicable strange poison in his body had been cured by someone? Uncle Masters, Qi Long cupped his fists and said respectfully, Junior's poison was bestowed upon me by Senior's grace. Senior bestowed upon me a supreme healing medicine that cleansed the poison in my body. Now, Senior wants to come to the underworld immortal cave to take a look. Martial uncles, please do not stop him. Although he was no longer a member of the Netherworld Immortal Cave, Mulong was still very polite when he spoke. After all, he had cultivated and lived in the Netherworld Immortal Cave for so many years and was very familiar with these seniors before him. He could not fall out with them directly. Mulong, how dare you bring a demon to the Netherworld Immortal Cave? I think you betrayed the human race and defected to the demon race, right? After hearing Mulong's explanation, the old man looked at Yiyun and the black-robed young man beside him. Suddenly, his expression changed and he roared furiously. He could not see through the white-robed young man. However, the black-robed young man beside him was a true great demon. The human race and the demon race had always been at odds and were like fire and water. Now that Mulong had brought such a great demon to the Netherworld Immortal Cave, it was simply a naked provocation to the Netherworld Immortal Cave. For a moment, all the surrounding cultivators of the Netherworld Immortal Cave realized this and were burning with rage. They drew their swords and pointed their tips at Mulong. Martial uncles, don't be agitated. Listen to me. Seeing those martial uncles of the sect, as well as some of his fellow disciples, raising their swords and glaring at him with murderous intent, Mulong began to panic. Brat, you even brought the demon race to the Nether Immortal Cave. Such wild ambitions are clear as day. An old man furiously said. Martial uncle, Senior isn't a demon race, he's a human. Moreover, he doesn't have any evil intentions. Mulong's face turned red as he waved his hand and explained. He really didn't want his fellow disciples of the Nether Immortal Cave to fight with the black-robed demon race youth. After all, this black-robed demon race youth couldn't even defeat his father. Moreover, his father was already at the 4th level of life and death realm. Among the entire Nether Immortal Cave's high-end battle strength, he was ranked in the top 10. In the depths of the Nether Immortal Cave, a splendid golden palace stood on the cliff. It was the Sect Master's palace. At this moment, 2 old men were standing inside. One of them was at the 5th level of life and death realm. He wore a blue robe that was extremely plain, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. The other old man wore a white robe. His complexion was ruddy, and his spirit was hale and hearty. His body was also abnormally tall and sturdy. His cultivation base had also reached the 5th level of life and death realm. Sect Master, have you guys noticed? The poison in Mulong's body has actually disappeared. His aura is as powerful as before. The white-robed old man had his hands behind his back as he looked at the void and said in astonishment. This group isn't simple. The blue-robed old man slightly frowned and said with a solemn expression. Suddenly, he thought of something and said in a deep voice, that black-robed demon race youth should be the one who defeated Elder Yu on the peak of Profound Sun Sect. The white-robed old man's heart was moved. He immediately grabbed a white scroll from the table beside him and gave it a serious look. A black-robed youth was drawn on the scroll. It was precisely the demon race youth above. It's really him, Sect Master. The white-robed old man exclaimed as he looked at the void. He frowned and said, why did the demon race come to our nether immortal cave? Could it be that they've taken a fancy to the immortals' remains underground? I don't know. Our nether immortal cave has stood tall in the nether immortal dynasty for tens of thousands of years. No demon has ever dared to covet the immortal remains at the bottom of the cave. The green-robed old man said slowly. When he spoke up to hear, his gaze turned cold as he said coldly, if these demons dare to attack, then our nether immortal grotto will definitely make them regret coming here. Above the netherworld immortal cave. At this moment, Mulong was powerless to defend himself. Because no matter what he said now, it didn't have any weight. After all, in the eyes of these people from the underworld immortal cave, Qilong was no longer a member of the sect. Xianxia, these people are too noisy. Tell them to get lost. Yi Yun said indifferently. Yes, Master. Xianxia immediately walked out and looked around with a cold smile. Suddenly, he opened his arms and slapped outside. Whoosh, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew. The white mist was blown to pieces by the wild wind, and the cultivators of the nether immortal cave were unable to stand in the wild wind, and they rolled out in all directions in an extremely sorry state. Bang bang, these cultivators slammed into the walls of the underworld immortal cave, and many of them created deep holes in the walls. So strong. In the sect master's hall below, the two old men couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. That black-robed demon youth was at least at the 5th level of the life and death realm. Quickly gather all the life and death realm disciples in the sect. The green-robed old man said with a solemn expression. The white-robed old man agreed and disappeared in a flash. This? Qilong looked at all this with a dumbfounded expression. This black-robed demon senior was not just at the 4th level of the life and death realm. The attack he just displayed was at least at the 5th level of the life and death realm. When one's cultivation reached the life and death realm, every level was a layer of heaven, and the gap in battle strength was huge. After easily dealing with this group of life and death and heaven's mandate cultivators, Xianxia clapped his hands and smiled indifferently. They were too weak. It was too easy for him, an eternal realm great demon, to deal with these small cultivators. Let's go. Yi Yun smiled and suddenly accelerated his falling speed. Xianxia and Qilong quickly followed. After falling for 100 miles, an array blocked their way out of thin air. Break! Yi Yun softly uttered a word, and the array suddenly disappeared silently. Without the protection of the array, the scene below was clearly revealed. Below them was an emerald green valley. The spirit chi was extremely rich, and there were all kinds of colorful spirit herbs growing everywhere. In the center of the valley, 7 black coffins were arranged in an unusually eye-catching manner. What made Yi Yun somewhat moved was that the 7 coffins were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. How could it be the Big Dipper again? Yi Yun froze for a moment. He originally wanted to look for the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. As for the depths of the Netherworld Immortal Cave, he just wanted to take a look out of curiosity. But he did not expect this. After breaking through the defensive array concealing the aura, Yi Yun saw the 7 black coffins forming a Big Dipper array. These 7 coffins seemed to resonate with the Big Dipper in the sky. Have you seen these 7 coffins? Yi Yun turned his head and looked indifferently at Qilong next to him. Qilong was also very surprised. It was also his first time entering the deepest valley of the Netherworld Immortal Cave. He did not expect there to be 7 coffins here. Could it be that the slew of immortals buried in the netherworld immortal cave was true? Senior, this place is the core secret of the sect. It's also my first time entering. Qi Long was emotional, trembling all over, and said, "It seems that the legend is true. The slew of immortals is buried in the netherworld immortal cave." What immortals? Xianxia next to him curled his lips and said indifferently. Immortals were just a legend. According to his feeling, there were at most eternal realm cultivators buried here. But it was still very shocking to bury so many eternal realm cultivators at once. Xianxia also had doubts in his heart. At this time, countless figures suddenly appeared above the three of them. Array! Followed by an angry roar. The spirit chi of heaven and earth became chaotic. Sword light soared into the sky and formed a large array above. In the large array, the shadow of a green-robed old man slowly revealed a huge face from the sword light. Qi Long, you damn scum of the sect. How dare you lead outsiders to the core of the sect? You deserve death. As soon as the old man's voice fell. Qi Long deserves death. Deserve death. Countless cultivators from the underworld immortal cave let out a roar that sounded like a vast ocean. The sound was earth-shattering. At this moment, all the dark clouds above the netherworld immortal cave were swept away. All the demonic beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles fled in panic. The sound wave fell from midair. Qi Long barely stabilized his body. His face was pale, and his body trembled as he looked at the green-robed old man. He stammered, "Sect Master, you must have misunderstood." Senior wouldn't, before he could finish his explanation. Kill. A shocking sword chi suddenly fell from midair and went straight to Qi Long Chi. Mystic Bird suddenly flicked his finger, and a ray of light shot up into the sky to meet the shocking sword light. Boom, the two collided with a loud bang and disappeared at the same time. These people from the underworld immortal cave. They're really stubborn. Mystic Bird shook his head helplessly. Mulong was a good kid and knew how to be patient. Unfortunately, those guys were too aggressive. Master, should I kill them? Mystic Bird looked at the cultivators of the underworld immortal cave, who had formed a large array in the sky, and a trace of cruelty flashed through his eyes. With his eternal realm cultivation, if he wanted to kill these life and death cultivators, it would be a piece of cake. Even if they formed a peerless killing array, they wouldn't be his opponent at all. You don't need to do anything. Yiyan felt the killing intent in Mystic Bird's heart and smiled indifferently. He then looked up. Tiny runes as small as stars appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Yiyan launched the Heaven's Disillusionment Eyes. All the cultivators of the underworld immortal cave, including the sect elders, were frozen in mid-air at this moment. They fell into a blurred dream world and couldn't extricate themselves. They completely forgot about the hatred in front of them. It's quiet now. Yiyan smiled and landed on the 7 black coffins in the valley. Before confirming some things, Yiyan didn't want to start a killing spree. Killing these little life and death and heaven's mandate cultivators was useless. Watching his master use a great spirit technique to freeze all the people here without shedding a drop of blood, Mystic Bird's eyes revealed a look of envy. Mulong was a little confused. He couldn't figure out what just happened. Mystic Bird didn't care about him and followed Yiyan with a big stride. After a while, Mulong woke up from a dream. He seemed to understand something. The godlike senior in front of him just used a great spirit technique to freeze all the cultivators of the underworld immortal cave in midair. This senior was most likely an eternal realm great cultivator, right? Mulong guessed anxiously. He quickly descended and came to the side of the 7 coffins. Hee, there are actually 7 coffins, another 7 stars array? Yiyan gently touched one of the coffins with his hand and said emotionally. What was the mastermind trying to do? There was still a faint seal on these coffins, preventing anyone from peeking into them. Yiyan tapped lightly with his hand and broke the seal on one of the coffins. With another flick of his hand, the coffin lid flew out. Inside the coffin lay a shriveled corpse. This is? When Xianxia saw the clothes on the shriveled corpse, he sucked in a breath of cold air and his expression fluctuated violently. The mummified corpse was wearing a black robe with a striking style. He recognized at a glance that it was the Taoist robe of the Shenlong sect. 2 golden dragons were embroidered on his left and right sleeves, and 3 words were embroidered on his right chest. Xianlong sect. Master, why is there a cultivator of the Xianlong sect here? Xianxia looked at the shriveled corpse and could no longer tell who it was. He was overwhelmed with emotions and burst into tears in an instant. Looking at the shriveled corpse, Yiyin recognized who it was at a glance. Tang Hu. 100,000 years ago, he was a guardian elder of the Xianlong sect, whose cultivation was at the first level of the eternal realm. How could this be? Even the dead are not spared? Yiyin muttered to himself. He opened each coffin one by one and found that the 7 corpses lying inside were all dressed in the Xianlong sect's uniform. Yiyin also recognized them one by one. These were the elders of the Xianlong sect, great cultivators of the eternal realm. He did not expect that their bodies would be transferred to this place after the destruction of the Xianlong sect. Yi Yan's eyes flashed with sparkling tears. An indescribable emotion pressed on his heart, making it difficult for him to hide the deep sadness. Yi Yan gently flicked his hand, and a silver star suddenly appeared on the left chests of the 7 corpses. A total of 7 stars formed a 7 stars formation. Yi Yan silently felt the 7 stars formation and suddenly sneered, "You want to use the little value of the dead? Do you want to exhaust the fate of the Xianlong sect so much? Master, what's going on?" Xianxia did not understand Yi Yan's words and asked nervously. Yi Yan shook his head. He did not tell Xianxia the mystery of it. This matter involved too many people, so Yi Yan did not intend to involve them. After the 7 elders of the Divine Dragon sect had died in the battle to protect the Divine Dragon sect, their corpses had been moved to this ancient cave where a 7-star array formation had been set up. This 7 stars formation contained an extremely profound divine sense of life. It was similar in principle to the 7 small arrows inserted in the Black Dragon in the underground palace. It was also robbing the fate of the Xianlong sect. Regardless of whether it was the successor of the Divine Dragon sect or the items of the Divine Dragon sect, once they were fixed by this kind of divination ability, the array formation would continuously consume the Divine Dragon sect's fortune. The eternal realm of the Xianlong sect was the only sect in the Cangnan continent that was intertwined with the fate of the continent. The fate of the Cangnan continent, in other words, was the fate of the Hidden Dragon continent, which was also the fate of the ancestral land of the Dragon clan. The ancestral land of the Dragon clan protected the Xianlong sect and made it constantly stronger. The mastermind used various means, such as killing the successor of the Xianlong sect, or using profound divine sense of life to rob the fate of the Xianlong sect, or even the fate of the ancestral land of the Dragon clan. His means were fierce and sinister. Every step was a trap, and every step was frightening. If it were not for Yi Yan's profound foundation, even if the 10 ancient super-divine dragons were reborn, he would never be a match for the mastermind. The mastermind was too strong. He had the power and the means. Layers upon layers of arrangements and endless means were used to completely destroy this ancestral land of the Dragon clan. Once it was destroyed, no new Dragon clan would be born on this continent. The inheritance of the Dragon clan would be broken. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Looking at the mummified corpses, Yi Yan had mixed feelings. With a gentle wave of his hand, he covered the coffins again. As for the 7-star formation formed by the 7 light spots, Yi Yan grasped it in his hand. This formation was very mysterious and involved profound divine sense of life. It was more mysterious and profound than the Nailhead 7 Arrows book in the primitive warehouse. In the aspect of life theory, Yi Yan admitted that he was not as good as it. However, Yi Yan could vaguely guess, this 7-star formation intercepted the fate of the Xianlong sect through the 7 eternal realm elders of the Xianlong sect, turned it into abundant spiritual qi, and seeped out of the valley. Thus, the abundant spiritual qi in this ancient cave was formed. It had to be said that this 7-star formation was really powerful. It seemed to be a little stronger than the 7 small arrows. Boom, with a loud noise, the entire Netherworld Immortal cave suddenly shook and countless rocks fell from the sky. What's going on? Xianxia looked nervously at the rock wall above. He actually felt the aura of the eternal realm. Yi Yan's eyes flashed, and his gaze penetrated through the ages. He saw that somewhere in the depths of the rock wall above the Netherworld Immortal cave, there was an incomparably huge dragon egg. It was shaking violently, as if the dragon inside was about to break out of its shell at any time. A little dragon is about to break out of its shell. Let's go and have a look. Yi Yan said with a chuckle. After saying that, he floated to the top of the Netherworld Immortal Cave. When Yi Yan crossed the big array, all the cultivators of the Netherworld Immortal Cave immediately retreated to both sides and made way for him. Yi Yan floated in the space above the cultivators. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the trembling rock wall 10 miles above him. A little dragon? The mystic bird in the valley was shocked. How could a divine dragon break out of its shell in the Netherworld Immortal Cave? The Netherworld Immortal Cave was really strange. First, there were 7 coffins at the bottom of the cave, all of which were elders of the eternal realm of the Xianxia sect. Now, there was a divine dragon that was about to break out of its shell in the rock wall. Is it also a divine dragon of the Xianxia sect? After all, in that era, the Xianxia sect also raised some divine dragons, but there were not many of them. Seeing that the master had flown into the air, the mystic bird shook its body slightly and quickly followed him. In the valley, only the dumbfounded Qi Long was left. At this moment, Qi Long's mind was in a mess. He didn't expect that the 7 black coffins in the valley were actually elders of the senior sect. Although he couldn't figure out these complicated relationships, he knew that the secret involved was amazing. Mu Long raised his head and looked up. The rock walls trembled violently, and countless rocks fell down like meteors. The momentum was astonishing. But when they fell around the senior, the rocks disappeared one after another. No one knew where they went. Qi Long stared blankly and his head buzzed. The senior just said, "A dragon was born over there." What's going on? Qi Long was horrified when he saw the 7 black coffins. He didn't dare to stay for a moment and quickly flew into the air. After passing through the passage in the big array, Qi Long only felt frightened when he saw that all the cultivators of the Netherworld Immortal Cave, including the sect master, fell into a state of confusion. The divine ability that the senior used was extremely terrifying. As a supreme sect of the Netherworld Immortal Cave, the entire sect's strength was simply like a fly in front of the senior, unable to withstand a single blow. Qi Long flew to Yi Yan's side and lowered his head, not daring to speak. At this time, Yi Yan looked in the direction of the valley and seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly stretched out his hand and set up a large formation, sealing the valley once again. As the saying goes, one can rest in peace after being buried. The 7 elders of the Xianxia sect had been sleeping here for nearly 100,000 years. In the following years, they would continue to sleep here. The array formation that Yi Yan had set up could protect the 7 elders from being disturbed by anyone. He thought for a moment and threw a white stone into the array. This was a piece of elemental spirit stone, which contained a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. This array would slowly release the spirit chi from the elemental spirit stone, maintaining the rich spirit chi of the Netherworld Immortal Cave. The reason why Yi Yan did this was because he wanted the Nether Immortal Cave, a supreme sect, to maintain its original state. Nothing would change. It was equivalent to letting these people guard the 7 dead elders of the Xianxia sect. After he left, Yi Yan was going to erase the memories of all the cultivators in the Nether Immortal Cave. He wanted to restore this place to the state before he came. As for Qi Long and his father, both of them had a thin divine dragon bloodline. Yi Yan was going to take them both away. They would be cultivated as the backup force of the Xianxia sect. Nowadays, there were fewer and fewer human cultivators with divine dragon bloodline in the Cangnan continent. Now that he finally met 2, Yi Yan naturally would not let them go. As for the memories of the father and son in the entire Nether Immortal Cave, Yi Yan would also erase them all. For these people, it was as if the father and son had never appeared in the Nether Immortal Cave. Rumble, the huge vibration became louder and louder. The entire Nether Immortal Cave trembled at this moment, as if a behemoth was about to be born. Xianxia's face became more and more serious. This divine dragon had broken out of its shell and already had the cultivation of the eternal realm. This starting point was really too high. With his hands behind his back, Yi Yan quietly waited for the Netherblood Greenwood dragon to break out of its shell. Rumble, a huge rock wall suddenly fell in the direction of Yi Yan. Then, a huge green dragon shadow suddenly drilled out of the rock wall. Yi Yan's eyelids slightly narrowed. The huge rock immediately disappeared. 10 miles above their heads, a huge green dragon tens of thousands of feet long was circling. This was a huge green dragon. Its entire body was covered in glowing green scales. Only around its neck was a circle of red scales. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Awoo! This huge green dragon had just been born. It was extremely excited and kept roaring to the sky. Accompanied by the roars, a lot of green translucent gas fell from the huge green dragon's mouth. These gases drifted downwards. Some of them landed on the surrounding rock walls, and those rock walls were instantly dyed with a layer of strange green. Some of them landed on some spirit grasses, and those spirit grasses also underwent some kind of change. Their growth speed suddenly increased, and they became even more verdant than before. The trees that grew spiritual fruits also grew faster. From flowers to fruits, it only took a few breaths of time. Master, this divine dragon has the power to catalyze plants and trees. Xianxia looked at all this and said with a shocked face. Yes, this dragon is called the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. It belongs to the divine dragon that is close to the wood attribute. Whether it is its dharma power, its blood, or even the poisonous gas it exhales, it can stimulate the growth of the surrounding plants and trees. Yiyan said with a smile. Senior, after those plants and trees absorbed the green gas, they became poisonous, right? Mulong looked at the spirit fruits in the distance with lingering fear and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Yiyan nodded and said with a smile, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon's body has a strange poison. After the gas it exhales contaminates the surrounding plants and trees, if a human consumes it, the weak will die on the spot. So that's how it is, Dragon Mu nodded with a pale face. The spirit fruit you left behind back then was merely a strand of its aura accidentally leaked out. That's why you were able to endure for 3 years. Otherwise, if you ate one of the spirit fruits on it, you would have died instantly. Yiyan looked at Dragon Mu and said with a calm face. So scary. Dragon Mu said with a heart full of fear. Yiyan looked at a certain direction below and said indifferently, your father is still in prison. Go and rescue him. Yes, Senior. Celestial Dragon was immediately overjoyed. He quickly bowed and quickly flew down. The excitement of the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon above the Netherworld Immortal Cave finally subsided. Only then did it discover that a large number of cultivators had gathered below. It was no stranger to these cultivators. They were the cultivators of the Netherworld Immortal Cave who had accompanied it for tens of thousands of years. However, 2 figures stood in the void above these Netherworld Immortal Cave cultivators. They were 2 young men. A black-robed young man exuded a faint demonic qi. His cultivation had reached the first level of the Eternal Realm. It was exactly the same as its realm. The other white-robed young man was a human cultivator. It didn't know what secret method he used to hide his aura, but it couldn't see his cultivation. Who are these 2 people? How can there be such powerful cultivators in the Underworld Immortal Cave? The Underworld Blood Greenwood Dragon floated in the air, its green eyes filled with doubt. Blackbird, you're also at the first level of the Eternal Realm. Do you want to fight with this divine dragon? Yiyan said with a smile. Master, I'd like to experience the power of this divine dragon. I'll go and meet it. Now. Blackbird cupped its fists and bowed. It was also an ancient divine beast, but it had never fought with a divine dragon. Now that it was at the same level as the other party, it wanted to see who was stronger. Yiyan tapped lightly with his finger, and a white light fell into Blackbird's body. Go, this magic power can protect you from being affected by its venom, Yiyan said with a smile. Haha, thank you, Master. Blackbird quickly thanked him. Its body flashed, and it turned into a black light and flew into the air. Yiyan raised his head and stared at the battle that was about to happen with great interest. When it reached midair, the mystic bird shook its body and transformed into a huge black bird. Blackbird also showed its true form. It could only display its strongest combat strength in its true form. The Underworld Blood Greenwood Dragon opposite it was also in its dragon form. This battle could be called the Battle of the Dragon and the Phoenix. Oh, my god. What kind of dragon is this? Outside the Underworld Immortal Cave, the big black horse looked inside and was shocked to see the oily green dragon. Whoosh, a red kitten suddenly flew to the big black horse's head and looked down. Boss, I didn't expect there to be a underworld blood greenwood dragon in the Tsungnan continent. The blood chief demonic dragon clicked his tongue and exclaimed in surprise. This little dragon is so weak that it's pitiful. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon opened one of its eyes, took a look, and then closed it again. As a divine monarch realm divine dragon, it had no interest in this kind of battle. It was as if he was watching two babies fight. This dragon is so poisonous. The big black horse nodded after hearing the blood chief demon dragon's words. It recalled the green gas and said thoughtfully. That's right. In ancient times, there were some dragons that belonged to the poison dragon clan. They carried some kind of intense poison with them. Their killing power was astonishing. Therefore, during that era, Lord Ancestral Dragon placed strict restrictions on them. Blood Chief Demon Dragon murmured. I wonder who will win this battle. What do you think, second brother? Hearing the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's words, the big black horse grinned, revealing its white teeth. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon will definitely win. The Mystic Bird is still a bit weaker. Blood Chief Demon Dragon's Demon Dragon. As a Dragon Blood Chief Demon Dragon, it naturally wanted to speak for the dragon. Let's wait and see. Dragon Blood Chief Demon Dragons S. Within the void of the Netherworld Immortal Cave, there was a huge black Xian bird and a huge Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. They faced each other in midair. The auras of the two divine beasts clashed fiercely in midair. Popping sounds were extremely shocking. You should be the legendary Mystic Bird, right? Why have you come to my Netherworld Immortal Cave? The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon stared coldly at the Mystic Bird and questioned loudly. Cut the crap. Let's try it out first. The Xian bird shouted. It flapped its wings, and a gust of wind was stirred up. It suddenly extended its black claws in the direction of the dark blood Greenwood Dragon. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was enraged when it saw that the Mystic Bird was about to attack at the slightest disagreement. It roared, You want to fight me? You're not my match. As it spoke, it shook its head and wagged its tail. It also extended its green claws that were covered in scales to meet the giant black claws. Boom, the claws of the two demonic beasts, one green and one black, collided with each other, creating a loud bang. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions. However, before it could touch the surrounding rock walls, the shockwave disappeared automatically. All of this was naturally Yi Yun's doing. He wanted to maintain the integrity of the Netherworld Immortal Cave. He wanted to prevent the battle between the two demonic beasts from affecting the other parts of the Netherworld Immortal Cave. A huge force suddenly forced the Mystic Bird to retreat. It flapped its wings fiercely, and a gust of wind blew. Only then did it stabilize its body. As expected of the Dragon Clan. What powerful physical strength, the Mystic Bird was secretly shocked. However, its master was supervising the battle below. It didn't dare to be lazy. It rushed up again and grabbed at the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. You're courting death. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was furious. It opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of green poisonous gas. Whoosh, the poisonous gas covered the sky and the earth. It whizzed over like a dark cloud and enveloped the Mystic Bird. The Mystic Bird didn't dodge. It folded its wings, passed through the green poisonous gas, and continued to grab at the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. What? It's not afraid of the poisonous gas? Seeing the Mystic Bird pass through the poisonous gas and be unharmed, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was shocked. It was very confident in its poison. Once this Eternal Realm Mystic Bird was infected by its unique poisonous gas, it wouldn't die immediately, but at least its movements would be hindered. But obviously, the Mystic Bird wasn't affected at all. It seemed to have developed a certain degree of immunity to its poisonous gas. Seeing that the poisonous gas was ineffective, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon could only brace itself and rely on the strength of its physical body to fight the Black Mystic Bird. Boom, boom, the two huge figures engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat in midair. Although the Mystic Bird's attack was fierce, it still couldn't break through the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon's defense. Even if it occasionally broke through the dragon's defense, the Mystic Bird was surprised to find that the green dragon opposite it had an extremely strong recovery ability. Even if a wound was scratched on its body, the wound would heal in an instant. After dozens of rounds, the Mystic Bird's advantage was gone. It could only rely on its extremely fast speed to constantly contend with the Netherblood Greenwood dragon in front of it. Occasionally, if it wasn't careful, it would be swept by the dragon's tail, and a few black feathers would fall from its body. The Dragon Clan is indeed the Dragon Clan. Even if it has just broken out of its shell, its fighting strength is still incomparably strong. Standing in the void below, Yiyan saw this and moved slightly. In an instant, he appeared in the middle of the two fighting. Bang! Yiyan waved his arm, and a mysterious power rippled out, separating the Mystic Bird and the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. Mystic Bird, stop. You are not its opponent for the time being. Yiyan ordered with a smile. Hearing its master's words, the Mystic Bird felt ashamed. With a shake of its body, it transformed back into the black-robed youth and landed beside Yiyan. Don't blame yourself. Yiyan patted the Mystic Bird's shoulder and said softly. He withdrew his arm and looked at the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon opposite him. Mystic Bird, your helper is here? The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon lowered its huge head, looked at the two tiny figures in front of it, and let out a victorious sneer. You little dragon of the Eternal Realm is not my opponent. I will find you a new opponent. Yiyan smiled gently. With a thought, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, who was watching the show, was suddenly mobilized by him. In the void. Suddenly, a red kitten appeared. This red kitten looked at the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon, which had suddenly become incomparably huge, with a confused look in its eyes. It was just watching the show from the top of the cave. How did it suddenly appear in front of the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon? Hey! I'm really confused. Master must have sent me here to deal with that Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. The Blood Chief. Demonic Dragon lifted its furry red claws and slapped its head, looking annoyed. After thinking it through, it became excited. In ancient times, it had challenged a Netherblood Greenwood Dragon in private, but it had failed. Unexpectedly, it had a chance to face a Netherblood Greenwood Dragon again. And this time, it had an absolute advantage in cultivation. With its current cultivation at the 6th level of the Eternal Realm, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon felt that it would be easy to take down a Netherblood Greenwood Dragon that had just hatched. As for the other party's poison, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon was not afraid. Looking at the red kitten that had suddenly appeared in front of it, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was shocked. It felt that the scene in front of it was really strange. But when it sensed the red kitten's cultivation, it found that it had reached the 6th level of the Eternal Realm. It was 5 levels higher than it. At this moment, the thought of running away arose in its heart. This is the helper I found. You little dragon, see if you can defeat it. Yiyan, with his hands behind his back, stared at the increasingly panicked Netherblood Greenwood Dragon with interest and couldn't help but laugh. This little dragon had just been born and was still inexperienced. When it realized that the gap between their realms was too big, it was ready to run away. Go to hell, who wants to fight you? The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon roared and spat out a billowing cloud of poisonous gas, covering the sky and earth. Then, it turned and ran. Want to run? The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon's eyes flashed red. With a shake of its body, it suddenly transformed into a huge blood-red dragon and chased after the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. The two dragons, one red and one green, began a chase in midair. However, this kind of chase only lasted for a short period of time before it ended. After all, the gap between their realms was too big. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon easily blocked the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon's escape route. Little Featherhead, don't run. Come here obediently and fight with your daddy dragon. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon chuckled coldly. It extended its claws and swiped at the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon's head. Although the movement was very light, as if a senior was stroking the head of a junior, in the eyes of the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon, it created a great deal of fear. What kind of dragon was this blood-red dragon? There were no memories in its mind at all. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was only a young dragon. The memories of its bloodline had yet to fully awaken, so it was impossible to recognize it. In a situation where it could not dodge, it could only stretch out its dragon claws and reach forward. Boom, the two dragon claws, one red and one green, collided with each other. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was immediately sent flying. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. Add to that the fact that the Blood Chief Demon Dragon had an extraordinary bloodline, and the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was no match for it at all. Too weak. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon pursed its lips and charged down again. This little dragon had just come out of its shell, so it was ready to teach it a good lesson. He told it not to be so arrogant in the future. In midair, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon attacked the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. However, it still held back and did not go for the kill. That was because the Blood Chief Demon Dragon knew that its master wanted to take this divine dragon into the Xianxia sect. This senior is really strong. The mystic bird watched the battle between the two dragons in midair with a look of envy. There was no doubt about the strength of the dragon clan. As an ancient beast, it did not have much of an advantage against the dragon clan. Now, it could only hope that its master would reward it with a divine armor in the future. Stop fighting. I admit defeat, okay? We're all dragons. Why must you be so ruthless? The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon shook its body and transformed into a green-robed youth. It knelt on the ground and held its head as it begged for mercy. Alright, then I won't fight anymore. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon pursed its lips. Then, with a shake of its body, it transformed back into that adorable red kitten. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon looked at the adorable red kitten with a confused expression. This senior dragon was so powerful. Why did it have a strange habit of transforming into a cat? It really couldn't understand. Master, what do you think we should do with this little dragon? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon turned its head to look at Yi Yun and asked. Yi Yun walked over to the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon's side. With his hands behind his back, he asked calmly, "You've just hatched from your shell and don't belong to any sect. Why don't you join the Xianxia sect?" Join the Xianxia sect? The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was stunned. They had fought and beaten it half to death just to persuade it to join the other party's sect. Where did this guy come from? What? You don't want to? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon said angrily. Let me think about it. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon lowered its head as if thinking about something. Yi Yun wasn't in a hurry. With his hands behind his back, he calmly sized up the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. If this little dragon didn't agree, he would use Zhu Long's bloodline to issue an order and force it to join the Xianxia sect. Go down and see why Zhu Long hasn't returned yet. Is it because of the prison's restriction? He can't open it right away. Yi Yun looked at the ground beneath his feet and instructed the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. Yes, master. I'll go down and take a look. With a flash of red light, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon disappeared from sight. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon still had its head lowered. Even Xianxia was a little anxious now. He urged, "You haven't thought it through yet?" The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon suddenly raised its head. As soon as it said that word, a yellow sword light shot out of its mouth and went straight for Yi Yun. This sword light came extremely suddenly, even faster than lightning. How dare you? Seeing that the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was hiding a knife behind a smile, and that he had actually launched a sneak attack on his master, Xianxia was instantly enraged. He shot forward like an arrow and punched the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon didn't show any fear. He stretched out his fist and took Xianxia's attack head-on. The yellow sword light appeared very suddenly. With lightning speed, it flew to Yi Yun's chest and suddenly stopped. The sword light disappeared, and a peachwood sword appeared. You actually blocked it? You human, what level of cultivation do you have? When the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon saw that its sure-kill attack had been blocked, it couldn't help but feel shocked. It had thought that the white-clothed young man had a powerful background, but because his cultivation wasn't high, it had been fighting with monsters. However, it didn't expect that this sneak attack, which it was sure would succeed, didn't even cause a splash. The sneak attack had failed. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was about to flee again when it suddenly felt a vast power descend on its body, immobilizing it. This white-clothed young man is even more powerful than that red dragon. At this moment, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon felt an immense terror descend upon it. It began to tremble, and its entire body began to tremble. It knew that it was unlikely to escape this calamity. This white-clothed young man could kill it with a single finger. Yi Yun stared blankly at the pale yellow peachwood sword in front of his chest. When he saw the familiar runes carved on the sword, a faint trace of sadness rose in his eyes. This peachwood sword had come from Louis. 100,000 years ago. Yi Yun had many close female friends, and each of them was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. But in terms of swordsmanship, Louis was definitely ranked first. Louis's talent in swordsmanship was extremely high, and she often liked to spar with Yi Yun. She could be considered a sword fanatic. As they often sparred, Yi Yun and Louis's minds were connected, and the two of them worked together to create a set of swordsmanship. It was the set of swordsmanship on the Sword King stone. 9 Heaven's Lotus Art. Yi Yun gently extended his hand and grabbed the small peachwood sword with an excited look on his face. This sword was not an ordinary peachwood sword. There were runes engraved on it, which were personally engraved by Yi Yun. Within the peachwood sword, there was also a sword intent left behind by Louis. However, that sword intent had already been consumed by the attack just now. Even so, Yi Yun could still tell that it was Louis' sword intent. Yi Yun fell into deep thought. That day, the guardian near the Sword King stone told Yi Yun that his family's ancestor, Louis, had already left the world. Yi Yun could accept Louis' death. After all, even if one cultivated to the true god level, it was impossible to live for 100,000 years. After Yi Yun's rebirth, he was already mentally prepared for the fate of his old friends. After all, they could not live that long. What puzzled Yi Yun was that Louis was a sword fanatic and only had the sword in her heart. Where did she get a dragon egg? She even sealed the dragon egg in the depths of the Netherworld Immortal Cave. What was even more surprising was that she actually gave the peachwood sword to the Netherblood Greenwood dragon. All of this was really inconceivable. Yi Yun took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of the Netherblood Greenwood dragon. He released a trace of Zhu Long's bloodline aura. Zhu Long's bloodline suppressed the ages. None of the dragons in the world dared to disobey. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon's expression changed drastically when it felt the pressure of Zhu Long's bloodline. It knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. It said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Zhu Long." Seeing the Netherblood Greenwood dragon submit, Yi Yun nodded. "Master, what happened to him?" Xianxia, who was at the side, widened his eyes and looked at all of this in a daze. For some unknown reason, that little peachwood sword actually caused such a huge change in the master's expression. Xianxia had never seen Master lose his composure like this before. "Where did you get this sword?" Looking at the Netherblood Greenwood dragon, Yi Yun's expression returned to normal. "Lord Zhu Long, this was given to me by my master before I left the Tsangnan continent. She said that if I was lucky enough to reach the true immortal realm in the Tsangnan continent, I should bring this sword to the Holy Land to find her," the Netherblood Greenwood dragon said respectfully. "Your master? What does she look like? Quickly conjure up an illusion with your magic power." Yi Yun paused for a moment, then instructed. "Understood." The Netherblood Greenwood dragon immediately channeled his magic power and formed the illusory image of a stunning woman in the air. When he saw the woman's appearance, Yi Yun's expression changed greatly and his body swayed slightly. Despite his strong will, the peachwood sword in his hand almost fell to the ground. He hadn't expected the illusory image of the stunning woman to be Nangong Yu. Why was it her? Perilous waves of shock surged in Yi Yun's heart. Ever since he'd fallen in the Shenlong sect, Nangong Yu's behavior had been different from ordinary people. Her style of doing things was extremely strange, both righteous and evil. It was hard to fathom her intentions. How did she have Louis's peachwood sword? She'd even given Louis's peachwood sword to the Netherblood Greenwood dragon when it was still an egg. This was simply too inconceivable. "Do you know the name of your master?" Yi Yun collected his thoughts and asked calmly. "I don't know, Lord Zhu Long, my master never mentioned her name, and we didn't spend much time together. She sealed me in the Netherworld Immortal Cave and let me use the rich spirit chi here to hatch." The Netherblood Greenwood dragon answered honestly. "You've been incubating for more than 90,000 years?" Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and asked calmly. "Before she left, she told me that it was very dangerous outside and that I couldn't break out of the egg until I reached the Eternal Realm. So I followed her will and delayed for 10,000 years. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon said. "This Nangong Yu, what the hell is she doing?" Yi Yun's eyes flashed, and star-like runes flashed in his eyes. In an instant, he read the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon's memory. To Yi Yun's surprise, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon's memory wasn't restricted. Its memory was relatively complete. Everything was as the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon said. Nangongyu sealed the dragon egg deep in the rock wall of the Netherworld Immortal Cave. After giving some instructions, she floated away. According to its memory, Nangongyu should have gone to the Divine Land. But just now, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon didn't have time to say something. It was Nangongyu who told the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon to take the Peachwood Sword to the Daluo region to find her when it reached the Divine Land. Could Lu Yi's death have something to do with Nangongyu? Such a question suddenly floated in Yi Yun's mind. It seemed that he had to make a trip to the Divine Land. Originally, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Sovereign Realm and he was about to go to the Divine Land to make a breakthrough. Now that he had a clue from Nangongyu, the two things became one. Yi Yun's body moved slightly, and he withdrew the suppressed aura of Zhu Long Get Up. Yi Yun said softly. Looking up at the void, Yi Yun let out a breath of turbid air that had been suppressing in his heart. It was also a good thing that he had inadvertently obtained a clue from Nangongyu. This time, he had gone to the Netherworld Immortal Cave and discovered traces of the mastermind behind the scenes. He had also obtained a 7 stars array. In addition, he had subdued a Netherblood Greenwood Dragon at the first level of the Eternal Realm. All of these were very good signs. Along the way, Yi Yun discovered that everything he had encountered was the mastermind behind the scenes plot. These plots had been set up a long time ago. Until now, the mastermind had not really descended on the Tsangnan continent. Perhaps it was because it had not been long, and Yi Yun had erased the memories of many related people along the way, so the mastermind behind the scenes hiding in the Divine Land should not have noticed. Yi Yun thought for a moment. He, the 13th sect master of the Shenlong sect, could suddenly be resurrected after 100,000 years. This was a huge variable that the mastermind behind the scenes would never have thought of. After all, he was a transmigrator and had the system, which was a huge variable. Therefore, the mastermind behind the scenes had been sitting and enjoying the original meticulous plot, quietly waiting for the fate of the Shenlong sect and the dragon clan of the Tsangnan continent to completely decline. A red light swept out from below and landed in front of him. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon had returned with the Yu clan's father and son. Yi Yun took out the green bead and put them in with a wave of his hand. Then he separated a wisp of his primordial spirit, entered the world in the bead, and took the two as subordinates of the Shenlong sect. After leaving some cultivation resources, the wisp of primordial spirit returned. Yi Yun checked the big array in the depths of the Netherworld Immortal Cave to make sure there was no problem. Then, he cleared the memories of all the cultivators of the Netherworld Immortal Cave. After that, he returned to the carriage. Yi Yun talked to the 3 juniors and several demon beasts of the Shenlong sect, then left the Tsangnan continent with the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon and went straight to the Divine Land. Master, this ancient path to the heavens is too frightening. Thank goodness you're here, or I wouldn't even have made it through. 2 figures flew out from the end of the ancient path to the heavens. One was a white-robed youth with chiseled features and an indescribably otherworldly aura. The other was a green-robed youth with a youthful look. It was this green-robed youth who spoke just now. After he finished speaking, the green-robed youth turned his head to take a look. His face was still hung with a horrified expression. If the ancient path to the heavens wasn't strong, how could it stop cultivators from coming and going? Yi Yun smiled faintly and shook his head gently. His gaze fell on a small wooden house with a fenced courtyard in the distance. The hut was empty. It turned out that after the gatekeeper of the ancient heavenspan path had been killed by him, there was no one left to guard it. Yi Yun guessed that a new gatekeeper would be sent here sooner or later. After all, the factions of the Divine Land were very worried about the Tsangnan continent and did their best to prevent the cultivators from leaving. Setting up a gatekeeper also added another layer of obstruction. Although the gatekeeper seemed a bit greedy, he was actually a ruthless character who killed at the slightest disagreement. Therefore, even if there were cultivators from the Tsangnan continent who were lucky enough to leave the ancient path to the heavens, they would find it extremely difficult to pass the gatekeeper. The hut flashed by. With the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon in tow, Yi Yun passed through the final barrier of the ancient path to the heavens and entered an azure sea. Wow, the spirit chi in the air is different from that of the Songnan continent. After taking in a breath of spiritual energy, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon revealed an intoxicated expression. Then, the intoxicated expression turned into shock. If he cultivated here, wouldn't his cultivation speed be several times faster? The spirit chi of the divine land contains divinity. For cultivators above the true divinity realm, this is a cultivation paradise. Yiyan said with a smile. This place is great. No wonder Master told me to come here. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon scratched its head and revealed a look of longing. You'll have to have the strength to do so. Yiyan laughed heartily. His laughter was so loud that the face of the green-robed youth immediately turned red. Master, I know I'm very weak. Moreover, the ancient road to heaven is full of obstacles. Given my strength, I won't be able to break through even if I reach the peak of level 10 of the Eternal Realm. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon said with a red face. Not bad, you still have some self-awareness. Let's go. Let's go to the Great Luo region and see if Nangongyu is there. Yiyan chuckled, then broke through the void and left with the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. Just a few breaths after Yiyan left. Suddenly, a black immortal boat streaked across the sky from afar and stopped near the barrier outside the ancient heavenspan path. There was a group of about 34 people standing on the immortal boat. These people looked similar to normal humans, but each of them had a strange black mark between their eyebrows. They were Prime Devil clansmen. They had traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come here from the distant underworld devil realm. This should be the place. A middle-aged man in a black robe stood among the many Prime Devil clansmen. He was the demon god of the Prime Devil clan. But his real name was Wuda. He came from another world. Wuda had gone to great lengths to enter this world and occupy the body of this demon god. Naturally, he became the leader of the Prime Devil clan. Then, he led the Prime Devil clansmen and easily defeated the bloodthirsty Devil clan, intimidating the other major clans. After settling down for a while, Wuda's addiction to smoking kicked in. He missed his treasure, the purple gold tobacco pipe. Therefore, he led a group of subordinates and followed the premonition. After trekking through mountains and rivers, they finally arrived at the 10th Sea region. Lord Demon God, this is the entrance to the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone. The beautiful High Priestess, with fair skin and a white bone staff in her hand, looked at the translucent barrier below with a bewildered expression. Although the underworld devil realm they lived in was extremely far away from here, as a clan of the Divine Land, all the Prime Devil clansmen knew what the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone meant. This was the true Forbidden Zone. No cultivator dared to enter this terrifying place. If they entered rashly, they would be subjected to a terrifying curse and their cultivation would be halted for life, unable to progress any further. The spirit chi in the Forbidden Zone was extremely thin and there was no divinity to speak of. It was not suitable for cultivators of the Divine Land to cultivate. Hearing the beautiful and sexy High Priestess's words, Wuda's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. Because he had seized the body in a hurry, the demon god's essence spirit had been shattered by him, so he did not inherit any memories. During this period of time, Wuda had relied on his special identity and amazing combat strength to deceive and obtain a lot of information about the Divine Land. But this was the first time he had heard of this Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone. Wuda coughed and said rather seriously, High Priestess, what's so special about this Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone? Tell me quickly. I've been asleep for too long and can't remember some things clearly. The High Priestess smiled charmingly and did not take it to heart. Ever since the demon god descended, he had been a little delirious, which often surprised people. But this demon god was extremely powerful and defeated the bloodthirsty devil clan in one move. That battle had shaken the entire Nether Devil domain. Thus, the Prime Devil clan's status in the devil race was established. Some devils even began to classify the Prime Devil clan as one of the top 10 devil clans. As for the other devil clans, they were also extremely wary of the Prime Devil clan and no longer dared to bully them as casually as before. Lord Demon God, there's a terrible curse in the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone. Any cultivator of the Divine Land who enters will be cursed and will find it difficult to break through on the path of cultivation. The High Priestess said softly. She looked at the transparent barrier with fear in her eyes. The path of cultivation was long. Who didn't want to go further on this path? And once the path of cultivation was cut off, one's lifespan would also be stagnant and eventually die. Oh, Wu De nodded. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly said, "Then I'll go in and take a look." After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the immortal boat. Lord Demon God! The high priestess shouted loudly. She was so scared that her heart almost jumped out of her throat. She hurriedly flew toward the barrier. In a panic, the other Prime Devil clan members hurriedly maneuvered the immortal boat into a ray of light and plunged into the barrier. After entering the barrier, the high priestess suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. She saw a small wooden house in the distance and the demon god of the Prime Devil clan was standing in front of it, seemingly looking for something. The high priestess hurriedly flew over with her clansmen. Lord Demon God, this is the ancient road to heaven. Fortunately, you didn't directly enter the hidden dragon forbidden zone. After flying nearby, the high priestess panted with lingering fear. There's a lingering smell of smoke in this place. Seems like there's a kindred spirit here. Wu De clasped his hands behind his back and said with a bright smile. This is the first chapter. Lord Demon God, what are you looking for along the way? The high priestess came closer, blinked her beautiful eyes, and asked curiously. I lost a purple gold tobacco pipe, so I have to find it. Wu De waved his hand casually, and then walked around the small courtyard, sniffing the air. Lord Demon God, looking for a purple gold tobacco pipe? The high priestess and the people of the Yuan demon clan looked at each other and could not help but look at each other. In the high priestess' memory, when did Lord Demon God learn to smoke? She was very puzzled. So the high priestess plucked up her courage and asked, Lord Demon God, do you still smoke? Wu De turned around, glared at the high priestess, and said angrily, what's wrong with smoking? A man smoking a cigarette is as happy as an immortal. You guys are so nosy. The high priestess did not know what to say. Lord Demon God, I remember when you first came to this world, you didn't smoke at that time, right? The high priestess said embarrassedly. Can't I learn it later? Can't you guys save me some trouble? Wu De said angrily. Seeing that the Lord Demon God was angry, the high priestess immediately closed her sexy red mouth. Haha. Wu De suddenly laughed wildly. His nose twitched twice, and he laughed loudly. The purple gold tobacco pipe really did appear here. Lord Demon God, this should be the place where the gatekeeper of the ancient road to heaven lived. But for some reason, the gatekeeper disappeared. The high priestess said carefully. She naturally knew that there was a gatekeeper on the ancient road to heaven. I was wondering why I couldn't find it. It turns out that the gatekeeper stole my purple gold tobacco pipe and hid it secretly. Wu De slapped his forehead and shouted excitedly. There was the smell of smoking here. So it was obvious that the people who lived in this house also liked to smoke. And there was a trace of his purple gold tobacco pipe left here, which meant that it must have something to do with the gatekeeper. It was very likely that the gatekeeper escaped with his purple gold tobacco pipe. After all, his purple gold tobacco pipe was of a high level. In this divine land, no one would not be tempted. If we follow this path, we will reach the hidden dragon forbidden zone, right? Thinking of this, Wu De gazed into the distance of the ancient heavenly path. He planned to go to the hidden dragon forbidden zone to search for it himself. Hearing Sir Demon God's question, the high priest immediately panicked. Lord Demon God, don't tell me you want to enter the hidden dragon forbidden area? The high priest asked in a trembling voice. Yes, I do have such a plan. Wu De said in a low voice. Plop, the high priest immediately knelt at Wu De's feet, followed by the rest of the Yuan demons. Lord Demon God, please don't go to the hidden dragon forbidden area. The curse there is too terrifying. Once you step in and get hit by the curse, even if you are a divine king, your cultivation realm will be stagnant. The high priestess' beautiful face flushed red as she spoke with an agitated expression. Wu De kept a straight face and did not say anything. He didn't care about cultivation at all. In any case, his original body was still drifting outside this world. However, seeing these puny Yuan demons kneeling at his feet, Wu De was in a dilemma. This world is so sturdy. If my cultivation stagnates, won't I be trapped in this world forever? An idea flashed through Wu De's mind and he suddenly understood. So what if he went in and found the purple gold tobacco pipe? If he couldn't escape from this world, wouldn't he suffer a great loss? After thinking about it, Wu De felt that the high priest's words made sense. He couldn't take the risk for the time being. Seeing that Sir Demon God was still pondering, the high priest became a little anxious. She suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Lord Demon God, the human cultivators in the hidden dragon forbidden area are all pathetically weak. There isn't even a true God. If you want to find your purple gold tobacco pipe, why don't you send one of our clansmen in to check it out? That's a good idea. Wu De's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. Among the clansmen he brought this time, the weakest was at the true God realm. The high priest stood up and glanced back at the clansman kneeling beside her. She gently pointed with her finger and said, You, come out. A third-level divine monarch realm youth of the Prime Devil clan stood up with a look of panic on his face. The high priest looked displeased and frowned. It's your greatest honor to serve Lord Demon God. Only after hearing the high priest's words did the young man realize what was going on. His expression changed from panic to fanaticism. Wu De gently pointed with his finger and a ray of light was injected into the young man's mind. This is information about my purple gold tobacco pipe. After you go in, you have to look for it seriously. Wu De solemnly instructed. Lord Demon God, don't worry. I'll definitely find your purple gold tobacco pipe. The young man knelt on the ground and said loudly. Wu De nodded with satisfaction. In a place where there wasn't even a true God, a fifth-level divine Lord Yuan demon clansman was invincible. I'll give you a remarkable power. You can kill anyone below the 10th level of the divine Lord realm in one move. Wu De still seemed uneasy. He pointed with his finger again and a ray of light fell into the mark between the young man's eyebrows. With this remarkable power, he could rest assured. The so-called gatekeeper would not be a match for this young man. After making the necessary arrangements. Go. Wu De waved his hand and gave the order to set off. Wait a moment, Lord Demon God. I'll say something to him. The high priest seemed to have thought of something and suddenly called out to the young man. The young man paused. The high priest looked serious and said slowly, It's said that the hidden dragon forbidden zone is also watched by some supreme powers in the divine land. After you go in, you must not kill. I understand, high priest. The young man nodded solemnly, and then he vanished in a flash. The high priestess exhaled softly. Although the cultivation of the humans in the hidden dragon forbidden zone was very weak, she knew that the supreme powers in the divine land were also very concerned about this forbidden zone. They would not allow the gods of the divine land to kill the cultivators in there just because of their cultivation. Alright, let's go back first. Wu De watched the young man's back disappear, then turned and stepped onto the ferry boat. He also had to go back and cultivate seriously. After all, the higher his cultivation, the more likely he would be to escape from this world. The spirit chi in the netherworld devil domain contained demonic nature and was very suitable for his cultivation as a primordial demon. Whoosh, the ferry boat rose, turned into a ray of light, and rushed out of the barrier at the end of the ancient path to heaven, then disappeared into the horizon. Yi Yun, who was tearing space apart and heading to the Daluo region, did not know that when he left the Sunnan continent, the owner of the purple gold smoke pipe had actually sent a divine lord primordial demon to the Sunnan continent. Fortunately, Yi Yun was extremely lucky. Back then, he had taken out so many divine and transcendent tobacco pipes, but only one expert had sensed it. Otherwise, if the experts of the various universes had sensed it, the world of the divine land would have been turned upside down. After Yi Yun entered the divine land, he did not go to the Clear Sky Island in the Ninth Sea region. Instead, he tore through the void and headed towards the Great Havenlaw region. The Great Havenlaw region had a long coastline and was adjacent to the First Sea region. Its territory was vast and boundless, filled with various forces of all sizes. Yi Yun had once seized Jiang Hingyua's memories, so he was very clear about the direction of the Great Havenlaw region. Master, you've been tearing through the void. Isn't it too exhausting? Do you want to take a rest? The infernal blood greenwood dragon asked in a low voice. Seeing the old master continuously tear through space from the Sunnan continent to the divine land, the infernal blood greenwood dragon was greatly shocked. We'll talk about it when we get there. Yi Yun only smiled and continued to tear through the void to hasten his journey. Tearing through the void continuously was a huge burden for him. Fortunately, he had the Zulong physique, so he could still bear it for now. However, Yi Yan's consumption of spiritual energy was also huge. After a while, after Yi Yan tore through the void, he walked out with the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. At this moment, they had already entered the territory of the Great Haven Law region. We're here. This is the Great Haven Law region. Yi Yan heaved a sigh of relief and swallowed a few elixirs to quickly recover his magic power. Master, the Great Haven Law region is so vast and filled with people. Another 100,000 years have passed. Where are we going to find her? The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon looked around with a dumbfounded expression. He had no idea what to do. At this moment, the two of them were at the top of a mountain. Looking into the distance, they could vaguely see the silhouette of a city. Let's go ahead and take a look. Yi Yan said with a smile as he pointed at a huge city in the distance with his right hand. Looking for Nangonyu now was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After all, 100,000 years had passed. Who knew what her current situation was? Yi Yan guessed that Nangonyu had the backing of the Divine Land. But 100,000 years was too long. If Nangonyu couldn't break through to the Divine Monarch realm, it would be difficult for her to live until now. Although he came in a hurry, Yi Yan's heart had calmed down when he arrived at the Great Haven Law region. Master, you must have had a hard time tearing through the void just now. Why don't I take your place from now on? The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon suddenly said. All right. Yi Yan smiled and did not refuse. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon shook its body, and transformed into a 100-feet-long green dragon. It then floated in the air. Yi Yan stepped on top of its head and said with a smile, let's go. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon carried Yi Yan and flew towards the distant city. Master, I found that my speed has slowed down here. As they flew, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon suddenly noticed something strange and was shocked. The world of the Divine Land is of a higher level than the world of the Sunnon continent, so it's more solid and has greater pressure. It's normal for you to be slower. Yi Yan explained with a smile. So that's how it is. This world is really scary. I'm just a little dragon in the eternal realm, but I'm in a precarious situation here. I'm at the bottom. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon said dejectedly. Haha, don't worry. With me here, you won't be in any danger. Yi Yan said with a laugh. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was now at the first level of the eternal realm. In this divine land where true gods were everywhere, its realm was pitifully weak. At this moment, beams of light were flying towards the city from all directions at a rapid speed. Yi Yan glanced at them. Many of them were true god realm cultivators, but there were also very few divine monarch realm cultivators. Fellow Daoist, your divine dragon mount is not bad. At this time, two rays of light fell from the sky. They were two middle-aged men. A burly middle-aged man looked at Yi Yan with cupped fists and smiled. What can I do for you? Yi Yan remained calm and only smiled faintly. Fellow Daoist, it's said that Cloud Sky City is about to auction a baby dragon. Could it be yours? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Auction a baby dragon? Yi Yan's expression changed, and his face suddenly revealed a look of interest. In the vast Holy Land, there were only the dragon breeders. They had been tirelessly cultivating dragon eggs and all kinds of young dragons, and selling them to the auction house for auction. He did not expect to be so coincidental this time, to be in time for the auction of a baby dragon. Maybe he would have a chance to catch a dragon breeder. Seeing that Yi Yan did not speak, the other middle-aged man next to him cupped his fists and asked with a smile, Fellow Daoist, are you the legendary mysterious dragon breeder? Hearing the man's question, Yi Yan suddenly smiled. No, you two fellow Daoists have mistaken me for someone else. I'm just an ordinary rogue cultivator, not a dragon breeder. Yi Yan answered with a smile. The two middle-aged men suddenly showed a look of disappointment. If he was a dragon breeder, they would like to make friends with him. However, if he was a rogue cultivator, then forget it. Fellow Daoists, may I know which auction house in Cloud Sky City is auctioning a baby dragon? Yi Yan cupped his fists and asked. Fellow Daoist, are you also interested in auctioning a baby dragon? The largest golden jade auction in Cloud Sky City is in charge of this auction. It should be starting soon. The burly middle-aged man on the left said with a smile. Indeed, I'm somewhat interested. If there's a chance, I'd like to bid for it. Yi Yin smiled. Since he had encountered a dragon clan member, he naturally would not let it go. Even if the divine dragon was cultivated by a dragon breeder and had been tampered with, he did not mind at all. Fellow Daoist, you're a rogue cultivator. I suggest you withdraw from this auction. The other skinny middle-aged man saw that Yi Yin was so interested and smiled bitterly, pouring cold water on him. Yi Yin was slightly taken aback. Fellow Daoists, do you think I'm not rich enough? Yi Yin pretended to be angry and said. Fellow Daoist, you've misunderstood. It's mainly because a Lord God powerhouse came to Cloud Sky City this time and he specifically said that he wanted to bid for this baby dragon as a gift for the Sword Cloud Sect's grand worship ceremony. The skinny middle-aged man looked awkward and waved his hand as he said. A gift for the Sword Cloud Sect's grand worship ceremony? Yi Yin was stunned. What exactly was going on? Was there a need to kill a dragon for the grand worship ceremony? Seeing Yi Yin's expression, the two middle-aged men looked at each other and couldn't help but chuckle. Fellow Daoist, you've misunderstood. The grand worship ceremony is not about killing a dragon as a sacrifice to the heavens. It's because the Sword Honorable of the Sword Cloud Sect loves to rear divine dragons. Hence, if there are many forces below who have a favor to ask of the Sword Cloud Sect, they would send a baby dragon over. The burly middle-aged man explained with a smile. Even if there's no baby dragon, it's fine to send a dragon egg. At that moment, the other skinny middle-aged man added. I see. Yi Yin nodded and there was a look of realization on his face. Is it popular to send dragon eggs or baby dragons as gifts in Holy Land now? The dragon clan that used to be able to contend with the spirits of Holy Land has actually fallen to such a miserable state. It really made one feel helpless and miserable. Oh my God. This world is too scary. Even a baby dragon is going to be auctioned off as a gift. Fortunately, I came with my master. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be captured too. Hearing the two middle-aged men's words, the Netherblood Greenwood dragon was shocked. However, it pretended to be calm and floated in the void without moving an inch. Fellow Daoists, what level of power is the Sword Cloud Sect? Why are there so many people giving them gifts? Yi Yin asked with a smile. Brother, you must be from somewhere else, right? The burly middle-aged man asked cautiously. Yi Yin nodded. No wonder. The Sword Cloud Sect is a Sir God-level force in our Daluo region. They're very strong, especially the Sword Honorable. His sword skills are superb. He can fight a half-step hierarch with his level 10 Divine Monarch Realm Cultivation. The burly man explained. When he said this, his eyes revealed a look of yearning. So it's a Sir God-level force. Yi Yin nodded. In the Divine Land, the forces were divided according to their cultivation level. There were true God-level forces like the Star God Island in the Ninth Ocean region. There were also Sir God-level forces. Above that, there were Godly Venerable Realm forces. There were even Divine King-level forces. Every increase in level represented an earth-shattering change in one's power. This so-called Sword Cloud Sect had a level 10 Divine Monarch Realm Cultivator. It could be seen that they were already a top force among the Sir God-level forces. This Sword Honorable was able to defeat a half-step Hierarch Realm Cultivator with his level 10 Divine Monarch Realm Cultivation. His sword skills were definitely unparalleled. Brother, there are still many items being auctioned in the Golden Jade Auction House. You can take a look at the rest. We'll take our leave first. The burly middle-aged man cupped his fist and smiled. Then, the two of them broke through the void and left. Yi Yin smiled. These two true God Realm level 10 cultivators were still quite enthusiastic. They actually revealed such an important piece of information to him. Yi Yin definitely had to make a trip to the Cloud Heaven City. He wanted to capture that young dragon. If that dragon breeder appeared, Yi Yin would naturally capture him. Master, I didn't expect the dragons, who are so powerful in the Tsungnan continent, to be treated as gifts in the Divine Land. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon said with a bitter smile. There's nothing we can do about it. The dragon race was defeated in the ancient war. After so many years, the dragon race has completely left the stage of history. Yi Yin said calmly. He exerted some force with his feet and said, let's go. All right. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon took a deep breath. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it flew forward. After flying for about 100 miles, suddenly, several rays of light descended from the sky, blocking Yi Yin's path. May I ask if you are a dragon breeder? This baby dragon. Can you sell it to us directly? As the light dissipated, a large purple-robed man walked out. His cultivation was at the first level of the Divine Lord realm. He cupped his fists together as he spoke to Yi Yin. You've got the wrong person. I'm not a dragon breeder. This little dragon is just my flying mount. Yi Yin cupped his fists together and explained, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Why did all of them think that he was a dragon breeder? After all, he was still looking for a dragon breeder. Hearing Yi Yin's reply, a hint of disappointment appeared on the purple-robed man's face. He sighed and said, fellow Taoist, the Sword Cloud Sect's heaven-worshipping ceremony is about to begin. Now, many people are looking for young dragons as gifts for the Sword Cloud Sect. It's easy for you to be targeted by others if you fly outside like this. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist. Yi Yin said with a smile. If anyone dared to have any ideas about him, they must be tired of living. Seeing Yi Yin's fearless look, the purple-robed man shook his head and turned to leave. This guy looks like he's from a decent sect. He didn't try to snatch it. Yi Yin smiled faintly. Now that he had restrained his aura, it would be difficult for ordinary people to discover his cultivation base. Some people didn't dare to take action for fear of breaking the vases. But there were also some bold and ruthless people who would try to snatch it. However, he wasn't far from Cloud Sky City. He didn't know if there were still people who could make it in time. After those few figures flew away, one of the men said softly, Senior brother, why didn't you snatch that young dragon? The purple-robed man frowned and said, I can't see the cultivation of that young man in white. Perhaps his strength is far above yours and mine. It's better not to get involved in this mess. That man hesitated and said, can we get the young dragon from the Golden Jade auction house if the Heaven Domination sect takes action? Let's do our best. If we really can't, we'll change the gift and give it to the Sword Venerable. The purple-robed man said. Apart from raising dragons, the Sword Venerable doesn't seem to have any other hobbies? That man frowned and said. The purple-robed man looked around and said softly, it's rumored that the Sword Venerable likes to use peach wood to carve puppets. There are dozens of 10,000-year-old peach trees in the back mountain of our sect. We'll just chop them down and give them to the Sword Venerable. The Sword Venerable likes to carve puppets? Senior brother, how did you know? That man raised his eyebrows and quickly asked. It's said that the grand sacrificial ceremony this time is extremely grand and rare. There are many things in it, including the official name change of the Sword Cloud Sect and a mysterious expert who is said to be challenging the Sword Venerable, therefore, the commotion is huge. All the forces in the Daluo region are in an uproar. They are all trying to find out about the news, hoping to get into the Sword Venerable's good books. Therefore, recently, the Sword Venerable likes to carve puppets. This top-secret news was spread out through some channels. So that's the case, that man was enlightened. Yeah, I also paid a hefty price to get this news. Since I can't get the young dragon or the dragon egg, I can only settle for the second best. The purple-robed man said proudly. Senior brother, I remember that the Sword Cloud Sect used to be called the Green Civ Sword Sect. However, it changed its name once 10,000 years ago. What's with the official name change this time? That man asked. At that time, the Sword Venerable suppressed my master and forcibly changed the name of the sect. After all, it's not very glorious. Now that the old man has passed away, everyone in the Daluo region knows the name of the Sword Cloud Sect. With this grand sacrificial ceremony, the Sword Venerable decided to officially announce the name of the Sword Cloud Sect in front of all the cultivators in the world. The purple-robed man said quietly. After listening to his explanation, the others nodded silently. Everyone stopped talking and quickly flew toward Cloud Sky City. At this moment, Yi Yin was still some distance away from Cloud Sky City. In terms of speed, he was far behind the purple-robed man and the others. After all, the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon was only at the first level of the Eternal Realm. In the solid world of the Divine Land, its flying speed was relatively slow. Swoosh, after flying for half an hour. Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures descended from the sky and blocked Yi Yun's way. The leader, a black-robed old man, walked out of the crowd. He cupped his fists and said, "May I ask if you are a dragon breeder?" "No." Yi Yun shook his head. "Since you're not a dragon breeder, why don't you sell your young dragon to us?" The black-robed old man looked at Yi Yun. Cold light flashed in his eyes and a wisp of killing intent appeared on his face. End of 4th update. Seeking recommendation votes, seeking praise, I'm not selling. Yi Yun said. His voice was very soft, but it was extremely firm. At this moment, a smile appeared on his lips and his eyes were as bright as 2 moons. He stared at the cultivators in front of him with interest. The black-robed elder had the highest cultivation level, reaching the 4th level of the Divine Lord Realm. Among the 7 people behind him, 3 of them had reached the Divine Lord Realm while the other 4 were in the True God Realm. Among the True Gods, the weakest was at the 8th level of the True God Realm. It could be said that if such a powerful force was placed in the top 10 sea regions, they would definitely sweep across the entire sea region and no force would dare to be a match for them. After this powerful force blocked Yi Yun's path, Yi Yun found that many cultivators around him had stopped. It seemed that everyone was very interested. They wanted to see how this show would end. Yi Yun knew that he was going to make an example out of them. Although appearing in public was already considered an act of exposing himself, he did not tamper with the memories of the people around him. After all, this was the Divine Land. Experts with high cultivation could be found everywhere. If he used the firmament illusory extinguishing eye on a large scale like before to alter the memories of so many true divinities or divine lords, the difficulty would be much higher than before. But now, after Yi Yun came out of the ancient path to heaven, he had changed his appearance so that no one could see his background. In this divine land, no one would recognize him. Not selling? The black-robed elder was stunned. He did not expect that the white-robed youth in front of him would reject him so straightforwardly. Could it be that this kid's cultivation was higher than his? He looked around and found that many people were standing in the air, waiting to watch a good show. He could not help but feel a little annoyed. Get lost. The black-robed old man roared angrily. He raised his hand and waved it. A surge of mana swept over like a tidal wave. Most of the cultivators around did not have high cultivation levels. Even if there were Divine Lord Realm cultivators, they could not compete with the black-robed elder's force in terms of numbers. The great demon of the heaven-severing demon sect is so fierce. As expected of a Divine Lord Realm demon sect. We can't afford to offend them. Let's go, let's go. These demons are going to kill us and steal our treasures. Let's hide further away. The surrounding cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They couldn't afford to offend these great devils, so they hurriedly hid far away. Seeing those people suddenly leave, the black-robed old man revealed a sinister smile. He looked at the young man in white again. The black-robed old man's expression was fierce. He gritted his teeth and coldly said, "Sir, we must obtain this young dragon. I hope that you can understand the situation and not make a choice that is disadvantageous to you." The gazes of the 7 people behind the black-robed elder were also as cold as sharp swords as they shot towards Yi Yun. At this moment, one of the 7 men suddenly sneered, "Although our heaven-severing demon sect has done many atrocities, we have always been honest when it comes to business." That's right. Haha. The others laughed maniacally. You want me to understand the situation? Yi Yun laughed out loud. What was the use of these cultivators from the devil sect threatening him in such a polite manner? If they directly attacked, Yi Yun would think more highly of them. To be honest, I am also a bully. I have done too many atrocities in the past. Compared to me, your heaven-severing demon sect is simply a pile of trash. Yi Yun laughed, a mocking look in his eyes. Before the other party could react, Yi Yun crossed his arms and sneered, "I will also give you a chance. I hope that you can understand the situation and not do anything that is disadvantageous to the heaven-severing demon sect." Hearing the words of the young man in white, the 8 cultivators of the heaven-severing demon sect suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat. They couldn't help but look at each other. This handsome young man didn't look ferocious at all. Could it be that he was also a great devil? This young man in white looked fearless. They couldn't help but wonder, could it be, did he have a trump card? Haha, since when did your heaven-severing demon sect become so wishy-washy? If you have your eyes on someone else's young dragon, just snatch it. Why are you still wasting your saliva here? How embarrassing. A deep man's voice came from afar. Then, a golden light flashed. A middle-aged man in a golden dragon robe appeared. This middle-aged man was tall and sturdy, with thick eyebrows and a pair of leopard eyes. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back, emitting a powerful aura. It was a fourth-level divine monarch realm cultivator. The black-robed elder looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and his face darkened. He narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Sir, could you be Myriad Tau Divine Nation's Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor?" The golden-robed man in the void was Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor. At this moment, a proud smile appeared on his face and he said in a deep voice, "I heard that the heaven-severing demon sect has a total of 7 great devils. Sir, you must be the third-ranked heaven-breaking demon lord, right?" "That's right." The black-robed elder nodded. He looked at Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor solemnly as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Without a doubt. Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor also came for the young dragon in Cloud Sky City's Golden Jade Auction House. Now that he was outside the city, he saw the young green dragon controlled by the young man in white and wanted to snatch it. As a result, both of their goals were the same and there would definitely be a conflict. Just as the black-robed elder was pondering, the Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and shot out 2 rays of divine light as he looked at the young man in white in the distance. The young man in white was particularly mysterious. The aura on his body was dim and unclear, making it difficult to discern his true cultivation. However, Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor was very familiar with the forces in the entire Daluo region. He had never seen this young man in white before. In other words, the mysterious young man in white was not from the Daluo region. Coming to the Daluo region alone, did he really think that the Daluo region was not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? There is still someone who dares to call himself Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor. This name is too arrogant. Yiyan shook his head. His hatred for Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor was far stronger than the black-robed elder. Yiyan, who had 99% Zhu Long's bloodline in his body and was infinitely close to Zhu Long, was naturally unhappy with the name Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor. "Come here." Yiyan's face was slightly cold. He stretched out his hand and an invisible force grabbed onto Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor, forcefully pulling him from the void in front of him. "You're called Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor?" Yiyan looked down at Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor with a cold expression and said indifferently. Looking at the young man in white in front of him, Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor seemed to have seen the most terrifying demon in the world. He was instantly scared out of his wits. With his cultivation at the 4th level of the Divine Monarch realm, he was actually grabbed by the young man in white without any warning or resistance. Wasn't the other party's strength too terrifying? To be able to make him lose his ability to resist, the other party was at least 3 levels higher than him. Was this a great cultivator at the 7th level of the Divine Monarch realm? Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor guessed in fear. What? Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor was captured. The black-robed elder watched as the young man in white stretched out his hand and grabbed Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor in front of him. Myriad Tau Dragon Emperor was unable to move at all. Immediately, his entire body was covered in cold sweat. His heart seemed to have jumped to his throat and he was almost scared to death. The 7 people behind him were also pale. They were sweating profusely and trembling. They were almost unable to stand steadily. Today is still the 4th chapter, terrifying. What was the cultivation level of this mysterious young man in white? Dragon Emperor Wan Dao, who was at the 4th level of the Divine Monarch realm, was like a weak ant in his hands, unable to resist at all. The 8 cultivators of the heaven-severing demon sect might not be his opponent even if they all rushed up. The black-robed elder felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, sweating profusely. He secretly guessed that the cultivation level of this young man in white was at least at the 7th level of the Divine Monarch realm. Damn, isn't that Dragon Emperor Wan Dao? How did he get caught by the young man in white? What kind of ability is that? Too terrifying. It turns out that this young man in white is a reclusive big shot. Hurry up and stay away. If we provoke this big shot, we, the little true gods, won't be able to bear his anger at all. The cultivators who were watching from afar all had a drastic change in expression as they turned around and flew away. They couldn't even afford to offend the cultivators of the heaven-severing demon sect, let alone this mysterious young man in white. For a moment, the surrounding void was empty and there was no one else. Dragon Emperor Wan Dao's face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. He opened his mouth but didn't speak. Yi Yun's face turned cold. "You're Dragon Emperor Wan Dao?" Yi Yun suddenly spat out a few cold words from between his teeth. It was fine if he didn't know before. Now that he happened to meet him, Yi Yun definitely had to get rid of this guy. "I am Dragon Emperor Wan Dao." Dragon Emperor Wan Dao opened his mouth and said with great difficulty, "We have no enmity with each other, why did you catch me?" "I don't like you, is this reason okay?" Yi Yun smiled indifferently. He suddenly stretched out his hand and gave Myriad Tao Dragon Emperor a crisp slap on the face. Yi Yun didn't use much strength in this slap as he was afraid that Dragon Emperor Wan Dao would be slapped to death. Even so, it still made Dragon Emperor Wan Dao see stars, his head was dizzy and he almost fainted. At this moment, Dragon Emperor Wan Dao wanted to cry. He was just passing by and wanted to watch a good show. He didn't expect to be involved in this muddy water first. Although he had his own selfish motives. He coveted the young green dragon to a certain extent, but it was still very difficult for him to deal with the 8 people of the heaven-severing demon sect alone. Originally, he did not take the white-clothed youth seriously. However, Myriad Tao Dragon Emperor never dreamed that the white-clothed youth's strength would be so terrifying. He was a true reclusive mighty figure. This time, he was really unlucky. It was as if he had walked in the dark and bumped into an iron plate. "Let's go." Not far away, when the black-robed old man saw Yi Yun slap Myriad Tao Dragon Emperor so viciously, his entire body trembled. He immediately made a hand gesture and led the other 7 people to turn around and escape. "You want to leave?" Yi Yun sneered. Countless tiny runes that looked like stars appeared in his eyes. A power that could change life and death instantly descended. The 8 people from the heaven-severing demon sect turned into particles in the process of fleeing and quickly dissipated between heaven and earth. The storage rings of the 8 people immediately turned into rays of light and flew into Yi Yun's hands. He kept them. He would go to the Golden Jade auction house later. He would be able to use the things in the storage rings. Although Yi Yun had endless resources in the warehouse, their levels were too high. He did not want to take them out easily. Hiss, Myriad Tao Dragon Emperor took a breath of cold air. Seeing the 8 experts of the heaven-severing demon sect turn into ashes with his own eyes, he was so scared that he almost wet himself. What kind of divine ability was that? This was simply too terrifying. He did not see the white-clothed youth make any movements, but the 8 people who escaped silently turned into particles and disappeared. He didn't even have the time to let out a scream. Their physical body and primordial spirit disintegrated at the same time, turning into those particles. When Myriad Tao Dragon Emperor thought of this, his whole body turned cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He knew that he was just a 4th-level divine monarch and was not even an ant in the eyes of the other party. Closing his eyes, Myriad Tao Dragon Emperor was ready to die. Slap, Yi Yun slapped over again, slapping the other half of Myriad Tao Dragon Emperor's face. His left and right face suddenly turned red and swollen. This caused the originally awe-inspiring Myriad Tao Dragon Emperor to become extremely battered and exhausted. "Why are you called Myriad Tao Dragon Emperor?" Yi Yun looked at the golden-robed man in front of him and said indifferently. He did not kill Myriad Tao Dragon Emperor. Instead, he killed the 8 cultivators of the heaven-severing demon sect first. Those 8 people wanted to kill Yi Yun from the beginning. They wanted to kill him and then seize the Netherblood Greenwood Dragon. Therefore, Yi Yun would not be polite and directly destroyed their bodies and souls. As for this Myriad Tao Dragon Emperor, Yi Yun still had some use, so he would not kill him for the time being. "I'm not dead? Just a slap?" Myriad Tao Dragon Emperor, who had closed his eyes and was waiting for death, after being slapped again, a faint joy rose in his heart. The unfathomable young man in white had slapped him in the face and asked the same question repeatedly. This meant that he did not want to kill him. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor was a little excited and quickly opened his eyes. Senior, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor said respectfully. He had even changed the way he addressed her. Because our Myriad Dao Divine Dynasty's royal family is proficient in cultivating the 10,000 Dragon Divine Kung Fu, every generation's emperor is called the Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor's tone was modest as he spoke with a frank expression. 10,000 Dragon Divine Kung Fu? Yi Yan was slightly startled, and said with interest, Come, show me. After he finished speaking, Yi Yan then removed the pressure on Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor's body. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor's body lightened, and he quickly moved his hands and feet, discovering that he could really move. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. The senior in front of him had a strange personality. The reason he didn't kill him was actually to let him display the 10,000 Dragon Divine Kung Fu. Senior, since you want to see it, I'll show it to you. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor took a deep breath, and suddenly, his entire body blossomed with a dazzling golden light. Within the golden light behind him, following a wave of fluctuations, thousands of golden divine dragons appeared. Every single golden divine dragon was condensed from a sacred art. However, they were vivid and lifelike, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. All right, keep it. Yi Yan's eyelids drooped, and he said indifferently. He could roughly deduce some of the offensive moves of the 10,000 Dragon Divine Kung Fu, and from his point of view, it wasn't weak. Compared to the 3 ultimate arts of the Shenlong sect, it was naturally a bit stronger. After all, this Myriad Dao Divine Dynasty was also a Divine Lord level power. And the Shenlong sect he was in, was only an eternal level sect. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, I can spare your life, but in the future, you need to change your title. Yi Yan said indifferently. His voice was filled with the supreme dignity of the heavens. Change his title? Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor stared at each other, unable to believe his ears. How could this senior be so strange? To spare his life, he actually wanted him to change his title. Senior, I wonder. What title do you want me to change? Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor mustered up his courage and asked. What title should I change it to? Yi Yan raised his head, looked at the horizon, and muttered to himself, Why don't we call you Myriad Dao Snake Emperor? End of chapter 395. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.